before the light even goes out. We are green flag racing. 9 hours of Spa is now counting down, and Reyes in the Honda. My goodness me, didn't waste any time.
Green light, go, go, go. And we are officially live racing here in Spa. We'll see how many cars are still going to stay too wide as we go up here through Eau Rouge.
Virtual drivers by TX3 Prime in there as well. Oh my goodness, yeah, that was a big one. I think Queen's Designs might have been in there. Oh, Williams Esports as well. Back SMP on the attack as well, as Frank Welton have Unicorns of Love to deal with. And there's one in the background, that's Triton. Triton are in the background, in the wall.
endurance racing, VCO produces every single time.
Yeah, the 44 car going to come across the stripe line here to get the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. You can see the victory celebration commences. They did a phenomenal job all day long.
Your winner for round number 4 here for the rival split is Tim Rule for the number 77 squad. The light speed by MC Schaumburg team has taken the top spot.
9 hours has passed and Yazheat become the 4th different winner of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. They win at Spa in dominant fashion.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to VCO LFM FLExTREME. 2 weeks ago, we tried to go racing with BMW M2 CS Racing Cup cars at Paul Ricard. It was not to be, and so instead, our championship finale turns into the penultimate round of the championship. We say hello to you, and welcome back to GT3 cars for 9 hours at Watkins Glen. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Lewis McLeod. Lewis, it's great to be back as we get set for qualifying, as we get set to wind up our BOP budget for the winter.
Yeah, we're bringing back in the GT3s, of course. The BMWs will be delayed until later on. Hopefully we can get that one done and then finish the season effectively back to where we were. But again, the focus of attention now, all that practice has basically been done for the BMW and now been thrown straight into the bin. So they've had to basically reset themselves, get themselves ready for these GT3s around Watkins Glen, a track that we've not really seen raced on ACC too much.
Yeah, here's a look at how the initial BOP budget, of course, played itself out. We had that process through the draft show that then meant teams and drivers would have this amount of weight to divvy across 4 GT3 races.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to see where they've taken the splits. A lot of drivers and teams have taken a lot of weight early on. The teams can choose when they spend that weight. They can take up to a maximum of 30 kilos per race. Of course, with 3 of the GT3 races done, they've already had whatever ballast they've got left, because they can have none of that budget. Oh, see, I can't even speak English.
Words.
Ballast budget. They can have none of that left at the end of the season. So they've got to get rid of everything today.
To be fair, you try saying ballast budget fast 5 times.
It's tricky.
It is tricky. Here's a look at what some of our drivers are fighting for as well. These courtesy of our partners over at HyperX. Champions walk away with headsets across of the 3 splits of competition. Yes, 3 splits. Don't forget that while we'll be focusing on the cash split, you can follow rivals and challengers through their dedicated broadcast feeds as well. The drivers with the most award will also win the MVP and a very special headset to go with that. But it's not just HyperX. Next Level Racing has some prizes for our drivers as well, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Most positions gained. They get themselves one of the elite gaming chairs, which I think is always like a fantastic thing to celebrate the teams that can work their way up through the order, hopefully cleanly, but we'll see that one. And then, of course, the Next Level Racing send of the season. Yeah, 2022, fair enough. Obviously, we're in 2023 now. But the send of the season, best overtake of the season, which you help us with to kind of decide that one at the end of the season. Once we've finished everything, there'll be the top 10 passes, and we get to vote as to which one is the best, which I think, again, it's another fantastic way of bringing in the community. And
then we have some more of that brought forward through our cash prizes. Of course, top 3 in the championship in the cash split walk away with just combined €2,000, and then most positions gained, top 15 per race, best save, best pass, fight, fastest lap. Always a great way to be able to reward some of our competitors, not just with physical prizes, but with cash prizes as well. But that's what they're fighting for. How are they fighting? And let's start first with the knockout qualifying. 3 drivers required to be running the race, and 3 drivers, Lewis, required to be in qualifying as well.
Yeah, I love this qualifying. I wouldn't if I was on the west coast of the United States or in Australia or whatever, yeah, but fair enough. Generally, I think this qualifying format's absolutely brilliant. Over the 3 sessions, each driver must do 1 session. So, if you're Williams Esports, Tinko van der Velde might do the first one, and then Igor Rodriguez the second one, and then Dara McCormack the third. It means that all of your drivers must do parts of the qualifying. You've all got to be there and qualify as a team. If you do make a mistake, there is a joker which you can take in a qualifying session. So you make a mistake in Q2, but you think you've got really good pace, you can take a joker, which hopefully you get a second lap, and then hopefully you can get a good time to get into Q3. But you only get 1 for the whole season. Already a lot of teams have used it, some well, some poorly, but it's a very tricky qualifying session, which I think is fantastic.
I think we do have a decent number of the jokers still left. Of course, this was meant to be the final round of the championship, but with our M2 CS Racing Cup race delayed, opportunities to use the joker maybe not fully utilized, and now qualifying 1 underway as we make our way to upstate New York, Lewis.
Great track. Really actually enjoy Watkins Glen, especially running the extended layout out towards the boot, and then obviously running through the bus stop. It's a lot of fun to throw a car around here. Some people like it, some people don't. It's a very open circuit, which should be good for the race, but where it's kind of medium to high speed, it can make some of the racing a little trickier as to how you get through the moves. You've got a lot of slipstream going up towards the bus stop, but realistically, getting down the inside there is not an easy feat. It's not a heavy braking zone. We'll see Jacob Charcot. I think there is Dominic Blyer who'll be racing for the Triton Racing Team today. I do believe it'll be his last race for Triton today.
More silly season stuff, I guess.
Oh, it's not over yet, Arjuna. It's not over yet.
So are you going to let us know where he's going, or are you not?
A clue.
No, not a clue.
Not a clue.
Okay.
He wouldn't tell me. We want to chat. To be fair, I was surprised by how much like the Triton Racing Team, and then you've got all the likes at Williams and some of the Yaz Heat drivers. They all get along very well. They all speak quite a lot outside of this, and they wouldn't tell me a thing. So who knows?
Well, speaking of silly season, not sure if we're going to see the newest member of Williams Esports today, but I do get the sense that we may see him for the final round of the championship just based on the data on the LFM website. But Williams Esports, of course, picking up the likes of Dennis Schoeniger, Charlie Crossland, a handful of very significant names. Not sure if we'll see them today, but curious to see that. More and more times, though, coming in this qualifying session. Remember, the top 25 advance to qualifying 2.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at here. And again, they only get 1 lap time in each of the sessions unless they take their Joker, Remfelt and Esports up towards the line to begin a lap. The Aspar Esports team, we've seen some good pace from throughout the season. Only 20th, though, for Andre Mesa. That is probably not going to be good enough to move through into the next session. Jonas Savalainen out of the final corner for Grip Packs Engineering. The Mayday.
Across the line in there, Aston Martin, a team that has been up and down, and looks like it's going to be starting the lap as down through the 90 and then onto the power and running all the way up to the bus stop they'll go. This is, of course, going to be interesting on lap number 1 to avoid shenanigans with such a big field. Lewis, you and myself have commented on our fair share of races where we haven't even gotten up to the bus stop before we've seen major drama. But after the bus stop, you can also see, or rather through the bus stop, you'll see plenty of checking up. Too wide through here is an option, but not always smart. Curbs are relatively raised as well and definitely will unsettle the car, and you'll see the different lines being taken through there courtesy of the different suspension settings that are being run. Then through the outer loop, just maintain that momentum and dive your way down towards the boot.
Yeah, carousel there was not exactly ideal courtesy of the exit from the bus stop, but heading down onto the boot, missed the apex there on the left-hand side up towards the toe. Pretty tricky, but as the braking zone, as you go into it, it rises up so much that you can almost carry in so much more speed than you think. Understeer kicks in on the exit, it pushes you out towards that white line, coming down towards the heel. This one is a tricky braking zone as well, but for the exact opposite reason that the toe is. The track falls away massively as you come down it. It kicks in with that oversteer, with the understeer. The oversteer comes in a little bit on the exit, same as it does through here. Heading through the left-hander and back onto the cup layout at the Watkins Glen International Raceway. Through the penultimate corner, you can use all of that road over to the right-hand side. There's a little bit of tarmac there, which takes you out towards the blue guardrail. Through the final corner and out onto the start finish, you can again run all the way out towards that wall, and then even it feels like a little bit more than even that. Jonas Savalainen up towards the line, up to 11th position. That should be good enough to move through into QT.
Yeah, but we still wait for a handful of teams, including BS Competition, to punch in a lap time, and Philippa Bakita has not left pit lane just yet. Not sure if there is an issue there. I have seen a handful of jokers, though. In fact, 5 so far in this first section of qualifying. It includes the likes of Brabham Esports in the number 72, as well as the likes of Absolute Motorsports. There are some big names that are already electing to use their Joker, including that Nissan for Queen's Design that we were just watching.
Yeah, absolutely slapped the wall coming back into the cup layout. So that certainly isn't ideal. Yeet, who we're looking at here, like you say, one of those ones that's taken a joke. I think, like I say, it's kind of one of those things that we've spoken through. A lot of teams have been very reserved with taking the Joker too early, which means I'm pretty sure we have around about half. We can't be 100% sure because we're not very good at our jobs, but I'm pretty sure it's around about half of the grid have a Joker left for this round, and of course the BMW. I think I would like to be in that camp. I'd like to use it as late as possible because you want to be perfect in qualifying.
I'm sure what you were saying was very relevant. Another car, RCR Esports, and there, Bentley have taken the Joker. Where is BS Competition, though? Our championship leaders, are they going to have to fight from the very back of the field? Because I'm getting that distinct impression right now, watching Niels Naujoks on his stream right now. That car is not out with 90 seconds left to go. It's BS Competition trying to charge their way from the back.
Yeah, it's scary moments for our championship leaders. They've got a lot of work to do and not very long to do it. It's going to be a very scary time for them. Yeats Esports through the final call. Let's see where they're going to move. Currently the first car outside of the cutoff to move through. Shade behind the wheel, up towards the line, up to 22nd, and into a transfer spot as we now look at Brabham Esports.
Yeah, this, of course, is that Joker being used. Alexa Gates at the wheel in 28th position, needing to find about 3-4 tenths to jump inside. And that would be at the expense of Race Anywhere Simsport as well, with Victor Nikolai sitting right now on the bubble. That's a team that runs 8th in the points, has been a race winner this season as well. So there's some big names that are going to drop out here, with qualifying one almost at a close.
I think that's always always going to be the case when it gets to this point. You're always going to lose big names early on, just courtesy of the odd mistake here and there. It only takes one to throw your qualifying session into array. Alexa Gates up towards the line, and the lap time was slower by 1/10 of a second, so no progression for Brabham Esports. Konstantinos Kontagiannis coming out of the final corner for TF Racing, looking to set their first and only lap time of the session. And it is not actually a lap time that was set, so that is not great. RCI on our screens. Never again, another team that's had great pace throughout the season, but very on and off. They're very hit and miss, RCI.
Yeah, they're going to keep us waiting here, aren't they? Because they've started their lap and are now, with the time having expired, running around to finish that lap. Big old Bentley flies its way through the bus stop chicane, going to eat the curbs, you'd have to assume, for breakfast. But it's not necessarily a track where you typically associate the Bentley with being quick at, because it's a lot of fast corners where you want the car to respond quite quickly, even through some of these slower corners. Bentley not looking too out of sorts, though, in terms of overall balance of the car. We'll see if Verstappen's able to find some more speed as he rises his way up through the toe.
Yeah, I think Philip and Makeda in the BS Competition team, so they're not out. They're not out of pit lane, which means that they are out of the session. They'll be starting from the back, which is a massive opening in the championship. That would be a huge casualty from the early stages qualifying. But we have seen BS Competition rise up from the back of the field before. Of course, Monza springs to mind. They got spun round at the first corner and yet still managed to rise their way up into the podium position. See what Verstappen does then through the final corner. Now finds themselves as the first ones getting knocked out through the final, and the 799 will punch its way towards the line, and hopefully for them will punch its ticket up into Q2. I believe they did, knocking out Race Anywhere Simsport. Wow, that's a big casualty as well.
It's all about that Joker usage, right? We talked about how important it is. And, well, in qualifying one, with that now being in the books, the major drama as we take a look at the championship standings is that our championship leaders, BS Competition, will be starting from the tail.
Yeah, that is a big moment in the championship. BS Competition ahead of Williams Esports, who now have potentially a very big opportunity to steal an awful lot of points away from some of them. We can see some of those fighting down towards the back end. Gata Chain Balance Esports, one that might look for now to be their opportunity to move up. Both of the LFM cars being a little bit further down. Queen's Designs, who had issues late on in that qualifying session. Virtual drivers by TX3. Team Shizou GT Omega, we've seen some decent pace from them, but obviously our focus of attention in that qualifying session is right at the top of the standings, with BS Competition being taken out in Q1.
And I'm trying to now head down to the pit lane to try and get an understanding for why this has occurred, but an interesting lineup and 9 hours for BS Competition to try and make up some ground. For Williams Esports, I think an opportunity as well, knowing that the final round in that M2 CS Racing Cup car likely to favor BS Competition. Here's a look at the BOP budget to remember. That final column must read 0 after today, and so every team is whacking on the weight that they haven't used in the previous 3 GT3 rounds. In the case of some of the Honda NSXs, of course, came into this with 106 kilograms of ballast, a lot of them piling on the weight once again, but there's some that have played their cards to sit with a quite light race car here today.
Yeah, as expected, there is left 0 kilos, which is good. We were kind of working out last round. It is 0 for everyone. No one has been exceptionally silly, which is great to see. But you can see there's a couple of teams in here with 0 kilos. RCI Esports, they're one. Yeah, obviously they moved in the final moments of that qualifying session. Williams Esports now with 0 kilos. They ticked off all of their weight back the previous GT3 race. I know it sounds like obviously, but I would want to tick off as much of the weight until now.
So, sorry for my there. That was Gregor Schill responding to my message.
Oh.
Philippa Bakita did go out for qualifying, just cut the track through the penultimate corner, invalidated her lap time, and that's why we did not see them go out. However, I will just bring this up. I don't think BS Competition has used a Joker this season, and so they elected, from what I can tell, to not use a Joker.
I don't remember. I thought they might have done at Barcelona, but that might have been
Well, that was the race that I missed, and to be fair, I am going off a spreadsheet that Lewis McLeod has built.
Oh, yeah, no.
Throwing you straight under the bus.
Again, it is. I said before, it's not up to date, so yeah, tough. No, I think I don't know. I kind of get the feeling that BS have taken their Joker, but I don't really remember.
They have. Confirmation, it was Barcelona as well. Good memory.
Nice, thank you. I am bad at my job, but yeah, at least the memory's there. It's fine. That's a big shame for BS Competition, but again, the race is not won in qualifying, so I don't think it'll be a major. And this is a circuit where you can overtake, but I think the big fear is starting towards the back, going through turn 1 and then up that SS section at 2 and 3, which is notorious for a pretty large crash. Let's take a look at the qualifying from the first qualifying session. Similar to Pro Vides, topping the session by 0.03 of a second over Williams Esports, who have now been given a lifeline in the championship. Yaz Heat in third. Prime Firefly thought they might be looking quite good this round, with Triton Racing in fifth. Visceral Carbon, Kramer Racing, Esports Team Racing Point, and the rest of those there going through. And then all of the teams up to 25th. Making their way through into Q2, which means Race Anywhere SimSport, goodbye to them from qualifying. We'll see them at the start of the race, along with Gather Chain Ballast, Brabham Esports, Burst, Aspar, and all of those behind, including Queen's Designs, Arnage Competition, TF Racing, and of course, BS Competition.
BS Competition, of course, the big name that misses out, but Race Anywhere SimSport, I think also one that we should just acknowledge. You know, 1 race victory, a 5th at Barcelona, and then 2 finishes, I should say non-finishes effectively, outside the top 30. If they had had a bit more luck at the Circuit of the Americas or at Spa-Francorchamps, they very well could still be in the championship equation. And while, yes, Yassi took a dominant victory last time in the 9 hours of Spa, I don't think we should ever forget the dominance with which Race Anywhere SimSport took victory back at Monza.
Yeah, again, I still maintain that the Race Anywhere SimSport victory was one of the more dominant ones that I've seen in sim racing. It just looks so comfortable and so effortless. Yes, they weren't on any weight, if memory serves, for that round, and you know, all that. Like, fair enough. It was the race they were targeting very clearly, but still, yeah, they're a team of great pace, and they are missing from the session we are now in. Qualifying 2 underway, and this time we're looking for the top 15 to work their way through into qualifying 3, and they're fighting for pole position.
Looks like we've already got some times in, although that's now reset. The margin's looking pretty tight here at Watkins Glen as well, which is nice to see. It's a fast-flowing track, but it is also a track where setup compromise is relatively important, right? Because you've got these long blasts out of the 90 all the way up to that bus stop, but then these slower technical sections, you need the mechanical grip of the car as well to really work in. You've got some cambered in corners, you've got some off-camber corners. It's a weird track, but it's definitely one that a lot of people enjoy. I would not say it's the most technically difficult though, Lewis.
No.
Fun and rewarding, but it's not a Bathurst, for example.
No, which is, yeah, as we both know, the greatest racetrack on the planet. Anyway,
maybe the third greatest.
Yeah, he doesn't. Was it Nordschleife and Road Atlanta that's ahead of it for you?
No. Sorry, it's 4th best. Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's not. No, absolutely not. To be fair, you're gonna receive the ire of of Luke Crane, where he'll jump in and just say it's definitely Sugo. Let's see what August will do.
I think Luke Crane acknowledges the super. Oh, there we go. He did say it was Sugo.
Definitely Sugo. No, Luke Crane. Well, Sugo's pretty good fun. I've only ever raced it once in sim racing. That was in my first year of sim racing. I've not seen it since. It's not really one that's represented on any platform or anything, which is a bit of a shame.
I know Luke appreciates the majesty of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and if there was any one race that Luke wanted to be at this year, it's one in Indy. I can tell you that. Yeah.
Is that the case?
It's that one that we can't run on iRacing anymore.
Oh, don't get me started.
There you go.
Don't get me started. As we head through the bus stop chicane, we'll watch Prime Firefly, who again they qualified in Q1 quite well. They are way down in the championship, but it only takes at this point when you are down in the championship, you're just looking for you're treating it as a race-to-race kind of basis, right? You're not looking at where you're going to end up in the championship. You're not aiming for a top 10. You're literally just coming into each race being like, okay, how do we get a top 10, get a top 5? What is your goal for this one specific race? You're not thinking of, reserving yourself for the title race. It's just all or nothing.
This is a car where we have seen them have splashes of potential. We've definitely seen the speed out of them. Sometimes they've been mixed up in incidents, not always, their own fault. They finished, they've basically been hanging around the top 20, which is nice to see. Even if they're not focused on the championship, they'll be focused on getting as high up the championship standings as they can, because there is still a distinct possibility for them to crack maybe a top 15, a top 10, especially given that this is a championship which pays out 100 points just for getting to the end of the race, and then another 100 or so points if you can come out on top.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial thing. It's 100 points if you finish the race. It is not just for showing up and starting. We'll take a look, though, as the qualifying laps come in. Schaefer went up to the top there ahead of Unicorns of Love. Again, they're not looking to fight for pole position right now. They're looking to get inside that top 15. Tinko van der Velde with a 43.157. I believe that's ever so slightly slower than the previous session, but still pretty handy. As we'll see, get Fisher heading through the carousel and out onto the outer loop. I think, right now, just get a tidy lap onto the board. It doesn't need to be crazy.
This is also one of those tracks where I think it's hard to really, in this one-shot qualifying, really extract the most out of the car in your one given attempt. Got to really balance that risk versus reward of pushing the limits and pushing the limits of the track as well, because it's one of those old school tracks in that there's no runoff, except on the outside of turn number 1, where there is plenty of runoff nowadays. There's not much runoff really to worry about. If you make a mistake, you're either off into the grass or you're off into the Armco, and so can't really afford those mistakes here in qualifying, and it's definitely one of those where I think you'll be hoping to just try and get a solid lap in and hope that no one else can improve. Yeah.
Like I say, tidiness is key right now, and making sure that you don't exceed track limits, of which there are quite a few places to exceed them. As best competition found, penultimate corner, going through the bus stop, you can do so there. I saw 102 from Statsenko, which is still slightly slower than in the previous qualifying session. What the Sumo that Pro Bavides did, that was a 43.095 to top that qualifying session. But still, if you're getting within 2 or 3 tenths, I think you're almost guaranteed to move through. Depends on what happens when it comes to Jokers, and to be fair, it still could be a very close qualifying session. TX3, Virtual Drivers by TX3, up to the line and up inside the top 10 within that 2 tenths off window. So pretty tasty.
We may have to dive into the rulebook here, Lewis. Dyer McCormack has no internet right now.
Really?
Yes, it's a 9-hour race. It's a long time for the internet to come back up. But we may need to go and dive into the regulations about minimum drive times, etc., etc., etc.
We know there is no minimum drive time, technically.
You know what I mean here.
Yeah, no. To clarify to those watching, the maximum drive time, which is the rule that we have in place, is 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is equivalent of 4 stints in the race. Now, with it being a 9-hour race, if you have 2 drivers, well, then you can do a maximum of 8 hours and 40 minutes, which leaves you 20 shy of the
20 minutes on
race.
potato internet, apparently.
Essentially so.
Okay.
But I think the big thing there is that of all of the drivers from that car, where you'd be like,
True.
If we could have one driver not have an issue, Dara would be right at the top of the list of just like, oh, please don't. I've got to say, though, I do think Tinko and Igor, Igor Rodriguez was the one who did the first qualifying session, I believe, and was second, and Tinko van der Velde's gone only 5,000 slower. The pace in that car between the two of those looks absolutely fine.
Remember, no ballast on that car because they have worked through all of it before this round of the championship, and they really need to maximize it with BS competition being so far back. For Williams Esports, it is paramount that they put themselves at the very top. The 777 Prime Firefly E-Racing Mercedes, one of 3 cars to take the Joker in qualifying 2. The other 2 cars, the 76 Sim RC entry, as well as Get Closer Racing, all running their way to the line right now. Sim RC did slot their way up to 11th. We wait for Prime Firefly in the 777 to round their way on through. 23 times on the board. We still wait for the 799 RCI Esports car, as well as for that Get Closer Aston Martin to put themselves onto the board.
Yeah, they've been very impressive this season of Get Closer Racing. Yeah, again, had a couple of off ones, but yeah, a few top 10s in there, podium. They've been very strong. Prime Firefly, though, through the final corner up towards the line. Of course, again, looking to get inside the top 15 after taking the Joker, the 777. It will move up to 19th, so well within half a second, but not good enough. Like I say, you need to really be within 2 or 3 tenths, which RCI will be starting their lap time in the session. They do leave it late, don't they, RCI?
Yeah, this time
they love it.
This time not as late. We don't have to wait after the session expires for them to finish their lap at least. They'll be across the line at least relatively closely to that. They'll be the final car in this session. We might still get the opportunity to see the Get Closer Aston Martin, because it looks like Ferdinand Arndt is out on track, at least indicated on that left side of the screen. But look at those margins, Lewis. 15 cars split by just under 3.5 tenths of a second. It's a close little tussle, and Watkins Glen being such a draft-dependent track, we could be in for a very different sort of a race to what we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, it won't be massively. I know, obviously, draft is a big thing around here, but these cars don't really spit out too much when it comes to draft. Yeah, there's no need to do any of the fuel saving or any of those kind of games because you do tires and fuel at the same time. So yeah, that's so that kind of intrigues me a little bit more as to what kind of style of racing we're going to see. If they, if they do have the opportunity to go for a move, surely they're just going to go for it. Because there's no incentive to kind of like not go for it. Felix Arndt, though, finishes the qualifying lap and goes to 14th, and we'll see if Matuszka can get inside that top 15. The casualty of which will be Unicorns of Love in that number 14 at the moment. Nick Hoban behind the wheel at the moment, 15th in the session, setting the exact same lap time as Gert Fischer, but could well be knocked out as well in this session. Let's see what Matuszka can do down towards the line. At the moment, again, aiming to get within roughly 3 tenths of pole, only to 21st. So no threat from all of that. And there is the Unicorns of Love machine doing a lap time.
Well, that's because they had elected to use their Joker, and this
yeah,
this is one of those things, right, where you're not sure if that other car is going to improve, so you have to elect to take the Joker. Unicorns of Love in their Porsche, 4th in the championship. They're fighting with Yassi for 3rd in the championship. It's not going to matter because this is not a lap time that they're really going to count on. They already have 15th in the bank. They are going to advance the qualifying number 3. But yeah, important for them. Remember as well, cash prizes only to the top 3 in the championship for the cash split.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a waste of a Joker, though, isn't it? At least, yeah, if you
absolutely.
At least improve.
The Joker was already wasted at that point.
It was already wasted, but it's like, yeah, if you are going to use it, at least do something with it. You know what I mean?
They're just trying to make us get to qualifying 3 a little bit quicker.
Indeed. Let's take a look at qualifying 2 then. Slightly slower than qualifying 1, but Yazheat topping this session from Carbon Sim Sport. Williams Esports up there as well, going a little bit slower than they were in the previous session, but Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. Could there be dramas for Q3 for them? Grip Packs, Renvelton, Team Racing Point, Triton, West Competition Racing, and the rest of the top 15 there will be the ones moving through. And then these 10 will be saying goodbye to at least to the start of the race. Pulse, Kramer, Symphony of Pistons, Visceral, Prime Firefly. Big shame for them because they had great pace in Q1. RCI, Armamentario, ST Racing, Yeet, and Team Shizou GT Omega It'll be these 15 cars fighting for pole position. And right now, I don't know which way I'd be leaning. Sim.Pro were very fast, obviously, in the first qualifying session, but I think the margins are so tight it could literally be any one of these 15.
It's again, we're going to have the third drivers get into the car now, and a third different set of drivers. So I'm very curious how you played it out, because we talked about this through the course of the season, Lewis. Even in the top teams, 3 top-level drivers, you're going to have some variance at the end of the day, which driver is a little bit quicker than the other. Do you have the fastest do qualifying 2 to make sure that you're inside the top 15? Do you have your fastest saved until qualifying 3, hoping that drivers 1 and 2 can allow you the chance to fight for pole position? These are those sort of decisions that you kind of learn about as you work your way through a championship, and with already 4 races in the books, I think a lot of these teams have got that figured out now.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you should know who your fastest driver is. And then again, like we've said before, it's what order you put them in. Depends entirely on what you're going for. They might have already, for some of these teams, they might have already put their fastest driver out in Q2. It's kind of, basically saying. They might have already sent that one, or might have already given that one a go to kind of get through into Q3. But there are other teams which have kind of left it. Now, again, yes, not to go back to it too much, but Williams Esports will have been one that will leave their fastest driver, Darren McCormack, to this final qualifying session.
Except he's got no internet.
But then, exactly, you then can't use them. Does he have no internet or poor internet?
Well, no, his tweet said no internet, which means Williams will be starting at best 15th, then I would assume.
Yeah, which is right in that danger zone. I've said this before, when it comes to like starting on a grid, I either want to start at the front of the grid, obviously, or the back of the grid. I do not like starting right in the middle, because it's always chaos.
Oh, agreed. 100%. Okay, so for just timings, Darren McCormack's tweet about his internet was legitimately 10 minutes ago. So we're heading into qualifying 3, not knowing if Williams Esports are going to be able to roll their car out onto track, although I did notice on the timing screen, and I've just been told in my ear, McCormack is out on track. He'll be praying to the racing gods there are no dropouts of internet left in this race.
I think what they're going to have to do is Darius just going to have to do the qualifying lap. Absolutely throw it as around as fast as you can. Yeah, the faster you do your qualifying lap, the more likely you have of finishing it, right? And then not start the race. Try and leave it until quite late in the race. Get Tinko or get Igor to start the race, and then try and do it a little bit later on, hoping that the internet pulls through. But that's the drama of this qualifying format, isn't it? Is that you have to get all 3 of your drivers. If one of your drivers has an issue, it's kind of tough. I don't know how the qualifying works. Where do they have to say way in advance, who's doing what qualifying session? They can adjust it on the fly.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, they can just adjust it on the fly.
I was going to say, because that would be really rough. Because imagine if, in Q1, it was just we've put this driver out in Q1 and they're having a massive internet issue or PC problem. It's tough.
I think you can actually change drivers until basically right until the server starts. So yeah, they do have a decent amount of flexibility. It's not what you want to be having right before the start of a race. That very well could help punch your way to the very top of the championship fight.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because Q3, I think, is about to get underway. And like I say, it's going to be nervy moments. But I think the thing, if you have those kinds of problems, if they're not affecting how the game is running right now, I think you have to kind of put it out of your mind. Just get on with it, because there's nothing more you can do, especially in qualifying. You just absolutely go for it. So Abeladze will be qualifying in the 142, the car that qualified obviously fastest in Q1. Could this be the car to beat? That's the question.
I think we're in for a fun one here. Now, if memory serves, we did see Yasheet go top in Q1, Q2, Q3. But it's definitely not something that has become the norm over the course of the season. We usually do see it look quite close at the very top, so I'm going to be quite curious to see the margins here as these drivers just build up the tires. Remembering as well, of course, that they have the full outlap with which to get their car into the right condition to really push. Don't discount the 666. Boothby, I think, will be looking to impress as well. Who other drivers should we be looking at? We did hear that McCormack was out, in terms of out on track and maybe had a bit of packet loss. But at least right now on that timing tower, Tinko van der Velde indicated behind the wheel of the number 5 Williams car and still in pit lane.
Yeah, there is the now. Yes, you are looking at a burst car there, but you can see a hint of Williams in there.
You can see a BenQ logo.
Exactly, you can see a BenQ and you can see the front. I mean, it's a very interesting Bent Logini. We'll go with that. That's fine. It's an interesting.
A worst. A Williams.
A Williams.
A Williams.
Williams. That's great. Yeah. No, worst sounds very German. We'll see what Abeladze can do coming up towards the line and to start this qualifying session. The first lap time to be done in it. And could this be the benchmark time? Simrad Pro have been very fast as qualifying. Are they the team to beat today? They topped Q1 but didn't top Q2. That was the 666 that was the one that topped that Q2 session. Is it between them two? Are Williams going to be a part of this as well? Or are those dramas going to really play their part for Williams Esports when it could be the day for them to really take advantage? And hey, even Unicorns of Love could be very fast in this qualifying session. Who knows? I don't think it's a particularly Porsche-friendly circuit. A lot of curb being taken. That's a very aggressive line going through the bus stop, but Abeladze not leaving anything on the table.
It seems like the type of track that may suit the mid-engine cars quite nicely, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out through the course of the race. There's also that added complication of the fact that even though we may be comparing to Ferraris, to Aston Martins, whatever manufacturer you refer to, depending on how much ballast is on their car, it may be handling slightly differently, and therefore you may be actually looking at them in slightly different perspectives, and that's always somewhat interesting over the course of these races. We'll get the first of 15 lap times though here in qualifying, and the 142 looking relatively tidy over the course of the lap so far, definitely not looking squirrely. It's all about, is it quick?
Yeah, again, the fastest lap time that we've seen today in qualifying has come from this car with a 43.095. So anything in the low 43s is pretty good. But remember how tight the previous qualifying session was. You're around about 0.3 for the entirety of the top 15 coming through. It was incredibly tight. It was 0.34 of a second. That was the definitive margin. Let's see what Abeladze does across the line. A bit of a scrape of the wall coming out of the final corner. Only a 43.277. I'm going to tell you this now. That ain't going to be pole.
Does not seem likely.
There's
McCormack out in the Lamborghini for Williams Esports, and so now he builds on his outlap to try and get ready to challenge for the pole. Still waiting for more lap times to fly their way on in, but I tend to agree with you. A 43.2 unlikely to be pole position. The question will then become, is anyone going to decide if that's worthy of a joker? I can already tell you that Mikhail Bykov, part of that 142 crew, has indicated that we will see Simrad.pro back out on track with 5 minutes left to go in qualifying. They are confident on their pace. They are very, very confident. This is an outlap, by the way, for McCormack. So if you see it in missing apexes, don't worry too much. It should be fine. I say, get yourself inside that working window. There we go. 42. That is a 1 minute 42.952 set by Tobias Pfeffer. Unicorns of Love. I said I wasn't 100% sure about their pace in Q2, but Toby behind the wheel, and of course that car is absolutely rapid, breaking into the 42s, the first car to have done so. That is the proper benchmark being laid out to the rest of the contingent. My word, what a lap time as well. Rapid. Now McCormack, has he been able to put those internet issues out of his mind, and is he able to focus on this lap? 0.3 between first and second. McCormack gets up and gears up for his lap. Yeah, of course, we'll see the 142 out once more, so that'll be fine. Yeah, at least they'll go for it now. And that hasn't even stayed for Pfeffer, because George Boothby has gone even faster, a 42.890. There is Dara McCormack. His internet's fast enough to at least send a webcam to her, so yeah, respect to that. Maybe it might be done on 4G, who knows. Going through the bus stop. Hold your breath. I mean, it looked tidy to me, Arjuna. It looked tidy. He's looking pretty calm right now, I tell you that as well. Just working his way through that outer loop. Not the only car is the 142, by the way, taking the Joker. Griphax Engineering, the 69 Aston Martin, currently fourth on the board. They're also taking their Joker in qualifying with under 4 minutes to go. So we're going to see a couple more attempts from drivers that have already secured top 5 starting spots to try and improve their positions one more. a couple more positions. 11 cars out of the 15 with times on the board. Still plenty of time left to run.
Pretty sure he's still got the wristband on as well from last week. Obviously doing ESLR1, so each their own. Mine came off immediately because I hate those things. But up towards the final complex of corners, knows exactly the time that he needs to beat. A 42.890 to get pole position. Will that be satisfying for the Williams Esports team? Yeah, they're going for pole here, surely, but somewhere inside that top 3 should be absolutely fine. Big kick of oversteer coming through the penultimate corner into the final one. 42.890 to beat. Out of the final corner, keeps it clean of the wall as he'll race his way towards line. He'll know if it's good or not as he heads up towards it. It's good enough for second, and we'll start potentially from the front row of the grid, just 17 thousandths of a second off. But this car coming around, Dominic Blyer in his potentially his last appearance for Triton Racing. He'll be desperate to go after something, but of course Sim.Pro by Vides also looking to go and grab pole position.
600ths splits the top 3 right now, and Dominic Blyer crosses the line to, I believe, start what will be a qualifying run. Still waiting for Kalpinen in the Grip Hacks Engineering 69 to dive his way down through the boot, and of course for Abuladze as well. But yeah, 600ths between the top 3, and 3 different manufacturers amongst the top 3 as well.
Yeah, it's. I think we're in for a bit of a tight one, because I still maintain we're going to see some tighter margins. I think that number 10 could get somewhere involved in the top 5 at least. It would be a bit of a fairy tale story for them, of course. But then the 142, I think that is a car that definitely has the pace to get up there. Kalpinen pulls off, unfortunately. But where is Dominic Blyer going to do? By the way, just to clarify, I said potentially the last race, we'll be doing ERWC, the ERWC2 next week for Triton still. So that will be the last time we'll see him in Triton. But this is the last endurance race, the last event of this scale that we'll be seeing Dominic Blyer as a part of the very distinctive black and blue.
Yeah, you fortunately haven't called them DV1 Triton so far yet today.
Not yet.
No, exactly. I put that word in there for a reason. Yeah, Dominic's been, part of the reason why this team has become such a staple, as Abuladze goes to the top with a 42.767, a full 10th clear of Boothby behind. We wait for Blyer to punch his way through the final quarter, but a new benchmark has been laid down.
I did wonder how fast that Ferrari could go. This number 10 should be in the ballpark as well to potentially get on the front row, and it does. It gets up there to second position, a 10th behind Abuladze. It was good enough for pole position until about 15 seconds ago, but what an incredible lap time there from Abuladze. A tight qualifying session at the end, but it is going to be a Ferrari lockout on the front row. Simware.pro ahead of Triton Racing. Absolutely superb. I think a lot of those teams behind, including Yazhi, including Williams Esports, should be satisfied with their spots, especially considering the dramas that have gone the way of BS competition.
So much intrigue from that qualifying session, and now we get geared up for 9 hours of racing here at Watkins Glen. Hopefully dry racing at Watkins Glen. We've had a few of these GT3 races which have been interrupted by an ever-present threat of rain. It is always nice when you're able to just focus and run a race, and I think hopefully we're expecting lengthy runs here under nice sunshine in upstate New York.
Do you not like rain?
I like rain, but I think there is also something to be said for just throwing them out there and saying, all right, be as fast as you can. No extra elements today. Yeah,
that's fair enough. I always like a bit of a rain-affected race. Sometimes it can spice it up just a touch more, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, either way, good qualifying session there. I wonder though if in the race, because we've kind of seen this before, is that Simod.pro, they're the team to beat. Taking a look at the qualifying results, that was the one from Q2, so we'll panic as the buttons are being pressed behind the scenes. Simod.pro, they looked fast in Q1, struggled a little bit in Q2, fair enough, but nothing major. Q3, I wonder if they have the pace to do what Yazheat did at Spa, where they looked so strong and managed to move themselves into the mix and effectively dominate the race. We've seen quite a few of these GT3 races getting absolutely dominated at the front. The only one where we didn't see it, of course, was the Circuit of the Americas.
Which is also the first round of the championship, right? Where
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams were trying to figure out, okay, how do we play BOP budgets? A lot of them took as much weight as possible, trying to put themselves in a good situation in the subsequent rounds of the series. And so,
Here we go.
yeah, there we go. The button has finally been pressed, and there's confirmation of Q3 results.
42.767 for Simware.pro. Triton Racing, Yas Heat and Williams will be starting on the front 2 rows, but it's tight between the top 5. Unicorns of Love hanging on in there, and then quite a large gap back to everyone else. These were the ones that got knocked out in Q2. Pulse, Kramer, Symphony of Pistons, Visceral, Prime Firefly, RCR, Montario, ST Racing, Yeet and Team Shazoo GT Omega. And then Racing West Simsport, the first team to get knocked out in Q3 with Gatchain Ballas, Brabham, Burst and the likes behind. But BS competition will be starting from the rear of the field. Is that potentially not a good thing? Of course. But again, I still maintain I'd rather start from the back than the mid pack. You know, that's kind of the one they have to really take from there. But I think it's going to be absolutely crazy for BS competition to come through. But if there is a team that can march their way through the order and still get a top 5 or even a podium, it is them.
I think this is also one of those races, though, where BS competition has got to be able to combine aggression in fighting their way from the back with also the calm head of knowing that any incident that takes them down to pit lane potentially cost them the championship. It is as simple as that, Lewis. If Williams Esports are up at the front and can avoid the drama, if Dara McCormack's internet doesn't plague them today, it will let them set themselves up for a championship showdown in a very much more comfortable position than I think they were expecting to be in.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that when you have the dramas that have gone the way of another team, it almost puts on a little bit more pressure onto the shoulders of Williams Esports, because they are the ones that really have to take advantage of these problems. I think before we get into the race, we'll bring in Luke Crane, and we're taking you through the start of the race with Arjuna. Luke, what do you think of that qualifying system? It was pretty tight, but at the end of the day, Sim the Pro on top.
Yeah, it's fascinating, wasn't it? Obviously, we had issues with BS competition and Williams potentially. That's going to be something that's going to play on their mind the whole race. If Dara's internet, I know when my internet goes out during a live stream, I'm thinking that's going to go out again every sort of 3 or 4 minutes. So having that plaguing on the team, we've seen Dara across this whole championship take more time than most drivers, right? Just because he's not only the best driver in their team in terms of speed, but he's one of the best drivers in ACC, quite simply. So does that mean now that they don't rely on him as much? I don't know what's going to happen today. I think there's lots of different things that are going to be seasoning this beautiful 9-hour race.
Lewis is now, like you said, going to be stepping away for the start of this one. Ferrari on the front row, and crucially 2 cars that really are not fighting for the championship in the same way. Yes, the 142 as well as the 10 have shown some speed over the course of the season, but they're not in the same sort of equation as Williams Esports or Yassit here, Lewis.
Yeah, but that's how these kind of championships go. There are teams at this point that are playing for different things. It's kind of how we were kind of expecting this race. Is what we talked about in qualifying there. Some teams are in this one expecting to fight for the championship, being Williams, being potentially Yas here, whatever. And there are some teams that are just looking to pick off this one race, like we saw from Race Anywhere Simsport, of course, back in Monza. They're just looking at that one race and trying to get something special from it.
Well, I tell you what, this is a quick look at the format. Remember, our final GT3 race today, 9 hours up on store in Watkins Glen. Qualifying is in the books. We're going to step aside for a few moments here on VCO Esports, but when we come back, the green flag at Watkins Glen is being ready to get waved.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
That's all right. Well, welcome back to Watkins Glen. Just getting ready to go for the penultimate round of VCO LFM FLExTREME, the 9 hours of Watkins Glen, with GT3 cars getting ready to rumble. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside now by Luke Crane. We've said goodbye, at least momentarily, to Lewis McLeod, but another fascinating qualifying session, Luke. And of course, for these drivers, they get ready for what will be a rather fascinating start. Before we get underway, though, let's talk about the excitement next weekend. Let's talk a little bit more about the Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, Esports Racing World Cup. Will Team Redline go 2 for 2, or will we have a new champion? We actually saw last week at the ESL R1 that Redline are they've not started the year as strong as they ended the year last year. So a chance for them to get back on top, if you like. 12 of the best teams in the world of sim racing taking part across ACC, R Factor 2 and iRacing. 3 days of intense action, and hopefully the bar is open on each day.
And of course, we have now officially announced what cars are going to be used for this second edition of the Esports Racing World Cup. We'll start on Friday here on Assetto Corsa Competizione with the Maserati MC GT4 machine. On Saturday, we make our way over to R Factor 2 in the Infiniti Q50, a British touring car machine, before we finish up with a Lotus 79 on iRacing. 3 very different cars, and that's the beauty of the championship. It's about seeing them all adapt to the different challenges, and looking forward to seeing how that all plays out on twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Of course, Luke, in a race like this now for BS competition, like Lewis was saying, maybe it's not so bad that they're at the very tail end and going to be able to stay out of trouble. But this first hour, more important to their race than I think some would expect, because they need to put themselves in the right position so that as we start to filter our way through the pit cycles, they're not losing a bunch of ground in other fights.
Yeah, I would say at most tracks, being at the back is, either be at the front or right at the back. Don't be in the middle. But here, I think being at the back is a bit of a disadvantage. Well, obviously it's a disadvantage, right? I don't want to teach anyone in the chat how to suck eggs. But the most important position around the circuit is the bus stop on the first lap. And if there's a choke point there, and if there's loads of cars facing the wrong way, you're very unlikely to avoid it. So I think it's not going to be ideal, but it's the drivers that BS competition have are exceptional drivers. They should be at the front end. I don't even know what happened. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe
cut track.
Oh, was it a cut track?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I thought Bakita may have had some connection issues, because I saw their ping was going up and down. But in that case, yeah, it was a mistake. Driver error. They've put themselves in a very precarious position. They do lead the championship, but with Williams Esports starting in the front, right at the front, it becomes very difficult here. So Williams Esports would have come into this thinking they needed a bit of a miracle, albeit they are top 2. They needed a bit of a miracle. Well, they've got the first part of it. It's now whether they can go out there, just go and win this race and force BS to absolutely push for 9 hours.
Yeah, in the case of BS competition as well, just confirmation if you missed it in qualifying 1. BS competition did use their joker in the Porsche Cup round at Barcelona, so they did not have the opportunity to go back out again. One-time joker over the course of the season. We've been talking about how important it was to use it at the right time for BS competition, unable to use it after having used it once over the course of the season. I think it's a bit interesting as well now, Luke, after, 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, we had to postpone our M2 CS Cup race at Paul Ricard, that this championship, which, so much of it dictates around the BOP budget, right, and depends on how you play the BOP budget, now no longer finishes with a GT3 race, and instead will finish in a race where everyone is in the same car and everyone has the same opportunities to grab the victory.
Yeah, I for one was very much looking forward to the M2. I think it's the best car in the game. I really do. I think in terms for us watching as fans or as commentators, the car just suits racing perfectly. Over a 6-hour period, it's going to be fascinating to see how well each and every team does. We will also get some surprises with that car, because it is so even, and there will be teams that may feel like they have zero chance of winning races when it comes to GT3, who would have put much more practice time into the M2, very similarly to what we saw with the Porsche Cup. And yeah, we'll get some surprise results.
So about 7 minutes to go before the cash split gets its race underway. But don't you forget that there's 2 more races available to watch via the VCO Command Center. Your rivals and challengers splits both working their way now through the first hour. Let's check in with the rival split and how their race got underway.
For those things, you've got to tell yourself it's a long race and just let the race pan out and just see how it goes. But as the cars start to line up and the 2x2 coming around the final corner, and this is when the the nerves for some of these drivers will start to really kick in a little bit, because it's just you don't want to do anything silly, you don't want to make any mistakes. But as they're coming round the final corner, it's going to be interesting to see if everyone's going to be sensible, because halfway, or basically during the season, we've had the drivers maybe just making silly moves on lap 1, and it's always ended up in disaster. But coming round the final corner, looking at Daniel Brewer and the Alex Cascatal Digital Motorsport Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin, not the strongest car off the line, I'll be honest, from my experience, but as they're coming up to the start-finish line, waiting for the lights to go green, and we'll soon be underway. As I say, the green flag's out, and away we go as I head down to turn 1, and it looks like Miata's got a great start off the line, and the Aston Martin, as I say, just got mugged a little bit into turn 1. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy there between Brewer and Harry Phillips, it looks like. But as I come up through the S's now, this is pretty much the trickiest track, the trickiest part of the track, I should say, as everyone's trying to kind of gain possession, or maybe trying to get into a straight line. But as I say that, it looks like Nicholas Grossi and the Vanari Racing Lexus is trying to make a move, doing a bit of bump drafting by the looks of it, heading up to the bus stop chicane, and it looks like Grossi just there's a bit of contact in the background there. That was Gutman and someone off into the wall. Was that Brewer? It was one of the Aston Martins anyway, and everyone's been a bit, I was going to say a bit sensible, but everyone's looking like they're trying to get positions straight away.
Yeah, not the cleanest of starts, but again, things happen when you've got so many cars and so much on the line. For the drivers coming into the penultimate round of this season, of course, it's one of the final chances to make those positions up in the championship. Oh my goodness me, there's Michi Hoyer, I think, having a bit of contact as they run through the toe. And Martin Hoyer, I should say, actually, for Fusion Racing Team in the 501 Honda, running side by side as they run their way down the back straight towards the next right hand. You've got to be late on the brakes, got to be bold, committed, and of course, incredibly brave. A little bit of contact just in behind. So it seems that people really aren't looking to settle themselves into this race too much. They're more concerned about some really aggressive racing in the opening stages. You can see Zhu Harley, I think, just in that number 1 Ferrari, having a bit of an off again. It seems very, very chaotic, with people just seeing a gap and then committing for it, and unfortunately, maybe not just having that second thought in their mind about what the consequences could be.
Indeed, as they come round the final corner to complete the end of lap 1, and yeah, just some drivers are just not being patient, just not settling down. Everyone's a bit eager to try and make moves early, and but with being eager to try and make moves early, sometimes that comes at a price, and it can bite you, as we've seen some people have contact or even spin into the wall on the exit of the carousel, as the stream of cars coming up through the S's. And it looks like Nicholas Gross and the 27 Vanari Racing Lexus is trying to make a move. It looks like he's about to gain another position, and yep, he does indeed, and picks up another position, heading up through the bus stop. And see what in the 467 Aston Martin drops a position, but it looks like Nicholas Gross is not hanging around, and it looks like Sam Spenkelink for the SRI or Sim Racing, the Subsport Racing International, I should say. Aston Martin has had an issue, and he's got big damage.
Yeah, that is not how that Aston Martin rolled off the factory floor. We see Polke in towards the next right-hander of turn number 7, having a bit of a look, but again, nothing materialising. Once the sort of initial adrenaline of lap 1 starts to calm down, you really start to settle in and, well, think, okay, no, it's not really worth going for this move. Let's think a little bit better of it. But yeah, Nicholas Gross able to make up the move, and unfortunately, very big damage for the SimSport Racing International car. It's easily done, but that's going to be a hefty repair time, and again, not the way that you want to start the 9-hour race, because now you're on the back foot and you have to claw back for the rest of those 8 hours and 56 minutes. It's going to be a very, very long climb for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Seb's probably frustrated, but I'd be very surprised if they get that back out, or if they do get that back out, they'll probably the straight line speed of that car will be affected, and maybe the aerodynamic grip as well will probably be affected. But as I come across the line, looking at Thibaut Polke heading into turn 1, currently in 12th, and one of the teams, Grip Packs Engineering, that one of those teams that I wouldn't say they've had the best season, but when they've kept it clean, they've had a good run, and they've done well at the previous GT3 race, which was Spa, not the last round, but the previous round before that. So the last round was meant to be the BMW race, but unfortunately that got postponed. But still, looking at the battle for 4th place as well between Yukne Vicious and it looks like Smoggy as well in the number 6. Oh yeah, the battle going on at the moment, and just looking at the field, it's starting to spread out ever so slightly. But looking at Brando Reyes in 5th place at the moment, and the side-by-side Esports Audi, and the Audi as well. It's one of those cars. It's a quick car, but sometimes when it comes to tyre wear, it's not the most tyre-friendly car, you could say. But at the moment, it just looks like the field just spread out ever so slightly, and it looks like Miato up at the front, leading the race, is put on the quickest lap of the race so far. And as the race goes on,
Why not? Do your absolutely best as you can. Get ready to hit the loud pedal in a minute.
Yeah, all the teams now making the left-hander of turn 10 before they get all set to make the right-hander of turn 11, and then, of course, right onto the front stretch. So Mr. Gulls has command of the field. That's that 44 machine you see on screen left. Makes the final right-hand corner of this initial pace lap. The proverbial pace car would be pulling in at the minute. Right now, no doubt that 44 machine is seeing all the stuff from ACC telling him just how slow to go when he has to make it to this start line to go ahead and get us started here for 9 hours of racing at the Watkins Glen International Speedway. Green flag flies in the air from the flag when you see him over there on screen. Right now, it's a drag race into turn 1. Look out for Gulls. He's got a big challenge here by the 147 car of Muser.
Clever driving. So far, we've seen this usually from the Challenger split that's underway. Welcome along. Couple of opportunities seized. Drive-through penalty already for the 13 car.
Well, that's a weird one. And of course, side by side as they go up through the S's, Dean, that is not a place you want to go side by side at all. They're too wide, though. Challenge for the lead. That 147 car is all the way up and through contact, though. 2 cars doing each other. That's the 214, the Bentley, and just behind him, I believe that's the 192. No, that's the 711 car. Philippi, bunch of cars taking damage in that. There's a lot of fast cars getting banged up.
Oh, absolutely. I just saw a ton of cars actually dropping some places, unfortunately. You don't want to be doing that on the first lap of an endurance race.
Be really
But
curious
it
here to
happens.
see why that 13 car has a drive-through penalty this early on into the race. Whoa, a little bit more contact up the field. That's Ralph Molansky getting a little bit argy-bargy there with our pole sitter.
And just like that, the Eat Machine up into P2 currently at the moment as well.
By
As they got
side,
past goals.
almost 3
Well, not
wide
yet.
here into the
Yeah.
heel of the boot. Over through turn 9, and Dean, this is a left-hander. It's really off-cambered, especially you want to be really careful not to go too wide, as you saw that 889 Aston just almost do that, get into the outside wall. And how about that Yeet machine, Dean, up into P2, or P3, excuse me.
Yes, Goal's got that position back. It's actually allowing a 147 car to kind of get a nice gap already, almost a 2-second gap, which is what you want to have at a race start, so you can let all the kerfuffling happen behind you on track. And they're serving the drive-through penalty for the 13 Audi car right now.
Yeah, that's one way to start off your race on the wrong foot. But of course, if you were going to have a drive-through penalty, I feel like now is a good of opportunity as any to go ahead and just make sure you've got that thing served. So you see the entire field now stretching themselves out, kind of giving a little bit more elbow room to each other as they go down the back straightaway, down into the bus stop, sometimes referred to as the inner loop. And Dean, this complex of corners is so interesting. It's one of the most fun, I feel like, in sim racing, because if you get it just right, especially, you can kind of just roll through everywhere on those rumble strips, and you can really have a good opportunity just straighten out that whole complex of corners.
If it feels good and if the car sticks, that's fantastic. Heavy fuel loads, of course, colder tires. Still 2 cars in the pit road, 711 and the 853 BMW. So sorry out there for the 711 fans. They didn't have the best of race starts, but the beauty of them is that they have 8 hours and 56 minutes to do something about it later on.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking, too, for that 7-Eleven bunch. They've been doing so well, kind of on the back foot, and then having to recover pretty much all season. It looks like that 853 car is out of the pits. The 13 car has served their suspension, or not suspension, excuse me, drive-through penalty, so they're now back out onto the racetrack. Still, that 7-Eleven Aston Martin machine is on pit road, maybe getting some of that damage fixed.
Just seeing whether or not the McLaren, the 98 car, can make a run down the main straight into turn 1. I don't think so at this point. They're just biding their time and seizing the opportunity when it will present itself. I don't think you want to be risking it too much of any dive bombs just yet. All this is once again kind of helping our race leader that's keeping about 2 seconds off the pace of the 44 machine currently. That's got this pack of cars behind them.
A little bit of a move there for the 7th position. You've got Stretch in the 88 car going just underneath that 33 car of Gagliardini. So go ahead and move him up into the 7th position. That was a bit of a timely overtake there. You want to make sure you get those done just before you hit the S's because, again, not really want a place to go side by side, both you and the person you're trying to pass.
Well, the cars are on the grid for the cash split. Thank you to Zach Sweeney, Ryan Walker, Austin Belkey, and Dean Hopton walking us through the starts of our rivals and challengers grids. But let's run you down through how they'll line up for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen here in VCO LFM FLExTREME. The Joker used to great effects by Simrad.pro by Vides Abuladze will bring us to the green alongside fellow Ferrari of Triton Racing for the 666. Our most recent race winner in the form of Yassit lines up alongside our major championship protagonists in the form of Williams Esports. Tinko van der Velde taking on the starting duties. Nicholas Hoban in the Unicorns of Love car qualifies well. They're up in 5th in their Porsche with Griptax Engineering's Aston Martin lining up alongside on row 3. West Competition's BMW lines up in 7th alongside with the 171 car, that brightly liveried Ren Velton Honda NSX. Get Closer Racing and then the Carbon SimSport Aston Martins bookend the top 10 with Racing Points Ferrari alongside with the virtual drivers by TX3, 11th and 12th positions. SimRC back in 13th spots with the 255 for company in the form of the LFM liveried machine. The 88 Assetto Motorsports car has the bright yellow alongside the Pulse SimSport machine. And continuing to work our way down through the field. Plenty of strong contenders, plenty of strong cars to look at, but of course the major storyline is the car that starts all the way at the very back of the grid. It is a fact that BS Competition will have to work their way through the field, starting as our championship leaders here in the penultimate race of the season, Luke.
Yeah, final race of the season. Oh, sorry, penultimate race here, of course, of the season. BS Competition leading the championship. A big job for them today. It's a track where they can have overtaking opportunities aplenty, so it's not going to be the worst place in the world to indeed. Imagine we were at the Hungaroring or something today, then you'd be like, oh, okay, it might be a little bit of trouble. But the fact that we are at Watkins Glen, there is lots of opportunities to make overtakes. But for the first hour, just keep it clean, make up a few positions, take the freebies when they come, and then look to push. You're going to be behind regardless after the first hour by a fair margin, but it's all about making sure that your car is intact when you are able to then go flat out when you've got a bit of clear out.
And as the cars begin to roll off of the starting line, a full pace lap to get the tires up to temperature, get them into their windows. These Pirelli tires, of course, drivers are very, very familiar with. We were talking about it while we were watching the rivals and the challengers splits. There is maybe no more appropriate sponsor in all of motorsports than Go Bowling. And I think we're just hoping that we are not bowling here today and there's no strikes on our run up in towards the bus stop.
Yeah, Challenger Split sponsored by Go Bowling for sure. Wow, into the bus stop she came. Hopefully we have a nice clean start. Lots of teams here have got an opportunity of making big money right at the end of this season, but also there's chances of making money during the race. We've seen it's been relatively clean. We've had one race where it's a bit of a cluster, which was race 2 of the season, I believe. But for the most part, it's been very clean off of the start line. As we see a car at the back there having maybe issues. No, I think it's a case that they went a little bit too far ahead, and then the ACC AI have gone, nope, get yourself back.
Yep, they have an automated system that's helping them to put them in the right position at the right times and will help them get underway as well. Looks like it's going to be Niels Naujoks that starts the
That's Ultra
BS
Camera.
Well, it said Ultra Camera on the left side, it said Niels Naujoks on the bottom right, and I think Niels is actually the one on starting responsibilities. We'll get confirmation of all the starting drivers as soon as we can. Left side maybe of the screen not completely up to date. It is a Ferrari 1 and 2, Honda, Lamborghini behind them, and then Porsche and Aston Martin. Confirmation.
Some stream content, by the way, for Niels. So if
True.
And Niels is currently streaming on YouTube as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to go and check out his last to first challenge, that'll be some view to look at.
And he'll also be our weather updater over the course of the race. Not expecting any rain here today, but of course that has been one of our storylines as the ever-looming threat of rain in some of our previous rounds of the championship. And so I think drivers fortunate that rain tires are not going to be needed today. There is Dominic Blyer, like Lewis was mentioning. Silly season not over, Luke, even though you've had plenty of driver movements to try and figure out for ESL R1. Seems like there may be some more on the horizon.
Yeah, I had a chat with him last week as well, and he's like, "Oh, I'm missing out on this," and I said, "It won't be long," and he goes, "You're right." So I'm assuming it's something to do with maybe a season 2 and that, I don't know, but yeah, he's been a great servant for Triton, and Triton a very nice team, very good team to be involved in, of course, a very quick team on multiple different platforms. So yeah, it's going to be a shame to see him not racing for them, but they'll live, they'll survive. I better announce it again because I forgot to announce Niels last week. For the second time, Niels is driving in the BS competition car here for the 9 hours at the start of this race. I can't leave him out again another week, right?
I mean, maybe just getting used to it at this point. They'll start to form up 2 by 2 and we'll get ready to go racing. I don't want to ask you for a prediction of a winner, but I'll ask you for some expectations in the championship fight. Knowing that Williams line up in 4th, BS competition back in 30-something position. 1 race left to go after this. How do you think we play out leaving Watkins Glen?
BS competition will still be leading because they will have the race of their lives and they will be in a top 5 by the end.
Oh wow, that's a bold
Unreal,
call.
isn't it? I know, but it's going to happen.
Well, maybe some chaos then incoming on this opening lap. Penultimate round of the championship. This was meant to be the season showdown when the champion would be crowned, and instead it all sets up a showdown in Paul Ricard with a fixed race in the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car. It's GT3s for the final time in VCO LFM FLExTREME. We're ready to rumble in upstate New York. It's Abuladze at the very front of a Ferrari lockout of the front row. Here for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. The driver's ready to go. The green flag waves. We're underway once again. Great start from Abuladze as he leads them down the hill. McCormack looking to try and solidify his positions, but under fire. Dominic Blyer through turn 1, able to hold on to second. A tidy start surprisingly through the field as we filter up the hill now through the S's and running towards the bus stop chicane. Boothby starting to come under pressure because Williams in that Lamborghini jinking one way and then the other.
Yeah, see, they're making a little bit of an error running side by side with the Triton Racing team. McCormack's had to check up a couple of times. Unicorns of Love now under a bit of pressure a little bit further back as well. But it's a fantastic start from Abuladze. Great qualifying from him and configuring it in the race nicely as we come through the bus stop here. A little bit of nudging from everybody, but for the most part, it's very clean indeed. Perfect start from our cash grid.
Yeah, all the cars getting through the opening sector safely now, and they dive down through the entry to the boot, single file inside of your top 20 for the time being. No major separation. It's Hubin that's the first to really throw a look, and that's now going to really compromise him. Griphack's engineering and the Aston Martin has to get on the anchors to avoid running into him. Some side-by-side shuffling further back. BS competition have made absolutely no ground just yet. Now Yock's trying to be a little bit patient for the time being, and Aston Martin almost getting into the back of the Ren Velton, a Honda NSX as they work in towards the final sector of the lap. It's starting to get more physical outside of the top 10.
Yeah, aren't they trying to make a move on Burn? Didn't quite work out. Although as we come through the next part, well, it's checked up completely here. Oh, there's contact. There could be a big one here. Battling for maybe the top 10 there. They figured themselves out nicely. Oh, there we go. As I say that, there's a car that's been shot off.
There we go.
Here we go. Here's the big one. Yeah, it looks like a couple of cars were off the road America there as well. Oh dear. Oh,
let's go bowling.
It's pandemonium here at Watkins Glen. Well,
and BS competition. BS competition involved in it. You did mention that at Watkins Glen, you may not want to be at the very back of the grid. Now, do the Zebras have damage? Are our championship leaders really on the back foot before lap 1 is even in the books? Front of the field, it's great for Williams Esports. It's drama and chaos at the back, and I'm sure we'll get some replays and cycle through all of the chaos. It started with 2 cars getting spun off onto the outside of the penultimate corner, and from there, chaos continued to develop.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of baby GT3 cars born in 9 months' time, I can assure you of that. That was just as close as you want to be to any other car. I think we've lost maybe 15 cars, and not lost them from the race, but I reckon at least 15 cars have had damage there. It started off with an Aston Martin just shooting off to a different state in America. Literally just after I said everyone's getting through nicely, and they figured it out, and ultimately it's ended in pandemonium for most of the people outside of the top 25. So I'm sure we're going to see the replays like you just said there, but the people who are not going to be too worried about it right now is Williams Esports and Darren McCormack. They've got a big opportunity here to not only close the championship lead, but indeed get into the lead with just under 9 hours still to go.
So this is turn 1. It's going to start with the Queen's Design Nissan that we're focusing on as they begin their climb up the hill. can already see in front of them, most of the drivers have filtered single file, and then the Burst Esports Bentley sort of fades its way on through, and big contact there for one of the drivers in that Queen's design car. Not sure exactly who it was. That was even
anybody here, but that was a loss of talent for sure.
Unfortunately, it was just also, I think losing sight as well, unfortunately. But that was a solo car incident, not usually what you'd expect on the start of a race here at Watkins Glen.
They made up for it, though. As we saw. The rest of the grid certainly made up for it a little bit later on in the lap. So don't worry, we've got solo incidents, but we have got a group incident as well. Very interesting start to this race at Watkins Glen. But I will say one thing, like, it doesn't matter how good the drivers are, right? It doesn't matter what level these drivers are at. These are at world elite level on ACC. The walls are so close together here. If one car makes a mistake and then another car tries to avoid, then the next car's got less time to avoid it. The next car's got less time until ultimately, before you've even had a chance to avoid the incident, you're hitting the car in front of you. So yeah, it's one of those things, but I'm going to blame Sindhu. Sindhu's the one who said it was nice and clean, and within about 3 seconds, that was not the case.
I have just noted, by the way, that Niels Naujoks and BS Competition don't just have bodywork damage. There is some suspension damage on that car as well. We'll track how they repair and work on that car over the course of the race, but up to 22nd for the time being. They are still trying to climb their way forward. So this is how it starts. Carbon Sim Sport throw the block on Sim RC, get a bit of a tap for their efforts, and then behind them, Get Closer Racing is the one that gets shoved off the road and sparks the rest of the chaos.
Well, they've got away with that by being taken off the track, I think. That's the crazy thing there. And also, the name is pretty appropriate, right? They didn't want to get any closer. But the fact that they've been shot off into the gravel, I think, means they've got away with any big damage there. So the irony of that is incredible.
I think we need one of those static shots, and we need the Wii music, Wii bowling music to just be played for a little bit. We'll break out that meme from the Porsche Esports Super Cup last year. Seems fitting, if we could be honest. Down the hill once again, though. Another lap in the books for your race leader. Abeladze trying to break away, but Blyer keeping him within check. Ferrari's looking strong to start this race off, and already can see some lap traffic is going to play its part in the course of this race, and with so many cars having issues, you can expect that the traffic's going to be pretty relentless once we start diving into the meat of it.
Oh, we're about to see a move potentially here up towards the bus stop chicane. It is George Boothby trying to get on with it. He's actually in behind the Ferrari there of Dominic Blyer. It doesn't come to anything, but right now Abeladze is just got a freebie at this point, can just drive away, although there is some lap traffic to deal with. Should get through that relatively easily, and this is perfect right now for Abeladze. Looking into, well, I keep saying Abeladze, I'm adding a D to his name, Abeladze. Looking in his rearview mirror thinking, yeah, you Triton, Yassi, start fighting with each other, give me a chance to just drive away. I want to break that toe. I think it's over 1.5 seconds now once we get through, although no, actually he's made a mistake. He's actually just been closed up, hasn't he? No, he's far enough up the road. So yeah, the slipstream's not going to be a factor now with 1.2 second advantage for him. And it's a really good start for Abeladze.
Clearly that Simware.Pro car came into this round with confidence, using the Joker in the third and final.
For me, sorry to cut you off. Surprise team for me this season. Like one of the best front-running teams. Once they get given an opportunity at the front, they're very difficult to beat. And coming into this championship, I wouldn't have even put them in my top 5.
Yeah, well, I think that's where they've also just gained some more form and momentum. This is going to be that static camera, and get the circus music out. Here we go, Pulse Sim Sport, and it's just going to keep going. You're going to see more and more cars filtering through. Oh, we actually don't see how BS Competition got mixed up in that one, unfortunately, and how much damage they've got. But yeah, I mean, Simware.Pro by Vides, 2 consecutive now top 10 finishes to add to their name. I don't think Ferrari has necessarily been the strongest car over the course of the season as well. We've definitely seen it really show its strength, for example, at Spa, where the S&P Racing 888 was looking very, very feisty at times. We saw Alex Smoliar be maybe the fastest man on track at times. Choosing the car was always, I think, was such a fun process as well. I was very disappointed, Luke, to miss out on that draft show, because it did look like you and Lewis had a whole bunch of fun.
Yeah, I almost gave away everyone's choices as well at the start of that, so that was funny. Oh, I've got a double more static cam to see the absolute carnage. Yeah, cars off to the left, and there's a car sliding into some DMs there. So you see a Ferrari facing the wrong way. It's definitely not the fastest way around the circuit. I think we just saw Arnage Competition try and get through without hitting the brake pedal, and it didn't work out, straight into a wall. So yeah, an interesting start. I'll tell you one thing, Tobias Pfeffer right now is out of position, and will feel like he's out of position. I know top 5 is phenomenal for this grid, but he is that quick. So he'll want to try and get on with this as soon as he possibly can. Porsche, not the quickest car in terms of a power circuit, so it will be very difficult to make a move up towards that bus stop chicane. But yeah, if anyone can get a job done, it is Pfeffer. Who's this? Who are we on board with here? Please need to get closer.
This would be Brabham Esports, yeah, because it's the green and gold. Oh, straight into the back of the Symphony of Pistons BMW. As much as he was trying to check up, Valentin Barrier just running out of time, unfortunately, to react.
And SOP have just broken a track record with that little extra bump through the final corner.
Yeah, just lots and lots of shoving going on there. The leaders starting to work their way through that single bit of traffic. It's allowing Abeladze to potentially run away. We'll get the margin at the next sector time. Really under pressure. Dominic Blyer, though, up the crest they'll go. Blyer getting a bit of draft, but Boothby and McCormack closing at a rate of knots. McCormack with nowhere to go. He gets boxed out. Traffic pulls out of the way as well, but Boothby around the outside tries to challenge for second. Still side by side as they work off the corner exit. Abeladze smiling as he breaks away with the race lead. Blyer holds on to second. Some great fighting through the bus stop.
Yeah, that's outstanding there from both drivers concerned. That could so easily have ended up in tears there, but Boothby and indeed Blyer side by side through the bus stop, especially on the exit of that corner. That's a really, really nice bit of driving from both of them.
So going to take a look at the replay from Pulsus's kind of focus point. They're the ones that have the 333 initial contact with them, then bounce back up into the track, and from there, it's where the track blocker is, and we see the moment that BS Competition had as well. Niels Naujoks maybe getting away with some lighter contact than I initially thought. We'll get the extent of the damage, hopefully, when we see them down onto the pit lane. By courtesy of all that fighting, by the way. Abeladze, now 2 seconds clear.
Yeah, we mentioned Niels. He's P21 now in terms of the race, which is, if you'd offered him P21 with 11 minutes gone in this race, you'd take it. They would have taken that for sure. It just really depends on the damage. I guess it'd be interesting to see what their lap times are compared to the lead group as we're on board then with Tobias Pfeffer as we head down across the start-finish line, heading down towards turn number 1. You can just see there by the end of a straight, even with slipstream, the Porsche just tends to struggle in terms of pace. But you can see mid-corner, the traction, the grip, and the acceleration really is strong with the Porsche. But again, once they get up over the crest here, it becomes even more difficult, especially with the Williams Lamborghini having the slipstream in front. You can see the Williams just saying, no, off I go, bye-bye. It's a bit of a shame here for Unicorns of Love. And he's scratching his head thinking, what can I do in this situation? There's not really a lot you can do. Be patient, let the group in front fight as someone's kicked up a load of dirt in front, and then hopefully just wait for your positions.
Boothby up to second, by the way, so just sliding his way on through up the run into the bus stop. So Blyer starting to drop back now, and maybe the pace in qualifying not materializing in long run speed for the car. Now, Tobias Pfeffer, I don't think he's made his bed for us. He's half made his bed. He's made it at a diagonal line, so he's at least gone to that effort for us.
I'll tell you what, you can tell how, why he's quick in sim racing. Look at that gaming chair. That is an exceptional gaming chair. So, that's the difference. That's why Next Level are the sponsors of this event. It's one of the better gaming chairs out there, and that gives you extra tenths on the race circuit.
I heard it also helps in Call of Duty, although I think the best thing to improve your Call of Duty skills is just to meet a former Call of Duty professional, turns out, Luke.
Yeah, just spending time in the presence of someone like Crimsix has improved my, 5 Resurgence wins yesterday, need I say more?
Yeah, there we go. And Crimsix was definitely one of the enjoyable parts of ESL R1 last week, just seeing him actually, get up to speed with a brand new challenge. I know there are a lot of people that, tried to meme on him, but I really enjoyed Luke seeing that he was dedicated to the new challenge in front of him.
Yeah, championships like this is something that he's a big fan of. Like, he could quite easily, he's probably earned 10 million. That's just me spitballing a figure there. He's probably earned 10 million in terms of sponsorship, wages, and championship winning money and stuff. He could be sat on the beach right now. He's not. He wants to come and try and get involved in the world of sim racing because it is indeed growing at an incredible rate. And yeah, again, thanks to championships like this, it gives opportunities for drivers. This is, a nice open market for people to be watching as well. So yeah, it's a nice opportunity, and it's good to see people like him coming in and wanting to be involved.
Blyer now back to 4th position as McCormack climbs his way on through as well. I'm now wondering if maybe the Ferrari is less trimmed out or something like that, and maybe we're just seeing a bit of setup discrepancy play itself out as Pfeffer almost runs straight into the back of Blyer in that number 10 machine, and now we'll lose a bunch of ground. Battle into the bus stop, just inside of your top 20 as TF Racing are fighting with the number 21 Aspar Nissan as they work their way down towards the boot. Just in front of them, Alexander Vermont in that Arnage competition car, so plenty of strong contenders still up and down through the field. We were talking about this in qualifying. If you knew Dyer McCormack was having some internet issues and you weren't sure about the stability, maybe it was not in the thinking for the team to place him to start off the race, but they seem confident that whatever issues were occurring are no longer a concern, and McCormack nice and content running in third position for the time being.
Yeah, your P2 in the championship. Williams aren't here to come second. They're here to win. So regardless of the internet issues, they've got to just put their quickest driver in. Because he's just checking his nails there to make sure they're all still there. By the looks of things, just battling for second casually, checking his nails. Yeah, Darren McCormack things.
Yeah, Darren McCormack as well. One of those drivers I think has really been the standout driver in that car. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier with me and Lewis, is the fact that even at this level, Luke, when you have 3 top-level drivers, you know that there will always be one driver that's more comfortable with the car, maybe up to speed with the track a little bit more, and that has been Darren McCormack in that Williams Esports car compared to even drivers like Tinko van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez. Once again, just working up into the bus stop. Sorry, Luke, a little bit of passing happening there. Not really a fight, but just cars dropping backwards in terms of position. That was Piffet in the 88 that gave up a few spots, and now under fire from the 977, which I believe would be the Hello YouTube car. That's the Kramer Racing Porsche rather than the Hello YouTube car. Always interestingly named as that Hello YouTube car, especially given most of our broadcasts on VCO Esports are over on Twitch.
Yeah, it is. It's, I guess it's to do with the drivers and the taking part. They probably all stream on the YouTube. And again, I don't want to do disservice to anyone driving at Williams. Like Dara's just, that standout driver. They've got an exceptional roster, whether it be on ACCI Racing or whatever they take part on. Like you said, there's always one driver that does seem to be the fastest. Because, you can't, if you actually have 3 drivers all exactly the same pace, that'd be incredible. But it's not always how it works.
It's what I'm really looking forward to in this Garage 56 project, for example. The fact that Jensen Button's going to have to work with Jimmy Johnson, and I forget who the third driver is in that car right now off the top of my head, but it's a very different sort of an experience to what I think a lot of those drivers would be accustomed to in their traditional seats. 2.6 seconds at the line with 15 minutes complete. The gap between Simrare.pro by Vides and the Yassi 666. Who's be unable to, now that he's got some clean air, really close the gap on Simware just yet, but a long way to ride in the race. We check back in just inside of your top 10. Sebastian Apostle in the West Competition Racing BMW on the back of Grip Hacks Engineering, and once again, this is where the draft really plays a factor, and the BMW shapes to the inside.
Yeah, looking for a potential move. Not quite going to work out there. It's, if you're going to make a move through the bus stop, you've got to be absolutely perfect, because the braking zone just isn't really harsh enough to send one up the inside. So you almost need to be alongside to get the job done. And Apostle's going to have to wait to fight another day. This could give the opportunity for the NSX behind him, Burn, an opportunity to catch up. 1.5 seconds behind, battling for what will be 7th if they do catch up.
Yeah, potential for this group as well to latch on to the back of them, 9th on back. Currently led by the 90 Carbon SimSport Aston Martin, but SimRC still looking back and forth as we ride on board with the Low Fuel Motorsports 255, the Mercedes AMG, as it pushes its way up and out of that right-hand uphill hairpin. Interesting livery on the front of this car. I'm wondering if that's a specific character, or if and if I need to educate myself a little bit more, if this is something to do with the team. I always like a good little art car as well, or something with a little bit more personality.
It's a cartoon for me. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It could be anything. Something.
Cartoons nowadays, Luke, with kids, you can appreciate this, but I've been spending some time with my nieces and nephews. Cartoons these days are very different to the cartoons of my day. The Thomas the Tank Engines, for example, very different now.
I don't watch those cartoons anymore, Arjun. I'm 36 years old, let alone the new cartoons you're on about.
Oh, I still watch them happily, although only when I'm with my nieces and nephews, because I have to.
Okay, I see.
You see, maybe not happily.
It's a cool subject though. Maybe bring it up with Lewis.
Oh, I know Lewis knows all about it, especially given up the hill we go. We're going to get Lewis in trouble now.
Yeah, we will. Also, one thing, there's been a stewards decision. We had an incident between virtual drivers by TX3 and Pulse Sport. No further action for causing a collision in turn 1, apparently.
So that would have been the lap 1 shenanigans that we saw. So race control beginning to work their way through, and yes, just confirmation, we have live race control for this cash split, for the rivals and for the challenger splits. There are post-race penalties, but no live race control as we have for this particular race. And don't forget VCO Command Center. If you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, you can be following along with the rival split, which has got 7 hours and 23 minutes left to go, and your challenger split, which has 7 hours and 56 minutes left to go. It's great, of course, that we get the broadcast for all three. The Mercedes looks to the inside. These cars are starting to lose track of the cars in front of them as well as they continue to tussle back and forth. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, Boothby's trying to bring that gap back down. Last time by was actually about half a tenth of a second quicker than Abeladze. So maybe Yassi starting to build up the momentum with 20 minutes about to be done.
Yeah, certainly are trying to gather a bit of momentum. I tell you what, this is some gaggle of cars we're looking at right now. An unbelievable gaggle of cars. 5 cars here battling for what, 9th position? Lipka, Roda. We've got Sheffer, Piffert, and then we've got Edda. Actually, the 5 cars battling for it. An incredible group. And they're all being very patient, which with 9 hours of the race, you'd think that's how everybody would race, but that's not how it went in lap 1. But yeah, back to Boothby. It looks like Abeladze might be starting to... He's got the gap, start to save the tyres a bit, just to make sure at the end of the first stint or end of the hour that you're still running similar lap times, because once the tyres do drop off, they drop off considerably. Although George Boothby is a special talent. He's a world champion for Guitar Hero, and now he's like Crimsix of the Guitar Hero and ACC, right? He's gone from Guitar Hero to ACC, and he's exceptionally good on ACC as well, as you can see right now. But if there's one person you don't want chasing you down, it is him.
So I'm just looking at some top speed data as we see Niels Nauyok shaping to get past Aspar in the Nissan, and now up into 19th spot. So even if they do have damage, and you can see visible damage on the front end of their machine, championship points and positions one by one, they will pick them up. Just looking at some of the top speed data, it is quite interesting just to note. Of course, draft plays its part in this as well, but Ferrari's definitely not looking the quickest in a straight line, maybe explaining why we saw Dominic Blyer drop back into line. His fastest clock speed in a straight line, 258 kilometers an hour. Compare that to the likes of the Low Fuel Motorsports Mercedes or some of the Aston Martins, or even Dar McCormack in that Williams Esports Lamborghini. They're getting up closer to 264 kilometers an hour. So not an insignificant difference amongst them. And Abeladze clocked at 255, fastest so far over the course of the race. Ferrari definitely making up a lot more ground through the corners than through the straights. May compromise them if they do get caught, and traffic management, of course, will come to play its part as well.
It's if they get caught at this point. It's if they get caught. They've done a very good job so far, and in qualifying, they've obviously shown they've got the raw one-lap pace as well. So they have got a quick car. So yeah, it's all about now whether they can just keep hold of it. I know we're such a long way away, right? We've got 8 hours, 38 minutes. There's going to be so many twists and turns. You're going to get backmarked traffic at some point. So it won't be a case of just having clear air the whole entire race through. Niels Nauyok is just sort of dragging. Well, we've just left him now. Garcia was being dragged along there. So Garcia in the Nissan pretty much gave up the position through the bus stop, by the way. And it was a good decision because he's managing to hold on to Niels and going to maybe get dragged along towards Roman, to Shirkadakis as well. It's an opportunity.
There's not too many big gaps right now. You have this 2.5 seconds between 7th and 8th, the 3.5 seconds between 5th and 6th. But a lot of these packs, Watkins Glen, very much one of those tracks that will allow the pack racing to develop. We saw Valentin Barrier, I think that was, in the Brabham Esports car, just working through on the Burst Esports machine. There was, of course, some cars that got involved in our incident. That's the fight for 24th and 25th, just up the road of your race leaders. And actually, this traffic costing Abeladze a little bit of ground as they all just jockey their way on through. Gap down to 2 seconds now. And with such a big shunt on lap 1, traffic management important from the first hour of this race. But yeah, this is where our attention really has been focused for most of the opening, is a 5-car train that continues to run in 9th position.
Yeah, and it's all about patience in this situation, but people start to panic as soon as they see a car or a group of cars in front of them disappear because they're fighting in a group like this. That's when drivers start to panic. That's where these kind of packs split up because they start battling for position. Mistakes then happen. So yeah, just be patient. You're in a pretty good position for that top 10. The world isn't ending. Obviously, your lap times are going to be suffering because of being in this train. But yeah, don't do anything too silly. Almost wait for a mistake from a driver in front of you, because in 9 hours, every single car is going to make a mistake. That is a fact. And it's really about making sure that you configure it when it happens.
Yeah, we're not going to see the cars looking this pristine by the time we get to the end of the race. That is for sure. Through the bus stop they go once more. Nice and tidy for the time being.
Are you looking at YouTube chat, Arjuna?
I've got all the chats open, looking at them once in a while.
Well, let's ask them, who are we supporting then, ladies and gentlemen? People watching on YouTube, I'm watching the Twitch chat here.
I got Twitch open, yeah.
Supporting. Cool. Let's get them involved, shall we?
Yeah, let us know not just who you're cheering for, where you're watching from, which track you think is the best of the 4 GT3 races that we've had this season as well, because I'm very curious what people think about that. Of course, we started over at the Circuit of the Americas. Was a really fascinating races. Little battle sees Carbon SimSport down the inside of the Renvelten machine as they work into the final sector. Now an opportunity for Low Fuel Motorsports to maybe slide past the SimRC car that's lost a bit of ground as a result of all of this, and almost going around was the 88 Absolute Motorsports car, blocking the track and taking at least one car with it.
Oh, hold your brakes, hold your brakes. Oh no, this is not, no, stop, please stop. Oh God. This is not ideal. That could have been worse than what it was, but it could have been better. That was always going to happen. And again, that's what I mean by patience. There's a group of 4 cars now who've got through that. They've gained themselves a couple of positions because they waited for something like that to happen. And ultimately, they weren't involved in it. As we look in here, Sublaya now behind McCormack and Boovy. Obviously, that happened a little bit earlier on in this race, but look how close they are. Look at Pfeffer in behind. They're now 2.5 seconds behind Abelardze. So the lap traffic's affected this group more so than our P1 over the course of the last couple of laps, but these 4 just cannot be separated. Back to the incident.
So it was the Low Fuel Motorsport. So the Low Fuel Motorsports car was trying to pinch the machine in front, but it was really Absolute behind. The Bentley getting collected. It was Kramer Racing Esports in their Porsche as well. Just clumsy once again. That's definitely a section of the track where I think you can expect a little bit more drama than people may realize. I've had my own fair share of difficulty coming off of that hairpin before.
Oh, we've got a steward's decision here. I'll quickly just touch on what happened there. The LFM car checked up just to not put the Aston Martin into a wall. So it's actually really good from them, but ultimately it's caused the cars behind to react, and they didn't have enough time to react, and well, we saw what the outcome was. Steward decision for the incident between car 7, Get Closer Racing, and car 89, BS Competition in lap 1, turn 11. A penalty for BS Competition, and they will get a 10-second time penalty, rejoining the track in an unsafe manner after the crash/mistake. So yeah, not good there. That 4BS Competition, it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, I'm just trying to now figure out, though, on timing, if that's really going to... I don't think it's going to drop them back more than one position. They're 19th with a 7.2 second margin behind. So I think we'll see them likely finding themselves okay. Great run off of turn number 1 for Pfeffer, though, as Dominic Blyer starting to really lose ground and momentum in the Triton Racing Ferrari. We check on board with Blyer. Stone cold look of expression. He's got some draft as well, and in fact, that's going to help him defend. Even if the Ferraris are sitting duck in a straight line, the Porsche doesn't seem much better.
Cam Royal, I know what he's doing. Look at him. He's got a can of petrol, chucking it onto that fire. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. He's just put in a chat, not BS Plus's day today. He knows what he's doing.
They all know what they're doing at the end of the day. This has also been a lot of fun. We were all very disappointed 2 weeks ago when unfortunately we did not get to have our 6 hours at Paul Ricard. Looking forward to hopefully doing that now in 2 weeks' time. I think these drivers were quite frustrated and disappointed as well. Yeah. Still, by the way, that brawl going on behind. Just look at how much they're fighting Renvelten. Was that a car going straight off the road?
I missed it. I literally just looked from left to right, and then I'm hearing there's a car going off the track there. I'm not sure there is. We've got some lights flashing there from Renvelten, so I think they're all good.
I saw a car going straight. So
I missed that. I'm sure I was looking at the screen as well.
yeah, no, yeah, it was. Maybe it was just the Bentley going a little bit deep into the corner. Verstappen in his car. Still Ren Velten now defending from Sim RC as Rode down the inside, tries to squeeze his way through on Burnt. Not going to get it done. Prime Firefly in the 777 lurking behind as well.
Oh,
Really, really physical, and off into the grass goes Sim RC.
Oh, Rhoda trying to make a move around the outside here. He set it up nicely, but unfortunately not quite far enough alongside to... Well, I'll tell you what, actually, there's a mistake there from Ren Velten. Burnt maybe potentially going to lose a top 10. Open door through turn number 2. Gets squeezed. Ren Velten are going to run out of traction there. The camber will take them away. We'll have the inside line, though, coming up the hill through the S's. Now the other 2 cars behind are catching up. So Schubert and Verstappen now getting involved. And I tell you what, if Burnt holds on to this position, that'll be an incredible defence there, because Rhodes set this up so perfectly down towards the bus stop chicane. He is going to hold on. A little bit of a mistake on entry. Slides the car on exit. Is the door open once again? Not quite going to be. That's an incredible exchange between those 2.
Great to watch, but just look at how the Low Fuel Motorsports Mercedes are skipped away as they're dueling for 10th and 11th positions. The Prime Firefly Mercedes almost runs into the back of Sim RC as Rode continues to try and set this move up. Jinx from the outside, back to the inside, has to fade onto the brakes. Ren Velten continuing to frustrate and cause this gap to bubble up at the front now. 30 minutes done, and Ren Velten thinking there's 30 minutes left to go. I think there was contact there as Sim RC tried to pull out.
Yeah, I think they pulled out a little bit too late there. And unfortunately just tagged the rear of the NSX. But as battles go, there is money for battle of the day, right? There might be an opportunity as everybody checks up once again. This is what you've got to be so careful. One person makes a mistake in front of you around a circuit like this where slipstreaming is such a huge factor. You're always going to be close to the cars in front, so you just got to avoid anyone else's mistakes.
Take a look with Verstappen in the big bad Bentley as it powers its way out of the final corner. Always nice to have the mix of manufacturers. Verstappen close enough to Schubert to just look down the inside and slightly compromise that Mercedes. Just seeing the move in the mirrors has allowed the nose of the Bentley to squeak alongside as they rise themselves up through the S's. The more they fight, the great it is for us, but it's not so great in terms of the clock, and the gap now to that LFM Mercedes, 3.5 seconds at the line and only continuing to grow. Verstappen not able to get the grunt down the straight, will pull back into line. These drivers surely will settle into the rhythm of the race at some point, at least not for now though.
Oh, and a really good opportunity there for Verstappen, but Schubert, even though there was a mistake through turn number 1, just held on nicely. Positioned his car in the right position for it to be a very difficult move in the end. So we're back up to the top 3. We're on board with Darren McCormack. Fastest lap of the race as well so far today. Gap between Boothby and Abelarde has come down to just under that 2-second mark. But yeah, the day so far belongs to Abelarde.
He's being kept honest though right now. Yes, he was allowed to break the toe and has gotten some clean air, but by no means has he broken away. Sim RC down the inside of Ren Velten once again, but again having to back out of it, trying to sweep through the momentum and having to back out of the throttle. It's a great fight.
It is amazing.
You wouldn't tell that Rode is frustrated though. He must be enjoying this in some ways. Getting more and more cars latching onto the back of them as well. The Racing Point Ferrari at the very end of the train. That goes now all the way from 10th position to 14th position as they wind out of the final corner.
Of course, you know, these drivers are all battling for money, right? But we're so far into this championship now that drivers such as Rhoda, they're not fighting for huge amounts of money. But, you know, they're not battling for the title of this championship. And why do we get into sim racing? To have this, to be, you know, side by side, bumper to bumper, sweating after you finish a stint in the race. Like, this is, you know, the hobby side of sim racing happening, but just in a cash race, ultimately. So this is brilliant, you know, smile from ear to ear. But also, if you pull out right now, so Rhoda could pull out and also leave the door open for Schubert to potentially take his spot. So if you're going to make a move, you've got to 100% commit to it, as we see him move a little bit further back, and Aston Martin coming through then. So that's no, who is that? Sorry. Was that Piffett? No, we're a bit too far back there, wasn't it? That's Rhoda coming back through. So I think he might have made a mistake, and then he retakes the Bentley's position.
We do have another penalty to speak of, by the way, not just now to BS Competition, but another one just handed down on lap 14 for the Kramer Racing Esports car for its involvement with the Absolute Motorsport Assetto Sim Racing Aston Martin 15-second time penalty to the 977. So race control one by one working through all the incidents. About half an hour done in this race. It's been an interesting start to the 9 hours of Watkins Glen, that is for sure. I'm going to step aside. Luke Crane doesn't have to deal with me anymore. Instead, he has to deal with Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, and the racing is still pretty intense for this group, but finally, Sim RC have managed to work their way past the Rembelt and Esports car. Prime Firefly also trying to get around the outside. Absolutely insane between this grouping. And I think that car there, that Aston Martin, that was a lap down, and there was contact with Rembelt that sent them round.
Yeah, there was. Like Aston Martin, I was trying to figure out where that... Oh, dear.
It's the number 7 Get Closer Racing car.
You've got to work out your relative right now then if you're Leon Burnt, and we're going to have an Austin Powers moment here for sure. Just make sure that you're predictable. That's all we can say really at this stage. Make sure that you are predictable. But not good there. And again, the Aston Martin, you're right. I think they might be in a bit of trouble because they've been getting far too involved in that battle. Okay, they're a lap down, and it might not be because of their own doing. But ultimately, you can't really mix it being a lap down like that, especially when it creates contact, when it creates incidents. It's such a shame because Burnt had done especially well in that battle, and ultimately it's ended down the toilet.
I think there were some pace struggles going for Rembelt on there, but still, like I say, the defensive role was being played very, very well there. It was allowing Schaefer to pull away. It got out to 6.3 seconds now back to this fight. But like we were saying, that Aston Martin that is fourth in shot, that car is a lap down. That is Get Closer Racing. They are a fast car. They are one that we would expect to be inside the top 10. So realistically, on pace, this is the kind of battle we'd expect them to be a part of. We'll take a look on the replay to see exactly what happens. So Rembelt are on the inside, Prime Firefly to the outside. As they exit the corner, there was contact between the two, and the Get Closer Racing car had gone up the inside. The 777 had kind of come across.
Yeah, not their fault.
I wouldn't blame them at all for that one. Really, like I say, it's awkward.
They couldn't avoid that. Get Closer Racing couldn't avoid that.
No.
Again, it's them being in that position is a bit of a nightmare. Obviously, they want to be in this position a lap further up the road. But yeah, it's just a more misfortune there than anything else, as we're a little bit further down then. We've got virtual drives by TX3, Maxime Chassé trying to make a move, and is successfully going to do so then. So yeah, there we go. So Shade is going to drop down, and pretty pedestrian move, actually.
Now, interestingly, I believe I just saw Niels Niox has been in the pit lane. Of course, that was a car that had a 10-second time penalty. I don't know if it had been applied by that point, but for contact earlier on an unsafe rejoin. But I believe the 89 has been into the pit lane, which I would still maintain that this is very early. Well, they can't. They're damaged from early on the race, right?
Yeah, they did. They were involved in the pile-up on lap 1.
Yeah,
but then again, so was about 50% of the grid.
So maybe it's coming down to repair some of that and also get in. It might have just been my eye, but I'm pretty sure the 89's been in the pit lane. So we'll have to wait and see for an update on that one as we look back at RCI, who are now in 11th position after making a pretty abrupt move on Schubert. As Get Closer Racing also work their way through. Back up to the battle, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and Pfeffer's not really a part of it. Closing down Abalete once again, now to 1.2 seconds. I did see it got down to 1.7, went back up to 1.9. Kind of feels like it's fluctuating a little bit, but it's really important for Boothby, McCormack and Blyer to not really fight now, right?
Yeah, 100%. And the reason why it's fluctuating is because of the lap traffic. There's quite a few cars that have had to pit early, as you rightly mentioned there, but 1.2 seconds is the smallest it's been since the first 5 laps. It went out to 2.5 seconds really quickly. And now they're starting to just close that lap back in, and maybe the Ferrari just isn't as quick in a longer run. Maybe it's just quicker in a short run.
Yes, as 10 seconds of time penalty go to Gatacane Ballas Esports. So their season goes from bad to worse. They've not had a particularly good one, has Ballas, but yeah. Sometimes that's how seasons unfold. Dara McCormack looking to get past Boothby now. Looks to the outside. It'd have to be a very big send for the Irishman coming up towards the bus stop. Drags himself alongside the Honda NSX and wisely, very wisely, backs out of trying to make that one stick. But it is going to slow Boothby down as we look back to Team Shazoo on burst. Jan Willem van Omen losing out to Hladaki.
Yeah, there you go. So Hladaki making the move there. As we go back up to the group ahead. So Boothby just about held on there. Looked like he took a bit of grasp with him. But yeah, the only real winner in this situation is Dominic Blyer. So Blyer's closed back up. Doesn't seem like he's got quite the pace to hang with these unless they keep making mistakes in Pfeffer. Well, Pfeffer needs them to make mistakes really to keep up, as we see. And now another move down into the bus stop chicane. Oh no, Shade and Seaver have it coming together. We need to see that from a different angle there, but that didn't look pretty.
Nope, I'm pretty sure that Yeet Esports car has been yeeted into the barrier there after that contact. It's very easy to do going into the bus. That's why you don't, if you're going to make an overtake into it, as that's a big one from Blyer. Wow, wow, wow. As we come back onto the cup layout, wow, he was really fancying that one in the Triton Ferrari. But if you're going to make a move into the bus stop, you really have to be fully alongside and also kind of hope that the other person lifts out of it a touch, which doesn't really happen. You can't really go side by side through there, but that doesn't stop people from trying, as the gap for the lead is going to grow to 1.4 seconds, basically, as Blyer, Boothby and McCormack all battling it out over second, third and fourth. It's not cost them too much, though. Shouldn't be too bad, but again, it's kind of those ones I'd suggest avoiding. It's dragged Pfeffer back into only 1.1 seconds off the back of it. That Porsche can absolutely join this fight. And I wouldn't be too surprised if when we got into the pit lane sequence, it would be a 5-car battle for the race lead. This is on board with Symphony of Pistons.
Yeah, here we go. So we're just in the slipstream, heading along the top of the hill straight up towards that bus stop chicane. So Yeet just not losing all momentum, obviously having that big brick wall of air to deal with. And as they come through here, it's on Symphony of Pistons for me.
Kind of had to back out a bit.
Not sure we need a judge or a jury for that one. That was pretty obvious. It should have been backed out.
Just an executioner. That's all we need.
Executioner?
No, you said you don't. You said we don't need a judge, jury. So
just an executioner.
Just an executioner.
Not sure it's that bad, but
it's. I think though, that's very easy to do. We'll see it again from above. It's so easy to do, but unfortunately for Siebert was over the inside, took a lot of the curb, pushed the front end of the car over into the Yeet car, and like I say, you can't really go side by side through the bus stop. So, in that sense, if I was in that Symphony of Pistons car, you really should be backing out at that point.
With the pace they showed, there's only one line. With the pace they was going, there's only one line through the bus stop. Unfortunately, that line was occupied by the other car.
Exactly. Like I say, it's tough stuff, but that's what it is like up into the bus stop. It is a good overtaking opportunity, but you have to hope that the other car is going to reciprocate your move, which, let's be honest, that's not really going to happen. That 10-second time period does finally go its way onto Niox. So that is the one I do believe from earlier in the race about that rejoin. So as much as the 89, I still believe has been in the pit there.
Definitely been in the pits for sure. Yeah. Unless they've had another crash somewhere.
I'm pretty sure.
They 18 at one point.
Yeah, they had a 34-minute first stint and then we're into the pit lane.
Ooh, a little bit of bump drafting there for that might be why the gap's coming down. If Darren McCormack's making that's going
to slow him down.
Yeah, for sure. A bit of rallycross here at the Watkins Glen. But yeah, if he was bump drafting the NSX, that would make sense for why they're catching up quite quickly. But there was definitely a touch there. Not sure you could do that on this game, in my opinion. But then again, these drivers do some crazy things.
And they do have a lot of experience in this game. Like, again, yes, all of the practice that goes into this, but even outside of these rounds, like I say, I was chatting to quite a few of them during the week. I guess what they're all doing. Yep, they're all playing ACC. When practicing for this round, they were all like driving around Brands Hatch or whatever, like just having fun and doing their own little thing. Fair enough, each to their own. But they put in a lot of work, so they definitely know whether they could do bump drafting or whatever. And if there is a circuit in ACC where bump drafting would be even remotely possible, this would probably be it, because that's such a long straight from 1. I know it's not really straight, but going through 2 and 3 and forward up towards the bus stop, absolutely that is bump draft territory. You're going uphill, you can get away with it. Touch Niels Niox though back onto the rear end of Garcia and Hladaki, who were struggling just a touch on pace as the BS competition rejoins the fight. Garcia straight down the inside of the Team Shazoo GT Omega car, and Niels Niox will want to get through ASAP because he's going to be losing a lot of time stuck behind these two.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and I can tell you now that they've definitely been in the pits, because the bonnet is fixed. It's closed now, whereas it's open earlier on. So I was worried that it might indeed flap up and he wouldn't be able to see out of the windscreen. But yeah, it needs to get past these as quickly as possible. The Honda there of Ladke is struggling. But these two go side by side through here is not what Niels will want, especially that rejoin. Niels does get a freebie. So in the end, it worked out well. You can see the smile on the face there. It was a rise smile. It's kind of a, that was close there. That was a lot of poo shooting out all over the place.
I think again, change of underwear as he gets straight to the inside as they head out onto the boot. And just a cheeky look down the inside of the Aspar carts, nothing too major. Yeah, and Villa van Omen also sat off the rear end. You've got the Grip Packs engineering that is not for position in this fight, also not too far off the rear end of this. Niox's pace should be more than comfortable to clear, and I would suspect there might be a dive coming down either into the heel or potentially down into the first corner. There's a little look as we head down into the heel. Not a committed pass though for the 89. I've never found this corner to be a particularly good overtaking opportunity. It's like
go through there on your own, mate. To be honest,
exactly.
The exit just creeps up on you so quick. In the camber of the corner, forces you really to only take one line through there. If you mess that corner up, you lose so much time. So yeah, it's not really an overtaking opportunity. Neither is the final corner. And it's just as much as it's a slipstreaming track, every corner's pretty quick. It's not a slow track at all, so it's very difficult to make any moves.
Yeah, it has a very high average speed around it. But yeah, I agree with you. Coming back onto the cut layout, that final left-hander at the third to last corner on the circuit, it's just not particularly great. So realistically, you set yourself up down into turn one, or you've got to move up into the bus stop. You can do a little bit around the boot layout, but that's they are tricky corners to overtake it because the average speed is so high. This could be quite good though for Niox, who'll switch it to the inside. We'll take a look down the inside of the Aspar team, who I think probably won't fight this one too hard and do indeed lift out, understanding where they are in this race and that their race is certainly not with the championship leaders who work their way through and move up inside the top 20. What did you call it? You said they were going to finish inside the top 5?
Yeah, well, after the incident, that's before the incident on lap 1, right? But
I still maintain
still potential, right? They are such a quick team, and they work so well together as a team. So yeah, we've got Philippa Bokida, who's one of the fastest, if not the fastest driver right now in Asia Pacific region. We've got Arta Camera, who will be in the car at some point as well, who's exceptionally fast. And then we've got Niels Niox, who just seems to be getting quicker with his age.
Yeah, like I say, he's the same age as you, isn't he?
Why do you keep doing this to me? No, he's older than me.
He's the same age as you, no? No? Well, sorry,
He's 38, I'm 36.
Oh, that's all the same, isn't it?
He's got many more grey hairs than me.
He does have
that. He's got like 155. No, it's more than that. It looks like he's been painting his walls at home, kind of.
It suits him.
Yeah,
he's been painting his walls.
Yeah, just spray back on his head, isn't it?
Oh dear. Yeah, it suits him. It suits him. But like I said, it does seem as though as the years go on, he just gets faster, which is it shows with sim racing is that it's not an age dependent esport. I know obviously none of them really.
Well, there's anomalies in every sport, right? There's anomalies like Ibrahimovic, for instance, still playing professional football at the top level in Serie A at 41 years old, right? So it's an anomaly more than anything. Cristiano Ronaldo is again another one of those names, but it doesn't happen very often. Like not every sim race is going to be exceptional at 38. Reactions are a thing. Reaction times are a thing, and that's the biggest thing I would say in sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, sim racing does really burn you out over a long period. A lot of these drivers are doing it so constantly, they're putting in so much time, and as you get older, your focuses in life change elsewhere. Exactly, and you don't have the time to put into it, whether it is work or family or whatever, and you don't have the time to really focus on doing hours and hours of practice. Meanwhile, 17, 18, 19, do what you want, basically.
Yeah, we give him a hard time, old Niels, but it should be celebrated, the fact that he is still competing at this level. And it's not just on one sim either, he's on multiple sims, just quick at everything. So you've got to give respect where it's due. A little bit worrying here, I'm looking at the ping of Dara McCormack, and considering we had the issue where he ultimately was out in qualifying, he managed to get a lap time in, but it looked like they weren't going to put a qualifying lap in. Seeing his ping fluctuate like that is a little bit of a worry.
Have you seen the ping of Niels Niox?
Yeah, that's because of Bokida, right? So
because it's part of, and I'm with you.
But the Williams team haven't had that ping bar being fluctuating like that across the start of this race. That's why I'm mentioning it now. But Bogida being in Australia, I believe.
Right.
In the smallest village in Australia as well.
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't realise. I thought the ping was just like of the driver. I didn't realise it was of the car, basically.
I was the same, mate. When I did the Barcelona round, I was saying, "Oh, the ping's bad." And it's like, well, no, it's a combination of all of the drivers.
Gotcha. Did not realise that. We'll see that
in the chat knew more than I did. So
that is true. And there's a lot of them. Oh, straight on the inside as we see the Symphony of Pistons car get a 10-second time penalty. They were nearly racking up another one with a proper send down the inside of Romanenko. That was an unbelievable send into turn one.
It was a send, but there was contact. It was creating contact. That position, I think they're going to give it back anyway. That's an intentional give back, which you got to sometimes applaud the sportsmanship. When he does come through, sends after send. To be fair, they were battling for the championship after going into round 3. So they're used to being up the front of SOP. It's not gone quite as well today, and they're trying to make up for it by leaving everything out there on track.
Yeah, that was, like I said, an unbelievable set. If it had worked, I'd have been very impressed. But
you've got to use the middle pedal for it to work, though.
I don't see many outcomes where that was going to work, because like you're sending it so deep into turn 1 that you're going to run wide, and it's a very simple up and under anyway to kind of defend that one. You lose the position for like half a second, and then get back. You have to be very calm mentally to kind of go for the cutback there, but it wasn't really going to work as Sivert looks back to the inside. Obviously not going to send it down here. I think probably won't try and send it too aggressively, he says, ... for now. But again, this car does have a time penalty, as does the 163. We did talk about the Gatachin Ballas Esports car having a 10-second time penalty for an incident earlier on, as does the 100. So we're seeing quite a few penalties come through from race control before we get into the first swing of pit stops, which should be properly beginning in around about 10 minutes time, as McCormack once again has a look to try and do something about Boothby. They're 1.2 seconds off of the race lead. It's still hovering in that margin, but I think we're really seeing your point from earlier on that Boothby and McCormack are faster than Blyer, as Robin Schaefer is going to make his way past Lipka.
And at this stage of the stint, I think they're faster than Abelard as well.
Yeah.
So just working together could prove to be the factor. Boothby with the Yaz Heat car, of course, they're near the top of the championship, but they're not, very unlikely they're going to come out as the champions. They're actually 42 points behind Williams Esports as it stands, and it's 39-point difference between BS and Williams at the top end. But it is the usual suspects at the sharp end of this championship, minus BS, who of course have had their issues. But yeah, Boothby, McCormack, can they? I think the perfect scenario for them would be. It is to just, Dara's actually made the move, hasn't he, already? But the perfect scenario would be those two battling out at the end of this race for the win. Try and get it so there's just two of you at the front.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when they would have switched, but they have now switched over. McCormack taking over from Boothby, but the gap going from 1.2 to 1.6 seconds. But McCormack having the fastest lap of the race, that'll most likely have been also courtesy of the slipstream as well. Certainly aids a lot when it comes to the lap time around here. It's dragged Blyer straight back into the mix in that battle for second, third and fourth, as we see Robin Schaefer pulling away from Lipka right now in that 8th position. There is still potential up the road. You've got the Grip Hacks engineering car, Karppinen, in 7th. I did believe I saw one of them, I thought Burst Esports ahead of that, but obviously not a part of the fight. West Competition Racing before then we get to the I'm still going to go, even though that Pfeffer's a fair way off of the back of Blyer. I'm still going to count them as part of the lead battle. It's really it's a top 5 that's there or thereabouts, but I just think the Porsche's not quite got it yet.
I'll say Schaefer and Lipka, P8, P9, they've played this beautifully well. They've just put themselves in a position where they were waiting for everyone around them to make mistakes, as these were part of a group of 5 that were just toe to toe, nose to tail for a good chunk of this race, maybe even sort of 35, 40 minutes. And everyone's making mistakes around them, and now they've kind of got a bit of breathing room to try and push. So they've waited. Karppinen's got himself a 2.5 second gap in 7th from Schaefer. But yeah, just clever driving, and that's sometimes all you need. You don't need to necessarily be the quickest in the world. Just drive clever, and you're going to get big results.
Yeah, you don't have, like I say, you don't have to be the fastest. just sometimes being calm and playing the longer game pays dividends. Let's see though, because that might be the case in this fight as to how things go. The Honda could potentially be struggling. We did see one of the other Hondas struggling a little bit when it comes to longer pace. It was the Ren Bolton car that was struggling a little bit as Dominic Blyer comes into the pit lane 7 minutes shy of the hour. Not too much of a major when it comes to drama. It is early, yes, but they're still going to be on the same amount of pit stops as everyone else, 8 for the round. But that is very early. A reminder, they can go to 65 minutes if they really want to, but that is exceptionally early. Maybe feeling the pace differential. Now's the time to go and undercut Boothby, McCormack, and maybe even Abeladze.
Yeah, so the tyres, it would actually work out better here for the cars to stay out because tyre pressures.
I think
takes
so,
a bit
yeah.
of time to get the tyre pressures up, but their stop will be shorter because there'll be less fuel needed to fill the car up. So they caught right up to the back there of Boothby and McCormack because they were fighting. Actually, Boothby's dropped right back now. The Lamborghini's got up ahead. So yeah, I think it was a case of let's try and get back up to a top 3 by undercutting. Like you said, it won't be because of the tyres, though. It'll definitely be because of lower fuel.
I think the tyres, though, because they do the tyres and fuel at the same time in the pit stop, right?
Yes.
So they shouldn't actually be stopped for less time because the tyres should be the limiting factor.
Oh no, sorry. I'm sure it's separate, right? On this.
No, I was having a chat with Dara about this in Poland. I'm pretty sure it's tyres and fuel at the same time.
Because I know at Bathurst, so I guess this is obviously the American leg of the SRO Championship in real life. But I'm sure at Bathurst they separated it. It was separate in the real race. So
yeah,
that's what I was going on.
I think in some places it is separate, but I'm pretty sure, at least here in ACC, I'm pretty sure it's both at the same time. Which means that you are as much as the thing is with them coming in this early, like you say, the tyre pressures being low, it does take a lap or two to bring in. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I still think if you're going to undercutting by 1 lap is pointless, but undercutting by a few can actually make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, because but by your 3rd lap you're going to be quick, right?
Exactly.
And you've got to hope that on fresh tyres, even with the pressures being a bit of a nightmare, you're running similar lap times to the group that are out there on old tyres. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. As we are now, yeah, well, they're going for another lap at least here, aren't they? So we're on board with Abelarde, who stayed out. Dara McCormack stayed out. Boothby stayed out. So they're at least going to be 2 laps then on strategy further up the road than what we saw from Blyer. Blyer's changed drivers here as well, I believe. Oh no, Blyer's out there still. No, he's in 16th position now. So he's coming out of 16th. How far ahead of Nils Naujoks is he? So we've got 23.6, and we're looking at how far Barry is behind Manuel Reno Ricci, and then we've got Manos Gerardis.
It's a bare minimum, like 40
change, isn't it?
40, 50 seconds.
Plus the 10-second penalty they're going to receive. Yeah, they're miles behind, aren't they? So
yeah.
It's going to be a massive grind, but luckily they've got 8 hours to do something.
Like I say, they've done it before. On their rise back up the order at Monza, it is possible, and we're certainly not done with drama for the day. Getting a message from Dennis Schrodinger. I'm just going to call him that anyway, because he exists and doesn't exist. It takes 30 seconds. It's fixed for the stop. If you're changing tyres, it's just 30 seconds. Your stationary time. You can put all of the fuel in there that you need, so it's fine.
Cool. That's also the exact amount of time it took for him to get his haircut as well. So.
Oh, that is brutal,
Yeah,
and yet very true.
I'm sure I'm going to get a message from him now.
30 seconds, just
they're done. Yeah,
perfect. Poor guy. Gap for the race lead is under a second. It's gone up to 1.8 between Boothby and McCormack, but McCormack is absolutely flying at the moment up to the rear end of Abelarde. They're really trying to take control of this race and, of course, take advantage of the issues that have gone the way of BS competition title-wise. 4/10 of a second now. Absolutely incredible pace from McCormack.
Yeah, McCormack is that guy, isn't he? He is him. I just a message from Boo75, saying that the rules were the same as Supercars for that event. It's confusing. As for a commentator, it's confusing when they change it every week. But it is what it is. We're all learning in life.
Also, as commentators, we're not the smartest bunch. And so when things change, we don't really keep up to date with exactly what's going on because we're idiots. But Yes, for here, either way, definitely tyres and fuel at the same time. That one is sorted. Into the pit lane comes Arnage Competition. Alexander Vermont behind the wheel. You are right, by the way, Blyer has stayed behind the wheel of the car. I wasn't sure if the tower was going to update, but he has stayed behind the wheel.
I mean, Dennis just sent me a GIF. Dennis, please send it to Lewis as well, because I don't want to explain it live on the broadcast, because it's hard to explain, but please send it to Lewis. Because
it's not a pufferfish, is it?
No, that would be great. So anyone out there, if you are loving the sim racing community right now, you should start posting pufferfish GIFs out under any esports teams posts. Let's get the pufferfish traveling around the world. Pufferfish is sim racing.
Yeah, I think we just need to. It needs to be a new trend. If a team posts about how well they've done, boom, pufferfish. Fabian Piffet, though, straight down the inside of there in the Kramer Racing Esports car, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, Boothby is into the pit lane. I think that Honda is struggling for speed. Yeah,
definitely. So there we go. Yeah. Into the pits we will go. Dara McCormack still 4/10 behind. Worth looking at the leaders, I would imagine. I think that there's going to be a change of position potentially. Well, as we say it, Dara McCormack, is there 8 hours left of the race or 8 minutes? Because Dara McCormack sends it into the bus stop chicane, proving me and Lewis wrong. Yes, it is possible. And Abelarde, doesn't have a D in that start of his name, is now down to P2. Brilliant stuff. We cut there perfectly. Good work, Mike.
That was absolutely super again. Dara McCormack up then to the race lead. He's trying to hand over the car in the best possible way. Whether he'll be staying in the car for the next stint or not, we don't know. There are potential internet issues for the Irishman, but still, doesn't really matter. It's not really holding him back right now. Absolutely superb to take over the race lead. It does seem as though this Lamborghini's got stronger and stronger as the stint has gone on as well, which if I am any other car on this field, I'm concerned. Because the Honda, for example, for Yazheat, looked like it really started to struggle the last sort of 3 or 4 laps. Could be very scary.
Anyone else? I wouldn't want to be, I wouldn't want to know that. Coming towards the end of the race 5 minutes to go and you've got these a couple of tenths behind you. We saw it at Barcelona where they managed to get the win, right? On the final few laps. So, yeah, it is a possibility. Dominic Blyer is ahead of Statsenko, and it's by 3 seconds. So Dominic Blyer has jumped Statsenko. What is that going to mean for the rest of the pack, though? So Abelarde's into the pits. Dara McCormack has stayed out. So has Dominic Blyer played an absolute blinder here and potentially has grabbed himself a couple of spots? That's a big gap. I thought it might be a couple of tenths. I didn't think it's going to be 3 seconds.
Yeah, like I say, the undercut, clearly, tyres are being worn quite a bit around here. With them all being like fairly medium speed corners, it does, you lean on the tyres an awful lot around here. For cars like this, at the moment, at least from what we're seeing, at how, maybe it is just Dara McCormack, but who knows. The car at the moment it looks absolutely fine when it comes to its pace. And, we saw that with how he got past Abelarde. There seemed to have plenty of grip left in the tank. But, for all the other cars, they are struggling a bit more, which means that undercut could be a big play. Now, you would also kind of go, the undercut, you only play it once. You can only play the undercut once. That is not true. Because if you undercut on the first stint, technically, as much as you will, you lose a little bit of time as the stint goes on, fair enough, because obviously you're on, after like 3 or 4 laps, you're on the same kind of more worn tyres than everyone else. But you're effectively doing the undercut every single stint, because you will be stopping that 3 or 4 or 5 laps, whatever it is, earlier than everyone else each time until they react to it.
Yeah, well, you do need to. So you effectively on your own stint, you need to put an extra 2 laps on for 2 stints, I would say, to minimise your pit stops. And obviously, not have an extra one by the end. But yeah, you're still, even if you're doing those 2 extra laps, the other teams are going to be 2 ahead of you still, because they're going to the limit of their car. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But that's a really, really good bit of strategy management there from Dominic Blyer. Again, already, Statsenko is behind Sherapenin. Well, hold on, have they changed drivers then? Again, we need to see a little bit further up the order there. I'm not too sure whether Blyer might be in P9 now. There's so many different names to remember here. So there we go. Blyer's actually got a car between. Well, there we go. Actually, they've got into the lead. They are in the lead of this race. So Sherapenin is in the Simware Pro car, right?
Yeah.
And there we go. So they were in the lead. Well, they were second behind Dara McCormack. McCormack is still out there and has to pit. 100% has to pit on this next lap. Cannot go beyond that 65 minutes. So I'm I'm not sure Williams are far enough ahead to be ahead. I think Blyer has played an incredible card here with this undercut. I think that they might be in the lead with Triton Racing.
Yeah, I don't normally sit here, at least in ACC, and go, yes, the undercut's a good idea. Normally it's...
I always, yeah, I'm the same. I'm like, oh, that's not going to work.
But the thing is, Watkins Glen, same as when we were racing at Kota at the start of the season, they're, you know, to some degree fairly new to ACC, particularly, you know, in recent races. They've not really been raced much, right? Not really at all. And so there are certain other factors that might be at play that we don't normally see when we go racing on the typical races that we see in ACC. When you go racing at Paul Ricard or Barcelona or Misano or whatever, where we kind of see the same kind of strategy all the time. Something like this, it's a bit more open and a bit wider. So McCormack comes into the pit lane, and could we be seeing a very different meta being played? Could the undercut be very, very strong today?
This is where we need some magic from Mike. We need to have a chopper cam situation.
Magic Mike.
Magic Mike. This is where we need to have a chopper cam situation over the top of the Williams car. Here we go. We've got two box by box. There's the car stopping. So we've then got indeed Dominic Blyer flying in towards that final sector. So there we go. You're going to see Darren McCormack come to a full halt near the end of the pit lane, and we've got then Dominic Blyer with 5 corners to go. Up the hill he will come. The toughest corner on a circuit for me, I would say, this left-hander, especially to maximise your pace. And has the undercut worked? In behind you can see that we've got some, the Yaz heat car's being held up as it stands. This is a brilliant opportunity for Triton to indeed take the lead. Williams car still static. 1 corner to go then for Triton. And are we going to see another lead change here on the limit? Yes,
surely.
Around that final corner. Dara McCormack has not started going yet. Here we go. Car has been dropped on the jacks down towards turn number 1. By the time they come through the exit, it is not even going to be close, is it? Triton Racing do take the lead. Do Williams hold on to second, though? Oh, it's going to be tight. They should just filter up ahead. And there we go. So it's Tinker van der Velde in the car, and he's under some severe pressure. His tyres will not be up to pressure as well. So this should be a bit of a freebie for Simware Pro Racing. And, well, you've got the Yaz heat car also coming through. If the Lamborghini can hold on here and nurse those tyres in P2, that'll be a massive feat for them.
Yeah, let's see if they hang on, guys. Senko's going to send it to try and get past Jared Pennin. That super stuff through the bus stop. That was really taking advantage of the situation ahead, courtesy of Tinko van der Velde being fresh out of the pit lane. But it is a 2.6 second lead for Dominic Blyer after an incredible undercut. How long will that last? Will it last the entirety of this stint? Will he be able to pull away, courtesy of the 3 behind continuing to fight? All we know, masterclass on strategy from Triton Racing to do something about this race. They have absolutely pulled the trigger on everyone to jump the entire lot and go from 4th to 1st, and a comfortable lead it is at the moment for Triton Racing.
Yeah, I think that's a call from Blyer as well, considering that he's the only one out of the top 4 who didn't change drivers, right? The only team. I think that's a call from Dominic. He's like, right, let's come in. I'm going to be in the car next time round. I can deal with the penalty of coming in early. And they've got a lovely gap there as he just has a little look at us there. I'm sure it's not us he's looking at. But yeah, Dominic Blyer, lovely guy. And, well, very good with strategy as well. Although, I could be completely wrong because every single team has a strategist. We saw that last weekend with the ESL R1, but that's just not the case. That it's not happening in every competition. These teams, these drivers, they have every, in terms of resources, they have every position filled with jobs, just to try and maximise the pace from the drivers in the car.
We'll keep an eye on that gap between 1st and 2nd. At the moment, it's 3.5 seconds. I would say that it's not really going to matter too much this lap. It might actually grow, it might come down, we're not really too sure. But in sort of like 5 or 10 minutes, that's where we'll really need to focus on what that gap is. I think Mikhail Statsenko is going to be quite close to going down the inside of Tinko van der Velde here. Meanwhile, just sits behind the Williams Esports Lamborghini. I think there might be a little bit of an ebb and flow.
But we know the pace from Blyer. Just remember this. We know that Blyer's got the pace to hang with this front 4, whereas Tinko hasn't been in the car yet, Statsenko hasn't got in the car yet, and Sherapenin hasn't got in the car. So they're going to have to take time to acclimatise to this. It's going to take them a few laps to get up to the pace of their teammates if they can hit that pace. Like, poor Tinko van der Velde has got to try and be as quick as Darren McCormack. So Blyer, it might be in a case of, do you know what? I'm going to gamble that they're not going to change driver. They are going to change driver. I'm not. I'm going to be completely in the zone, know what I've got to do, and maybe try and get a gap for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I've got to say the gaps between like the Williams Esports drivers have been a lot closer today than what we've seen at some of the other rounds. So we'll have to wait and see if, I think it comes down to the, and this is not me trying to be disrespectful to anyone around here, but it is sort of like the relative lack of complexity at Watkins Glen. Like it's not crazy, and at this kind of level, when you are as good as these drivers, it is actually quite hard to lose more than like 3 or 4 tenths of a second, right? Because it's,
I don't know. I could definitely prove you wrong on that one, me personally.
That's why I'm saying these drivers. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Us. I could very easily lose 2 seconds easily.
I've already lost half a second just talking.
Yeah, but these drivers are at such a low weight. I don't think you see the kind of the aggressive splits between everyone on drive. Counter to a circuit like even Circuit of the Americas or Barcelona or Spa, where you do see slightly larger splits. See if Statsenko's going to go for anything. Obviously not. So again, playing the bigger picture here and not focusing on the 2/10 gap to Tinko van der Velde, focusing on the 3.1 second gap to the race leader. Very smart call.
Yeah, and they gained a couple of tenths there along the straight, working together, which is the clever way to do it. Although Tinko definitely shot through the bus stop a little bit too fast. But yeah, if they can keep working together like that and catch up, Yazzie and Williams have been doing that pretty well over the course of this race. We go a little bit further back. We've got Mateja here and Schubert. Schubert has been bang on in the action pretty much the entirety of this race. And now it's a time to defend. Ferrari pulls out up towards the braking zone, decides against it.
Certainly does. And again, from that far back, it was never really going to work. Whilst we're an hour and a bit down in this race, and we've completed our first row of pit stops, I will let you know that again, if you go to twitch.tv/VCO Esports, you can use the command center to go and check out what's happening in the rivals and in the challengers splits. See exactly what's going on around the VCO Esports landscape. And also, whilst you're there, you can also follow VCO Esports, or you can go and subscribe to us on YouTube and get ready all for next week, where if you're not bored of me and Luke yet, you certainly will be then, because obviously it's more of us, unfortunately, for you.
I think they were bored of us maybe last January when we first worked together, mate, so yeah.
That's true.
If they're not, then they are punishment.
I certainly was.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Of course, with an hour down in the race, I'll just talk you through the top 10 roughly, so we understand exactly where things stand. After the start of the race, after the first pit stop, an undercut being played by Triton Racing, they hold on to a 2.6 second lead, at least on my screen, 2.6 seconds over Williams Esports, who are in second. Then it's Yazheat in third, Simware.pro in fourth, Unicorns of Love in fifth, before we get to West Competition Racing in sixth, Carbon Sim Sports, LFM, and then we get the 69 that belongs to Grip Packs Engineering, and then Schwartz in the 76. And indeed there, look at those 3 attractive gentlemen. Am I allowed to say 3? Because it's, obviously, 2. None.
You can tell me you find me attractive in front of me, that's fine.
I thought I did last week. For the weekend. Do I not? Arjuna not. Arjuna's too tall.
He is. I don't know. We won't even get a chance to meet him to find out.
That's true. That is true. He's beaming in from the internet, unfortunately.
The internet.
The internet. Aye. Whereas me and Luke will be in person, of course. So you'll have to see us on your screens a lot. Unfortunately, it's part of the joy of doing it in person.
Quite the opposite of what we got here, isn't it? Like a long race, one long 9-hour race, whereas next week it's just going to be nice, short, sharp races. So it's I like both, to be honest. I think there's space for both in the world of sim racing, e-racing, virtual racing, whatever you want to call it these days. So exciting times. The last few weeks and the next couple of weeks going to be busy.
Who do you think is going to win? I know Arjuna already asked you that earlier, but who do you think is going to win ERWC?
I don't know. I think it's if it was LAN, the original plan, then it could have been anyone. But I think online, I think it's very difficult to bet against Redline. None of their team has been changed either by the roster mania for what we've had in the ERW.
That is true.
That's the one thing I'd say.
I'm going to lean towards Apex.
Oh yeah.
I think how much stronger they've been in 2022. Versus where they were at the start of 2022 when we did the ERWC 1. I think they could be a very, very strong shout to go and take the challenge. But then, Unicorns of Love and all that kind of lot of, I guess, is where the partnership.
Well, I say Williams outside the red line because
Really?
I think Dennis Schiniger is an unbelievable acquisition.
Yeah,
I think he weakens Unicorns of Love and strengthens Williams.
yeah, that is absolutely fair. Williams are a very good shout, and also they have drivers across all platforms. So yeah, it's another thing that's advantageous towards them. I don't know. It's an interesting call that I think going into it there isn't an out and out favourite, right? I think we can list like 3 or 4, R8G being another one, where it's like they're the ones that we expect to do well. But even then, when the event starts, it can be so brutal and so cutthroat, and mistakes are punished so harshly that it is wide open for anyone to win. That's why we love ERWC and the year of ERL that we had last year.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. Back to this race, by the way. Gap
That's
at the
true.
front, 1.5 seconds cut. Tinker van der Velde is absolutely flying.
Yeah, not leaving anything left on the table. Look at the gap they've pulled out between Van der Velde and Stetsenko over Cherepenen. Being able to pull out. Hubin's also closed in, so Unicorns of Love could be taken over 4th position. So the one thing that I was a little concerned about with the Simware.pro car is that it's not me trying to be disrespectful towards Cherepenen, but I was in Q2, which I'm pretty sure is the session that he did, they didn't look particularly fast. I think they've got 2 very quick drivers in there, and then a third which is maybe like half a second off, which around here at this level is too large of a margin.
Yeah, you've got to say over the course of an hour, what we doing? 35 laps. So that's 15, 17 and a half seconds they're going to be losing across a stint, which is just too much, right? Like Neil's got that 10-second penalty. Yeah, they're making their way through the pack here, but that 10-second penalty is going to chuck them behind 5-6 cars by the time they do it as well. So yeah, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 17 and a half is just a big old margin.
McCormack did 36, and I actually do believe there is enough time in a stint, as long as you actually run really, really quick, to actually come in with on the 37th lap. I actually reckon you can get it very close to that 65-minute window. Like, you would be coming in with less than 10 seconds on the clock. Is it worth that risk? No, never. But I do reckon you can get it pretty close to the limit. But either way, yeah, you're talking like between 30 and 36 laps. If you are losing half a second lap, you're losing an awful lot of time over a stint. And I do believe that might be the case. Not quite half a second, that might be a bit too aggressive. But that 3/10 margin that we were kind of talking about, I do believe that's where Cherepenen might be struggling a little bit. I was going to say I thought lap traffic might have got involved with Blyer, but there's no lap traffic around. So I don't know where all of that time went.
No, I
Must
have
have
no
just been a
idea.
mistake.
Yeah.
Must have just been a mistake.
Well, yeah, now he's starting to sort of extend a little bit here, but
Exactly.
I guess Tinko's piling the pressure onto Statsenko as well. So that doesn't help Statsenko's case. So they are really closing in. Yeah, 0.2 of a second between those two. Might be worth staying on board with them for a while. So I think that there's an opportunity for an overtake. This is going to end up an overtake. I think Huben being behind Cherepenen. Marco Jonker's now in the car for the number 1 in P6. Swiderek was not in at the start either. Tipak was not in the start. Kalpinen, I don't think, was at the start. I think pretty much everybody, apart from P1 right now and Schubert, have not changed drivers.
Yeah, I'm trying to look down. The 977, I don't think, has switched. Niels Niox hasn't. Obviously, I know where their pit stop was. It's a little bit skewed. They should be pitting, by the way, in about 20 minutes' time. We'll see Niox into the pit lane. I think I agree. I think most drivers have switched, which I've said before. I still find, with the commentary that I've done in sim racing, I still find it to be bizarre that most teams switch every single pit stop. But in ACC, it's very common that. And I'm like, you don't see that anywhere else in sim racing. You don't see it on R Factor 2. You don't really see it on iRacing. And it's not even about time lost in pit lane from driver swaps or whatever. It's not the case.
It's irrelevant. Yeah.
It's just, for whatever reason in ACC, they typically just do. You do one stint, then we switch, then we switch, then we switch, then we switch, then we switch. In every other platform, it's like, you'll do a triple stint. Off you go. Good luck.
Well, we've got a driver in the chat here, Andrea Capoccia. Let's see negativity, Andrea, but you can actually answer a question for me. Why is that? Why is it the case that in ACC that drivers tend to switch every single pit stop? what's the advantage in it? Because whenever I've done an endurance race, of course not at this level, we always do sort of 2, sometimes 3 hours between between changing drivers, and that goes for the same as any sort of top teams as well. As you see, Nicholas Huben did close up to the back of Sherpanin, but there's a little mistake coming onto the boot section, and that's going to cost about half a second. Not going to lose the toe, but it's going to take another few laps of hard work to try and get back right behind him.
Yeah, not sure where Setsenko actually made the move to get past Tinko van der Velde, but still has taken over, obviously, that second spot about a lap and a bit ago, as we look at Manos Gerardis, who's just got through at turn 1 on Valentin Barriere, but the Brabham Esports car is trying to find his way through. I'm not sure it's going to be a wise move, but of course, a little bit of a tap of the brakes from Valentin Barriere. I mean, it wouldn't have been a smart one to go down, not from that far back. You would have to send it around the outside. So Brabham dropped down a spot to 15th. Manos Gerardis in the TF Racing car up into 14th.
So apparently, yeah, drivers stay nice and warmed up from Alaric Enslin. I think that's, again, I can understand the people coming fresh, but 2 hour stint, I feel like you're going to have more benefit in terms of you're going to continue consistent lap times. But again, there's a reason why I'm commentating and not driving, right?
Yeah, there's a reason we're both commentating and not driving. Yeah, we're not very good at this driving, Lark.
No.
I certainly don't have the ability to think outside of the box when it comes to strategy and everything like that. Just generally, actually. I've had my time doing sim racing. It's fine. I now decide to sit in the booth because it's where my
well, Andreas come out with a really good point. So at the end of the session, you get graining on your tyres, and you get used to that. So then when you get a fresh set of tyres, it's harder to then get your mindset into, oh, these are fresh tyres. You're still maybe driving not quite on the limit. That's a really good point. So there we go. That's why we ask questions so people know what the answer is.
It is a very, very good point, is that sometimes, yes, learning where the car will be in that stint can be a little bit odd, because if you go out on brand new tyres, it will take you even longer to get used to it, even though that even longer might only be like another lap. But when you're dealing with fine margins, I mean, it makes sense that you want to take every single advantage that you can. I still find it's very interesting, that everyone's so comfortable to do it, where they're just like, yeah, we're just going to switch every single stop. But then I guess then you're only treating it as if like you're doing a 1 hour sprint race rather than being a part of this 9 hour long journey. You're just dealing with your section, which I know is the case normally in endurance racing anyway, but like I say, typically you're talking of around about 3 hours. Because I mean, I know the graining and stuff on here, fair enough, but you still have tyre wear on other platforms, obviously.
That's one way of doing the exit of the bus stop chicane. Victor Nicolai in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car. We know that this car's going to be quick now, and we'll be slicing and dicing through the pack. Not have the greatest of starts, unfortunately, today. But yeah, Victor Nicolai is about to make things a little bit different for that car.
A contrasting theory from Dennis Schudegard, by the way, as to why they do the driver switches, which I think is very interesting, is he said that we gain time if we change driver, which sounds counterintuitive, but he said because the driver that gets out of the car can actually refire the engine when there's 5 seconds left to go in the pit stop. Whereas when you stay in the car, I don't believe you can, because the engine has to be off in the pit stop in ACC.
It's getting far too technical for my brain.
That is straight. That's gone so far over my head that I think I've had the same kind of haircut.
Yeah,
but I mean,
hair.
It's big brain, but it's all these tiny little things like that may only gain you 2 or 3 tenths per stint, but still, like I say, the finest of fine margins that you could possibly think of. Every opportunity will be explored as we look back to the battle for 4th position.
Mitchie Tauscher says apparently you can turn on your own car as well. Does that go for traction control, Tauscher? Can you turn that off and on your own in the car? Asking for a friend?
Hashtag just asking for a friend. Why do you want to mess with people?
No, I just want to know if Tauscher is able to turn off traction control in the car himself.
That is a throwback.
That's a horrible.
That's.
Yeah, he's like, come on, man.
Is he racing? Surely he's racing next weekend. Surely.
Must be, yeah.
Of course, Mitchie Tauscher. Close your ears. But was going to win the first ERWC, the first day of the ERWC, and then spun at the final corner.
Still won though.
They still won.
But it still will always forever have his moment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I nearly lost my voice in that moment.
Yeah,
I think that was our first, might have even been our second time commentating together. We did an we did a race room race at the Nordschleife once, very long time ago.
Nicholas Huben finally caught up to the back then of the Ferrari of Shereppenin. It's not quite going to work out, and again, I feel sorry for Huben. I feel sorry for Unicorns of Love, because that Porsche just doesn't like Watkins Glen. It's got no straight line speed really, especially in the higher gears, and just gets left behind.
Also, I think it does burn out its tires. It looks like it burns out its tyres a little bit based on what was happening on the first stint. Like, I mean, the Porsche is just not an ideal car for this circuit. I don't know. This season, it hasn't seemed like a particularly ideal vehicle. You know, they've had flashes. Obviously, they were very fast at the first round of the championship at Circuit of the Americas, and it was the car to be in, of course, at Barcelona, because everyone was in it. But realistically speaking, through the GT3 races, this car has not looked particularly comfortable through the season. But that's how it goes in championships like this. You know, sometimes for whatever reason, either the tracks don't match your car, or maybe you don't make the most of that specific car. It can be very difficult. But that's the joy of GT3 racing, where you've got so many choices. Well, next season you learn from that and you pick a car that works a little bit better for you.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the beauty of a season, right? It ebbs and flows throughout the whole season. Again, we're going to see potentially Huben get an opportunity up towards the bus stop chicane. The slipstream is just, again, he just struggles on the right at the end of the straight. Just starts to fall backwards. But if he gets an opportunity to be side by side, you're absolutely going to see there. As it looks like Dalvin is playing F122 right now. Nice to see that. Heading along the back straight up towards the bus stop chicane, and we are going to see a little bit of an overlap here. And now, is this the time you make the opportunity your own? No, it's not. You've got to back out. It's a long race, of course. I think if this is a 20-minute race, you're sending it there. But once again, backs out.
Yeah, this, like I say, they had the overspeed, they had the opportunity, but it doesn't have the straight line speed to get fully alongside going into the bus stop. And you need, if you're going to go down the inside of the bus stop, you need to be fully alongside. And so with all of this, you're kind of asking the questions of, right, how do you get through then? Where is your opportunity to pass? Because bus stop's clearly not on, so that's that one ticked off. This part of the track, realistically, this is where the Porsche should be able to find some form of opportunity. That's exactly what we're seeing now, because Shereppenin was almost defending coming down into the heel, but Huben had a look, backed out of it once again. There just doesn't seem to be a place on the circuit where the Porsche is out and out, it can make an overtaking opportunity. Everywhere has a caveat, because you can't go down the inside of turn one, for example.
Yeah, again, the corners are far too fast around Watkins Glen. It's not really a real harsh braking zone where it can try and outbrake someone either. So it's a real tough one. And Eric Enton has just got my traction control joke. Tauscher got it straight away. He's furious.
It took me longer than I wanted.
It's all fun and games at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, these are defining moments. Some moments are great for you sim racers, some moments are not good. But the fact you're memorable is always a positive.
I'm sure he's absolutely fine with you. I still get joked at about some of my mistakes.
Tauscher's fine with it. Don't worry. He's not that bothered. He's just sick of hearing about it, I think.
Maybe he already hates it. It's fine. As Nick Huben, I think he was almost going for a bit of a bump draft then before he backed out of that one. It did seem as though he made contact with the back of the 142. But
that's the decision you've got to make now, really. If you're Huben, you've got to decide, look, can we work together here? Can we try and close up to the group in front? Because these two battling has cost them now, 7.4 seconds. We know Shereppenin hasn't quite got the raw pace of the front three anyway, so that's going to be even more frustrating for Huben.
Yeah, like I said, for me, the damage is it's not like fully already been done, because obviously we've still got half hour left of this stint. But like a lot of damage has already been done. I think I don't know.
Do the Dominic Blyer. They need to speak to Triton and ask them how they did it.
Exactly. This is where you have to start thinking about, like, what other thing can we do to come back into this fight. Remember, by the way, that Blyer pitted, it was Blyer behind the wheel, but Triton, they pitted 7 minutes before the hour, which is more than fine. Realistically speaking, if you go 65-minute stints after this, I wouldn't recommend it, but still, if you were to do that, you could pit around now and you could still go 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, and then get to the end of the race. Like, you can still do that. It's just not what teams will probably recommend doing. Nick Huben looks to the inside going down to turn 1, but of course, if you send it down there, you will be a sitting duck on the rise up the hill through the S's into the bus stop. I wonder if it's been like almost a little bit of a communication of being like, right, stop trying to defend now. Let me just push you. Here, let's see what happens.
Yeah, Huben versus Sherapen in part 73 as they come over the top of the hill. It's going to be an outside attempt here for the Porsche, but as soon as they pull out, a big brick wall of air, and unfortunately it's going to be more time lost then for these two. Anyone in the chat wants to get involved, please get involved and ask some questions, or maybe you've got some things that you've noticed and we haven't. I enjoyed the last 10 minutes of getting you lot involved, so it's always good fun. It's a long race, so just it makes our job easier if you can do it for us.
Absolutely, yeah. You do the work for us. We're not splitting payment or anything, are we? I mean, to be fair, Luke just wants to speak to anyone that isn't me. Are you not?
No.
You're just doing it for fun.
Oh, God, okay. We need to sort this out. When did this happen?
Sucks to be you. Sounds like a you problem. As we can see Sim RC on our screen. They're behind LFM, but ahead of RCI as Laurent's looking down the inside as they head onto the boot section. But yeah, I want to hear what your predictions are at home. As Luke's been saying, what are your predictions for ERWC2 next weekend? Who's going to be taking top honours in that one? You'll be shocked to know who Williams' support think. It's Williams.
Yeah, right. I'm sure. Sorry, yeah. I thought you were actually going to come out with something shocking there, Lewis.
No. Literally just not shocking at all.
What's for dinner? Oh, that's a good question, Alaric. As people may know, I like to eat food. I will be finding that out in about 4 minutes when our Juna comes in. So once that happens, I'm going to be going to ask my partner, because if I'm cooking it, then the house will probably burn down. But yeah, I'll find out for you, and I'll let you know in about an hour's time.
Not going to get your kids to do it?
Yeah, just let my 7-year-old rustle up the main course, and then my 3-year-old to do dessert. Nice.
Yeah, I think so. No, 3-year-old can do the starters. It's fine.
Just be a cake. Kids addicted to cake.
Of course, it's kids. It's a lot of sugar. But no, for me, it's probably going to be pizza. So there you go. That's that one sorted. It's ticked off. Sorry, it's boring, isn't it?
Delightful.
And no pineapple on pizza for me. Thank you very much. I think RCI might go for a move pretty soon, because that Bentley is getting bigger and bigger into the mirrors of the Sim RC, and it is pretty big anyway.
Ooh. Yeah, it's getting bigger. You know when a Bentley's ready to make a move because it becomes its final form. As we see a lovely switch back, and it decides to pull out. Wow. Okay. Sim RC Heiko Schwartz makes a mistake. By the time we come out into the boot section, well, there we go. The mistake's been big enough for Laurent to send one up the inside. So we're going to get a cheeky little... here we go. So we're going to see a replay of these two. And maybe we saw... Finally, there was an overtake. And unfortunately, we weren't looking at it. Unbelievable.
I think
Pochi is furious right now. So we head along the top of the straight. Yeah, we have. So there's the Porsche. Finally gets ahead. Only been watching these for about 700 laps now. As we head in towards that bus stop chicane. You see the pace of the Ferrari, though. Look how much quicker it is in a straight line. And actually, it's going to keep the car in. Decides against it in the end. And well, the Unicorns of Love finally have got through.
Yeah, that wasn't the wisest from Cherepena to try and stay with Huben coming through the bus stop. Obviously just a mistake at turn 1, and then Huben with the up and under. Timed it brilliantly, but now has 9 seconds to close down to get to Tinko van der Velde. I don't necessarily see that one happening, but it's more about stabilising the gap and not losing more than has already been lost. It's always the case, though, isn't it? You're watching a battle for ages, you finally look away from it, and then something actually happens. The old classic, but Unicorns of Love, their big fan base, they'll be pretty satisfied to see Nick Huben up into 4th position. Cherepen's struggles seem to be there, but with 7.1 seconds back to West Competition Racing, I think they'll be fine to hang on to 5th, at least at the end of this pit stop.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? But Marco Jonkers he's slowly catching them for the entirety of this stint. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Jonkers was like P8 right at one point.
Yeah, but I also think that
really has gone quick.
I think also like the fact that Van der Velde, that Huben and Cherepena have been battling, and I think that battle's been actually kind of one-sided in the sense of I think it's been more Cherepena defending when Huben's like, can we just get on with this?
He's defended well.
He has defended well. He's kept that car behind. But
Arjuna just asked, has Niels not served that 10-second penalty? I don't think he's pit for a second time yet, has he?
Correct.
They got given a 10-second penalty after their first pit, so I think that's why.
Correct. Yeah, so we're expecting that car to come into the pit lane again in the next sort of like 5 minutes, because they did pit around about half hour into the race, but a bit like more like 35 minutes. So yeah, fair enough on that one. It's an odd strategy they're running, but I think they were just getting damage repair.
Well, we've just been asked about the ballast, so I'm going to let you talk about the ballast, and then by the time you finish talking about that, Lewis,
he's out of there.
Yeah, it'll be Arjuna having a chat. So I'll be back in about an hour, guys. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of this race, and I'll see you in a bit.
Yes, indeed. So we kick Luke Crane out of the commentary booth so he can go and watch the final 20 minutes of the Arsenal-Aston Villa match. Just reminded him now to go and watch it. The way the ballast works in this season is that at the start of the championship, they are effectively given a certain amount of ballast. Dependent on the car, it's a form of balance of performance. Let's say, for example, it's 100 kilos. You get 100 kilos on your car at the start of the season, and you take a certain amount of kilos as to whatever you wish over the 4 rounds that we do in the GT3 cars. If you take 30 kilos in the first round, well, that means you have 70 kilos left. Then you take another 30, you've got 40 kilos left. You take another 30, you've only got 10 kilos left for that final round. Kind of works a bit like that. You pick and choose how much weight you want to take per round, up to 30 kilos. Something a bit different, something new for this season. It means that everyone is effectively driving completely different cars. It's very rare to see, 2 cars that are actually running the same weight and being in the same car. It's what has made this season, at least when it comes to the GT3 racing, wide open and a bit crazy, as Martin Lorenz continues to try and look past Tipak as we welcome Arjuna back into the booth. Hello.
Yes, hello. Still wondering about this 10 seconds shown for Niels. Lewis, wait.
He didn't have it set. They didn't.
So you have to
10
set it to
them.
take it.
Yeah. They didn't have it set. They didn't have it sent to them by race control before. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was there by the time I left the commentary booth. Is what I'm saying.
So race control had announced the penalty.
Got it.
But it takes about 3.5 years for them to put it in game.
So did Niels pit early then?
Yes.
Okay. So I must have missed the pit stop, seen the penalty go on the board. Okay. My team. Imagine this, Lewis. My team that does no driving is actually racing in another series. So I went off to actually go and watch them for a little bit, and maybe was not paying the most attention. So it's good to know.
The lack of support is fine. It's fine. I don't watch your broadcast anyway.
It's a 1 in a million life. This is never going to happen again for many years.
What do you mean?
My teammates driving in a race. I had to go witness it. They're just like me.
Who is your teammate?
Artifact Racing.
Well, no, that's your team.
Oh, we got Luke Pfeffer and Matt Madigan doing the driving duties today.
Luke Pfeffer, obviously long lost brother of Tobias in this race, right?
I mean, he wishes.
Doesn't quite have the same speed.
No, unfortunately, neither of us do.
No, not many do have.
Not many do. Yeah, no, that's
Tobias Pfeffer.
Even half the pace would be good, to be fair.
I'd take what I can get. But either way, Lorenz looking back to the inside. It is tight, 9th, 10th and 11th here. Of course, CRC sat off the rear end of it. I did see the gap between Tinko van der Velde and Stutsenko got to around about 1/10 of a second. I believe Williams Esports are potentially bump drafting at the moment, but the number 10 owes us a pit stop in the next sort of 20 minutes. I don't know if you caught that. Abandoning ship and all that. Triton Racing went for quite an undercut. They pit 7 minutes before the hour, did a massive undercut, and have pulled out. They were 3.5 seconds ahead of everyone after everyone had completed the first pit stop. So it was a pretty impressive bout, pretty impressive stint from Dominic Blyer as we keep our eye on 9th, 10th and 11th. That Nissan joining the fight is not for position. That is Martinez, who's down in 23rd.
Yeah, not really shaping up for a move, but I'll go back to what I was kind of looking at in the first stint of this race. But the top speed out of the Ferrari is not that. It's not that impressive, and so they're definitely making up a lot of their times through the corners. And so I think for Dominic Blyer, who really drop down in the opening stages of the race. It was important for him to get some of that track position back, and so that's what they've done, and now they've got to fight back on strategy. Laurent to the inside into the bus stop, though, not going to be gifted the position initially. Life made difficult by the Mercedes. They just about get it figured out in time. The Bentley slides its way up to 9.
Good move from the RCI car. I mean, like you say, going side by side into there is not normally the option they typically go for, and yet still, yeah, I say that in the sense of it doesn't really work most of the time because you're normally involved in a massive crash. Alas, yeah, to have the bravery to at least give it a go, it's going to be important later on. I think we'll see a lot of moves like that in the final hour of the race when they've all kind of like settled themselves into positions, maybe even like halfway through the race. But even at this point, it's kind of like, I always feel around Watkins Glen, when you go for an overtake, it is always quite risky. You know what I mean? Like, there's no Barcelona, turn 1, dive it down the inside, off you go. Yeah, turn 4, boom. Going down to that hairpin at turn 10, boom, off you go. Yeah, there are more like safer places to go from these. Yes, a dive bomb's not particularly safe, but you get where I'm coming from. Around here, because every corner's pretty much medium speed and also the slower ones are very tight, there is no like safe, that's the overtaking opportunity. It's all just crazy and so easy to mess up.
I think that's why at this track in particular, you do really hope that you want some help from the cars that you're trying to pass at the end of the day. It just costs you so much time as well, doesn't it? I think that's the main thing that you see. And it's why that, you know, at the early stages, we didn't see so many breakaways at the front in terms of drivers being able to pull themselves away. There was a gaggle. It was a great fight, Lewis, in the first 30 minutes. What was it, 9th on back, that basically ended in disaster for a few cars on a couple of occasions. Yeah, it was still a lot of fun, but they ended up dropping, what was it, 8 seconds back from the cars in front. Not even from the leaders, from the cars in front within the first 20 or so minutes. So Luke and I were talking about this earlier. This is one of those tracks where it's not maybe the most technically challenging, but it is definitely rewarding and fun to drive in its own way, and definitely quite intimidating when you're racing it.
I prefer this car as Sim. I see look down the inside in the background, so that could be the 76 getting its way past the 255 and up inside the top 10. It might be the switches the Aston Martin has found its way through. So Sim LC getting past LFM. It's a track that I prefer the higher downforce I have. Right?
Interesting, yeah.
I think it just kind of works. I mean, a lot of the more entertaining races that I've had around here are open wheels with quite high downforce. Yeah, you Ref 1 style cars, etc. Those are the ones where I tend to have the most fun around here. You need a car that's quick to really enjoy the circuit. And as much as a GT3 car is like really quite fast, I would still maintain this is I still think that this is the slowest car that I would want to take around here. Anything slower than this, I'm not interested.
I will give you
apart from a NASCAR Cup car, it's different though.
Okay, no, true. But yes, and you also do a slightly different layout. But speaking of layouts, I'm going to give you my hot take for the hour. Remove the bus stop and this track is better. It's the corner itself is okay, but what they've done with the curbs I don't think is so nice anymore. And so I will put to you, I think this track is a lot more fun when we blast up to the outer loop without the chicane. You bring more speed in, it makes that corner feel a lot different as well. I don't know. Hot take.
That is a hot take. Not quite as hot as Ewan O'Leary's takes about Sebring. Obviously, it needs to be resurfaced. That's his take.
What? Excuse me.
No, he said it once, and I will never forget it. He doesn't believe it at all, but I think it's hilarious. He definitely doesn't stand by it, but I still bring it up on almost every broadcast. As soon as someone has a hot take, I'm like, well, Ewan O'Leary, who's not watching this broadcast right now because he's busy, he'll be on later on.
Yes,
Sebring,
he will be.
Resurfaced.
My goodness. My goodness.
Could you imagine Sebring resurfaced as just perfectly smooth? I think it would be so unbelievably boring.
No, I'm trying not to think about it. I'm genuinely trying not to think about it.
It'd just be so dull. Nothing would happen on a circuit. All the things that make Sebring interesting are it's all the bumps and stuff.
No, true. To your point on setup, though, I will say this is a track where I've done a fair amount of racing in an IndyCar, and it's one of those where most road courses in IndyCar, I don't think a lot of people realize this, you throw the downforce on the thing. It needs as much as you can give it. But this is one of those tracks where, of course, you will take out a little bit of it. Question always was, on iRacing, which has 40 degrees of rear wing as the maximum, it's at 32 or 36. We'll see SimRC shape up to the outside, not where you want to place yourself in a move, especially if you're not alongside. An LFM car will cut across, but SimRC faking back inside. Oh, bold, brave. Maybe not the smartest thing to do with 7 hours left to go.
Yeah, that wasn't. I want that. No. Like I say, you can't do the dummy and then get the up and under going into the bus stop. It's too quick of a complex
Of a
to
sweep,
actually. You're too fast. You really also the fast line. You really attack that first curb, and so by doing that, you're putting yourself in such an awkward position where you can't really attack it. Speaking of setups though, around here, to follow up on the point, I think you're absolutely right. It's hard to work out what kind of downforce you need around here, because you actually do need quite a high amount of downforce to attack the corners, but you're so fast on like the straights going up to like the bus stop where you need to run the car as the wings as low as possible. Which you go, sure, that's the same as every track. You start high and then work your way as low as you can go. But the tipping point around Watkins Glen is. I think it's higher than you think. Most people just start really low. And it's like, no. You've got to start higher.
I think you've got to start at a point that makes sense. But of course, these drivers are all, relatively high skilled, so they can handle a car that's a little bit looser. Really, what you have to also invest in, and this is where I was always terrible, is doing full stints with both high. Relatively medium and then low downforce, and being able to compare how it feels and how it runs, how it would run in traffic as well, because that is so important. Here comes that Nissan to now work its way back on through. A little bit of lap traffic, of course. Slight battle into the bus stop though for 13 spots. And the Racing Point car lets the Aston Martin on through.
Oh, I'd give it like 3 laps and I'd be like, nah, well, that's bad, that's good, that's
Exactly.
bad, that's good. That's where I really started to fall out of love with sim racing, was just like my overwhelming lack of interest to do any practice. Thankfully these days, in the world of sim racing, especially when it comes to racing on ACC, even more so than else. I know obviously you've got it, the same things on iRacing, even on RF2, where there aren't actually that many tracks on ACC generally, right? And there's obviously only there's not many cars really. It means that there are generally places that you can get setups from pretty much all over the place, depending on what you're looking for. Obviously there'll be Discords or whatever where you can get them from. You'll be able to go to like Coach Dave, Hymo setups. There are plenty of setup shops where you can go and get setups that work for you and the car, where you don't have to put any work in. Perfect. That's what I like. Pay someone else to do it.
No, I enjoy it as well, and I was never the best with setups. Like I could ham fist my way.
Adjust wings and anti-roll bars. Done.
Yeah, basically. But I still remember my best ever performance in SCO, which is relatively high level on iRacing, came in a race at Spa where I literally took the VRS setup, built my Martin Kroenke, and made no changes to it because it was basically dang perfect. Like, it was one of those things where I was just like, all right, perfect. It works for me, and I'll go and I'll drive the wheels off it. To your point on falling out of love with sim racing, I think that's where our competitions here in VCO help keep it fresh so frequently, right? Because, for example, heading into the Esports Racing World Cup, I'm assuming we're going to likely have track voting once again, as that's a car around.
Oh,
That's
is it? No.
39, so it'll probably be the Samantha 10 racing car, right?
Oh,
yep, it is. I made sure on my entry list it was. You can tell by the liveries. I think he turned the traction control off to try and get it looped around, and then almost found out why these cars do have traction control.
Yeah, I thought I don't know why I kind of went the yeet way. Every time I see it from a distance, though, it's always like, oh, it's the Queen. Nope, wrong car. It's colourful. I do like the fact that it's a colourful livery. So yeah,
it is.
Each their own on that one. As Get Closer Racing. I mean, for these two here, for Get Closer Racing and for Aspar, these are two teams that we shouldn't really see outside of the certainly with Get Closer Racing not outside the top 10. You know, Aspar really could be up there as well. We've seen them before get up there. To see them outside of the top 20 in a lap down, it shows the drama they've had already to start this race.
Yeah, but I think for Aspar in particular, it was always a bit of an oddball choice, the Nissan. We'll take a look at what happened to
Solo.
the BMW. Yeah, it's definitely Solo. This has been a trouble spot. Is he going to push too wide, get onto the grass, and then hit the front of the nose hard into the wall? Exactly what happened. And then the SOP BMW slides its way on through, as does one of our Bentleys.
Well played, though.
And then we'll see him as he now waits. Traction control is going to get turned off, I'm presuming, because he waits for the spot in the road.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Oh,
Heats it up once again.
After playing it really well, that was a 0 out of 10, sorry. I don't think you can really, even with traction control off, it's really hard to flick spin a GT3 car.
Oh, no, it's not easy, don't get me wrong.
Either way, nearly did it there, though.
It looks a little bit more clumsy now when we see the entire sequence.
I've got to say, though, like I say, when you've gone for a spin, you know you're blocking the circuit, to still have the bravery just to hold the brake, you know, which is absolutely the right call. It's tough, but that was very well played. And like I say, that it's up to Symphony of Pistons who were coming around there and the likes to come around and to lap, or to get past without driving into them. The car is stationary, it is predictable. And that's how you get past them with relative ease. Yes, you lose time, but still. Gap for the race lead, by the way, is under a second. So Senko's got it down to Blyer, who is approaching that pit stop. Should be in the next sort of like 5-10 minutes.
That may have been through traffic, surely, because Blyer did a 47.3 last time by. No way that was either without a mistake or without traffic just bogging him down. To go back to Aspar as we check back in with them now, the choice of the Nissan, I think, was always an interesting one, wasn't it? The series encouraged maybe wilder selections, and I do appreciate that we have seen them in this car, but outside of that race at Monza where they finished up in 4th, they've been outside of the top 20. That includes in our race outside of that Porsche Cup car. They just not enjoyed the rub of the luck in this first season of VCO LFM FLExTREME, and so, still this race and now the rescheduled 6 hours at Paul Ricard left to go. I think hopefully we'll see a little bit more out of them.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, with this not being the season finale now, it's kind of like it gives some people, some teams that extra little bit of like, okay, it's fine, we've still got another round where we can go after a decent result, maybe get somewhere higher up in the championship, but at least get something onto the table when it comes to decent points, maybe even a top 5, maybe even a race win. Unlikely, really, but still. I wonder what races are. This is gonna sound crazy. What races are easier to win? Right? Would it be one of the GT3 races or one of the Cup races? I would say one of the GT3 races is easier to win.
I would say at the beginning of the season, yes.
Well, the reason why is because if you put all of your eggs into one basket, right? And I'm not saying it's easy to win. Let's just clarify that. I'm saying easier because in the Cup races, you are all in the same car. Meanwhile, in these, if you hedge your bets early on in the championship and just go, right, we're not going to run any weight for this round because we think the car's going to be good and we think we're going to be good, boom. I'm not saying you're going to win that race, but that's kind of where Race Anywhere SimSport went. They obviously targeted Monza and went for it and won.
So to counter your point, because I agree with you at the principle, at the start of the season, I think that was true. If you had round 1 as the GT3 race versus round 1 as a Cup race, the GT3 race would be easier to win. Going into the final round of the championship, though, with it being a Cup race, I think the reality is there's teams that know they're in the championship fight, and those teams are going to prepare the most and prepare as deep as they can. And I would expect them to show up and be at the front, not just because we've seen them be at the front consistently through the course of the championship, but knowing what they have to play for as well, right? So I think that is actually going to be the most difficult race of the season to win, regardless of if it's a Cup race or a GT3 race, as now we got some movement. Working into the bus stop, a couple of 2 wide moves. This is looking sketchy, and they've all got to try and figure it out one by one.
Well, CMRC getting past LFM there, and that was for position. This one for a position, but a lap down. The Prime Firefly also getting involved in this. That is not for position. That's Schubert behind the wheel of the 777 to get past Mercedes on Mercedes action. You've got TF Racing as well in there. That will be the 85. Again, not for position versus Get Close Racing and Aspar. but is versus SimRC and LFM. Yes, it is a little bit hard to follow, but it is what it is. Speaking of pit stops, by the way, obviously BS Competition have been into the pit lane recently. They've served that 10-second time penalty. Niels Niox has jumped out, and Philippa Makeda has jumped in behind the wheel. Manos Gerardis has also been into the pit lane. So yes. Also, I said the 85 was TF. It's obviously the Racing Point. I get those two mixed up all the time, and it won't change anytime soon.
Especially not because they got liveries that are pretty similar, if I remember off the top of my head.
From a distance, kind of, yeah.
It's from the side that they're, yeah, it's which is the, yeah, you know.
They're both Ferraris, so you know that's instantly my brain's like, yeah, cool, that's great. But then they're also white and the same kind of shade of
exactly.
like dark blue or black even. And again, commentators are not smart people, so
no, we need help.
I want you to bright greens, yellows, pinks,
yeah,
purples,
no, exactly,
oranges. There aren't enough orange cars in sim racing.
Yeah, no, I think that's the thing that we can embrace in sim racing as well, right? Is we can do these crazy things. Maybe not so much if you're a top-level sim racing team with sponsors watching on. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different there. Although, again, to the point, Williams Esports are a great example of this, right? You got the Razor, bright green front end.
Still not a fan of it.
But it's distinctive. You can recognize it. You can't disagree with that. You've got the play seat, which I still haven't seen a racing in person, which is yellow. I've seen a photo of it. Fuel Blast is traditionally white. So are the traditional just Williams Esports cars, which does sometimes make it a bit confusing. And the BenQ purple front end,
which I do like. I think the purple one looks very good.
It's just
I have seen. So back in there. This is like 2019, maybe even a bit earlier than that. Williams, might be 2020, when they had their junior cars, which was the Williams Gym Sports.
Yep.
Those were yellow. Those were yellow fronted. So I would assume the yellow is the same as the playseat yellow, or is the playseat?
No. The playseat one's like an orange.
It's an orange yellow. Okay.
Yeah, it's an orange. Yeah.
I've never seen that one. Never ever seen that one.
Literally only ever seen it on Twitter, and it only was posted on Twitter as far as I can remember, because we were talking about this again during the iRacing Daytona 24. And so they clipped the segment on broadcast, and then put images of each of them. So yeah, other than
that again.
Yeah, never have seen it. Never have seen it. So maybe Williams need to run it a bit more.
Well, this is the thing, is that if you are sat, it's not me trying to advertise their jobs or anything, but they did post, of course, they're looking for a new team manager, as well as something else. I can't remember what the other thing was.
Head coach or something like
that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Looking for a new team manager. So who knows? If you do so, make sure that they, I don't know, make some more colours. I want to see.
Yeah. More sponsors. They've got Duracell.
Right.
On the eNASCAR side, as LFM has a look down to the inside after SimRC has a terrible run through the bus stop.
Yeah, there will be the switch potentially as we go on to the loop, as we go down into the heel. It was the inside line being taken from SimRC. It is a very tight battle here, as SimRC in 10th. 11th place is Tipak, who we're looking at here. Get Closer Racing going to the inside, not for position. So this isn't going to be a switch when it comes to that timing tower. But Tipak is going to lose out to the 7. It's very dicey indeed in the middle of all of this. But Get Closer Racing are just trying to get on with their own race. They just so happen to be in the middle of this entire cluster, as Schubert might try and get past Tipak as well, as this is going to end in tears.
Yeah, but this is where the 777 is also trying to pounce, and he's off into the grass and smacks the wall with the right side. Not sure if there's too much damage, and he's now going to compromise and slot in behind the Racing Point Ferrari. I think that has just managed to take advantage of the situation. A little bit crazy, and already, that 777 straight down to pit lane.
Yeah, it makes sense. Get out of the fight, get out of it, get away from it, and I do not blame him at all. Then I should have said, wait for the Golf front end. Of course.
True.
I will say, the Duracell one, I had no idea about until last weekend. Obviously, they've all got their new shirts.
You missed it last year, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. I had no idea they were sponsored by... but I was like, they've got Duracell on their shirts. Anyway, that's fine. I've also got one of their shirts downstairs. I've stolen another team's shirt. If you're a team, send us some shirts.
I did get a Pure Sims shirt.
Did you?
I did.
Have you received? Yeah, no. Any other?
I have not got my new Arnage competition
I'm
one
still.
yet.
Literally, that was the one I was going to say because you have got the old one. I'm still waiting.
I will send a message to my. Well, I was about to say I'll send a message to Jimmy and Tunes, who is
right.
no longer at Arnage competition. So
never getting it.
I will get that figured out. I'm sure we can talk to something. Mike Yao is also reminding us, well, quite cruelly in my case, that we got some Brabham stuff waiting at Simply Race.
Oh yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
I know.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I want the Brabham.
I tell you what, I will pay for the shipping because that Brabham jumper does look quite comfy.
It looks good. Like really. Obviously, yeah, bias from us and all. But no, the Brabham jumper, it looks really, really good. And I know because I was sat next to David Brabham wearing it, thinking like, that looks quite good, mate. Yeah, they're
Fire down to pit lane, by the way.
Yes, obviously. So they've gone 64 minutes. So like I said, it was 7 minutes shy of the hour last time, 8 hours and 7 minutes left to go when Bly came into the pit lane. I suspect there will be a driver swap for the 10 because Bly did the first stint and the second. So I'd assume there'll be a driver swap. But they're going for the undercut. I know they were leading, but because of where they've stopped early on as Voitania gets behind the wheel, they're effectively constantly on an undercut strategy now for the entirety of the race until anyone else reacts, which could actually work out really well. Because one thing that me and Luke were talking about, it does seem as though the tyre wear around here is actually quite high.
It is a high-load track. It is, I'm guessing with the temperatures that we're seeing on the track itself as well, probably pretty significant. Definitely one that's pushing those Pirelli tires just that little bit more. Ren Velton, we saw them embroiled in that fight earlier on. They throw a move to the inside of that other car that went nowhere, and we didn't see it. Statsenko, by the way, now down onto pit lane, so the pit cycle well and truly kicking off, and the 666 responding with a pit stop of their own. Yeah,
Statsenko in, which when we were discussing it earlier, we kind of think if you are going to go for an undercut, you need to undercut by like 3 or 4 laps. Doing just one doesn't really work because you've got to get the tyres up to temperature and into the window, and it's not really ideal. But alas, yeah. We'll see when it comes to the strategies. We'll see if Williams Esports switch out for Igor Rodriguez as well. They went all the way to 63 minutes and 30 odd seconds. I still think, I don't think we'll see anyone really do it. I'm curious if, maybe we will. But it was 36 laps. But I reckon there was enough time left in there to sneak another lap in. I wonder if we'll see any team just being like, do you know what? We're going to go for 37 laps. We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
I'm going to I keep bringing this up during the series, so I guess I have to do it again. One of my first ever endurance broadcasts on ACC was the Mobile Eye 24 Hours of Spa at the end of last year, the SRO Esports one. Lewis and I were talking a bit before, and he's saying we're never going to have people get the stint length penalty. How many times did we have that in like the first 4 hours?
Yeah, it was pretty common.
It got pretty ridiculous at a point. And then, didn't we have it this series as well a few times?
Spa.
Yeah,
I think Spa
with the length of the lap and the length of the pit lane is always in a dangerous case.
I think it's because people don't really calculate the pit entry speed.
True, and the way that pit entry winds.
Exactly, because you kind of like, you cross the line and you think, right, it's a 2 minute 25 lap, and I've crossed the line, I've got 2 minutes 27 left to go. It's not, but I'm just saying, like, generally.
Right.
But you cross the line with that, and then but then you go, yeah, so I've got an extra couple of seconds, but you don't realise that extra couple of seconds is wasted for you coming into pit lane or any mistake or anything. Spa is an interesting one though, because you kind of have to take it all the way to the limit because the lap is so long. Yeah, if you don't go, meanwhile around here, 1 minute 40, you're fine. Yeah, if you have to come in a lap early, it's not going to make the biggest difference in the world. We'll have to wait and see though. Hubin into the pit lane, same with Cherepenin and Sviderik. So there are some teams and such coming into the pit lane just to tick off their second sequence as Tinker Van der Velde and Williams Esports continue to lead.
I am quite impressed, by the way, that you're able to keep your attention and focus on the race, given the magnitude of what's happening right now at Aston Villa Stadium.
That's literally what I'm watching. Yeah, no,
I know. So credit to you.
Just
Credit
talking
to you.
about complete rubbish, whilst I'm just all like, oh, score's looking all right, isn't it?
Yeah, title challenge still on.
Luke is very happy now. Very
Yeah,
happy.
Luke is so happy that he tried to send a message in the VCO Discord that was not allowed.
Oh, has he been? Oh, is that why he got booted off earlier?
It very well may have been, yeah. As
Classic.
scenes, as the kids say nowadays.
As
I mean,
this
that's the
kid
thing.
say nowadays, that is
As the kids say nowadays. You know, cap, scene,
no cap.
scenes, no cap,
No cap.
which apparently means no lie.
Honestly, I accepted in GB3 that I have no idea what people are trying to get me to say on broadcast, so I just said it anyway.
Yeah.
Chad move. That was one. That was one.
Chad move was one.
It was thrown out there. Yeah. Giga Chad send. That was one. That was,
Chad send.
I said it and I looked around the room and I felt so proud and I just saw the disappointment in everyone's eyes.
How did you win a Simi Award after saying Giga Chad send?
Just skills,
crazy.
mate.
Incredible.
Skills. It was a Giga Chad send saying it. 69 laps. Completing the race, nice.
Nice.
Yonkers in. I think quite a lot of cars are taking it as far as they can possibly go. Not so much this battle though, as Triton Racing for Tyler is losing a lot of time, courtesy of being stuck a little bit behind Tipak. Has lost out a bit to George Boothby and now finds himself back behind the wheel of the Yaz Heat car. But I've got to say, this is pretty good for Tinko van der Velde.
I think this is honestly not too bad for Boothby either. I think the thing that you've got to remember is when you risk the undercut, you risk having to deal with some of the traffic. So, of course, this is somewhat expected, and as long as you're not compromised too significantly, maybe it's still working out in your advantage. For Van der Velde, the thing is now going to just be when he comes down to pit lane, executes well, he's relatively close to those who have already pitted. He should take his time, let those in front continue to wear on their tires as Boothby cuts the exit of the bus stop just that little bit. If tire wear is significant, that will help him out even more. Just being able to toe in line and basically run behind them for a little bit and hopefully keep just within touching distance so that when they're struggling even more, he can slip his way on past.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see whether there's going to be any switches when he comes into the pit lane. I'm going to consult Twitch chat here just for a very quick second, because Element Future said as long as the number 10 doesn't hit traffic on their outlaps, they're good. So is that a chat curse? Or
It is
that
a chat
just...
curse.
No, it's not. Do you know what it is? Poor calculation from the number 10.
No. Andy McEwen.
There was nothing more they could have done.
Andy McEwen is a firm believer in the commentator's
Is
curses.
he really?
So it was no surprise that when we were commentating on Thursday night, what happened? Well, I cursed someone, and then he cursed someone.
The commentator's curse doesn't exist.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does.
It absolutely doesn't. I had a very long argument whilst watching CSGO with Dame Baird and Cam Roger at the previous weekend, where it fundamentally doesn't exist. Simply if Pistons trying to get past Team Shazoo, it doesn't. Everyone's like, oh, you said the leader was going well and then they've DNF'd. I'm sort of sitting there being like, yeah, but I've said that the leader's going well quite a few times. Like, watch. Tinko van der Velde is running really, really well now. And if Williams retires a second, it's like, what? There he is. But it's like, yeah, but like, if I say Tinko van der Velde is running really, really well, Voitania in the number 10, they're also running really, really well as well.
You're definitely not a contender for the head coach job anymore.
No, that's true. No, because it's not like, if something happens, it's not because I said something like...
I know. You
furious.
You recognize that we're not... The commentator's curse is also not about every little instance, though. It's about those once... ISO WC, Lorenzo Bonder. He did it like 3 times in one race. It was like, just incredible. It was, but 3 times in one race. It was incredible. Incredible.
The thing is, like, because it only takes, there's like you'll say something like 10 times, and then on the 10th one, it will actually happen. Like, the opposite will happen. And then it was like, commentator's curse. I'm like, yeah, but the 9 previous times, and nothing happened. And yet now you've picked the one where, like, it falls in line. It's what do they call it? I can't remember what they call it. But it's like bias, bias towards what your kind of your mindset is going into it. I'm too ill to think, mate. So
I just think you're no fun. That's what it is.
I think it's a rubbish. That's what I think.
You know what's not rubbish is what BS Competition have done since the start of this race.
That's nice. That's a good transition, that is.
Nice segue, right? They started at the very back, and I was quite surprised, I should say, that, working out of this part of the boot on lap number 1, they had not made any forward progress. They were still running dead last. And I think Luke Crane was kind of right. That being at the back was a little bit dangerous for them in some ways. And while they survived, the run up through the S's without any drama, which is one of the choke points, another one of the choke points, it turns out, is coming into the final corner. A BS Competition were not so lucky there. Not just the damage that they got, of course, which I think was about 44 seconds of bodywork damage, and then some additional suspension damage, something like that. But then the 10-second penalty, which they've just served as well. Still running in 17th position, though. I mean, I think there's a good chance as Van der Velde rolls to pit lane that BS Competition can get, if not into the top 15, very much into the top 10 if things go their way with still just under 7 hours to go. And yes, it's going to leave Williams with a bit of an upper hand, but BS Competition will still be in the title fight in a car I think they'll expect to be strong in.
Yeah, I think a top 5 is not realistic. Yeah, and you might think, oh, but there's still 7 hours left to go. But then look at some of those gaps. Yeah, the ones ahead, you've got 7.3 seconds of the next car, then a 2, then 2, then 2. Then I don't know what it is up to per 2. Well, you go, 5 in a bit. Then another 5. There'll be a couple like 12s in there, some 10s, some 15s. And obviously we're in the pit lane sequence, so it's a little bit screwy and up in the air. But to get to the race lead, we were calculating it early. We think it's around about 40 seconds already to the race lead, right? And the top 5 aren't that far apart. Not really. I think now that stint's happened there. Cherry Pennon struggled a little bit, obviously, in that battle with Hubert. But realistically, you're still talking about the top 5. They're separated by 5 seconds. 5 seconds? 15 seconds. It's not that crazy difference. So to get into it, they'll have to gain like 25 to 30 seconds to get into the top 5, which at this level is possible, yes, but not likely.
Yeah, no, agree. Top 10 is probably still going to be a hard slog, but I think that's basically the target. Much like we were talking about with, now I'm having to remember, with Williams at Spa, right, to claw their way back up into 12. It's a similar situation for BS Competition, and so it's quite interesting from that regard as Rodriguez works his way past the Aspar in this, then a little bit scarier than he would have liked, and it looks like he's settled in about 5 seconds back from George Boothby in that 666 that is now 1.2 off of your race leader. So it's closed up between the Honda and the Ferrari, but the Lamborghini now a little bit further back.
Yeah, that was a little scary trying to get past Martinez, but still managed to work his way through. Lost out quite a lot of time in that pit sequence, considering the gap is now 5.6 to Boothby. He's 1.2 seconds off by Tanya. I don't think there's not really been much pace differential or gap grown or lost between the 10 and the 666, but that number 5 has lost out quite a significant amount. But then I feel like their gap back to Tobias Pfeffer and the Unicorns of Love team is about where it was. That Unicorns of Love car seems to struggle quite a bit towards the end of the stint. That is a concern.
Yeah, that's where the tyres clearly are just not enjoying, and the rear end is not helping the balance of the car. Quite curious what's been happening pace-wise with that 142, because of course flying in qualifying, didn't need the Joker to get to pole position. Ran very strongly in the first portion of the race before starting to tail off, and it's just continued to kind of go from there.
Yeah, I still maintain that I'm pretty sure it's Cherepenen, who I don't think is quite as fast as their teammates, right? And I mean that as in there is a significant margin. And that is not me saying that that's the reason this car isn't going to win the race. They were out-strategized on that first stint by Triton Racing, that's for sure. The race is definitely not over for them. They can still get back into it and maybe even challenge for a win, but it's they're put into a really poor position. And I just think that across all 3 of the drivers, particularly the top 4 that we have now, I don't think there is much pace differential between all 3 of their drivers inside that top 4. Meanwhile, if you're kind of sat there and like, as much as you've got two drivers that are pretty much on the pace of those two, to then have one that's 0.3 of a second a lap slower, you are enormously on the back foot, because over a stint like this, when you're talking 35, 36, 37 laps, you're losing a lot of time every single stint they're in the car. That's endurance racing at the end of the day, isn't it? You're only as strong as your weakest driver.
Yep, and that's where we did the reverse calculations, right? Working backwards from the maximum drive time to calculate basically the minimum drive time for one car, which is what, 20 driver rather, which is 20 minutes. So one stint. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how they split these races up. I think at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to put ego aside and put the best drivers in to the car that give you the chance of winning. But every driver also does enjoy their time behind the wheel. So we'll see how that all plays out. Still a car that I think is going to be happy to be where it's running. Still has a good chance of solid top 5 finish regardless of, I think, how the rest of the race goes. It is starting to filter up on track. We do have all of the drivers still running of the 34 that took to the green flag, which is great to see, despite the fact that a lot of them took significant damage at the start of this race and therefore have been puttering around 2 and 3 laps down.
Yeah, Boothby, by the way, is within a second now of the race lead, so that's closing up. I've got to say one thing though, very quickly, whilst we're here, whilst we're talking about strategy and whatnot, and some people doing undercuts, some people doing this, some people doing that, to kind of point out one thing, if the tyre wear is quite heavy around here, which it does seem to be moderately heavy, for those that are going for the undercut, it means that they are going to do a full stint late on. Right, obviously, let's say that final stint is likely to be as near as makes a difference, a full 65-minute stint, 60-minute stint on the set of tyres, which obviously is fine. But for those that are going like quite late in the window, like for example Williams Esports, they may only have to do like half an hour, 40 minutes on those tyres. Now, whilst they're not actually going to save time stationary in the pit lane, because obviously they're going to be changing tyres, which takes 30 seconds. Fuel and tyres done at the same time, so they're not actually going to gain any time from stationary. They will gain so much more time through grip. So, obviously, you don't have to put as much fuel into the car, so the car is lighter at least. So you will gain time from that on track. But then also you've got so much grip, and realistically, that grip is going to make it quite easy to pass people around here. So it's where sometimes that's where going long can work, and if you are going short and going for the undercut, sure, you might actually gain quite a bit in the short haul. You might end up finding yourself very much on the back foot right at the time when you don't want to be on the final few laps of the race.
But by the time we get to the end of this race, track temperatures have cooled off sufficiently that maybe it's not as significant a factor. We'll have to wait and see, but I get where you're coming from. I just have to believe that Triton Racing must have thought about this when factoring in the decision to come in earlier, and maybe aren't as concerned as otherwise they would be. So just something to think about. Unfortunately, I have to jet off in an hour and 15 minutes, so I won't even get to see it. I'll be watching along with those in chat. I'll be watching to see if Grip Packs Engineering can claw their way back up towards the top 5. They get one in the form of the RCI Bentley. That was for 8th position.
Yeah, we're not good enough to keep Arjuna for an entire broadcast.
I wish that was true.
He's too big time for us here in VCO LFM FLExTREME.
I'm just not great at reading a calendar, and so when I get asked to do things, I forget that I have other things on the same days.
It's terrible. It's unacceptable.
I know. So yeah, that's why I woke up at 2 a.m. for this. So we're good.
That is true. You committed at least in that point of view. I woke up at 9. I had a great sleep.
I know. You're not as committed, clearly.
Well, I wouldn't want to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning for a broadcast which would start 8 hours after that. There's no point, is there?
Yes, no, but clearly it means you've just got to do more broadcasts at 2 a.m. to be truly committed.
Oh, I've been there and I've done that.
It is terrible.
It's not fun.
I'm feeling it, yeah.
It's not fun. But
it's not fun driving at 2 a.m. either, to be fair. So give credit to some of these drivers, like Chris Sievert, who had to be up at 2, 3 a.m. to qualify the car. And
would you rather drive or commentate at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, commentate, without a shadow of a doubt.
Really?
Yes.
No way. Not for me. I would rather drive at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I can be talking nonsense. I can't drive nonsense and get away with it, No,
but I think the thing is, when you drive, and we've all kind of had it right. You do a race, let's say you didn't sleep very well the night before, you're ill or whatever, and then it gets to the race at, say, for us here in Europe, it's normally around 7 o'clock, right? It was normally when like sprint races or whatever start. It's normally about 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. Gets to that point, you're so tired. So it's just like, I can't focus. As soon as you get into qualifying, wide awake. The adrenaline's pumping. I get the thing, I've done endurance racing. It's the same kind of thing. 2 o'clock in the morning, it's fine.
Yeah, kind of. But again, I speak from some experience with this, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
Having, been out here for a while now. Yeah. I prefer commentating over racing.
I prefer commentating over racing generally, but if it was at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd rather race.
So what I did for the very first time this year, because of course we had FLExTREME's one of their races scheduled on the same day as the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. So I woke up at 2 in the morning for FLExTREME.
Yep.
Did my commentary. You very kindly helped me go over and do some of the start of the Daytona broadcast as well. So that was 4:30 my time. Jumped straight back on to FLExTREME so that I could be on the broadcast then to the very end. As there's another car, that's the Brabham Esports car that's got around on
Brabham.
Yeah, unfortunately, the green and gold, the jumpers cannot buy our non-avoidance of their spin on track. But yeah, so I finished FLExTREME, and then I had to also sit around and wait until I did the final 4 hours of Daytona. So basically I was up from 2 in the morning on Saturday until 5 in the morning on Sunday during broadcast, and then I decided to stay up for another 7 hours before I actually got some sleep.
Which is not a good idea.
No, it's not.
It's not, no. No. I've done a long weekend once and I'll never do it again.
Is there a battle for the
Ever,
lead,
ever.
by the way?
It is pretty close between the top two. Let's see what happened to Alexa Gates. Just losing grip about 3 times in the middle of that corner. Unfortunately, track control's not going to help you through there when it's slipping and sliding like that. And unfortunately for Brabham Esports, it was spun around. Managed to get it back going again without any major, at least I believe so. Obviously patient there, waiting for the rest of the cars to come through, watching the Delta. Said it before, quite a few drivers have been very patient when they've spun this corner through the race thus far, and that is exactly what we like to see. But I do think you are right. I think it is very close for the race lead. I was going to say, in fact, George Boothby has got past Foytania, and now Yas Heat are going to lead at Watkins Glen.
Maybe not the worst thing in the world for Triton Ferrari to now maybe try and follow Boothby and maybe save a bit of fuel and get at least maybe a lap or so back on the 666. Help them, of course, relative to the 5 as well. Gap to Rodriguez has kept relatively constant through that, so the Lamborghini hasn't really closed through that fight, but you can just see the top-end advantage that the NSX has as they get to the end of the run up the hill into the bus stop chicane, just extending that advantage now to 6/10 over the Ferrari.
Yeah, that NSX looks terrifying right now. The concern for them is tyre wear. They looked pretty poor, particularly towards the end of the first stint. They looked pretty poor. And that will be the big concern for most of the Hondas as well. We saw this as well from Red Velton. There are those struggles. Let's take a look at more things that have happened to Brabham Esports and Alexa Gates. Again, more snaps of oversteer. I wonder if there's damage on that car because it doesn't look right. Yeah, that's not right. There's something very wrong with that car.
Just looking at the steering down the hill, whoa, no.
That's broken.
That is a toasted car. Again, to quote the kids.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take a look and figure out and see if there's any way that we can kind of track exact weather conditions and track temperatures, so that we kind of can, look at the fall off as we work through these next 6 hours, because we are going to see the sun start to set. We are likely going to see some change in those track conditions. So it would just be interesting also to see, for example, you bring up that the NSX has been struggling on tires through the course of the stint. Maybe that's going to get a little bit better. Maybe it's something that's going to continue. So just something that I unfortunately won't be able to follow along with and keep the viewers up to date with. But Lewis, I'm putting on your agenda.
Yeah, I'm not sure the sun will set in this race, though.
It's not going to set completely, but you know what I mean, where it's just going to... Right now it's at the very zenith, and it's going to start, just dipping below.
I mean, it'll be probably around about the temperatures that we've got now, depending on cloud coverage and whatnot. That was a bit of a slide there from Triton Racing. It'll probably hover around these temperatures until around about 4 o'clock in game, so for another 3 hours and 20 minutes, and then it might start to drop off just a touch. But I don't think it's going to change enough before the end of the race where it's actually really going to affect anyone going, oh, but it's winter, surely it'll. No, no, it won't. The sun will not set before the end of this race. I don't believe anyway. I don't know what time it's supposed to set, but I think it's probably around about 8 o'clock in game.
I'll see if I can. I know there was a link to the weather that was posted. I'll see if I can take a look at that. Yeah, there's this weather simulator thing, which I really do enjoy. So it's fun being able to look at that and play around with it. Rodriguez is closed, by the way, onto the back of Voitania. Still relatively constant to Boothby, and yeah, starting just get closer and closer in these TV shots as well. Ferrari starting to struggle once again in the mid part of the stint.
At the moment, though, he's getting closer to get closer, who are a lap down, so that's fine. But still, we would suspect the number 7 will jump out of the way of the number 5 pretty soon. There'll be the switch of track position, and Igor Rodriguez will be focused on Voitania, who, like I say, I mean, they're pitting early, so they've got slightly higher tyre wear. It's a risk that's paid off until now. Will it continue to? We don't really know. I think they needed to have made more of an advantage with the kind of the gap they had, but it's kind of easy to say as the race goes on whether they're going to keep that kind of like that buffer, whether they're going to do hour-long stints, which means effectively they're going to be undercutting more and more, whether they're just going to keep going for 65 minutes and kind of drag themselves back on target with quite a lot of others, and they've just used the undercut early on. I don't really know. I don't know what their strategy is behind the scenes, but right now they're just trying to tick off laps and keep themselves somewhere in the mix. But 1.5 seconds of a gap up towards our race leader of George Boothby. Williams Esports, though, they are genuinely, I thought this in qualifying, they are looking really fast over all 3 of their drivers, which is where the concerns of Darren McCormack's internet might be plaguing them a bit. At least they have Van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez. I'm going to say, I think it's as fast as I've seen them as a group.
Agree. And fortunately, Igor Rodriguez no longer driving with just one arm, so that tends to help as well.
Right. He was very quick at COTA, to be fair.
He was. No. Again, I want to just point out that stint that we saw from him at COTA was remarkable. Still, I think one of the stints of the season is 777 is going to see the fellow Mercedes, the LFM car, and Sasha Werner slide on through to 12th position. A real defense put up there, kind of what you'd expect, just that little bit more. Igor Rodriguez, no discredit to what he did at the Circuit of the Americas. One of the stints, if not the stint of the season. It's just now that even Van der Velde has, had a couple of races where maybe he's not been firing on all cylinders. Now all 3 at the very top of their game, and it shows that it's not just McCormack that is the very rapidest, one of the most rapid drivers on the platform, but the entire lineup is very much here to play.
Rapidest.
I know. it felt wrong.
Surely that's not a word.
It is now, because I just made it up.
Surely it's not. I mean, I still refuse to believe that winningest is a word.
Is it though? That's a good question.
I get the feeling it's that winningest is one of those.
Is it in the Oxford Dictionary? That's all that matters.
I believe it is now. I would be shocked if it wasn't in the Oxford Dictionary. But I think it's a horrible word. It's just it does
the most winning does work.
Winning driver.
The most winning driver does work better. Just no.
But then you get the mix where it's like it's the most winningest. The winningest surely counts for the most.
So this is not necessarily grammar related, but do you prefer saying someone is the king of qualifying or the qualifying king?
It depends on context. Depends on how it's being used in the sense. Both are valid.
Yes, because I had someone that did not like the way that I called someone the king, the X Series king, and said they would prefer it if I called them the king of X Series.
I think if you're getting wound up on those kind of things, you can throw the title into the bin. To be quite honest, because it's like, I mean. What's it matter? Both are correct, but I would never call them that again. I'd be like, oh right, fair enough. Well, That's that.
Oh
one,
no, I
isn't
just
it?
called them that every single time from that point forward. Not that. No, they were complaining about someone else calling someone else that. That was
Well, I mean,
yes.
I would just be like, if that's the largest problem that you have, I wish I was you.
It's good.
I mean, it's like it's nothing. Like, don't get me wrong. Like we say a lot of things are completely incorrect in the booth, but that is. I mean, yeah, fair enough. If you do hear us say anything grammatically incorrect, file it under B.
Well, rapidist is apparently a word, by the way. So there
Is
you go.
it really?
Yeah.
Is it really? Wow.
Thank you, Alaric, for going into the Oxford Dictionary to pull up what rapidist is. Happening in a short time or at a great rate.
I mean, it makes sense. It's just, again, same as winningest. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, but it's different to a word like moist, which when I hear that, yeah, no, I said it once and I don't want to say it again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I like dropping it in just to make people feel a little bit uncomfortable. Whenever you think anyone's a little too comfortable with the conversation, you'd be like, oh, well, that's a moist lap time. Everyone's like, oh.
Oh my god.
Igor Rodriguez, by the way, speaking of moist lap times, is closing in to Voitania. It's now only 0.3 of a second behind. So the battle for second is absolutely on with 6.5 hours left to go. But it's much more important for Rodriguez, rather than just the battle for second or third. He needs to get through because Boothby is less than 3 seconds down the road. So we'll have to jump up to that one and see exactly when Rodriguez is going to work his way through.
He's closed a second basically on Boothby in the last handful of laps, so that's exactly what he'll want, and you can see him getting the draft up the hill as they wound out of the 90. Great run for the Lamborghini, and you could not expect Voitania's going to fight this one back. But look at the overspeed of the Lamborghini now starting to build. Still alongside is Triton Racing, but losing ground all the way in. Voitania's going to be aggressive with the defense. Somehow they get through without contact, and Triton holds on.
That was two people almost being too nice. Rodriguez needed to just absolutely send that. I don't know how much time that would have cost them, but I'd be shocked if it was less than a second. We'll have to wait and see if when they come over the second sector split, but I would suspect that gap is closer to 4 seconds now rather than 2.7 than it was going into the bus stop. Rodriguez, though, clearly looking faster. Right, now let's see. What's the gap? I'm going to go with 4. That's 3.8.
Well, Voitania lost even more time coming off of that downhill carousel because he ran off into the grass and just lost, I think, a little bit of the grip and traction. And so really, it's just these are those moments with 6 hours and 30 minutes to go where you wonder, is it really wise to fight? And Rodriguez is going to have to now be very sensible and set up out of the final corner to get the move, built up through turn 1 up the hill, and maybe just try and pop out a little bit later and see if he can surprise on the inside this time, because that's always a little bit easier to force the other driver to let you by.
It does seem to really have the speed on that start finish. Oh, sorry, on the turn 1 up towards the bus stop. So I think there is the pace advantage. I think that move was absolutely on, but I kind of I like the fact that we're seeing that kind of respect that Rodriguez was on the outside and then backed out, because it's kind of it is typically going into there, even if you're fully alongside whoever's on the inside, it really is their corner going through the bus stop. But I still think Rodriguez could have done something about it. Let's see if it's going to change this time. So once again, the overspeed goes its way of Williams Esports. Let's see if Rodriguez throws it in a little bit harder. Does just a touch, but still Triton Racing are able to hang on. They are just losing time by each attempt that Rodriguez is giving it, and Voitania is not giving it up, not at all. And that time going into the bus stop, it was definitely Rodriguez ahead of Voitania.
Yeah, it's great to watch, but looking at the clock, it always does not seem so wise. We'll see the times as they rise themselves up and out of this hairpin. 4.5, I think you're probably right. If not a little bit higher, we'll get the time. 4.8, that's what I thought. It was going to be a little bit higher. So they've gone from being 2 to now 5 seconds off in the space of just 3 laps. It's just so quick to turn, and so Voitania's holding on to track position and maybe thinking that he's more in a fight with Williams than with the 666, but it's not ideal.
No, with it being, oh my goodness me! Wow, that was a proper attempt. That was a proper attempt from Kraus to get around the outside of Patil. That if you're in Williams Esports, you're on the blower to Eagle, being like, "I've just seen a move going into the bus stop that you need to do."
No, you are not on the blower, because you also remember that BS Competition is still in 17th spot. You're in 3rd, and so in the championship standings, I'd take a 3rd over being out of the race.
Oh yeah. No, this is the fear, is that like, how much do you risk to get past? I think realistically, not that much. You want to get through, you want to give it a go. This looks much better. This is much, much, much better from Rodriguez.
Yeah, they got 12 seconds behind as well, and yeah, they're going to be clear.
Very, very slow from Voitania there. Very slow.
Maybe just, getting off the power and recognizing that, okay, 2 laps of side-by-side was enough. Let's see what we can do now. The gap, like we said, is up above 5 seconds, and so Rodriguez, calm as ever, focuses on what's next.
Yep. Up now into 2nd position, 5.1 seconds behind Boothby. But again, as we were kind of discussing, making a move in a way that reduced risk as much as possible. There's nothing crazy about it, nothing fancy about it, nothing risky about it. It was just an easy move on the straight there up towards the bus stop. After a couple of attempts, after having a look and not really risking it too much, I think that's very, very good indeed. So for Williams Esports up to 2nd, like I say, they're playing for a lot more than just finishing on the podium this afternoon. They are playing to keep themselves in the title fight, but not like just keeping themselves in it, but they're trying to throw themselves wholeheartedly, properly into it.
Yes, no, I think at this point, BS Competition are in the same spot that Williams were in last week, where they're just trying to hang on. It is setting itself up like Williams will head into the final race if we ended like this. Out on top in points, with Yas Heat really now trying to put a little bit more pressure onto BS Competition, but there's still plenty to play for. In terms of points, to put it to you this way, Williams Esports, for their 12th position last time out, got 154 points, whereas BS Competition for 3rd got 188 points. Actually, when you put that into context, Lewis, about 10 positions difference between the two of them, only a 40-point swing, so it may actually be a lot closer if BS Competition can work themselves closer and closer to the top 10.
Yeah, they'll be working all the way through just to rescue as many points as they can. It's my turn, by the way, to jump out of the commentary booth, because you've got to welcome back in, hopefully, a happy Luke Crane to deal with you for another hour, so you're going to ruin his day. Cool, nice, bye.
I'm very happy. I actually had to check that my microphone wasn't left on, because I went absolutely ballistic. Yes, I was watching. My team are Arsenal, and we just scored like a 94th minute winner, and it was a screamer. So yeah, I'm a happy man.
And then he scored the second one to make it even better.
Yeah, that was the goalkeeper went up for a corner, and then it was just an open goal. Basically, it's hilarious. Couldn't happen to a nicer bloke of Emi Martinez, so who cares? Anyway, to the race. Interesting here. I have no idea who you're talking about in terms of P3. I'm sure his name's Wiegner, but yeah, I think you guys have said it wrong about 800 times, and I'm saying it wrong as well, probably as well. Just
probably.
The amount of different ways you guys have just said that in the last maybe 10 minutes is so funny.
I've been trying to copy how Lewis says it, and I'm probably the one that keeps mucking it up. What do you think about the fight that we saw, though? I mean, a couple of times Rodriguez tried around the outside, which is never the ideal spot to be as the driver trying to make the move happen, but really just, a couple of laps, you go from 2 to 5 seconds. Do you think it was wise from Triton and the Ferrari?
They're looking at track position. I think Rodriguez is looking at the bigger picture. I don't think that Triton are going to be the most rapidest car out on circuit, whereas Rodriguez right now is. That is not a word, by the way. Boothby is going to be worried now. Now Rodriguez has got some clear track. He is starting to close up. In terms of stint times, there's plenty of times for Rodriguez to catch up here. I think that the Williams trio are probably the quickest out there, aren't they? They look really good in every stint. And they've got Dennis Schinniger to go in the car, right? So he is rapid.
Do
Williams
they have Dennis
really
today?
Good. Is it not Dennis?
I don't think it is for today.
Oh, maybe it's not.
Let me go pull up the lineups for this race.
Oh, it's Tinko. No, it's Tinko.
Yep, no, it is. And we've seen Tinko in. That's why I got so confused as well. So it is Van der Velde, McCormack, and Rodriguez. Provisionally, for the next round in the M2 CS Racing Cup car, it's Van der Velde, Rodriguez, and not McCormack, but Charlie Crossland instead. Which I think,
oh, wow.
Yeah, Williams have got some really interesting drivers now on ACC with the addition of Crossland as well as Schinniger.
Charlie Crossland has got everything, bar temperament, in my opinion. I think if he sorts he's young, right? If he sorts out his temperament, if he sorts out his mentality, we've got a world beater on our hands. Level, potentially of someone like Darren McCormack, but it's all about management for me. If they get it right, if Williams get it right with him, then they've got an incredible driver. It's just putting it all together, and that's the difference now between being a good driver and a great driver. You've got to not only be quick on track, you've got to be good in every aspect. So I think if they can nail that, they've got a superstar in their hands.
So, Crossland's 19, yep, so still young, plenty of potential to grow, and at a team like Williams, I think opportunities to develop himself will come along. He's also familiar with McCormack. Of course, they work together behind the scenes on high-mo setups, so I think that's going to be an interesting combination to look forward to in some of the endurance races moving forward, and yeah, looking forward to how that's all going to play out. Of course, we've been teased that silly season is not over between some of these teams and drivers. Of course, Dominic Bly's final race here, so curious to see what else is going to happen. I can't recall a crazier couple of months, at least on the road side of sim racing, in terms of the amount of changeover that we've seen with new teams coming in and some big teams coming in as well.
Yeah, I think we've kind of seen silly season end for the time being for the top talent. I think where we see Bly goes to be kind of the end of that. But the tier below, I think we're going to see a lot of movement because obviously there's lots of spaces opened up, right? Because drivers have moved on to new teams coming into the space are taking drivers from other teams, thus leaving spots open. But yeah, I think the top echelons, we've seen the movement finish for the time being, but just a little bit below, we're going to, of course, see movements like drivers that are kind of battling for top 20s in this championship, for instance. They'll be moving around, I would imagine.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think until the end of ESL R1, we'll probably then maybe have another wave then, maybe see some new teams come into that competition, potentially. And then maybe a handful more.
Yeah.
Should be a curious little bit of time.
I think it's the contract situation that's going to change really in sim racing because right now, only really the top teams have contracts where a driver's there for, a 2-year contract, for instance, where they're locked in. It's still a lot of, oh, do you want to come and race for my team? Are you under contract? No. Okay, cool. There you go. You signed, right? And I think the introduction of the ERWC that we had last year and we got next weekend, the introduction of championships such as the FLExTREME Championship, the SRO Championship with the amount of money on the line this year as well. In terms of the exposure, we've got PESC, of course, the ERL, ESL R1. Like teams have to now think about contracts, long-term contracts, to keep their talent tied down. Because as soon as if they don't invest in a driver and don't take a chance, as soon as they have one good performance, they'll end up with another team. So the landscape of sim racing is changing hugely, right before our very own eyes, and it is for the better, for sure. But it is so hard to keep track of.
I think you brought up SRO Esports. I definitely think that's a great case in point, especially with their Sim Pro series that they are going to be running this year, where at 5 of the races, when they have the Fanatec Arena up and running in the paddock during GT World Challenge Europe events, you'll also have, I think it's 35 sim racing drivers or something like that on site and racing. So that's going to be an exciting time for them for sure. And some of these drivers... So was that?
It's the money for me. Like last year, the SRO championships were, of course, incredible to be a part of. But the fact that the money's gone up as much as it has, that's big for me. Sim racing, these drivers need to be paid. They need to make a living. We're starting to see it happening now in every single championship because there's so many of them out there. Ultimately, if you don't put a decent prize pool out there, you're not going to get the talent. People aren't going to watch because you haven't got the talent racing. So everybody's competing with each other to get views on the product, get views on their sponsors' names. So everybody's having to now look after the sim racer, which is great news. Like I would love to be 16 years old right now and rapid, because your next 10, 15, 20 years are going to be incredible as long as you apply yourself in the right way, bringing it right back to mentality. There's quick drivers out there. Can you handle the pressure now running for, Charlie Crossland, for instance, G2 sim racing, right? He was at a big team, and something's not worked out there, clearly. Now he's gone to Williams, again, another huge organisation. You get the best out of these drivers. It works both ways. The driver's got to perform, the driver's got to put in everything, but the team have to manage them properly as well and give them the correct support.
Well, the reason why I think the SRO example is so important, not just because of the prize money, but because of their commitment, is because, of course, last year and the year before, they had the GT Pro Series, the Fanatec GT Pro Series, where the real-world drivers came in to the Fanatec Arena and fought on ACC for real world championship points, which was really fun. We got to see James Baldwin dominate at Spa last year. But now we have the sim racing drivers that will be in that same environment and get that same spotlight during the real race weekend, which I think is a really interesting proposition. It will be interesting to see how many real motorsports fans who have maybe never really been exposed to sim racing go and meet and maybe interact with some of our sim racing drivers, which does mean that if any of the drivers that are getting ready to go compete in that series are listening, media training. It's not a bad idea as we get ready for that. Get ready to talk and talk a lot to people who will be very, very curious to learn a little bit more about you. We watch a fight, though, for the 12th position on back, Prime Firefly Racing, dropping into the clutches of LFM, and then the 41 and the 88 as they all work their way past some blue flags as well.
I don't think media training is as massive as it used to be. I think the old guard, you're seeing sort of, not retire, but they're the quieter ones. The younger ones, they're used to a YouTube kind of world, right? They're used to everything being filmed. So you see the youngsters coming through now, brilliant on camera. Dara McCormack, being an example of that. We've got Luke Bennett as well for Redline, a very young driver. Robbie Stapleford, really good on camera. Like these youngsters coming through, they've got no choice but to be good because it's the full package, right? If you want to succeed in this, you need to build your brand. You need to be able to build your stream. You've got to be able to, be on camera chatting to your audience. Because if it doesn't work out at a team, I'm going to give you a prime example here, right? Lucas Muller has just been given probably the biggest opportunity in terms of sim racing. He's driving for an organization called FaZe. I called that, by the way, 3 months ago. He's driving for FaZe. He's a good-looking chap, right? He's very presentable on camera, very well-spoken. He's bloody quick, and he's now representing one of the biggest esports organizations in the world. But it's not enough just to be quick. It's not enough to get your performance out there. You need to provide a little bit more. You have to provide the social media sphere. A lovely move up the inside by a Ferrari. I believe that is Constagianis on Vassner for LFM. That's a lovely move down the inside of turn 1. We haven't seen many moves into turn 1, actually. Well, we've seen attempts into there, but we've not seen him really be stuck. Lovely job. Now, LFM under pressure from the Aston Martin behind.
Yeah, usually it's setting up out of turn 1. TF Racing working on forward, but maybe a 3-wide potential here. Some bump drafting going on. TF Racing gets a shove on forward by the Aston Martin, who still manages to slide its way on through. Some great racing, and they all, at least this time, managed to survive.
I tell you what, I want to see that from an onboard or a chase cam. I hate chase cam or something of the Assetto car, because that looked incredible and it was just very well executed. Back to what we were just talking about in terms of drivers. All I care about is sim racers making money, making it their living. That's all I care about. So as long as they're all being looked after and there's many opportunity out there, the world's a better place for me. I love sim racing, and I just love the sim racers now finally making a living.
Well, yeah, and to my point on media training, I don't mean they all need to become robots. I just...
Oh, no, I don't understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah, no, there is a skill to being in front of the camera and talking to it and, interacting with people, and it's something I had to learn while commentating, is how to talk, as a lot of my friends will concede. Here's that look on board, and you'll see exactly how it all played out as the absolute motorsport car that Aston Martin gave a bit of a shove to the Ferrari.
Yeah, this is perfect. So you're really forced to make this opportunity for yourself there. Had to push the Ferrari to continue the momentum to overtake the LFM Mercedes on the left-hand side. The mistake the LFM team made was pulling out into the clear air, because you hit that brick wall. Unfortunately, you're going to be a little bit slower than two cars working together. Really nice job there from the Assetto team, just giving a slight nudge to the Ferrari, gaining position. LFM now not really showing that pace that they showed at the start of this race. Wassner dropping a bit further back, about a second behind, and maybe by the end of this straight, or the end of this lap, we'll lose that toe, and we'll actually be under pressure from Bischoff in behind.
Only about 10 minutes away or so from getting back into that pit stop cycle, where we'll expect, of course, the Triton Racing Ferrari to come on in. And then from there, one by one, they'll all trickle their way down. It's a rather short pit lane relative to the one we last experienced over at Spa. I don't remember what version of Paul Ricard that we have here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. I don't know if it's the one with the older pit lane where you exit out of the final corner, or the one that Formula One now uses where you enter before the final corner. But that's not a short pit lane either. But yeah, Spa is an outlier in terms of pit lane lengths.
Yeah, Paul Ricard's horrendous because if someone's overtaking you on the inside and you've got to pit, you're buggered, right? You've got to slow right down on the outside to come in because it is the pit entry on the straight. Unless it's been changed, unless they've updated it. But yeah, it's always been the entry and the exit on the pit straights. It's like probably the shortest one we'd use across the whole season, but it is so dangerous. Normally you have a dangerous pit exit, but this entry is just horrendous.
Oh yeah, well, what's your most dangerous pit exit that you can remember?
Ooh, what's the most dangerous pit exit? I reckon it's probably. Well, no, not Paul Ricard. Paul Ricard because they have to move over to the right.
Yep.
Oh, it's got to be Long Beach, right? Actually.
Yes, no, that's a good one. I was having this conversation with Andy McEwen on a broadcast recently, and he agrees that Paul Ricard is pretty dangerous. I point out that Spa's endurance layout is also pretty dangerous because, the cars are coming over the top at Radion, over a crest blinded, and then you've got cars trying to basically merge onto the racing line at that point. There are some pretty dangerous ones. Watkins Glen is not ideal, I will say that. But I guess it all about works.
Mike Law just said Grand Snatch, which is a fact. That is a tough one.
Yes, it is. It's the ones where you get basically spit right out onto the racing lines that are the worst, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't really race in races long enough to need the pits most of the time, so I don't have to really worry about that. So after camera, going to make up a position. Yes, there we go. So Gendro's just been taken over the so they're moving their way up the order. Not had the best of days of BS competition. Qualifying didn't go well as they qualified last, P34. The lack of qualifying, I should say, with the cut track cost them dearly. The first 3/4 of the first lap, they gained maybe nearly 10 positions, and then they were involved in a massive melee. And during that melee, they rejoined the track where Connery was furious with it because he rejoined poorly, and a 10-second penalty was given out.
I was still quite interested, right? I went back and watched lap 1 while I was off commentary, and BS competition was still last, basically working halfway through the boot. So they did not really go aggressive, thinking that there was going to be more chaos, and then when it came, they unfortunately got collected in it. Does look like they've got the damage fixed up. They've also, as far as I'm aware, already come down onto the pit lane to get Philippa Bakita out and to throw Arthur Camera in. So they're actually looking relatively okay. They'll cycle back up in front of a handful of cars now by virtue of a slight undercut, but ultimately they're in a spot where we were looking at the math just before you jumped back on in here, Luke, but it was a 41 point gap between BS competition championship leaders and Williams Esports coming into today. Now, BS competition got 3rd last time at Spa. Williams Esports got 12th last time at Spa. So somewhat similar position to what we find ourselves in today, where one team's fighting for a podium, another trying to get into the top 10. And the points differential that time was just 33 points. So for BS competition, every position they gain might not be actually just trying to stop losing ground to Williams Esports. It might actually be about holding a buffer heading into the final race.
Yeah, 100% works both ways, right? You just want to try and be as close or as far ahead as you possibly can going into that final race. But I will say one thing, it's just spiced things up. And on the flip side, we saw some side-by-side action with Williams. Williams are battling right now with cars of the similar abilities, so the chances of them having an incident with another team is very high, whereas BS competition, being out of position, they're generally making these overtakes relatively easily, right? So, yeah, the risk for Williams is a little bit higher, I'd say. Although, look, Rodriguez, by the way, is caught up now by 2.4 seconds from the last time he checked. In 20 minutes, he's managed to gain 2.4 seconds over Boothby. Williams looks so strong.
They do, and it's across the lineup again. I think that's the scary part, isn't it? Still the 666, I think, will be trying to fight. I'm not going to go and look exactly who's behind the wheel of the Yassit machine over the course of the race. Malinowski, Statsenko, and Yaroslav Honziko. I don't think we've seen behind the wheel just yet, but that's a pretty rapid lineup as well, to be completely fair, and it's going to be fun to see them go head-to-head. And remember that we've had no repeat winner so far this championship. In 4 different races, we've had 4 different winners, and so in the case of Williams and Yassit, 2 repeat winners trying to go back to the top.
Yeah, I think that might be the Achilles heel though for Yassit. You know, as much as Honzik is a bloody quick driver, not quite the level of the McCormacks of the world, is he? Because He's a content creator. It's crazy to say this, ladies and gentlemen, but Jaroslav Honzik not only is a content creator, but he is, I would say, in the top 0.01% of sim races in ACC specifically. Yeah, he's got some ridiculous pace, but yeah, not quite at that level. So I think, yeah, I'm not sure he's as quick as Boothby, for instance, because Boothby is elite world level. But again, to be a content creator, to also be, you know, racing at this level in competition is just mind-blowing to me. So one minute he can have a bit of fun, the next minute he's sim racing in an elite competition, but he's also still driving like he's having fun, which is crazy. But he's also been almost a world champion on Project Cars back in the day. Project Cars 2, won the online event of Project Cars, and then when it came to the actual finals, finishing third. Like, Honzik has competed at that top level, and he's still continuing to do so. But it's just mind-blowing that he's able to do it in such I don't know, what would be the word? Such crazy circumstances, maybe? I think it's probably the most appropriate.
Yeah, combining those two is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's a talent in itself, right?
We're not going to see him for quite a while, I think, because...
That's right.
Yeah, he's going to be racing in Pest Corsas, which I think, to your point about him maybe being the Achilles heel, adds to a little bit of weight to that, right? Because he's now jumping from one different platform to another. He's jumping from...
two different platforms either,
right.
as well. Like, tire models are so different.
Yeah, I think that is potentially going to be the Achilles heel. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe there is another driver that the Assetto stable have in line, and apparently maybe the entry list I'm looking at is incorrect. But yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting proposition. I tell you what, the easiest way to solve this would be to go over to George Boothby's stream and to see the three drivers there. Boothby, Statsenko, and Malinovsky listed there. So Honzik's on the entry list on the website that I'm checking, but not in the sim. So no Yardier today, no big smiles, instead just Malinovsky.
Yeah, well, that's a game changer there, because Malinovsky's bloody quick as well. I'd say he's just a little bit faster than someone like Honzik. Not by a lot, but yeah, Malinovsky's right up there as potentially one of the fastest drivers we've ever seen on this sim. So that now changes this exponentially. Boothby's struggling on tyres right now. The reason why he's being caught is nothing to do with his natural pace. It must be the tyres, because he's losing some time hugely each and every lap, as they've actually just gone past Race Anywhere. Where are Race Anywhere now? Last time I saw them, they were P30. And I'm not
They're
sure
up to 24th now.
They're up to 24th now then, so yeah, doing a pretty good job. They did not have a good first lap, that's for sure. I tell you what's really impressive is that we've actually still got all 34 cars racing, which is very good.
Again, it's the participation points, right? You get 100 points just for getting to the end of the race, and I do love that we incentivize that spirit of endurance racing, because it's way too easy in sim racing to pack it up after a nightmare lap number one. I'm not blaming anyone. I have been guilty of that myself. You know, special event iRacing, you know, you get crashed out on lap number one. I don't want to drive around for 23 more hours with a damaged car. Yeah, I've done it before.
Yeah, the good thing about this sim is that it doesn't take very long to fix the car, and it always goes back to 100%, whereas with the special events we've done, it doesn't ever work like that.
No.
It's never 100% again, and sometimes your steering wheel's off at 90 degrees for the rest of the race.
Which is why you then retire.
Yeah, exactly that. The retention rate's been very good across this season. Shame we only had 16 cars in the Challengers split, as it Rivals, one of the two, which is a little bit of a shame, but I guess there's no cash incentive for those drivers at this stage of the championship.
Yeah, we had a crazy reception to the series, right? I mean, to initially have 3 different splits shows how many people enjoy this concept of a BOP budget and the races that we have. So it's great that we were able to add those 2 extra splits to accommodate them. But yeah, without prizes, of course, there's less incentive for the drivers to stick around and endure what is not a short race length by any means. It's just a shame, especially since we do have full broadcasts across all 3 different splits, which you can watch on the VCO Command Center, which is always a nice little touch that we can add here, Luke.
What I would love to see is I would love to see FLExTREME be more flexible. Instead of like having just loads of endurance races, how about one week they have like a VCO World Cup style knockout competition? So it's not always the same. But when they use the Porsche Cup car, for instance, when it's the same car, same BOP, and all of that good stuff, that would be pretty cool. There's us on the screen again. Yeah, next week we've got the ERWC2. Will Team Redline go 2 for 2? It's going to be fun. Unfortunately, Arjuna will be at home as we see a battle for position here. This is Machuska trying to get ahead of the BMW just up ahead. And well, there's a lovely send here. It's not the most appropriate corner to make a move, but if you do get up the inside, it means the car behind you will lose a hell of a lot of time. They'll both lose a hell of a lot of time. And Wolf moves up into P, I believe, 7 now.
Yeah, he bullies his way on through.
Look at that smile, sadistic smile on his face.
Just a little smirk. Yep.
I am the lead of the pack now.
Nice. I see what you did there.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that was that was of course for 7th position. Next car up the road is the Carbon SimSport number 90. It's about a 10-second buffer that RCI Bentley will try and make up. It's a great look at the Aspar Nissan that's now fighting its way forward with that 38 McLaren for Team Shazoo.
You got Gerard Martinez, one of the more aggressive drivers in the world. I'm sure he's sending it here. No, he doesn't. Decides against it there. And the McLaren's very capable for that. But I'm sure if that door was left open any longer, that was going to be occupied for sure. The space was going to be definitely taken up by the number 21. Down towards the final corner we go, and the McLaren lives to fight maybe one more lap or one more day.
Getting pit stops underway as the 85 Team Racing point car begins the cycle. So still just waiting for Triton Racing to really be the first one to set the leaders on their pit stop run around. Out of turn number 1. Martinez again will just try and build his way with that toe up through the hill. Always good to see one of those Nissans out in the field. We do have a handful of them. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough though into the bus stop this time by.
No, they need to detach that parachute by the looks of things, because that car is not going fast in a straight line at all. The McLaren punching a hole in the air, but unfortunately Nissan not able to do too much about it. So it's kind of now needs to get into the middle sector and into the third sector. That's really where the strength of the Nissan is this week. Unfortunately, not quite going to work out there. So Hladky is going to hold on for the time being in P21. You're right, yeah, the pit stop phase is starting to happen. Pertile, it's one of my favourite names to say in sim racing, that Pertile. Love that. He will drop down the order now in the number 85 because they have indeed come into the pit.
And so now just waiting to see where he cycles out relative to someone like Arthur Camera. Just very curious to see where the BS competition machine will end up as he continues to try and look for some additional positions. Of course, for Triton Racing, the one limit, sorry, Luke, that Lewis was kind of wondering about is most teams and drivers have managed the stint lengths to the point where they've been able to do about 64 minutes out on track. Now, of course, the stint limit timer is about 65, and Lewis was very much wondering if there were going to be teams that were going to be able to get the pace to a point, be able to take the risks to do an extra lap. I'm not sure if we're necessarily at that stage, but it's one of those things that for those that have undercut early in the race, they will be looking for ways to put themselves on a little bit more of an even keel relative to the others, with that final pit stop going to weigh towards those that have gone longer.
Yeah, 100% strategy being a huge factor in these races. It's that normally they're all on the same strategy, but there'll be one or two that really do and try and change things up, and as you would expect, some win, some lose. As we see a potential move this time, so Gerard Martinez a little bit closer this time round. But again, the McLaren's actually got some slipstream to use, so I don't think the Nissan's going to be quite close enough to take advantage. Down towards the bus stop we go, and it's normal service resumed. What's your favourite name to say in sim racing?
Ooh.
There's lots of names I don't like saying, but I have a couple. Nenad Vladislavovich is a name I like saying. Pertile, I like Pertile, it's cool. Castorino is another one I like saying as well.
Genuinely, that's a question that I have never actually considered, but there are some fun names.
Enzo Benito.
That's your favorite name.
I like whispering that to him in his ear.
Oof, you've put me on the spot here. Probably some of the Finnish names they're always interesting.
Oh.
Toni Latinmäki is one.
Okay, you just completely changed accent.
Because I got told off by Finnish people for how I was pronouncing it with my regular accent.
All right.
So yeah, I put the.
What are you going to do? Throw a snowball at you?
Sit on me, maybe in some cases.
Okay.
But yeah, I decided no, I didn't want to take the risk. Joni Ollikainen is also another one that's quite fun.
Oh yeah.
I don't know that That's a good one. Tom Bryant says Wolf Matsushuka, one of his the greatest names in sim racing. I'm sure there's
I'm excited for that though. I think there's more to that story than meets the eye.
Out of pit lane rolls the 142, so that's the Simware.pro. Still waiting for that Triton Racing car, I think, to have come on in, but they are due to have come down to pit lane. Wojtania's cutting it quite close to the stint limit.
Yeah, they are cutting it very, very fine, but again, if they go over it, they get a penalty, so it's probably a good idea to do that. As, yeah, we see one of the lead cars coming out ahead of this group of cars, which has not slowed anyone down, and the last thing you want to do is you're battling for, top 3, top 4, top 5, is to fall behind cars that are a lap down, and they're also battling. It becomes, just drains the life out of you, sucks the time out of you.
Oh, Martinez almost gets the rear end stepping out on him. Has to have some quick hands to bring it back into control. That will, no doubt, give him some doubt as he now tries to focus forward. Triton Racing do, I think, come into pit lane this time by. So yes, indeed. Also see Tobias Pfeffer and Statsenko jumping in to that 666, getting behind the wheel and taking over from Boothby. So we've had a pit stop kerfuffle already. Trying to pick up the gap back to Triton Racing now with Charcot behind the wheel there. As BS Competition, a lap down, work their way past West Competition Racing.
Yeah, fast enough to be unlapping themselves up against, what, P4? Or P3 now, yeah. So, yeah, fast enough to be unlapping yourself against P3. Definitely got some pace today, have BS Competition, but unfortunately just find themselves that lap down and a little bit off strategy as well. So, yeah, they'll be hoping for a little bit more in the second half of the race, although we've only just gone past the first third. It feels like we've been here forever, but we haven't. It's only been 3 hours. Yeah, Wolf is now P2. Rodriguez is in P1, still yet to come in, so the Williams team are stretching out as far as they can each and every time. I would assume McCormack's getting into the car next time round as well. And I wouldn't imagine they're going to go much further on than... Well, I guess if they keep stretching out the stints, it means by the final pit stop it'll be shorter. But again, tyre change, unless they try and double stint at the end, if they manage to stretch it where it's only like 20 minutes left.
So this is where Lewis was trying to point out that the advantage that a team that is going long now will have in the final stint is that with tires maybe wearing a little bit more at this track than some of the others, maybe that's a benefit in the closing stages. They'll have a little bit more grip, able to push just a little bit more. So I guess that's one element of it to consider, because you're right, you do fuel and tires at the same time, so you're limited basically by the amount of time that it's going to take the set of tires, because even with 30 minutes left to go in the race, if that's when you're able to stretch the fuel until you'd likely come in and get a set of boots in as well. So I think I tend to agree with you. Charcot, by the way, in the number 10 is only about a second off the back of the 666, if I'm reading the timing correctly. So, in fact, no, it's a lot bigger of a gap. 15 seconds indicated on that left side of the screen. So Triton Racing really losing a lot of time relative to that Yas Heat machine.
Well, they must have chucked it in the wall somewhere. Yeah, they must have had a mistake on that last lap, because Statsenko came in a few laps before, and Charcot came in a few laps before, right?
I think we must have missed something.
He's definitely hit. He's gone into a wall somewhere or something. It didn't. The front of the car looked like it might have some damage as well. So I could be well wrong there, but the fact that he's just gone from 1 second to now 15, and neither of them have come out of the pits that previous lap, says to me something's gone awry.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think there has been something that's befallen that Triton Racing Ferrari. Now waiting for at least, I think, another 8 or so minutes before we see Igor Rodriguez to come down to pit lane and hand over the Williams Esports machine. Here we go. Through the bus stop, looks a little wide initially, then bounces heavily over the exit curb, and well, that's not necessarily 15 seconds of time lost, but that's definitely unnervy. That's definitely unsettling.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely something that happened. Honestly, I felt like Mystic Meg. Yeah, called that. Be the only thing I get right today, though, to be fair. So Abdeladze P9, Piffett just up ahead in P8, Bischoff down in P10. There's a few cars that have got come into the pits as well. Sorry, we're looking at Charcot and Huben then, weren't we? Yeah, Carpenter's got to bring it in as well. Oh, we're going to see something else here as well. Okay.
More.
And there it is. Well, hold on. No, it's not enough. Perhaps they just lost like 1.5 seconds through every corner.
Yeah, no, were they just drifting for basically an entire lap?
Wow. It's
Wow.
it was certainly not it was a cool lap to look at, but certainly wasn't fast.
No, that's surely frustrating. And if that was, so that I'm not sure if that was before the pit stops or after the pit stops, because we didn't see exactly when the gap came and went down, but there's the potential that maybe that was on worn tires. That was apparently on the out lap, so cold tires, and now I wonder what he's done for the tires for the rest of the stint.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble, I would say, if that was new tires. Oh dear, not a good sign.
Balance of the car is looking splendid. Rodriguez out of turn one. Last time by does a 46.090. Does run into a little bit of traffic, but still relatively fast. 144.8 though for Statsenko, and this is where you got to make the undercut count. Hopefully you don't run into traffic, which I think Statsenko has dealt with quite well. Dispatch to the Grip Hacks Engineering Aston Martin without too much of an issue has already put him 2 seconds adrift, and now continues to work closer and closer to building some really quick lap times in the very hottest temperature that we have.
Yeah, Yas Heat looking very good indeed. It's become very clear from the offset, really, maybe half an hour into the race, it was going to be between Yas Heat and Williams. There may be a sprinkling of Triton and Simware as well. Simware.pro?
Simware.pro by Vides, yes, full name.
There we go, cool. Yeah, so it's very closely contested between those four. I think a top 5 is really up for grabs for anybody. I'm just not sure the Unicorns are loving the Porsche today, in all fairness. So there is an opportunity for someone to come out and grab that P5 if they really want it. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Williams versus Yas Heat. Barring any mistakes, still 5 hours, 50 odd minutes to go. So plenty of time for these drivers to go out there and make mistakes, but those two teams specifically look very strong.
You know, the Unicorns of Love after round one, there's so much hope, I think, for them, surely. It was a great fight with Williams Esports. But then round 2 Monza just did not, they never got out of the gates, basically. 24th was the finishing position there, 11th in Barcelona when we switched over to that Porsche Cup car before finally back to form at Spa, getting inside of the top 5, finishing in 4th position after another 9-hour race. So season of what ifs, still fighting potentially for 3rd in points with Yas Heat, but with tire wear maybe being their limiting factor here today. They have got a lot of work still left to do in the back half of this race. Rodriguez will extend past the 5 hours and 50 minutes left to go mark, so he's going to push 10 minutes beyond the hour as we get to the 3rd hour of the race. And this is where Lewis's prediction of about 30 minutes of fuel required for the Williams Esports car in the final pit stop of the race is looking like it's somewhat on the money. I'll give him that much credit.
Yeah, he's finally got something right. It's taken about 14 months of us working together. It's a fair play to Lewis on that one. But yeah, they look good. They just look in control, I think, is the most appropriate thing to do. This. They've not really looked back. At one point, Triton with Dominic Blyer and his strategy call in the first pit stop phase, that looked like it could be a real defining factor. But no, Williams looked really strong.
And this is when I saw the early stop, when I was talking about it with Lewis, I did wonder kind of like, so it's one thing that gains you track position, but it's also something that very much compromises you on the back foot for the rest of the race. When I look at the gap between Statsenko and Rodriguez, it's only about 54 seconds, which again, it goes to the relatively short pit lane here. 54 seconds does not seem like the biggest gap, and it does seem as though Yas Heat will cycle back to the race lead, and so at least for now, they seem like they're on top. But I wonder if Yas Heat, in responding to Triton and starting to go a little bit earlier, a couple of pit stops ago, if they maybe put themselves on the back foot in that battle with that Williams Lamborghini.
Yeah, the crazy thing is we won't really find out until the final pit stops have taken place, because they're all kind of never really on the track at the same time in the same positions. So as we see here, Leon Brandt is going to get the move due to a pit stop there. So Lomi brings that car into the pits and actually lost a load of time in terms of the entry there because of that. And Gendrew now is going to be pretty... Is that Gendrew behind? No, that is actually a Ferrari. So is that a lapped car?
It's the 85, isn't it? Racing Point.
It is Racing Point. So they were involved in the kerfuffle at the start as well, I believe. Hence
they're up to 12th?
Yeah, they've done really well to get up into 12th position. Castorino, I actually did a voiceover for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge with Castorino yesterday. He was battling with someone else who's in this race, Swiderek. So yeah, it's nice to see those two names competing on multiple different sort of events.
Yeah, he's only about 12 seconds back from the 77 as well, so still has something to look forward to in that Visceral Esports Aston Martin, as through the outer loop they work themselves.
Welton, they were battling in that group of 5 cars at the start of this race, weren't they?
Yeah, until they weren't.
Until they weren't, yeah. They were all battling for a top 7, and then they wasn't. They was facing the wrong way, battling for their race survival.
It was a little bit of a ludicrously active first half hour of the race. And that was after we got half a clean lap on lap number 1, and then it all went wrong through the final quarter. I think that's the best way to describe it. 34 cars started this race. I think we said 15 cars basically mixed up in that one. So yeah, I'm just looking on George Boothby's stream, by the way. There's still more troubles out on track as far as I can tell. The 977 Kramer Racing Esports Porsche has just had a little bit of a loop by itself in 18th position. So still, track conditions are not easy by any means at this time, and drivers are still very much struggling. Watkins Glen is one of those races where once you survive the opening hour, you do know that it kind of settles into a rhythm, and you just kind of go from there.
Yeah, and at this stage of every stint, it's so difficult because you've got to you extend your braking zones because of tyre wear. The braking zones become a little bit longer, but also it's a fine line because you can lose so much time doing that by going a little bit too long. So you still, as much as you're braking a lot earlier, you're still on the limit of the car at that present time. So it's very difficult to find that balance, that fine balance, as we see Gamble in the number 977 being caught here. Again, it's like unicorns of love, isn't it?
Yeah.
To put another lap on them, or to put a lap on them right now. So yeah, unicorns of love looking to try and get a lap on the 977. I would imagine they pull over to the right-hand side here and let them go.
Oh, maybe not yet.
Maybe not.
Blue flags are definitely being waved, that's for sure. You can see the marshal very helpfully starting exactly when they come on past. Always love those little touches of details. Here, we'll get a look at exactly what happened. Oh, and it's going to be through the bus stop. It's going to be a fast one, isn't it? Where does it go wrong? Entry looks tidy. And that was in front of Yassit as well. To be clear, and that did require the 666 to take avoiding action.
Statsenko in the lead of this race, by the way, 9 seconds clear of Dara and McCormack.
Oh,
so
wow.
Wow, that's a huge margin. So what's happened there? But anyway, they nearly weren't in the race at all, let alone in the lead of the race. I'm telling you now, Statsenko, he was going 50p, 5p, 50p, 5p for sure. That was interesting.
So I expected the gap to be a little bit closer to maybe 5 or so seconds. The fact that it's at 10 seconds, let's say you have 30 minutes to close 10 seconds with tires that are brand new versus a car that's got tires that have done half a stint. I think the lap times will have to dictate and tell us whether that is possible or not, but that sounds feasible to me. It sounds possible.
I think there has to have been a mistake there as well.
Possibly. We'll see if our producer Mike Yao can find yet another replay. Of course, it was definitely a mistake for Triton Racing, but now we'll have to wait and see if it was for maybe McCormack on his out lap, or I guess potentially Rodriguez in the closing stages of his stint. Statsenko still has more traffic to deal with now.
Yeah, he certainly does, and they are not being kind to Statsenko here at all. Statsenko is going to have to basically make the overtake happen, which is very tough to do. They are not being kind here at all. That is crazy to me. Surely they get out of the way going into the braking zone now, and there we do. They filter in behind Statsenko. Statsenko's going to be furious with that, and has every right to be.
I think Statsenko's still more worried about the fact that he needs a change of underwear after what happened. It was heads up as well to go all the way to the outside, knowing that he had tarmac to use. I think that was really well avoided by the 666 with the Kramer Racing spin of its own. I mean, yeah, that could have been a lot more significant. The gap's actually growing between first and second. Don't forget that Yassit will have burned a bit of their fuel off, so the car's a little bit lighter. McCormack's just trying to get into the rhythm of the stint, so give him a lap or two to get up to speed, and then see where the margins go from there. But with about an hour or so to go, just over an hour until we get to the halfway stage of the race, we are starting to see it break up. Even though we still have plenty of cars running as we exit this pit stop cycle, 34 of the 34 still running. We're down to just 17 left on the leading lap. It just goes to show how significant that lap number 1 shenanigan was.
Yeah, it certainly was. A lot of people, imagine you prepare for a few weeks, a month now, I guess, considering the last race didn't even start. You've been practicing all that time with your team, and then the first thing that happens is you get involved in a massive shunt, and that's your race effectively over. Of course, you're still battling for other prizes within this championship, which is what I really like, actually. I like the fact that you can have battle of the day or most overtakes and all of that good stuff. But yeah, it's not ideal when you're facing the wrong way or you've had contact with another car.
No, it is definitely not. I am looking forward to those votes at the end of the season as well, to see how it's going to go. I think that's going to be an interesting thing. So, of course, stay tuned on VCO social media. And I think, of course, as well, we mentioned the Esports Racing World Cup a handful of times. Stay tuned on social media in the build-up to the World Cup this next coming weekend, because you'll help pick some of the tracks that we go racing at. So if you want to get your voice heard and you want to make sure that we're racing at the track that you think will be better for the racing out of the options presented, the audience gets their chance to make sure they're heard here, Luke.
They 100% do. Yeah, that's the beauty of indeed being part of the VCO community. We tend to do track votes pretty much for every competition. But yeah, get yourselves involved.
I guess the next thing that we have to try and figure out is, how do we do voting for VCO Infinity?
Oh,
how do we
imagine.
How do we do voting every hour for VCO? The race control team that sets up the servers has just had a heart attack with me suggesting that. But, voting every hour for where we should go racing at. I like the idea of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how plausible it is, but it's going to take a lot of work. But that is not a commentator's problem,
No, it's not exactly.
That is a someone else's problem.
Producer Mike Yao has just gotten back to us with the report. Long stop for Darren McCormack, and then also got held up on the outlap as well, slightly by a car that was coming down to the pit lane. So that maybe is why the gap has grown a little bit more than we thought it was going to be at. But it is already now coming slightly down, 9.8 for McCormack as he continues to try and just chip away at the margin at the front. We are watching as that Racing Point Ferrari now defends from the Sim RC, number 76 Aston Martin.
Yeah, some opportunity here for Yaz Heat. So again, they are equally, if not a little bit faster at this stage of the race than the driver before McCormack, but now McCormack's in the car. He's going to start to close that in. But yeah, they've been given a bit of a freebie here in terms of the time. So they were behind originally, and now they've got like a 9.7 second advantage to work with. So this is how endurance racing works. Sometimes, you get handed an opportunity, and it's now all about taking hold of that opportunity. And the three drivers that race for Yaz, they absolutely will do.
Yeah, absolutely. On board in the very top of the home for Lucas Road, as he works his way through with some nice red ambient lighting. Incident report between BS Competition and RCI Esports, BMW versus Bentley. That's a car, I think, trying to get a lap back in the former BS Competition. RCI Esports gets a warning, so an interesting little tussle that happened between the two of them there. But our live race control continuing to stay on top of everything because they work their way through the next 5 hours and 40 minutes. Great slide through there by Road to get the move done on the Racing Point Ferrari that didn't get a great run out of turn number 1. And nice as you'd like it, the Aston Martin is through.
Yeah, it's a lovely move there. That's where we've been seeing most of our moves happen during this race. By the way, Darren McCormack now taking 0.4 of a second out pretty much every single sector. And there is a way of warming up tyres on ACC. If you take your time, you get the best out of them over the course of the stint. If you burn them out instantly, you can get yourself in a little bit of trouble for an hour. It looks like Darren McCormack has taken his time and now starting to eke his way towards the leaders.
Gap back to Charcot is opening up as well, so McCormack's moving forward and not bringing the Triton racing machine with him. We have said that all three of the Williams drivers seem to be on song here. But apparently, once again, McCormack finding a way to be the benchmark for the team and pushes himself forward. Fortunately, no internet issues seem to be plaguing him, which is a great thing to see. And by the way, just very off topic since we're looking at it in shot, BS Competition likely to be the next car to go a lap down. They are 16th for the time being, but they are being steadily closed on by Statsenko. There is Arthur Camera. Just remember...
I think Statsenko, by the way, the reason why he's losing so much time is because of the traffic he's dealing with, which is something that Darren McCormack will have to deal with as well, unless anyone coming to the pits. So, yeah, it looked like he was catching up by 0.4 of a second, but I think that's aided by the back markers as well.
Yeah. For Arthur Camera, though, I was just going to say that, again, going back to the point on championship standings, even though they came in as the championship leaders with Williams in second, just going off how the last race played out, where BS Competition finished third, Williams back in 12th. BS Competition still have a chance to hold a championship lead heading into that final round of the season. Likely to be, from what I understand, on March the 4th, 6 hours of Paul Ricard. So hopefully we can get that race under our belts after, unfortunately, did not happen 2 weeks ago. But it very much will set up, hopefully, a race where it's very simple what the championship picture is going to be, Luke. It's hopefully going to be whichever team finishes in front of the other.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from a championship, right? You want it to go down to, ideally you want 4 or 5 teams to be in the mix, but if it comes down to 2 teams, you just want it to be about whoever finishes ahead of the other team. They are the winners. It's a 6-hour race, though. It won't be as simple as that. As, by the way, Paul's trying to get involved here with BS Competition. That was almost a proper send through the rear of the BMW. Nearly came to blows. Not quite coming to blows. And this is officially full position, right? Is this? Yeah, this is full position.
I don't think it's full position. The
52's
down in 32nd spot, but clearly still has a little bit of speed on his side right now.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
Camera, for Camera, for Naox, and for Bakita, it's all now, of course, just about that frustrating damage limitation. They've done a pretty good job in their last first recovery drive. I definitely don't think first is an option, but they'll make what they can of it. Always great to grab that insight on board running with these drivers. Arthur Camera running the same wheel that's actually behind the wheel of his virtual car as well, which I think is a nice little touch that you can now somewhat enjoy in the sim racing world.
That is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie, that is pretty cool. And that is what the maximum immersion, right? Having exactly the same as what you see in front of you. I tell you what, this is not going to work out for Statsenko, because he's going to catch up to these two. I think Arthur Camera's just gone, yeah, all right, crack on. If you're faster, you can go for it. Yeah, there we go. So now he's just decided I'm going to be dragged along at this stage of the race. But they have got some serious pace.
Yeah, no, that car's definitely looking good. Gap between first and second between Statsenko and McCormack still at about 9 odd seconds, so hasn't really shrunk too much just yet. But the more that Statsenko gets stuck behind some of the slower traffic, the more that he'll get compromised. 46.0 last time by for the 89 compared to a 44.9, so a full second slower than the Williams Esports car of Darren McCormack. So the longer that the yellow and black car is stuck behind, more opportunities to bring that gap down to something a little bit more reasonable, and as always to bring the target into sight, which is just always that motivating factor for the drivers, just that little bit more. Don't expect Arthur Camera though to be too hard on the Assetto team to let them through. I think we get to the pit straight and probably the BMW will pull off to the side.
I find it really strange, Arjuna, right? Something I've always asked myself. BS Competition, right? The drivers they got, they're fighting for a championship. They have like their race car is perfect now. Even they've gone to the pits, they've got the car fixed, but their pace is just off by. Is it psychological that if you are a lap behind, you just aren't quite as quick as you would be if you're battling at the front? You're not pushing just as hard. Do you understand what I mean by that?
No, I do. I'm just
really, I find it so strange.
I don't know how to answer it because I'm not as familiar with the damage systems here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Because you were right when we talked about iRacing earlier. You're never going to get a car repaired to 100% there. You're just never going. It's going to have a steering offset. Yes, you may still be fast, but it's never... Oh! Statsenko gets past Camera, but not without then sliding his way through the bus stop.
Oh, he is going to be a costume of a man by the end of his stint here. There's going to be nothing left inside of him. That was... Wow. How is he saved that? There is going to be so many fluids all over the place.
George Boothby is just laughing right now as he watches his teammate slither his way through that corner. But yeah, race leaders now within 8 seconds of second place. But now
George
past...
Boothby's the dog in the fiery room meme.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Some save.
Yeah, now I'm just imagining that meme, but with George's head
George.
actually. Yeah, no, exactly.
And a guitar.
With the Guitar Hero guitar, to be specific, yes.
Someone make the meme, guys. There's plenty of you out there. Make the meme.
See, this is what we mean by media training. This is what the drivers... This is where we get people to get interested in the personalities of the drivers.
Exactly that. A Guitar Hero world champion, a bloody quick peddler on ACC, and now a willing participant in watching his teammate slice and dice and nearly lose a car on a bus stop chicane. Well, you pay for that kind of adrenaline rush in the UK. Go to Alton Towers or something like that. Here, it's just sim racing, watching your mate try and get around a racetrack.
Yeah, to be fair, George doesn't have as big a smile as Jaroslav Honzik would, but he still looks happy. Still looks happy to leave it at that. Still watching BS competition as they now see the Armentario 121 NSX work its way on forward. No major hassle there. Into the bus stop. Gap back between McCormack and Charcot has continued to grow at a decent rate, to the point where Charcot in the Triton Racing Ferrari is now more in danger of being caught by the Unicorns of Love Porsche, as Nicholas Halbin potentially sniffs here a podium spot. Yes, Unicorns of Love maybe not looking the most comfortable in the Porsche, and even, in fact, already passed the 142. Now, has there been an issue and an early pit stop required to get Charcot out and Abuladze in?
Abuladze got in quite a while ago, so I think he's had an issue somewhere, though, because he has lost that position to Huben. But I think it was just a genuine pit stop. Abuladze's been in the car, but there
I was getting my positions confused. Sorry, confused. Very confused. But the number 10 has dropped off. Abuladze is not in the Triton Racing car, but where is Triton Racing now?
Yeah, that is a very good question. And they are nowhere to be seen by the looks of things.
Scrolling. No. I am very, very confused right now.
Charcot, P9, right?
So he is in P9. There we go. He wasn't showing on the time
they're in
screen.
the pits now. They're in the pits now. I think they've got... Are they disconnected? Now they've had to rejoin? Yeah, Blyer's in the car by the bottom right, and they're down at P12. I think they've either had a disconnect here or a big crash.
Or is this some...
They've dropped far too much down for it to be a scheduled pit stop as well.
Yeah, I think it is a lengthy pit stop, but is this also maybe... I was just wondering, is this a big brain play? Very confused, but we know that the one thing that is for sure is that car is not moving and is still stationary. Lewis is pointing out that they were not on the timing tower when we were frantically trying to figure out where they were. So now yeah, that was what I was going to say. Surely there's a technical issue or something.
Yeah, so when a car disconnects, their position stays there with their name, but it's you can't click them, obviously, because they're not in the server. So that's why that's happened there. So they've disconnected for sure. Also, you've got to pronounce Charcot with a H in front, apparently. Grau Findal, if you could contact Charcot's parents and let them know how it's said from now on, with a nicely worded email, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
So there was a message sent in George Boothby's chat, which now has me wondering, was there a disqualification for some reason to the Triton Racing car, which still has not departed pit lane from the indications that I have got?
Oh, drama. Get the beef alarms out, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't know what's going on right now, but all I know is that Charcot is all the way down the order. Here we go.
Yeah, is this going to be a crash or is there something else? I think that's the question.
Ooh, they disappeared. So I'm assuming that's them just disappearing, right?
I'm sending a message over to Dominic Blyer. I think it is a disconnect. That's what we're hearing in the ears, and I've just seen it was a disconnection. Dominic Blyer has confirmed in George Boothby's chat, and so that, unfortunately, is the end of any chance of a good finish for Triton Racing in Dominic Blyre's final race for the team.
And a reminder to any team out there that that is a possibility. This is sim racing after all. Connection, and we saw from Darren McCormack, had just about got a lap time in qualifying. It could have been, where would they have started? 26th, right? Because there's a second session, or was it the final session? It was either 26th or 16th they would have started, as we see Jan Willem van Ommen for Burst Esports, aka Blast Esports, blasting their way through and making up positions, or lapping a car.
Yeah, we got Blast Esports, we got Carnage Competition. Yeah, no, we'll come up with some more funny names in 2023. I have no doubt about that. Final endurance race for Dominic Blyre, by the way, just to remind you. We will see Dominic still as part of Triton Racing for ERWC2 next weekend, so looking forward to that. Don't think we're going to see him back in the car here today, though. I think that is likely the last that we see of Triton Racing here today. I think it's about that time that, unfortunately, I will say goodbye to FLExTREME for the day. I will be definitely keeping an eye out on what's going to be going on. It's been an interesting 4 and a bit odd hours so far, Luke. We're about an hour left to go until we get to the halfway marker. And still, I think with the margin down at the front of the field to 7 seconds. Yes, there's a big pit stop disparity between the two, with Yassit being on the back foot there. But Williams Esports just looking so rapid right now and very much looking on top.
Yeah, they do look like the team to beat, do they? Yassit and Williams, of course, added to that. It looks like it's going to be a 2-car race as it stands. It's going to take something pretty special, even though we've still got 5.5 hours left for anybody to really get involved in that. Lewis, maybe you could shed some light on who else, who are the pretenders, who could get involved?
To be honest, I don't really know right now, because realistically I'd say obviously the 10 completely ruled out of it now, for sure. The 14, I just don't think the Porsche is strong enough around here to really go. I think they're doing an incredible job to be in third position. I don't know, I think it really is between the 666 and the 5, which you'd kind of say that, like I say, 5.5 hours left to go in the race. That's plenty of time for anyone to get involved, sure. But the only other one is the 142. But I think Cherepennon's I don't think that the car is fast enough to close back down the 40-odd second gap they've lost right now, unless they do something crazy on strategy, which I just don't think will really happen. I think it's literally just between the 666 and the 5 right now, unless there's drama between the two of them.
I have to agree, but again, try to just remind us that anything is indeed possible when it comes to sim racing.
That's true.
So yeah, don't rest on your laurels, that's for sure. TX3 has been given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision with Carbon SimSport. TX3 and Carbon SimSport getting it on together. Oh, that is a recipe for disaster, and the recipe indeed ended up with a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, I say race control. They've not been crazy busy today. Not to be honest, they've not been as busy as I thought they would be.
They'll be quite lenient today compared to the previous weeks. I think they've kind of been told, right, you know, you're a little bit too hot on the old penalties. So, yeah.
I like a harsh penalty, but yeah, to keep people a little bit in line. But yeah, exactly. I just like telling people off, to be honest. But I think there have been points this season where it's been a little bit potentially, you know, even too much on the harsh side. But that's just, yeah, that's racing. Sometimes race control, they'll want to do it their own way. And like I say, I kind of agree. I think there have been some things that have been a little bit more lenient than elsewhere. Is Visceral going to get down the inside? Obviously, they're a lap down at the moment. They're risking trying to get down the inside of the car that's running in third, going into the bus stop, and then going into the carousel as well. Wow, that is...
What are you doing?
Terrifying.
Yeah, you know, you're not battling for the lead for a reason, right? It may not be your fault, but just don't put some other team's car at risk. That was, I think, that's a silly decision there from Visceral. It looks like they're going to be okay, and yeah, no worries about it. But right now, if I am Unicorns of Love, I'm making a decision right now, and going, yeah, you guys crack on. If you are faster than us, you can maybe drag us along towards the group in front. But that could have ended in tears really, really quickly. The only thing I want from penalties and stewards is that we know who wins at the end of the race. I don't care if it's harsh. I don't care if, you know, people are annoyed by getting penalty. If you're happy getting a penalty, then, well, I'm not sure sim racing is for you. Everyone should be pissed off if they get a penalty. But if we don't know who's won because of a potential penalty at the end of the race, that annoys me, especially in a 9-hour race. So as long as it's done in decent time, we're all good. Dara McCormack, let's go back on board with the Williams. They are 5.2 seconds now behind Statsenko. The pit stop phase is not for another 23 minutes, but they've only been on this stint for 20 minutes themselves of Williams. So they are on the better strategy, and they are absolutely flying.
Yeah, and like we've said before with Williams, where some teams are only going up to roughly hour-long stints. I mean, to be fair, the 666 has been lower than that. They've done 58, 59, 30, 57, 50 as their stints at the moment. They're 37 minutes into their stint at the moment. They are going, effectively, they've gone 12 minutes shorter than the Williams car, thus far into this race. Williams are trying to go quite a bit longer. Not because of how it's going to put them in position now, but it's because it's how it's going to put them in position later on. Now, yes, we've discussed on how much fuel they have to take. They have to take slightly less fuel. It won't affect the actual pit stop time, but it means that they will be on a better quality tyre later on in the race on a lighter fuel load where they can go on the attack. So if they are still behind the 666 later on in the race, they won't, because they will theoretically by that point have a much faster car than the Honda, especially late in the race when the Honda does seem to struggle quite a bit towards the end of that stint. I don't know if the Honda can go much further past the hour, because I think from what we're seeing at the moment, they are losing quite a significant bit of time when they're going that deep into the stint. At least that's, I don't know if that's the truth of it, but at least that's what we've kind of seen. Exactly.
So because the NSX was clearly the fastest car within the game when we did the BOP, it had such a big penalty. I think it started with 105 kilos or something silly
something
like that.
In
anyway.
that vein.
Yeah, so they were on a massive weight differential anyway. So they will be absolutely murdering those tyres, especially in a hot conditions like this.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty tasty. We're approaching 2 o'clock in game though, and from some of the discussions that have been had, theoretically, this is as hot as it should be on the circuit.
I think 4 o'clock it would probably be could get to the hottest.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought. But I did see it in the Twitch chat earlier on.
Right.
But then it's one person said it, so yeah, who knows? But they said around about 2
o'clock. I trust
o'clock.
the Twitch chat. To be fair, they've been really good today. They've been giving us a lot of insight, because
they have been.
This is such a confusing. It's so confusing that it's different to real life races on a game that supports that series. So my mind's been blown many a time today. I have no idea.
The thing is we jump between simulators constantly as commentators. So like there are some things that apply on some simulators and some that don't on others, and it's all very confusing. So again, we have to reset ourselves as idiots every single time. But yeah, I think no, exactly. It seems it's about 2 o'clock. If not, it's between 2 and 4 anyway. Yeah. Right? It's in that kind of region where the track will be theoretically at its hottest. Which past that point, maybe things like the Honda, towards the final couple of hours of this race, maybe the Honda won't be so bad on the tyres. But yeah, realistically, right now, I think that they're struggling quite a bit, and I wouldn't be shocked if quite a lot of it was down to the amount of weight they have to take. But then the car is really fast. We've seen that already today, especially in straight line speed, like coming up here, going through turn 2, 3, and 4, and then onto that stretch up towards the bus stop. They're absolutely flying up to the bus stop as the LFM car is going to relinquish some track position, not a race position, but just track position over to the Pulse SimSport car.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing right now. There'll be cars that are out of position who've got their fastest driver in, who are quicker than people who are running for top 5 or top 10. So you've got to kind of pick your battles, and sometimes it's worth just sitting behind someone who's a little bit faster. Have you got the YouTube chat open, Lewis?
I do somewhere on this computer.
If you get it open,
yeah.
Let's ask everyone, who are we supporting, first and foremost? Maybe you've got a favourite driver or a favourite team. Maybe you've got some questions to ask. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask. We'll try and answer as many as we possibly can. We've got 5 hours, 20 minutes ago. Still plenty of time. But yeah, if you've got any questions or let us know who you're supporting, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yep, I agree. I do have it open. I can keep an eye on it. So if you do have anything that you want to ask either of us, bam. It is a good time to ask you, but also not even just about this event as to which team are you supporting. I'm sure Williams support will jump in and say that they support Williams, which is a shock to no one, unless they come in and they're like, no, we're really big fans of Yas Heat, which fair enough.
I heard they secretly have a fan club for Yas Heat as well. So
yeah, well, there we go. It must be. I mean, don't we all? I think we all like a bit of At least, yeah.
I liked it when they had a nice livery. I don't like their livery now, so not as big a fan. I think the new livery isn't nice.
What, the black and yellow?
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
I
like how obnoxious the first one they ever had was.
What was the first one they ever had?
Oh, it's just like Yaz heat just all over the side of the car and like real abstract type.
I see the
was
first.
It was like a fruity can of Monster. It was like
Really?
that. It was so obnoxious. It's brilliant.
Oh,
hello.
that's Prime Firefly
Oh,
being
no.
sent round by the Assetto car. Wow, that was sketchy. I think Macri's probably not going to escape a penalty on that one.
I feel really sorry for people out there, who want to be, spoken to, because we really just shouted over each other there, Lewis.
That
So
is true.
apologies to anyone at home who's offended by that.
That is true.
But that just came out of nowhere.
Just take it to
absolutely
Twitter, that's
nowhere.
Just take it to Twitter, it'll be fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
chill out a little bit.
Dear. I mean, it's easy to do that. You're driving straight into the back of someone, going up into the bus stop. But I think Macri might receive some form of penalisation from the students. And another one goes straight over there. That one being Lukacek, with obviously making Carbon Supersport getting past Henrik Gamble. I think having a little bit of a rub on the exit of the carousel as well. They are getting a bit elbows out back here.
By the end of this race, it's just going to be called SimSport. All the carbon's going to be off the car.
There we go. The BMW number one. I did that. That is kind of one that's in YouTube chats. So we'll see who they support. The BMW number one, obviously West Competition Racing. I think that's a fair one. I quite like West Competition Racing, and yes, their livery is pretty good. It's asymmetric, so that's bonus points to me.
So we're going to see the incident happen here. The 777 in front, and well, oh dear, that was the 88's fault, 100%. There was no two ways about that. The Assetto car does let them go by. I still think they're going to get penalised for that. The poor 777, who's in the car? Augusta. They're in the pits actually. They just changed drivers. They're going to be there for a while. Damage. The rear of the car is going to be damaged. The left rear of the car is going to be damaged, and well, someone just grazed the wall. So we're nearly 5 hours left of this race. 4 hours into this race, and there's still action aplenty.
Yeah, they're still like properly throwing it into every corner. Of course, you kind of like expect that, but still, there's a point in the race where you kind of think dial it back to 95% and just tick off some laps. Whereas in this, it's absolutely not the case. They're really throwing it around a little bit too much. Like I said, that was very much on the 88. For the 777, it's kind of one of those things I always hate when I'm going into a corner. I've got someone right up the rear end of my car.
Your fart box.
Right up the fart box. You're absolutely right. When do you get on the brakes? Because you're kind of sat there being like, I want to get on the brakes about now and just like get into where you
but
normally
they need to brake first.
But you're sat there, you're looking in your mirror being like, if you could like back off just a touch so I could actually go through the corner, great. Because as soon as you touch the brakes, they're going straight to the rear end of you.
That's you driving with your mirrors, Lewis. That's what the driver behind is supposed to make you do.
That's true.
Well, we're seeing something here where
I think this is actually
behind.
on board with the mirrors aren't like in tune. This is on board with the Prime Firefly.
There was no. Well, I don't know how the windscreen's just smashed there, but maybe the
science
going into it. But science, physics, ladies and gentlemen, physics. Oh
it's
dear,
pure,
that car is a mess.
Pure science.
Yeah, it's crabbing. It is crabbing. There's nothing on the rear anymore. You just got to feel sorry for them. Was it Assetto?
It was Assetto that went into the Prime. The Prime Firefly car was the one we were looking at there. You can see how much the rear wing's bent.
It looks like I've sat on one side of the rear wing. That's how nailed it's been. See the flashing their lights. They just don't want to. They kind of don't want to go by. They feel really bad for it, and ultimately they have to go by at some point. And wow, that's quite mesmerising if they manage to get the car back. And they hold up the leaders. Wow, yeah. So the leaders are being held up there. There's the Williams car in behind. So what's the gap between the front two now? That'll be the question. We've got Wojciech Lukacek on screen right now, P15. By the way, Arthur Camera, BS Competition, P13 now. They really are flying. And the gap's now 4.1 seconds. So actually, in all fairness, the gap hasn't come down an incredible amount.
No. Last lap, it went out by 0.06 of a second, which obviously is nothing. But I think pace-wise, at this point, they've kind of equalised a little bit in their stints, but it's the next sort of like 15 minutes where I think, particularly in about 5 minutes' time, that final 10 minutes of this stint for Statsenko, I think that's where the Honda will start to struggle more so. I would be surprised if we got to the end of Statsenko's stint here, which will be around about 5 hours 5 left to go in the race. I would be surprised if they weren't very close on circuit by that point.
Yeah, they should be really close. You see Statsenko just up the road ever so slightly by 4 seconds now. Would have been a loss of time there with Arnage Competition getting out of the way, but ultimately that's a really tough corner to go through side by side with anybody. You lose too much time with the car going through the pits. But yeah, Statsenko, as they cross the line, I think it's going to be about 4.5 seconds, something like that. Oh no, it's not 3.7. They lost a load of time. Well, they're in a lap car in front of them. I think that lap car was one at pit. And if you're caught behind a car going into the pits that close, ultimately you have to brake as well. You have to slow down. So I think that's what's cost them a bit of time.
Oh, this is one circuit that's a bit on my naughty list when it comes to pit entries.
Oh, don't want to be on Lewis McGlade's naughty list, ladies.
No, that's true. There are quite a few circuits on that list where I'm just sort of looking at the pit entry being like, that's just insane to me.
Paul Ricard is, for me, ridiculous.
The old pit entry I thought was worse than it is now, but now it's still pretty poor. Spielberg, obviously Austria, the Red Bull Ring, is #1 on my list of just
that's pretty bad,
unacceptable pit entries. South Korea was up there when I think racing still happens around there. Huh?
I don't know that track.
Yeah, F1, isn't it? 2012 was the last one.
No, I can't remember South Korea ever being on the calendar, to be honest.
Yongam. Yeah, it was the pit entry around there though. It's a very
memorable,
fast. Yeah, exactly. Very fast right-hander, and then a left and onto the start-finish straight. Really, really high speed, completely blind, and the pit entry was about halfway round it, and you have to slow down for it. It's really stupid.
Sounds like zero fun.
It does. It does. Quite a lot of people really like that track. I really didn't. So yeah, there you go. There's that. Rant over.
Out there, bit of Aston action. As we've got Lukajek and Levesque. Oh, two great names to say. Battling for P14. They're also about to be lapped here by P3, the Unicorns of Love Porsche, coming through. And this is what again, I've got a lot of experience being in this situation. But getting lapped by a car behind and you're battling with someone in front, make it really easy. Make it as easy as you can for the lapped car. So that way you can gain time on the car in front, because they will more than likely not make it as easy.
Yeah.
So yeah, make it as easy as you possibly can for that car behind you, and then hope to gain a position when indeed they have to take the car in front of you. Although neither of them have made it easy here at all. I think they're thinking short term more than long term.
Which I've never understood, because it's like, okay, let's say for example, like going up to the bus stop now, you'll manage to get up that position. Well, yeah, but you've still got to let the lapped car through, at which point you're going to be vulnerable.
Yep, I agree.
So it's like, what's the point? I agree with you. You let the Unicorns Love go, and then kind of follow them through. That's where the opportunity is here. Another look from Lukacek there coming into the bus stop. It's just going to slow them down. Surely you're going to let the Unicorns Love go pretty soon. This is the car that is running in 3rd position after all in this race, but nope, they are just slowing them down.
Yeah, lap traffic have been interesting, to say the very least today. I think that's because there's a lot of cars who just qualified out of position and then have ended up being in that incident at the start, and they're out of position. They're just not where they feel like they should be. So they're kind of driving not with a lack of respect, but maybe thinking, do you know what, we're as quick as, well, I'm not saying they should be saying they're as quick as Unicorns of Love. We know they're one of the very best teams in the world, but they've been driving with a little bit less care and attention. It's almost like the last day of school.
No, but I get what you mean. When you have qualified out of position, when you are going a lap down, you kind of feel that it's, especially if you've been involved in that early race drama, you kind of feel like, yeah, this race has gone against you, it's very unjust or whatever, and that you've got more pace than what you're showing. And so you're sat behind someone being like, no, they're the problem. They're the problem. They're the reason why I'm going this slow. It's nothing to do with me. I'm fast enough to compete at the front of this right now. So, yeah. There is a little bit of that about it, of that sort of entitlement. But then Nick Hubert in that Unicorns Love car is sat there being like, lads, I'm actually in the position right now, so
yeah, right.
If you could
you can't do anything in the straight line because the car's so slow.
I think if we were doing this as a 1-round thing, right, where it was just Watkins Glen, you wouldn't see a single Porsche out on the grid, because it seems to be fast enough as a car, like over a lap.
Well, unless you're at Alton Park. or someone like that, then they'll all be Porsches.
Yeah. God, what a track Alton Park is.
Yeah, it is good. Not so much on ACC, if I'm honest. It's not the best racetrack.
I've only commented on it once in ACC, I think.
Yeah, it's not it's not the best place for overtaking.
No.
For sure. Everyone knows that,
No.
but yeah, I love it. It's a unique circuit. It's like
Fun.
complete polar opposite of what we're on right now.
A fun track to drive and really, really cool in person.
Yeah, it's fun to be on your own on that track, not to be around anyone else.
No. I mean, I come from more of a touring car type of background, at which point, you can really send it around there, so it's fine. And you can send other people around there, as I did many a time. That's why I got penalties.
Nice. Grav without saying there's no F1 style blue flag here at all. Of course, we know that. We understand.
Yeah.
We understand endurance racing, but sometimes you've got to think about gaining position by using the back marked car. So yeah, again, I still feel like there was an opportunity. He's not close enough now, but Lukaszek had an opportunity to let the Unicorns of Love car go to then potentially gain a position. But you've got to utilise every aspect here to try and gain a position. Yeah, well, obviously in endurance racing, the faster car has to make an overtake. Like we fully understand that. Don't worry, Grauffendale. We do know some things.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if
not a lot,
they're not allowed to fight for fight the car that's going, so they can't defend.
No.
But the blue flag does not mean move over. But it's more like you say, it's more about like using head. Also, it's kind of one of those things. What goes around comes around. What's the point in making an enemy with Unicorns of Love right now? Is there any advantage in it? Not really. We were like 5 and a bit hours left to go in the race. Just let them through. Let them get on with their race. You get on with yours.
It's like, what would you like to fight? A human-sized duck, or like 50 duck-sized humans? Obviously, Unicorns of Love are duck-sized humans. They're all tiny young children, but there's lots of them, so don't make fun of them. They will fight you.
What would you rather fight?
I
think a duck-sized human.
Actually, I reckon I could throw a lot of the Unicorns of Love. Sorry, I thought we were talking about Unicorns of Love. I reckon I could throw them a fair distance as we see some more side-by-side action into the bus stop chicane, and it's more action. It's not going to work out well. And the 799 RCI Esports car, who've already received the penalty today, they're taking no prisoners. They didn't gain the position, but a little bit aggressive for me.
Yeah, I'd want to see that one again, but again, they're continuing to fight very hard. Apostle struggling a little bit in that West Competition race. He got straight back to the inside and near contact as well as the RCI car of Christopher Strappen takes to the curb over the left-hand side as they head into the boot. They've got the Remfeld and Esports car that's not that long out of the pit lane directly behind them. Of course, not a part of this fight, but still, trying to get on with their own race. That was pretty crazy to look to the inside going into the left hand there, the first corner on the boot, but then that side by side through the bus stop, it wouldn't have worked in a million years.
No, if you're expecting to hold an inside line through the second part of the bus stop chicane, you can't expect the car on the outside to disappear. Like, it doesn't work. If you're going to take the outside line going into the corner to have the inside line coming out of it, like, you can't expect the car to disappear. It just doesn't work. You've got to be perfect. As we see a move being made then. So Lukaszek has done it on his own, ahead of Levesque. They've actually gained a position here as well. I guess a team of pit along the way. But now how fast is the Carbon Sim Sports car? It was obviously showing more pace than Levesque on the previous few laps. Just couldn't get the job done. And what's the next car at the road for them? Well, actually, that's the Burst/Blast Esports car up ahead there. I think they're around about P25 or something, maybe a little bit. Oh no, they're P21 now. So
have you called them
last time?
Have you called them Blurst yet?
Blurst Esports.
Blurst Esports. Have you seen the gap for the race lead? 1.1 seconds now. Darren McCormack, absolutely racing away. But I think we're only about 2 more laps left to go in Stutsenko's stint before we see them back into the pit lane. Their last stint with Boothby behind the wheel was 33 laps. They've just gone on to the 33rd lap of their stint, so it could be the last one for them.
Dara's literally caught them at the perfect time, right? He's not going to lose any time behind them. He's going to get clear track for, we feel like 20 to 22 and a half minutes. So my maths is perfect on that one. But yeah, and they're not going to have to deal with any...
20?
Yeah, about 20. Well, he's about they're gaining about 2.5 to 3 minutes each stint.
Presently, McCormack is 44 minutes into his stint. It should be going for another 10 laps.
Yeah, so about 21.5 minutes by the looks of things.
As De Campo is trying to get past Arnage Competition. Arnage allowing that one to happen, but they do also have Marek Schintz in tow. A three-way fight for 18th on the road. De Campo getting to the head of that in the Team Suzuki GT Omega car. And then, of course, race winners at Monza sat behind this thinking, well, we are well out of position, and yet still, here we are in 20th. It all went awry in qualifying, but still they are working their way up the order bit by bit, not quite to the same degree as BS Competition, who are down the road in 16th position. Just trying to rescue some form of points in this race, and the likes of BS Competition, the likes of Race Anywhere Sim Sport as well. They've been very impressive this season.
Yeah, it'd be very impressive indeed. Again, Race Anywhere and them, those two teams have really surprised me. I wouldn't have had them in my top 5 at the start of the season, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've done an exceptional job, and I guess it's weird now in sim racing because you got the names don't necessarily mean pace anymore, whereas they always used to. It's the drivers. The drivers moving around so often now that you just never really know who's going to be quick at the start of a season. But as a commentator, when you've commentated on the same teams over and over again, like you don't tend to, on the first look at a competition, you don't factor that in. So yeah, it's nice to see some teams. I'm very impressed with SOP, to be honest, this season as well. I think they've done very, very well. It's not worked out the last couple of rounds for them, but yeah, they were right up there. They were second, weren't they, after 2 rounds? So they were looking really strong.
It's how seasons go, you know, like, let's be honest, after a couple of rounds, you know, some of the bigger teams have had a couple of mistakes. I do remember Unicorns of Love having a couple of issues there. They were okay in the first round, but then had issues the round that followed. Yeah, there are some teams that kind of put themselves in those kinds of places. Meanwhile, teams like Symphony of Pistons, they had a 12th in the first round, but they finished 5th in Monza. Race Anywhere Sim Sport, I mean, they started out with finishing, I think they might have retired from the first round, or they were very low down anyway. But obviously they had the race win and then a top 5 to follow on from that. They seem to be very up and down, but they've got the pace. They've been really impressive, but they're inside the top 10 in the championship, right? Which for a lot of these teams that are up there in that top 10, you kind of look at them and be like, oh, really? Team Racing Point, a team we've not spoken about too much this season, apart from last round when they ran second and finished in second. They were very impressive. They were battling for the race lead for a little bit in the earlier stages of that. They're 5th in the championship, and outside of that, we've not really spoken about them too much this season. That's just how this championship goes. This race we've barely spoken about. They're still inside the top 10. You know, that's how it goes.
And I would say, to be fair, if you're a top 10 in this championship, you're top 10 teams in ACC. There are a couple of teams missing, of course, we know, who will be taking part in the ERWC2. But if you manage to get top 10 in this championship, you've done so bloody well, because there's so many good... All the best ACC drivers are here. Yeah. People who specialise on ACC, they are all in this championship. We very briefly just went on board with a 777, who are now P27, battling for a top 8. And then the incident that's happened has cost them so much time that they're now down at P27.
That's how endurance racing goes, you know. Especially, it's painful because it wasn't their mistake, or even like, you know, I don't really want to say, but even a disconnection or anything like that. Like, it was through the fault of someone else, and they were thrown down the order. It feels so unjust. You're just sat there being like, we didn't bid it into a barrier. It wasn't us that did it. We were thrown into it, and and that's where we've lost out on us. By the way, into the pit lane, obviously the 666 has come in. Boothby's jumped in behind the wheel, so that car has relinquished the race lead with 5 hours left to go. Back over into the healthy grasp of Williams Esports, who, by my calculations, have around about 15 minutes left. Out on the circuit. Might be slightly less than that, but should be around the 15-minute mark left. And I say they're extending it each time that little bit further than Yazhi. And it's kind of one of those things where it looks like it's going quite well, and then suddenly it'll be like, oh no, they're leading by a long way now. It will just click at one point.
Yazhi have decided to put Boothby back in the car, and that for me, they've made the decision he's going to be doing the majority of the time during this race, because he's the fastest driver, which he's proven, as we're seeing some incredible battling here. We've got Roda just in behind Karppinen. This is the 7th position, and then the car behind is not part of this battle. that they're a lap down, and they're actually a part of an incident when they get closer racing. They're a part of the incident, a lap down earlier on in this race in the first hour by just being involved in a battle. So they want to be a bit more careful. You can unlap yourself, but ultimately you can't halt the progress of the cars a lap ahead of you. But yeah, Roda and Carpenter, they cannot be split. And they've got a back marker trying to get through as well.
Yeah, Get Closer Racing, they really struggled last round. They finished in 18th position after having 3 consecutive top 10s, including a podium to start out the season. And now they find themselves in a very similar position of struggles, trying to get down the inside and just sort of unlap themselves on the Sim RC car. They've certainly got the pace to do so. A bit of rubbing between the 2 Aston Martins there as we head up towards the penultimate corner, and Get Closer Racing on the inside. Man will pop behind the wheel. At least gets through to get into some slightly cleaner but yet still dirty areas. Sim RC come into the pit lane. Carpenter for Grip Packs Engineering is going to stay out, which will remain in the on the nose of Pop there. It's just a little bit sketchy there.
Yeah, they're going to, obviously they can't communicate with each other, so they're going to be going into the pits now going, oh god, you just cost us time, we're going to go into pits anyway. And they wouldn't have known that. Chassette's been given a 10-second penalty. There's nothing confirmed in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat right now. There was no further action for reckless driving between the Car 52, which is Pulse Simsport, and Car 77 Visceral Esports in lap 121, turn 5. So yeah, no further action between those two. Yeah, we've yet to see any action to do with the 777 car we're on board with now. Then the Prime Firefly E-Racing side. Obviously, they were involved in an incident earlier on, and I'm sure that I can't remember what car was involved in now. Was it Assetto? I think it was, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure
it was.
They're going to be receiving a penalty for that because it was the most stonewall penalty you're ever likely to see.
Yeah, I did check the penalties a little earlier to see if anything had come through yet, and I don't believe so. Which one was it? It was the 88, wasn't it? Yeah. I've just seen, obviously, just seen like some things on there. Yeah, it's the 88 that we're waiting to see if they're when that one appears. I can't see that not being a penalty unless I guess unless it's not reported or anything like that. But that's the only way. Like I just don't see that not being a penalty because it's. I mean, I don't want to throw the 88 too far under the bus because it's very clear that they knew immediately what went wrong and felt bad. But like feeling bad is one thing, but the issue still happened. Yeah,
well, we've gone from a top 10 down to P25, right? Because of nothing in their control. Victor Nikolai in the Race Anywhere Simsport car. Again, not a good day. Last time we saw them, they were in P30. Now they're in P25, so they are making their way up the pack. Our biggest movers really is the BS competition car. P15 as it stands, Niels Nauyok's behind the wheel of the number 89 BMW. And so they started dead last after having an invalidated lap, as we see a potential move here. There we go. Simon Bauer sends one up the inside for the ST Racing car. They're currently in P. Well, that is 4th position, actually. Yes, the Seville
30.
Loses a spot. That's a lovely move into turn 1. We've only seen that a couple of times now today. Normally, if you make a move up the inside, you lose it on the outside. So you lose the position, or a team slipstreams you all the way to the bus stop chicane, which still could be a thing here. I'm not sure that Seville is quite close enough. We head towards the bus stop chicane. On the brakes we will go. Simon Bauer has configured it. P30. Nice job.
Yeah, I think if you cut back cleanly into turn 1, then you can absolutely slipstream your way up. But that was a little bit too far away. Didn't cut back in directly behind. By the way, I have just seen it come through. The incident between the 777 and the 88. The penalty for the 88 Absolute Motorsports Athlete car. For contact against themselves and the 777, it is a drive-through penalty for the 88.
Very fortunate it's not a Spa.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a big pit lane. That's a big old pit lane. But
I think that should be a stop go 30, in my opinion. That's what I would be giving them. That was just so avoidable, and you've just ruined someone else's race. But yeah, drive-throughs.
I can kind of see it being a drive-through. It's because it's kind of like. It's tricky in the sense of like, if the 777 had been, this is when you're playing into like luck, but if the 777 had been slightly more fortunate and not made contact with the barrier and just gone for a spin, then drive through, whatever. But then you've got to penalise the action not the consequence.
No,
right?
I agree.
Like, yeah,
I think the fact that they also let them go through, they felt bad and they showed sportsmanship
Clearly,
as well.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
kind of got to be taken in. But yeah, there's the penalty. Stop. Not stop, go for it.
Either way, it's a drive-through. Yeah, if I were in their boots and it was a stop and go 30, I'd probably be like, yeah, fair enough. If it was a drive-through, I'd be like, oh, maybe we've got off a little lucky there. You know, but
the people that didn't get off lucky were Schubert and the number 777. That was not fun.
No, I mean, like you say, the amount of rear damage. I mean, it's one thing in ACC. I didn't realise that those plastic barricades for the chicane are made from something so incredibly dense, because it did not move
there
at all.
water in them?
Yeah, but you would it didn't move at all. It just stopped the car going. Again, probably about best part of 160k. Just stopped it dead.
But if even if it was even if it moved with the water, you're still going to do the car in.
Oh yeah,
regardless, right?
Yeah.
I can't. If you're going to hit something, hit it hard and square.
I can't remember how much they would weigh, but they wouldn't be light. I'll tell you that.
No, it would certainly stop the car.
If you hit it, in real life it would certainly rip like the rear bodywork off. So you know, that's the difference between real racing and sim racing, is that in sim racing you kind of get away with bouncing off walls sometimes. As we've seen, there's been quite a few people that have met the wall on the exit of the final corner, where you're sat there being like, yeah, it's a good job they're racing in the sim, because if that was real life, they'd be out of the race completely. You
have no idea, Lewis. Whenever I've tagged a wall and you just pray you don't have crew chief come out going, your wheels will be knocked out of alignment. Oh my god. You know, if you just pray, you got like 10 seconds where if he doesn't say anything, you know you're good. But as soon as he says something, it is the most soul-destroying thing to hear. But that is a meatball flag. You got to bring the car in. I've
had it at Bathurst where I've bounced off of a wall over the top, and you're just driving like the next few corners, being like, is he going to tell me something? Is he going to tell me something? No, we got away with it. It's fine. Right. Well, let's take a look at this battle between the 55 and the 171. Red Vat on Esports, who, like I said, have not pitted that long ago. Really, I think most of these people have pitted anyway, but they pitted earlier than quite a lot of the 171 anyway, to try and get a bit of an undercut and get their way towards the top 20. Obviously not there yet, but strategy at this point in the race is kind of a bit all over the place. Pit lane at this point really is very rarely empty. You've normally got at least one person now, just because of when everyone's strategy is. It's all off kilter and everything, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. This is a bit of a cluster. This is where your team managers and your fellow drivers and your teammates come into play, because they'll be letting you know. Obviously, you have the relative and whatnot, but they will have the nous to let you know what's going on around you. So, yeah, you don't really, as a driver, that's the last thing you want. All you want to do is concentrate on driving. So if you could be told who's in front of you without you having to look anywhere on your screen to figure that out, it just means you can just concentrate on just getting the car from the start of a lap to an end of a lap each and every time.
Yeah, we'll keep this race unfolding, but I think I'll talk you through. Apparently, we've got some highlights to talk you through from the early portions of this race. It obviously started a good few hours ago with the race down into the first corner. Queen's Design on the inside. It was actually quite clean over the first few corners of the race. They managed to tick them off quite nicely, funneling their way up the hill. But Luke, it was later on in the lap, wasn't it? Oh, Queen's Design's getting a bit of an issue straight away. It was later on in the lap where the issues really came.
Yeah, it certainly was. So this was relatively good. It wasn't good for them, obviously. But then this is where it all just went, it just didn't go well at all here. A little bit of contact there with the Get Closer Racing car with LFM. They're off, and ironically, kind of saved them from being involved in a massive pile-up there. And, you get the view here of what goes down. Lots of cars end up being involved in a huge old pile-up. There's two cars on the left-hand side. But what we see in the actual final corner, it's like the scene from Endgame. There was just a massive battle between everybody. And there it is. There's a pile-up. And, a lot of those cars facing a direction you're not supposed to be facing. Yeah,
Virtual Drivers by TX3, Race Anywhere in their Racing Point. Some of those that are higher up in the championship. Brabham Esports, nowhere to go, straight into the back of Symphony of Pistons. Obviously, BS Competition involved in that as well. It was very, very messy indeed. A look overhead, we can see what happened with Pulse, is where it all really began. They were sent straight into that tyre barrier over on the left-hand side. Everyone funneling their way in because a brake pedal doesn't exist. And it was just chaos. I think, like I say, Get Closer almost got a little bit fortunate through all of that. About 10 minutes later, this happened as the Kramer Racing Esports car and the Absolute Assetto car made contact, spinning them around. Chain Balance Esports in the final parts of it. Very, very crazy indeed.
Yeah, it was just 4 wide. It just doesn't work. And we see our next bit of action here. This is where we saw the Get Closer car get involved with Ren Velton. And it was just so avoidable, to be honest. It was just silly. And there's actually the Ren Velton car that just moved over to the left. They're just racing too hard. Considering it's a 9-hour race, racing far too hard. We've got Symphony of Pistons then next up as they get a lovely tow coming down in towards the bus stop chicane. They've got Yeet Esports to the left-hand side. And well, they take the bus stop as if no one exists on the inside. And ultimately, that cost the Yeet Esports, well, they got yeeted into a wall. Simple as that. And damage indeed cost them big time.
Yeah, the Unicorns of Love battling it out with the Simware.pro car, racing up and over. It took them a long time to get side by side. They gave it a few goes earlier on, was still struggling to get through, but the number 14 finally got alongside Simware.pro. With the proper send coming down to the bus stop, they would finally make their way through. Cherepenen behind the wheel of the Simware.pro car was not able to hang on there. Clear damage for Alexa Gates coming up into the back into the cup layout. Had a few struggles earlier on in the lap, and the 72 Brabham Esports car would have to return to the pit lane after a bit of a spin, a little bit of a gonk of the barrier as well. But like I say, we can kind of see it here as well. There was damage on the car way beforehand. That car was not driving straight. Don't really recall where there was the instant for them, but driving a damaged car around Watkins Glen, which is such a medium to high speed, quite high commitment track, if you've got damage, especially if it's rearward on the car, you are always going to go and visit a barrier.
Each and every time they hit the wall, it's straightening the car more, so it's more helpful more than anything. As we see another run, and we've seen so many good runs here. This is a lovely move, by the way. Up towards the bus stop chicane. We get a little nudge here. Little bump draft, yep, I'm coming through. Let's both push through. Down towards the bus stop chicane we will go, and it's a lovely move configured and indeed completed.
Yeah, just spot on, textbook move. That's how you want it done. If you've got a car ahead of you, you're receiving the slipstream. That does help. Big drama though for this car, the number 10. They were having a couple of issues before they eventually had a disconnection from the race. Unfortunately, I believe our only retirement from this race, but they were running so well. It was such a big shame for the Triton Racing car that was right up there. They went for the super undercut and it almost worked. Kramer Racing Esports ahead of the race leader of Yaz Heat, having a moment, then another moment, then another moment, and nearly wiped out the 666 guy. They managed to get back going again. Here is a look at the number 10 as unfortunately it would pop out of existence. Goodbye to the number 10. Again, they looked so impressive, but yeah, unfortunately no points for them this afternoon.
I have no talent is probably what SpongeBob's saying right now, because that was something. It was an attempt at something, and a run out of talent there on the brake pedal. Unfortunately, we're going to see it once again. Unfortunately, we don't see the car in the rearview mirror, but yeah, just going along our day normally, and nope, that is a big hit.
Yeah,
so especially unsighted. That's what happened. They got unsighted in the braking point.
Especially when it hit that wall, you know, when you hit that retainer, the anti-cut there over on the left-hand side, that was what did it. And then from this point on, the car is essentially broken. A couple of snaps coming through the carousel, and it would be a very slow in-lap. Managed to get it back, managed to repair the car. Now runs outside of the top 20, does the Prime Firefly, but this was from inside the top 10, so unfortunately, it was not great. They did delay the leader a little bit. The Absolute Assetto car did manage to get through around the outside, going into the tow, as we can see here. And the Yaz Heat car managed to work its way through with a slight delay. Of course, they've been into the pit lane since then, and the race lead is being held by Williams Esports, who they themselves are in the pit lane. What is the gap going to be between Williams Esports and the 666 Yaz Heat car? As we can see, Verstappen currently hanging on to third, but RCI are due a pit stop as well.
This is where Mike comes into his own, ladies and gentlemen. He'll give us some sexy side-by-side action. We'll have 2 cameras on, and we'll get to see who comes out indeed ahead. So yes, Darren McCormack has brought that car into the pits. The gap was 39.2 seconds last time that a timing beam was indeed cut. RCI coming as well. I'm assuming they don't have to adhere to the pit entry or pit exit line. So that's we can see lots of cars running over that, which is fair enough. But yeah, Dara McCormack is now out as well. So we're about to find out exactly what the gap is between the two of them. I think
they have to obey the pit exit, but not the pit entry. There is Dara McCormack, and you can see second position. Foreground shot, can't even see them in the foreground shot because they're actually quite far ahead. Boothby is clear. We'll find out with the sector split here. 8.8 seconds.
Well, it was 10 seconds last time, and he caught that up. So
yeah,
maybe we're going to see that happen again.
Yeah, so I would see this as much as that seems crazy, but that's the undercut essentially working for the 666, which is like, it sounds great, but still realistically, because of that gap's kind of, as overall that gap is coming down, right? Because like I say, it was 10 seconds the last time. It should theoretically be coming down over this. Tico van der Velde behind the wheel, will he be able to close the entirety of that gap down? We'll have to wait and see. But I don't know which way I'd rather be on strategy. I'd almost lean towards Williams Esports and the strategy they're on, because I see this car being very strong late on.
Yeah,
but
100%.
I couldn't tell you for sure right now.
Yeah, I genuinely, this 9-second gap is, for me, it makes the race even. I think they're tied, if you like, at this stage because of the strategy call that Williams have made. So right now, as much as it's Boothby 9 seconds ahead, I think they're around about tied when it comes to be all said and done in the last 20 minutes of this race. And if it continues like this, we've got an absolute grandstand finish, which is going to be in about 4 hours' time. So still plenty of time for that to change, in all fairness. Tobias Pfeffer, how far is he on track? So they're coming through turn 2 now, are Williams Esport. Pfeffer, I'm not too sure exactly where he is on track, if we're honest. He's 19.6 seconds behind, so he would have just gone across the start-finish line, actually. Now he would be coming through sort of 1 down in towards turn number 2. So, yeah, Pfeffer, is there an outside chance of them maybe grabbing some spots? It's going to take a couple of mistakes. Maybe Boothby and Tinko, maybe Williams and Yassi, they do fight for position at some point together. And ultimately, that could cause Unicorns of Love to catch up. So do not discount Unicorns of Love. They are very much a team used to winning. Yeah,
it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I just don't think the Porsche is strong enough. I think they are strong enough.
They're closer now than they were half an hour ago in terms of the race. I think Pfeffer's had a good stint.
Like I say, it would be hard to rule them out. I think all they're trying to do at the moment is just keep close enough that should something happen, they can pick up the pieces. But if I were them, I mean, like, they aren't idiots. That's for sure. As much as they're very young, they're a smart group. They're a fast group. But I get the vibe from them for the conversation I've had with them. They understand the state of play in a race, and so they'll be sat there now, being like, even with 4 hours and 40 minutes, just over half the race left to go. Even they will understand that the only way they're really winning this race is if there are mistakes for those ahead, or misfortune, right? But that's fine, because you just keep yourself in it. You keep pushing to the absolute limit to whatever you can do. As we'll see, the 69 trying to get past Mattea at the moment, racing points, dropping back, and it is very nice.
Yeah, very nice indeed. 69 getting ahead there of the 85. Mattea now 0.08 of a second behind. So a nice little battle between those drivers there. We've got Victor Nicolai, who's now up into P20 once the pit stops sort themselves out. And as I said earlier to Arjuna, Nicolai behind the wheel of the car, that car is going to pedal very quickly indeed. So 10 position gains so far for the Race Anywhere SimSport. How high can they go?
It's going to be interesting. The 88 there receiving the drive-through penalty. That's the one that we were talking about earlier for contact between themselves and the Prime Firefly car that is behind Victor Nicolai, the one that's on the recovery drive that you're saying about. So there is the drive-through penalty dished out to the 88. They've just been into the pit lane, I believe, for their pit stop, so they'll be returning their way in.
Ahead as well.
That's the one I was saying about. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
He just doesn't. He's too busy watching the Nottingham Forest Man City game. It's fine. It's fine.
I was on a different planet there. I thought we were talking about Victor Nicolai just coming out of the pit. Sorry about that.
It's fine. It's fine. I zone in and zone out of everything that you say as well. It's absolutely fine. But yes, that drive-through
Given
penalty is
their
obviously it's the one we were saying about earlier between the 88 and the 777. So they'll be back into the pit lane pretty sharpish. Some of the tight battles on circuit. We've got this one here. There was Regan Mitchell versus Torvinen.
That's why it shocks me. So we get given the penalty in Twitch chat, then it comes up on screen, and then and again, I'm not here to trash on anybody. You know, I know it's a very difficult job to run races, but the drive-through's just popped up. Like, surely that's should be popping up once we get the penalty confirmed. Because it's just so confusing.
I've said this before, is that we had this earlier on in the race. And again, yes, not to trash anyone's job, because
it's a tough job.
Hard.
Again, I fully appreciate how hard these events are to do, but we've got to make it easier for us and the viewers to understand.
And for the teams.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
I kind of, because I'm kind of sat there, if I'm a team and I see the drive-through penalty come up, like, you know you're having a drive-through penalty a long time before it appears in game. I want to see the drive-through penalty and then, like, have it in game.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? I just want bam, bam. Now, I've not dished out penalties and stuff in game, so I actually don't know how hard it is to deal with, but yeah, that's kind of where I think there's a little bit too much of a delay there. But either way, the 88 has come in and served the drive-through penalty, so they are into the pit lane. You've got about 12 minutes left to go before you have your final hour off, then come back for a couple. I don't think the state of play is changing too much in the race towards the front. Like you say, we're talking about the battle between the 5 and the 666 right now. The 14's just a little bit too outside of it. But in the title race, do you think this might be like giving a really big swing mentally towards the 5 going into that final round, even if the 89 responds enough in this race to still be leading the championship, leaving this round?
It works both ways. So obviously Williams are going to, if they win this race, they're going to be on a massive high. I think BS Competition travelling through the pack, knowing they've got the pace to just overtake people after overtake people, I think this gives them, if they are leading going into the final race, I think it gives them the belief that if they're in a spot of bother, that they will absolutely be able to get themselves out of trouble because of, you know, being able to overtake. I'll tell you what, let's just go on this. Carbon Sim Sport versus RCI, the way these two have been going about business today, there's going to be absolute fireworks from this.
Yeah, I mean, the RCI car has not been afraid of chucking in a couple of aggressive moves here and there, and this one's for a decent spot on the road. 5th place in the battle between Carbon and RCI. They're battling a lot higher than maybe we would have expected. They're battling really, really well. They've both recently jumped Yonkers in the, I think it was in the pit lane anyway. It might have been around that kind of time. But either way, the battle between them is superb. 4.4 seconds back to Yonkers. And with the aggression that the pair of these fight with, I would not necessarily count out West Competition Racing from joining this fight. I don't think 4 seconds is that crazy to close down when you're sending it into basically every corner.
No, I agree. Also, this is the first season of FLExTREME, right? I'm not wrong on that. Why is there a number 1 car? That's so annoying to me.
It's
like,
just so
obnoxious. Like, yeah, we're a number 1 car. Like, that surely should not be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me started on it, because I'm in the same camp. When it comes to numbers, there are a few numbers that are reserved for certain things.
Yeah.
The number 1 is one of those.
I think it's the only number reserved, right?
Yeah, well, it should be. Clearly, it's not.
That's crazy. We won the number 1. Fair enough. Here we go. Here comes round 2. Carbon Sim Sport versus RCI. Who's going to come out on top here? The Aston Martin seems to have a bit of pace in a straight line. So Wolf then's got to try and find some sort of gap. Not going to work out this time round, but the Bentley seems to be able to, well, it's always good at chewing up curbs. So getting really close down towards the carousel. Goes out a little bit wider to open up the carousel. Not going to work out. There's no room on the inside to manoeuvre. But now on the exit, it's going to be forced to take the outside line. He's already tried to fake once. He's going to try it for a second time. No, but gets it fully alongside. Pinches the Carbon Sim Sport car onto the apex. Surely this ends in tears. It doesn't. And I tell you what, by the time we get up towards the second carousel, that is beautiful. That is the kind of driving we want to see. We've seen some aggressive driving from both these teams today, but that was sumptuous. Yeah,
up into the toe they go, and that is absolutely superb from Matushka. Brilliant move, just like perfectly judged.
Credit's due. That was delicious.
I'd eat it up. That's for sure. It's kind of those moves, and again, I've said this before, that sometimes some people try and make moves look a little bit too pretty, and sometimes you just need to just get it down the inside, get it done, and move on, right? But then you get moves like that, and you're like, yeah. But sometimes it is nice to go for a bit of an artsy one. That was a brilliant attempt from RCI that moves them up into the top 5. And like we said before, we've seen RCI up there this season, up in decent positions, as we've seen from Carbon in their years on the platform. Obviously, RCI with their years on the platform as well. But to move back up into the top 5, to circle back to the point that you had earlier on. When you said about anyone getting inside the top 10 in the championship, realistically, they're like the top 10 teams in ACC at the moment, give or take. I do agree. RCI, I'm not so sure if they are. Yeah, I wouldn't count them as being in the top 10 teams, but they are kind of like, on occasion, really proving that they do have the ability to get there. They did finish in 3rd back in Monza. Then 13th, 16th and 29th, the other 3 results in descending order. Obviously, another top 10 is definitely on the cards today.
And we were talking earlier on I was talking with Arjuna about how, sim racing's grown to the point where most big teams are on contracts now. So the littler teams are just getting disbanded all the time because a big team's like, oh, you contracted? Nope. Okay, come. As soon as one of your drivers has an exceptional performance, RCI, I'm 99% sure will be one of those teams where no driver's contracted. Right, if a big team came in like Redline and went, we want you to drive, it's a case of send a Discord message to the manager that we want to bring this one. There's nothing they can do about it, kind of deal. Whereas you're against teams like Williams, right? You're against teams like Yaz Heat. You're against teams like Unicorns of Love. Triton Racing at the front end. To be mixing it with those teams with the resources they have, they're all under contract. They're being paid a wage to race for these teams. You've got to sometimes tip your hat. And again, I've been harsh on RCI today because some of the drivers have been erratic. But again, credit where credit's due. That was a brilliant move, and they're performing exceptionally well in this race.
It's kind of one of those things where it's, I wonder if this will go the way that some things in motorsport have gone. Not to the aggressive degree that it has, but obviously all of the the garage Formula One teams where obviously that's not a thing anymore. It hasn't been a thing for a very, very long time. Where obviously back in the 60s, that matey boy will come along.
Yeah, remember that decade well, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly.
My prime.
You definitely do, because you're a lot older than me. But obviously, making a people making their own, basically their own F1 cars and then just like taking part and whatever, and like, that was a thing. Now in sim racing, we're kind of like at this point where the smaller teams, where they are just doing it for a bit of fun and a bit of banter, are in a large risky point, because like you say, they can't lock people down on contracts or anything, not really. And so the moment, like you say, a team has a good result, Williams come along and they pick up the driver, and then that team gets disbanded. And I kind of, part of me is like, I get it from a driver's perspective, because it's like, obviously if a team like, especially it's like Redline, come to you and go, do you want to come and drive for us? That's not really something that you go, I
turned them down, to be fair.
Did you?
I had to, yeah.
Yeah, right, because you're that fast.
No, that's irrelevant. I was busy.
Oh right, yeah, fair enough. I've never been asked to drive a Redline, and I know Dom quite well.
You've got to have a certain look though, Lewis, as well, obviously.
Is that true?
Yeah, like I look slightly Italian. Yeah, it is what it is.
Did you only get the offer from Enzo?
We're nearly 5 hours into this race. My brain's decided to just give up, I think.
Was it Enzo that offered you the seat?
Of course, yeah. Enzo.
He does love you.
Yeah, he literally told me he loves me, so it is what it is.
It's a romantic time in sim racing. But I think that's really the important thing, is that there's no more romantic place than sim racing. Anyway. True that. Yonkers has closed up to Lukacek to try and get back up inside the top 6, as West Competition Racing it must have been the last bits whether they had like a longer stop or just being out of sequence. They certainly lost a lot of time recently, and now we get a good view of the West Competition Racing car trying to work their way past BMW M4 versus Aston Martin. A little bit up the road will be a Bentley. I have no doubt that BMW is fast enough to catch, but where does the move come? This is obviously where the RCI car of Batushka got through. I think it's a bit far
where
back.
It's going to happen. No, I would think he's going to get alongside at least. Yeah, there we go. So now it's going to be a deep break into the second carousel up the hill, and it's done. Carbon Synsport's backed out of it completely, have they? Yeah, they have. Wow. Okay, they're struggling. Their tyres have gone.
I think that was Carbon. Like, looking at the situation, because I don't think Yonkers was even remotely there going down into like that into the left-hander after the carousel. I don't think he was even remotely there, and Carbon went, all right, off you go, see ya.
Yeah. Thinking about the longer version, Carkino, I don't know what lap are Carbon on. You can't call them Carbon Motorsports or Esports. They will let you know.
Really?
Carkino, it is Carbon SimSport / Esports Motorsport Sim Racing team.
Carbon Motorsport.
Yeah. Carbon / a little bit of stainless steel motorsport.
This is where, as teams, our big advice would be: sometimes if we make mistakes in your team, almost don't tell us, because
don't
because
ever correct us.
Whenever we do, we're all really bad people. So when you do correct us, we'll go, oh right, that's fair enough. Now I'm just going to make it more.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've done for Carbon SimSport for a. Well, no, Blast have never said anything to me, to be fair.
But
I'm just really bad. Sorry, it's not even Blast, it's Burst. I got it wrong again.
It is Burst. Yeah.
Yeah, Burst have never ever said anything, to be fair. But yeah, when Carbon said it, I've added about 7 names to their team name.
And now you can add Blast to it.
Yeah, Blast Esports. Zebras of Love.
Blast.
Zebras of Love.
Zebras of Love is
BS Competition, Unicorns of Love. We need to get like a imagine, right? God, I'm going off on one other tangent.
Here we go.
In about, I've got to do 2 more hours, guys, and I'm already struggling here. I've got children, that's what I'll blame on that. Imagine a merch, like FaZe and Optic did a merch drop together. Imagine Unicorns of Love and BS Competition. That would look sick.
I would like for them to do a race together. Like, I don't know whether.
No. Let's not talk about serious things, Lewis.
But
I want a hat. I just want a hat. Draw me out a hat, Unicorns of Love and BS Competition. A merged hat. We paint with nice colours. It will look like a zebra. And actually, do you know what? On that note, I'm disappearing. You and O'Leary, take over. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll kick him out of the commentary booth because he's talking complete rubbish. But if you do have any hats in your sim racing team, send them to Luke Crane. Whatever hats they are, he really loves bobble hats, flat caps as well. Loves them. He loves to look like an old man. I don't know what other types of hats, but basically anything that he doesn't want, send it to him. Anyway,
I'm not Paul Smith. See you later.
Hi, Ewan.
Hi.
Well, so now we've got rid of him. We've got someone else who's had a good day when it comes to football into the booth. Ewan O'Leary joins us. I'm assuming you've not really been able to watch most of this race because you've been quite busy today.
I have. Well, I've been keeping an eye on it, and so I do know that it is becoming a
Watkins
two-horse
Glen.
race. Well, Watkins Glen for first of all. Yeah, I knew that a long time ago. But the fact that it's becoming a bit of a two-horse race between Yas Heat and Williams Esports, but I guess the big story is way further behind with BS Competition. To see the championship leaders down there, I have to say I was very, very shocked to learn, first of all, their qualifying position, and then when you're starting at the back of a race like this, on a track like this, it's just not a lot you can do, really. So I'm having a great day, yes, but they're not.
That's the brutality of the qualifying format here. You only get, in each qualifying session, you only get 1 lap, right? Yeah, ignoring the Joker, which they've already used, you only get 1 lap. And basically, for anyone who didn't join us in qualifying, which, to be honest, I can understand why you didn't, it was 4.5 hours ago, to give you the rundown as to what happened to BS Competition, they, Philippa Pekina, behind the wheel, doing qualifying 1, exceeded track limits. And that was it. Lap was gone. You exceed track limits, and the lap was done. It was over, which meant they had to start this race from 34th. No second chances, no nothing. 1 corner, and it was the penultimate corner around Watkins Glen, which isn't this one, it's the one afterwards. Just ram wide there. Boom. Lap is gone. No chance of getting inside the top 25 or moving on to the qualifying session. It's just that's how it goes. Meanwhile, their championship rivals managed to qualify themselves onto the 2nd row of the grid in Williams Esports. That is the brutality of the qualifying format. But that's to me, that's why I actually really, really love that qualifying format. I love how brutal it is.
Yeah, I enjoy the qualifying format as well. I think I was speaking to someone else a little bit earlier about how it might be a little bit extra, a bit over the top for such a long race, because it's 9 hours. But after all, we do see the top teams that qualify at the top and they stay there. That's what we're seeing in this race. But very rarely do you see someone outside of the top 10 coming from really a very long way back to the front. So yeah, I really enjoyed the qualifying format as well. It's very, very brutal, as you mentioned, with one-shot qualifying basically in each of the formats. And I guess you could say that, you know, maybe they should take it a little bit easier in terms of the track limits. But if you back off too much, then you're going to be out anyway in terms of your lap time as well. So it's a very difficult balance to strike with the qualifying format. But it's competition on the wrong side of it, which I really wasn't expecting from them. And they've still got a lot more to do here to save their season, really.
Well, especially in the Q2, Q3 passage, because to get through it from Q2 into Q3, you had to be 0.3 off of pole, right? Off of the fastest lap time in that session, right? Which that's not easy to get. It's to kind of balance staying within track limits, but also pushing it to that limit. Yeah, that's insanely difficult. Let's talk about what's happening in this group, because you might be looking at it thinking like, what's happening here? It looks terrifying. So you've got the Racing Point car at the front of this. They are running, I believe, inside the top 10, despite having some early issues. The car behind them is the Nissan that belongs to Garcia that's running in 18th. They've recently lost out to Murdoch, who's in that Symphony of Pistons pink and black car. So they are battling. That Nissan GTR second car in shot, and the pink and black and green BMW are battling over 18th position. Meanwhile, what we're looking at here is Conrad versus Bonjour battling over 26th position on the road. So two different battles, laps separating the groupings here. But they're all just kind of fighting in their own battles. This always happens at these points of the races. They're all, if you are going laps down the road, fair, even if you're not, you're always going to be battling around people that are doing battles that are nothing to do with your battle. It's just, that's the nature of endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all a bit of we very rarely see this. It's all a bit of a mess here because there's so many battles going on all at once. But that it is a bit confusing. But
as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've got a lot going on. But the slightly bizarre thing about this, I find, is that the battle for 18th, or the two drivers in the battle for 18th, are slightly slower than the one for 26th. By the looks of it, it does look like Conrad really wants to get through on Riley Murdoch right now for SOP Esports. But I doubt that's going to happen. But they do look a little bit quicker. With the four of them really quite close together like this, who knows what could happen. But it's just that thing about Watkins Glen, and I thought this before the race as well, where are you going to make the moves? It's really difficult. There's no real big braking zone into a really tight corner where you can make an obvious dive. It's quite a nice flowing circuit. Even the chicane flows somehow. I don't know really how they've done that, but even the chicane manages to flow quite nicely into this circuit. So it's good to drive on your own, but it's just really hard to overtake. And that was Bonjour finding the wall just on the exit.
He said hello to it. He said hello to it. There you go. Easy joke. Cool. Moving on before anyone really dwells on that too hard. Also, there is another battle joining this fight because Mattea, who's at the front of it in the Racing Point car in 10th position, isn't that far down the road from Gerardus, who's in the TF Racing car, which is... No, never mind. I thought he was going to cut through there. There. The white Ferrari behind all this. The Ferraris either side of this battle, the one that's in the foreground of shot and the one in the background of shot, they're also fighting for position between each other. So,
sure?
Yes.
That looks like a McLaren to me in the background.
Well, it's a Ferrari, so we'll move on from that.
Right, okay.
Just like setting down. No, I'm still disappointed. I made the mistake of calling a Nissan a Porsche back in Monza, and I've got long go.
If I am wrong, that's not as bad as your one.
There you go. It's Ferrari.
There you are.
Yeah,
it is.
I can't believe you and O'Leary doubted me.
I'm surprised you can't believe it.
That's true. That is true.
Little bit of an attempt from Bonjour in the 333. Oh, he's giving it a right good go as well. I wasn't expecting that to come off at all. Oh, and they got kind of interlocked a bit really with the wheels, and so they both had to back out of that really because they were both going to end up in an accident there.
Yeah, they were both in a one-way trip out towards the guardrail, which is not a great place to be. That's for sure, but it's easy to do going into especially into the toe, because you've got so many different lines that kind of go in there. Yeah, a lot of people go out wide and then hook back in for a later apex. Some kind of hold quite a tight line through it, and if you're going around the outside, you're expecting the car on the inside to hold that tighter line. but sometimes they just don't, because the tight line is very hard to hold, especially coming in from quite a narrow angle. So, kind of makes sense they had made contact. Also in the background, what's the gap between our race leaders? Because I'm pretty sure we just saw the Yas Heat come through in the background of shot, and I don't believe they were too far different. There was a car directly behind them which looked white, and it looked suspiciously like a Williams Esports car. I think the race lead is down. From my screen, from what I'm seeing now, it's 2.2 seconds between the top two in this race. Boothby's still got about 20 minutes left in this stint, and this will be his third stint in the race, so he can only do one more.
Yeah, he can't go any further than 4 hours 20 in a 9-hour race, and so one more stint and he will be done for the day. But yeah, as far as we can see anyway, it's 2.2 seconds at the time. Last time around, Tinko van der Velde took 0.6 of a second out of George Boothby as well, so we might well have a race on between those two. But it's just been one of those races where we've seen a lot of toing and froing, not big gaps at any point, but a lot of toing and froing with regards to who's actually in the lead at that time. And in the end, two have kind of risen towards the fore, and it's between Yas Heat and Williams Esports at this stage, with only 4 cars within a minute right now, after not even 5 hours of this race. So it's very much everybody set in stone up towards the front. But less so back here. I still believe that battle for 26th has actually got more pace in it than the battle for 18th, which is
I agree.
Really bizarre considering the lap between them. But it does look like that is the case.
I don't know if it's that bizarre, just purely based on the amount of drama and some of the issues some of these teams have had. There you go, by the way, you can see at the background how close the front two are in this race. It's now 1.8 seconds, comes down a further half second over the previous lap. As there's almost contact, Bonjour's taking this opportunity, gets to the inside as we head through turn 2 and up the hill. He has pounced Virtual Drivers by TX3 trying to make their way through and work up into 26th position. The Porsche moves up, but the issues now come as to how does it get past these lot ahead, because the Porsche's not super fast in a straight line at all around here, and they have been showing those struggles.
Oh yeah, and he very nearly didn't have that move done at all as a result of that. You saw it on the back straight towards the bus stop chicane. It was very nearly another attempt from the BMW here, and they've got to make sure in that 333 that they get away from Eric Conrad now for Esports, because that BMW is a lot quicker in a straight line, as you say, and the Porsche is really going to have to get away as much as possible. When there's another BMW right up in front for SOP Esports, it's hard to get away really, so he could find himself in a bit of a sandwich situation, with Conrad being able to gain from that and using the straight line speed down the back straight. But when you're going into the bus stop, to be fair, you need to be a long way alongside, so it might be difficult for the 43 to manage it, especially from this distance, because that gap looks like it's opening up from this onboard that we can see.
Yeah, I do think the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car is faster at the moment, but then it's so difficult to get past anyone that it's almost irrelevant. This is then the race lead. Half a second it is under. George Boothby, Tinko van der Velde, the two of them about to do battle around Watkins Glen. We've just passed the halfway point in this race. That was at 4 hours 30 minutes. 4 hours 16 left to go on the clock. The difference on stints between these two is almost 10 laps between them. It's roughly about 16 minutes difference as to when these two have been in the pit lane, which has been extending and extending and extending in the favour of Williams Esports, and it's just pushing them more into the fight bit by bit. It's genius in strategy in some degrees for Tinko van der Velde from Williams Esports, and they're playing their cards well, looking one way back the other, as Tinko van der Velde is still trying to find his way past Boothby. You can see the pace differential between the two. It is incredibly in favour of the Williams Esports car. The Honda's been pretty heavy on its tyres, and it is showing right now.
Well, it's carrying a fair amount of weight, certainly compared to Williams Esports. I know it's been less of a discussion point throughout the day today, but Yas Heat still carrying 17 kilograms. Williams Esports got rid of all of it in the first 3 GT3 rounds, so they're very much going to be enjoying that. A little bit lighter on their feet maybe, and they're just coming up to these 6 cars as well. The next 6 cars are all in a battle of some sort, and they're all on different laps as well, which is a nightmare, but they're all laps down to these two. And that really is going to change this battle by the looks of things. Could be more difficult for George Boothby to try and, alert them a little bit and make his way through. It could be more difficult for Van der Velde. He could get left behind as the two of them go through. But this race-leading battle certainly on there, and Boothby was worried into the bus stop.
Also, there is the fear of these two trying to get their way through that lap traffic, maybe making a mistake as one of them comes into the pit lane. It's Murdoch. I think it's actually it's one of the Nissan GTRs. I think it might be the Aspar one of Garcia. Murdoch in the Symphony of Pistons has been into the pit lane recently as well from fights a bit further ahead. Between these two, when they're coming through the lap traffic, they can very easily trip over them and get themselves a penalty. We have seen that a couple of times. Williams Esports obviously had one back in Barcelona, but this looks a lot closer. Tinko van der Velde with a good run up towards the bus stop, goes one way then back the other, looks to the outside, is going to try and send it all the way around the outside of the bus stop, and I'm not sure about that one. Tinko van der Velde, he backed out of it. George Boothby though, and he's gone for a spin. Boothby's round. Yes, he is round. Was trying so hard to hang on from Tinko van der Velde, but not enough. Just not enough grip, to be perfectly honest. And Williams Esports, I mean, he judged that one very well, did Tinko?
Well, it turned out to be the case in the end, yeah, but that could have been very, very different indeed. Boothby, as you mentioned, just pushing so hard to try and hold on to the lead. And I feel like it's easy to say this in hindsight now, but the last thing he could have afforded is a mistake, a spin, or an incident with Van der Velde there. Just stay in the race. Stay with Williams Esports as much as possible. There's still more than 4 hours to go here, and it's been toing and froing all day long. If they want to take the lead now, let them have the lead. If they're quicker right now, you've got to let them have the lead, but you can't, go for a spin here on your own.
Too much curb.
He sent it in really hard and then got to that second curb, bounced over it really hard and too hard in the end, sending the Honda around. And, that's a big gap now, and a lot more work to Yassi, or a lot more work for Yassi to do than they really should be doing. If that makes sense, he really should have avoided that.
And Tinko van der Velde just really, really put on the pressure there to Boothby by tightening up his entry into the bus stop, and now leads by 10 seconds. Of course, Boothby's tyres will have gone even more. Great advertising there for Pirelli, just sat in the middle of the SS section. Boothby will have more worn tyres, so he's going to lose out even more time. Should be in the pit lane. I mean, I was going to say in the relative near future, but realistically for them, it's in about 10 minutes time. It's pretty much on the hour is when we'll see them in the pit lane, which when you're on worn tyres like that isn't exactly soon, is it? I would suspect that gap should balloon quite significantly in favour of Williams Esports. Then, Yassi should gain a fair amount back by essentially undercutting the Williams Esports car. Whether they'll retake the lead even briefly, it's very possible. But I think it might be for quite a brief time, because the Williams Esports car is just so much faster at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely convinced they would retake the lead either. But most of all, if Williams Esports are sort of running out for as long as possible, they're doing 65-minute stints, and so on. And Yassi pitting at the top of the hour every time. Maybe spreading their short stop across the race. And Williams Esports is going to have a really short final pit stop anyway, in which case Yassi would need to go into that final hour of the race with quite a lead anyway. So this
I still think they'd take tyres.
Yeah. This is why I said that Boothby really needs to just, or in hindsight, he needed to avoid a spin there, because I feel like the advantages with Williams Esports anyway, that already, even if they are behind, if they're in a fight at all, I feel like Williams Esports would have the advantage.
Yeah, I agree. Like the thing is that later on in the race, they would have a pit stop that was quite a lot later. But the thing is, they have a bit more open strategy to kind of do as they please. They would switch tyres on that final stop, right? Because obviously, especially. I'd say around here, you'd definitely change tyres. I would not want to be on these tyres for longer than you're on them for.
It would be odd to see to not do it at all.
Double stinting's a bit crazy in ACC at the best of times, but especially then. You change tyres. At which point, your tyre stop will always be longer than the amount of fuel that you've got to put in anyway. So the pit stop would be 30 seconds regardless. So it wouldn't actually shrink that final pit stop. But as I've said before in this race, it means that they would be, even late in the race, even if the Yazzie car was ahead of them, they would be in a better position when it comes to how much fuel they have in the car, because it would be quite light. And also they could stick in an extra little bit anyway, just in case they needed to. They'd be clear of any potential when it comes to wrongdoings when it comes to stint length. But most importantly, they would have tyres that are in a much better position than where Yaz Heats would be at that point anyway. So realistically, it was all kind of leaning a little bit towards Williams Esports anyway. It's not to say that it's done, it certainly isn't, but it's very much moving over in favour of Williams Esports. But then again, one mistake through traffic and suddenly it's all wide open again.
Well, yeah, it only takes one mistake really to be wide open again. And as I mentioned earlier, this race has really toed and froed quite a lot so far in terms of who's leading and when and what situations. So you never know. It's not over, but certainly I would say the advantage with Williams Esports, both in this race and the championship as well. Let's not forget, because I'm sure we'll be doing a bit of maths about that over the next 4 hours or so. Quite work out what's going on there, or I certainly will anyway, because I'm interested. So we'll see how it goes, as that exact problem you were talking about has come back to bite the 333 Porsche, because the BMW has just gone right round the outside of them.
I don't know if you know, do you know what position, something to definitely work out, what position if Williams Esports win, the BS competition have to be to retain the lead? As we'll see Armamentario getting through and Simware.pro getting past Ren of Welton, and also as Ren Welton are trying to get into the pit lane, almost contact with the Queensland. Did you say fifth?
I did say fifth, yeah. But reason being, 41 points was the gap at the start of the day, if I've got the correct numbers. The Williams Esports scored 13 points in qualifying. They qualified fourth, so that's 28 points now as we run, and so for fifth place you only lose 27, so they need fifth place to be at competition, which I can't see happening really.
Yeah, no, that's that. So the advantage really at this point, but then again, that's the commentators' curse. Woo! Anyway, we'll move on from that. It's fine. Do you believe in the commentators' curse?
Well,
I swear I've had this conversation so many times.
Yeah,
in
we
the last 5, 10 years.
I feel like you talk about it with more frequency as the years go on.
Yeah,
sometimes.
because I like tempting fate by just saying it doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, I mean it's one of the, it's like that's like saying is God real? Like nobody knows. Is the point?
Well, I think we do know if the commentator's curse exists, because it doesn't. Sorry. Yellow flag just came out there. I'm not sure exactly as to what it was for, but either way, little bits of the lap traffic have been ticked off as a few drivers and teams coming into the pit lane. BS competition being one of them. Symphony of Pistons returning to the pit lane. I swear they went in the pit lane very long ago.
It doesn't. Yeah, they were in that fight earlier on with. Oh no, well they were in that fight with Aspar, weren't they? SOP.
There they are.
An Aspar of.
It might.
Been in.
I think it might. I think it might. No, yeah. I think it might have just been me earlier. I think I saw a pink car in pit lane and I just assumed it was Symphony of Pistons. That might. Actually, on my shoulders. That's fine. I'll grin and bear it. But either way, the pit lane should be busy-ish for the next sort of 20 minutes as people, all kinds of off strategy and such, will head their way into pit lane. For any Yaz Heat fan out there expecting as to when Boothby will enter the pit lane, should be in the next sort of 4 or 5 laps, depending on how long they want to go, is when we'll see the Yaz Heat into the pit lane. If you want to know when we'll see the Williams Esports cars on our screen into the pit lane, that won't be for over 20 minutes. That's how much further they're going at this point.
This is why I keep saying that the advantage really is with them, even if they're just in a fight with Yaz Heat, really. Because they've got that advantage, and we always talk about pitting last is an advantage. It will shorten their final pit stop, by about, I think that the amount of fuel they'll have to take on is about 1/3 less.
Yeah, but it still won't shorten the stop.
It's still, yeah, I guess not.
Because fuel and tyres are at the same time, so it won't shorten the stop.
Okay, I hate that rule.
Oh no, I could not agree with you more. I think it's a terrible rule and shouldn't exist.
It is a shocking rule, but it's becoming very popular, I've got to say, unfortunately, because in our racing it's just normal now.
It irritates me because I really there's a few things when it comes to strategies and stuff, particularly on ACC, where I'm sort of sat there being like, that really irritates me. Fuel and tyres being done at the same time is pretty high on the list, but it's still second on the list. To why are there why are there stint times?
65-minute stints. Yeah.
65-minute stint times. How dull is that?
This is a conspiracy theory that I might be about to launch into the world.
There we go. I'm ready. Let me sit up a second. Hold on.
But in real, no, I'm not saying in sim, but in real life, one of the reasons could be, or one of the side effects, the beneficial side effects, could be that organisers don't have to BOP GT3s on fuel tanks and stuff. You know, that's just a thing that's eliminated. Because they could be wildly different, but it doesn't matter really.
Do the stint times exist in real life?
Oh yeah. Even in the Spa 24-hour, you've got to do 65 minutes. Even if there's a safety car, you've got half a tank left. Yeah.
I actually didn't know that because I think it angers me so much. I remove it from my memory every time I watch Spa. There is potential in it. Well, take for example in this, right? At least from memory, from when we were doing it a couple of years ago, because we actually had the stint limits at 75 minutes when I first started doing ACC, or at least that's at least in the championship, which was the SimGrid VCO World Cup. The Bentley could always get to 75 minutes and no one else really could. So I don't think it's necessarily not the case, if that makes sense. It's one thing they'd have to think about. If they just go, well, you could just do a maximum of 65 minutes. They don't have to go, oh yes, so the Bentley, because it doesn't have as much, it doesn't drink the fuel so we have to give them 110 and them and so it's just like, no, 65 minutes, which is just such a boring answer. I like seeing if teams can go that bit further or whatever. I like that.
I'm going to disagree with you though. I do think that tyres and fuel at the same time is a worse rule. Because at least if we had that, there would still be some strategical and tactical interest.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know. 65-minute limited stint.
They're both poor. Let's just go with that. I mean, like, either way, if both of them didn't exist, I think endurance racing and GT3s would be infinitely more interesting.
Yeah, I do as well. But there's a lot of problems with the world, so do you want to go through some more?
Yeah, there are. Like, we're in the commentary booth right now. That's a pretty big problem.
Thanks for that, yeah.
No,
you just arrived. Just leave me alone.
You've been here for 25 minutes, mate.
Well, that's just arrived as far as I'm concerned.
I'm pretty sure in my first sentence I threw Arjuna straight under the bus.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all, if I'm honest.
It's the kind of person I am.
Oh yeah, to be fair, Cam threw me under the bus on a broadcast earlier on.
Did he really?
He really did. Well, a little bit, yeah. But it was fine anyway.
Different broadcast. You have to tell me afterwards, or you can let the entire audience know. When have you sat at home? When have you been thrown under the bus in a broadcast? And was it by me? Because that's always fun, isn't it?
And also, by the way, to all teams, I promised to say your team name right.
Oh, because we were talking about
unlike Lewis and Luke, but I'll make an effort. Don't worry.
I sometimes say people's teams names right. Sometimes it depends whether they've sent me merch or not.
Well, yeah.
I've been told by our broadcast director I throw him under the bus every single broadcast, and he is absolutely right.
Yeah.
I've not done it yet today, I don't think. So still got 4 hours left to go.
I don't know. You might have done. Just it's not even computing in your brain anymore.
That's very true. It could have just happened. Sometimes I do just switch off and just kind of get on with it. Of course, we will have to be dealing with this also next week. But focusing on this week and this race. Again, if you are absolutely sick to death of hearing my voice, less so Ewan's, he's just got here, you can't be sick of his voice just yet. You can go and watch and listen to the commentary on the rivals and the challengers by going to twitch.tv/VCO Esports and then using the VCO command center in there. It's basically just at the bottom next to like the follow button. Whilst you're there, click that one so that you can prepare yourself for next week, where we'll be coming along ERWC2. Me and Luke will be heading off to lovely, sunny, beautiful Milton Keynes, and Arjuna will be staying at home in the west coast of the United States, and we'll all be doing the broadcast for ERWC2, the Esports Racing World Cup, back again for the second edition. Of course, 2022 was a big success. Really enjoyed that one. And I'm sure we'll be in for some even feistier fisticuffs this time by now that some teams have really grown across all platforms. That's one of those beautiful things, isn't it? With ERL and ERWC, it's brought a lot of teams into a few of the other platforms and brought them right into the mix. I think most of all, the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, I know that we obviously had the VCO Simi Awards, but for my best team vote, I didn't have a vote, but I made one myself, and my best team would have been Apex Racing team last year, hands down, in 2022, because of the way that not only they performed in iRacing from start to finish, right from stealing the Daytona 24 hours off Coanda, which was a real shock at the time, really. And right to the very end of the season, right up and including the final months. So, they would have been my best team of last year. And for me, a driver or a team that are impressive over multiple platforms are infinitely more impressive than somebody who's good at one thing on one sim, just because they've practiced it a lot. And I know that to be fair, there are a lot of people on all sims who are like that and who are just good at one thing because of that, and only like their sim and all that. But for me, infinitely more impressive are those who can do multiple sims, and they're going to have to next weekend over the course of 3 days. So very much looking forward to it.
I think the problem that Apex had, the reason why they didn't win the award for best team, whether it was the Autosport Award for best team or whether it was in the VCO Simi Awards or any other styles of sim racing awards, why they typically didn't win, is because they are mostly known for what they do in iRacing, right?
Yeah, that's true.
ERL was like their big thing of stepping outside of it, and obviously they've done ESLR1. Where they actually did very, very well on day one, getting all 4 of their drivers into the semi-finals and getting 3 into the finals. Very, very impressive. They have shown themselves as being a very adaptable team. But I think it is competitions like ERWC that kind of have pushed them a little bit to trying other simulators. And they've gone, oh, actually, we're pretty good at this. And they aren't typically, kind of a bit like in line with Team Redline, they aren't typically a team that hire in a load of drivers that then are like, you're our this driver, you're our that driver, you're our that driver. They still use Jamie Fluke, for example, who was really, really fast in ERL when we did the, I think it was Toyota Corolla, at Donington Park, driving a front-wheel drive British touring car. Not really something which he's used to driving, certainly not on RFAX 2 either, and he was absolutely rapid. And they've really learned how to adapt themselves across platforms, and so it's why I'm kind of leaning towards them. Are they kind of the favourites for ERWC2? I've asked you, had a conversation with Luke. Is it Redline? Is it Apex? Is it Williams are up there as well? R8G should be in the mix. I don't know who you think, but I'm almost leaning towards Apex.
It's so difficult to predict. I think once you've seen kind of the first, Friday is going to be very important in my eyes in terms of. We're going to know immediately at that point a very small number of teams that might win, but I think it's so hard to predict from just not now that nobody's there, nobody's really we haven't really seen anything from them yet in terms of that event. So I think it's hard to predict from this point now, but it's it's going to be a lot easier after day one, and after day two we might already be very confident in our prediction. I don't know.
Who knows?
No, nobody knows. But after all, sometimes I wonder whether we're overthinking it, because after all, it is all racing, isn't it? Really. So that's always my approach to commentary, is that after all, I might not know the series, especially back in the past when I was starting on, well, even ACC. Might not even know the game, but after all, it is a race, and I have seen them before. So it's and I don't know. Maybe drivers take a similar mindset into it, because we all watch racing, we've all done them. So it's even though it's a different sim or different surroundings, different format, it's still a race.
Yeah, how the tyres heat up, how they work through the race, very, very different, especially in the 3 cars that we've got, of course. It did have the bit of a slide there from Fabien Pivet. See if I can remember off the top of my head, because I've not looked them up. But you've got on Assetto Corsa, we are using the Maserati GT4, which in my years of commentating on ACC, I've never seen being used, which I'm actually quite excited to see. Then on R Factor 2 on the Saturday, we're taking the Infinity BTCC car, the Q50, I think it's called. The Infinity rear-wheel drive British touring car. Obviously, we've used the front-wheel drive version. We're now using the rear-wheel drive. And then on the Sunday, it's the Lotus 79. So 3 very, very different cars across the 3 platforms. And let us know in chat whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch. Who do you think is going to do well? I'll give you the 12 teams that we take in part in ERWC2 now. Team Redline, they topped ERL across the entirety of 2022. They were clear of R8G Esports, who actually ended up in second. And that, surprisingly enough. Unicorns of Love, Williams Esports, BS Competition, the Apex Racing Team, Triton Racing, Team Fordzilla, that'll be an interesting one. Veloce, Arnage, Burst, and Yazheat. I don't know what's happening. I've completely forgot Fordzilla would be up there. I don't know what's happening with that because they've obviously lost a lot of drivers recently, and I don't know where their focus is in sim racing.
Well, that's going to be something to work out. Yeah.
Are they even taking part?
I don't know. Is it? Well, you could look at it that way. Could it be a last hurrah for them? Maybe. I don't know. But if they're already with other teams, then would it be possible? I don't know.
They've already lost, like, their drivers that took part in. I don't know. I do not know.
And they're up there in some other championships as well that I'm commentating on. Well, not commentating on, but closely following. So I wonder what's going to happen to them as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they've collapsed and sort of gone away a bit. I don't really know. I'm not really a person to judge. I've only spoken to a few people that have left the team fairly recently.
Yeah, I don't know who is where, and well, if indeed everybody's going to be looking for a new team, then so there'll be a lot of good drivers looking for new teams. Kind of what happened with Cova in iRacing when they unfortunately folded.
Rest in peace.
In a very disappointing fashion. One of the most disappointing we've seen, really, because it wasn't anything to do with them. And all of a sudden, there were plenty of good, very strong iRacing drivers floating about, just looking for a team. And BS Competition have made quite a good couple of smart signings there. So same thing could happen again.
Well, it is kind of the case with Fordzilla to a degree, because they've got a few drivers, the likes of Gianmarco Fedici, Alessandro Montaviani, Sean Arnold, etc. They've obviously parted ways with the outfit. Whether, like I say, I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know exactly what's gone on behind the scenes. I don't really want to speculate. But I know, having parted ways is in that kind of vein. If you've got like quite a few, are they the fastest drivers in sim racing? Maybe not, but like they are, they're pretty adaptable. I know Gianmarco Fedici is certainly very adaptable, whether it is across RF2 or Race Room.
Ottaviani is one of the most adaptable drivers I've seen for
absolutely
across sim racing as well. On R Factor 2 at Race Room, and I think I've seen him here in ACC. I'm very sure.
I have. Race as well.
Yeah, well, there you go, all 4.
There is only 4 simulators.
All 4. I know. I realised when I said that.
Yeah, as soon as you said it, I was like, well, okay.
There's so many more.
You are literally going to have someone in chat being like, LFS is still a thing or something like that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, great, cool.
Well, you could name them all from top to bottom. And then people are arguing about the F1 games where they count and all that. I don't want to go there. So yeah, well, 4 of them, but I mean, I bet he wants to leave it at 4. Really, it's a bit more. It's quite a lot of effort.
What about Rennsport?
Exactly, and that. This is what I mean about the adaptability, though, and how it's infinitely more impressive, in my opinion, because that's proper talent and proper skill, in my opinion, rather than practicing one thing is almost like learning how to do something repetitively, in my opinion, which is not nearly as impressive as like pure talent and skill that clearly Ottaviani has.
Well, I've been sent an entry list just to clarify. I'm not going to say anything from it because I've already listed off the teams. I think the drivers we should keep a little bit more hush hush until we're there. I think it's a bit more. Keep that as a surprise for some. But Fordzilla are on there, so positives.
They've got drivers, so it's fine.
They have drivers.
I'm not saying anymore.
The selection. The selection of 5 drivers across the 3 platforms, which is the case as it was in ERWC1. As we can take a look at some of our drivers in this race, flicking our way through, so you can see exactly the emotions and drama. I will say thank you to all the teams as Niels Nyox gets himself sat down. Thank you to all the teams and drivers that are sending off webcams to us, because not everyone does, and fair enough. I like the fact that we are getting quite a lot of people just being like, yeah, do you know what, I will. We like a bit of an insight into people's lives.
We like to see them a little bit, just to give a little bit more of a feel that there's actually humans here as well. But yeah, it's very nice to see, because we do actually have a battle for fourth place going on right now on the main part of your screen, side by side briefly. Michael Jonkers is going to hold on though from Koponen, just in behind. So this is a good drive and a good day out so far from West Competition Racing, and same goes for RCI Esports as well. Both teams you'd expect to be on the fringes of the top 10 really, but they're solidly within it now.
Yeah, very much so. Like we say, RCI have shown some good pace before this season. They've been very up and down in the championship, but they did have that podium back in Monza, and they're looking strong as well today. Is there a podium on the cards? There is potential for it. We are expecting them into the pit lane some point soon, to give you a little bit of an update as to what's happening pit lane wise, to see exactly where things are. I believe we'll be seeing our race leaders into the pit lane still not for another like 10 minutes. That's how much of a good position they have been in. The 799 will be in the pit lane roughly the same lap, probably a lap later than Tinko van der Velde. But right now, Tinko van der Velde probably got another 5 laps out in the lead. Not quite 10 minutes, but in that kind of region. So about 8 minutes left to go, 7 minutes left to go. Really, really strong.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden looking very good for Williams Esports. I have to say, after the round at Spa, where they finished outside the top 10 for the first time all season, I thought, with the BMW race coming up and the one at Watkins Glen as well, I thought they were going to be in real trouble with VS competition, but they've done well. Jesse Kupernen is trying to get through on Jonkers. This is almost a replay of last lap. Only is not even as far alongside as he was last time. Aston Martin clearly is strong in a straight line, but it's so hard to overtake around here, although he has got a better line through the bus stop, and now he's applying pressure on the outer loop in a way that he really wasn't last lap.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be able to find a way around there. It's not a corner. It's such a long right-hander there in the outer loop carousel. You can't really get all the way around. In a higher downforce car, it's actually a lot easier to, but in these, they're just a little bit too slow and too awkward. Lights flashing on the Lamborghini behind. That is Jordan Grant Smith. He's in 21st position at the moment, basically saying, if you don't mind, jump out of the way if you could, lads. It doesn't need to, of course. There's no blue flags, no nothing. There is no reason for the 69 or the 1 to jump out of the way. There's more of a reason for the 55 not to get involved with them, to be honest. But alas, they're trying to get on with their own race, is Grant Smith, and it's not been a particularly good day for Race Anywhere Simsport after drama early on. But they're just trying to tick off the laps, trying to get themselves back involved, trying to score some decent points and keeping a potential hunt for a top 10 finish at the end of the season.
I think that's the kind of thing they can hope for this season, although they are only 34 points from dropping out of that. If Jesse Kupernen makes his way in, going to really help out Jordan Grant Smith there in terms of making his way through and unlapping himself and being able to push on. Kupernen making the stop now. We are in that window. We'll be able to see a lot of them over the next few laps, including the race leader, of course. The next 10 minutes or so, happening to come to a stop. Bizarrely, just in the middle of the road, but of course they don't jump over the wall in a NASCAR style in SRO racing.
Which is disappointing. I think it's just great, isn't it? Just seeing them just launch themselves over the wall. But it's a single nut anyway, so it's even more boring in that sense.
Oh well, yeah. I bet the way NASCAR's going, it'll be single nut soon as well. It
is single nut in NASCAR. It's been single nut. It was single nut last year. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't watch it last year. So.
Boring, isn't it? I like.
NASCAR has changed unbelievably in the last 6 or 7 years, and not in a way that I've enjoyed particularly.
No, yeah, well, this is the whole thing of they're like, we're making it more modern. I was like, no, the fact that it was like crazy and old.
Great.
I like that. I liked having a 4-gear H pattern. That was hilarious.
Well, maybe it's just because To be fair though, I was doing some reading on this, and when it started a long time ago, it was more what it's like now. So like, you know, the very first seasons had lots more road courses on them, and not as many ovals by any means. But the kind of, as it's gone on, like the 80s onwards, it's just been, you know, 2 road courses a season basically. This being one of them, of course. Yeah, it's changed drastically, and I'm not particularly enjoyed it. But maybe that's just because I've grown up watching the 2000s/2010s style NASCAR that we have had.
My first season watching NASCAR was 2014, so yeah, I never watched it before then. Had no interest. Now I've also lost. To be fair, like me in motorsport, I go in and out of like interest. I'll go through 3 weeks and it'll all be on, and I'll be like, oh, I'll just look at the results, like whatever. And then some weekends I was like, no, I'm going to watch everything. As Tinko van der Velde comes into the pit lane, I would suspect the Matushka will be in the pit lane, not this lap, but the lap after. Yonkers will also be in pretty soon as well. And then I think most of the top lot will have been in. I'm pretty sure that Svederik has been in as well. But I do see that Yonkers and Hoban are pretty close. Nick Huber's not able to get through. As we've seen, the 14s had quite a few problems before with trying to get through the lap traffic, or some that it's battling with that's not on the same strategy.
Yeah, well, any form of traffic. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem for the Porsche, but no Porsche involved in this free car battle for 8th place right now as well. David Patil closing into Savalainen and Kraus, although Savalainen has just got into that Aston Martin, and so will likely drive away, or possibly drive away over the next few moments. We'll wait and see. Yeah, battle for 8th place. Not too much battling inside the top 10 over the last hour or so, but there are a couple of battles going on now. Although, as you mentioned, they're kind of because of pit stops, really, rather than actual battles, which is a little bit of a disappointment for us. But can't have everything. As Igor Rodriguez comes out of the pit lane and just retaining his lead from Yassi.
Nick Huben, by the way, had managed to get through on Yonkers, so there is a switch there, a second between the pair now, as would be expected. The 14 on much fresher tyres. I did not expect the tyres to be such a big talking point of the day. Like normally, like the tyres aren't really the biggest talking point on ACC. It's not really something that we've spoken about too much on most of the circuits. I talk a little bit about them at like Barcelona or whatever, but it's not normally quite the largest talking point. But they do seem to really struggle around here, more so than I would have expected.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm not expecting it though, because when you think about it, it's a very flowing circuit where you're turning quite often, and not really low speed corners either, really. So when I think about it like that, I kind of think it's not actually that much of a surprise, because there's long sustained periods where you've got quite high load on one side and then the other. So I don't know whether it's particularly surprising or not, but as we've spoken about before, does it really matter in ACC? In my opinion, no, because they'll change tyres every stint anyway. So it doesn't matter if the tyres are falling to pieces in 10 minutes or would go 10 hours. It's the same thing's going to happen.
Yeah, fair enough. Bischoff into the pit lane. So Kramer Racing Esports will be the next one down. So that robs us of a battle between them and Contagianis as well. As we look at the Racing Point car, the lone Ferrari inside the top 10, which I do find a bit of a surprise. Obviously, pit stops and the likes, fair enough. But considering how strong Ferraris were in qualifying, they did have the 1 lap pace. Remember that after qualifying, it was a Ferrari front row, a 1-2. The number 10 managed to qualify in 2nd position, but they are a retirement long gone in this race, courtesy of a disconnection for the Triton Racing team. The 142 that's presently running in 15th position, well, they've been bit all over the place today. They did qualify on pole position. They had some good pace early on. They led the opening portion of the race and now find themselves outside of the top 10, courtesy of various issues.
Yeah, Racing Point were third of the Ferraris and now first of them. But the 142 Simware.Pro car really was the kind of show for me that the Ferraris were going to be strong around here, not least because they got 1-2 in qualifying obviously, but the 142 Simware.Pro car carrying 19 kilograms today, and Triton 12 kilograms. Some of those around weren't carrying much at all. Obviously Yassi carry a lot of weight every round because they've got a Honda, but Williams weren't carrying anything and still couldn't match the two Ferraris. So it does seem that one lap pace was strong for them, but it's very, very different across 9 hours. A whole different battle. So we'll have to see in terms of how much further they can get up the order, really. But at this stage, it's so hard to kind of recover positions, because you've not only got to make overtakes, which is hard, but you've got to close gaps as well, which are getting really large now.
Certainly. So Get Closer Racing that we're looking at this battle for 15th position. Get Closer Racing ahead of LFM. Of course, that Aston Martin, I mean, they started off the season with 3 consecutive top 10 finishes, and they're now looking for their second consecutive non-top 10 finish. They've had a couple of issues. They had a lot of issues in this race, obviously involved in the early drama towards the end of lap 1. I'm pretty sure they were thrown into the mix of that, as was quite a lot of the grid lower down. Just sometimes how it goes is Yonkers, you can see they're into the pit lane. 1.5 seconds. There's a 3-way fight appearing for 7th position as well. Kraus and Patil closing in on Savile Island, so we'll check that one out when it gets close. But at the moment, Get Closer Racing and Tobias Schurz trying to keep Vasner at bay as they head up towards the bus stop. The Merc was having a look and thankfully backed out of it just in time. That could have been very, very scary indeed.
Well, it was an attempt, but unfortunately unsuccessful one. This is what I mean. This is the problem with Watkins Glen. That bus stop chicane just eliminates any kind of possible move. Unfortunately, what it really needs is a big braking zone and a tight corner. But what it's got is neither of those things. It's a little tap on the brakes almost, and then a fly through, which makes it very entertaining to drive, of course, but not so entertaining to try and make an overtake on. This straight down here just leading to the tightest corner on the circuit, but it's just not a long enough straight, and it's unfortunately not going to prove to be particularly fruitful for Sasha Vasner here. This battle for 15th position, but just up in front, Get Closer Racing, I've got to say, have been the most impressive team for me this season, because of how far and how highly they've exceeded my expectations this season. I didn't really expect anything from them at all, but they've put in some great performances. Podium at Circuit of the Americas. They have got another couple of top 10s to their name as well. I know they slipped back a little bit at Spa, but and they're not going to win the title. I don't think they would have expected to either, but they've been very, very impressive as far as I can see.
I'd agree. I think they've been very good. What would you say about removing the bus stop chicane and just running straight into the carousel, into the outer loop?
I wouldn't hate it, but I wouldn't think it would. Well, actually, it would increase overtaking opportunity, actually, because you could actually get along. Half the problem with the bus stop chicane is that you actually can't be side by side, or very difficult to be. But you can actually do it into the longer corner. It's just really difficult to make a move, because I guess that all the car on the inside has to do, or in front has to do, is protect the inside. And it's very difficult to go around the outside.
That was Arjuna's hot take early on, by the way, and I told him your hot take, which was that Sebring needs to be repaved. Anyway, moving on.
The hot take I have. By the way, that's fake news.
It's fake news that I'm just going to keep repeating. The entire sim racing community is going to be like, that Ewan O'Leary, he thinks Sebring needs to be repaved.
Well, once they learn who I am, maybe, yeah. But
that northerner.
I don't think that, by the way.
He did say it on a broadcast once, though. I have no memory of it.
There's no video of it, so, you know.
It was in the Sebring broadcast. It's somewhere in there.
No one's found it.
It might not have even been the Sebring broadcast.
I don't think that's a coincidence. The fact that no one's found it.
Hey, you said I'm making it up. I'd never make up something so ridiculous as Arnage competition, try and fend off the Yeet car for 25th. Yeet did get involved in an incident, as we'll move straight on from Ewan O'Leary's heavy accusations there. Did have an issue coming into this chicane, going into the bus stop earlier on in the race. They were sent off into the barrier and almost did the same thing once again. They looked to the inside to Arnage competition. They've already been off there once. Nearly went off again.
Yeah, very nearly. It's been a difficult race for some, and oh, here we go. Marco showed it down the inside, but didn't really commit to that. Didn't want to end up straight in the side of the Lamborghini, understandably, and so sort of half-heartedly made his way down the inside there. Didn't really go for it, and so he's going to have to stay behind. If you want to make moves around here, as you do anyway, you've got to do it with a lot more conviction than that.
Well, what does everyone think watching? Yeah, by the way, just to get involved as well in chat. But do you think going fast down into the outer loop with skipping the bus stop would be better or not? Who knows? Maybe you've got a hot take for the sim racing world, like Sebring being repaved, that you want to share with us. Who knows? We'll update you with a penalty as well, as I did see one just coming through there as well. I think it's just come through in game. Also, there's been a 10-second time penalty dished out to the Gatter Chain Ballas Esports car, McNeely behind the wheel after contact between themselves and the number 38, the Team Shizu GT Omega car, which is actually only one position behind them at the moment. There's been contact between the pair of them, which has given the Gatter Chain Ballas Esports car, I think it's a second penalty of this race. They had one early on, I believe, in the first hour or so. And they've just received a second one also as we continue to look at this fight for 25th.
Oh, it's almost, once again, like watching a replay, as a lot of these battles are at Watkins Glen. You have to do the same thing over and over, and eventually you get your chance. Alexander Vermont may well have given up trying to defend this one, though. He's given the inside line away. He's broken early and let that one go now. So Esports go through, and I don't think Vermont is too disappointed about it. Made sure he was facilitating that move. And so up to 25th goes the 43. As just in the background you can see the colourful zebra we have this season for BS competition. Someone's got a spray can and taken it to the animals. So there we are.
Nice.
But closing in for a top 10, which is great news for Bokida and the rest of the team.
I gotta say, I really like it. But going on to what we were said about earlier, is that we need to get the Zebras of Love, right? So we need a BS competition Unicorns of Love duo crossover, and so I think we need to see a little bit of that. Something. I'd love because I could that the BS competition livery that they've got is so open to partnerships, right?
It is
because it's asymmetric. You can do so much with it to work with other teams. It's one of the things that I really love about it.
Well, they've kind of done it with themselves, really, if you like, for this season. It's not the standard BS competition livery, is it? They've gotten a little bit of a twist on it, of course. And that's one works out very well. The BS Turner cars worked out very well in terms of an asymmetric livery. I really enjoyed those. They've not produced a bad one yet, and as you mentioned, it's so open to collaborating with someone that it's crying out for it, and I'm sure we will see more. As that team, continues to have partnerships and whatever with different teams and new series and whatever. So I'm sure we'll see more of it. But yeah, their liveries are fantastic, and we haven't seen a bad one from them yet.
No, I don't think we have. The BS Turner one. I only want to say that because it would annoy Arjuna, who's definitely not watching this book because he's getting ready for PESC. He loves it. I don't think it's as good as Arjuna thinks. I like it,
not.
But Arjuna acts as if it is the best livery that has ever been created by anyone ever.
I know what you mean, but it's very good though.
It is good. I
don't want to take too much away from it, to be honest. So yeah, they're very open to it, and we look forward to seeing what they come up with in the future, I guess. Closing in 3.8 seconds right now to Konstantianis for a top 10. They're knocking on the door of a top 10, and after that the gaps are fairly small car to car, so maybe just maybe they'll be able to get near that top 5. I don't think they will get 5th, but they might be able to get near it and just try and reduce Williams Esports Championship lead going into the final race as much as possible.
What do you think is a satisfying result for BS competition today after their early issues? Do you think it is a top 10, or do you really think they'll only be satisfied if they're inside the top 5 and still hanging on to the top of the championship?
I think if you tell them at the start of the day you're going to lose the championship lead, they'll be like, this is a disaster of a day.
Right.
Now that we've seen the qualifying and the aspirations for the race, I think they're not even going to put a ceiling on it. They might not even set themselves a target. Some people just don't, I guess. And they might just say, we've got to get as far as we can get. And so no result is good, in quotation marks, but we've just got to, the next position is what we need. And then the next one, and then the next one. I don't think they will put a ceiling on it. I don't think they will put a target on it. I know I certainly wouldn't in that situation, because I know some people really it really helps them to set a target. We'll get to here, and then we'll think about where we are, and then we'll get to here. I don't really, in this situation, I don't think that's really wouldn't be helpful for me. You just got to get everything you can and not put a ceiling on it. And if you do get a top 5 and you do retain the championship lead, then that is a good result. That is more than good. But if you don't, then it's not a disaster. You've just got to get what you can and limit the damage as best you can.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, like you say, you've got to kind of sit there, look at it, and think realistically. What's on the table, just to kind of maybe in the back of your mind. But it doesn't matter, because even if you go, right, we'll only be satisfied after the incident, they're like, right, we've got to get back, we'll just aim for a top 5, we'll aim for a top 10 or whatever. What's the point? You can go have that as the back of your mind or whatever, but all you've got to be focusing on is the car ahead. That is it. Nowhere further up the road, just that one car.
Exactly.
How do we get past them? How do we get past the next one? How do we get past the next one? That is all you need to be working on. As we'll refocus on the race lead, or the battle up there, after the spin earlier on from the 666. Of course, Boothby behind the wheel when Tico van der Velde caught up to him. The switch there between the two has dropped Malinowski 10 seconds, post-pit stop, 10 seconds back from Igor Rodriguez. The top 2 have both pitted, of course. Igor Rodriguez is behind the wheel for a few minutes now. And the lead is looking really comfortable, and especially over the next few laps, that lead should grow quite a bit. They're in a really good spot at Williams Esports now.
Oh, they're in such a good place. They could not have dreamed of a better day so far. I mean, Yassi are having a good day as well. They're 3rd in the standings right now, and they are recovering well. But I still think the championship's too far away for them, by the way. But It couldn't have gone better for Williams Esports. Honestly, it's a fantastic performance from them again. They've done that, of course, very well so far this season. Not really having any hiccups so far. Obviously, Spa is their worst result so far, outside the top 10. But in terms of this race, no hiccups so far. And I think in terms of strategy, they've always had the advantage. And in this race now, they've. In terms of just track position and in terms of where they are, they've got such an advantage. To be 12 seconds in front and have a strategy advantage, it's very, very daunting for Yassi to try and topple that.
I was talking to Dara and Tinko when they found out what the temperatures were for this race, and I can say that they weren't exactly happy. They thought that it was going to go really, really badly. Alas, their pace is fine, so shows what sim races are like. They've clearly got a very, very good pace. By the way, also we did, whilst we were waffling, we did see the move between the 1 and the 85. Reason why we didn't really up it too much, the 1 and the 85 were on slightly different strategies, and the 85 didn't fight it very hard. So Patil in that Ferrari dropping back now to 9th position, the highest placed Ferrari in this race. Will they be in 3 hours and 30 minutes? Not so sure.
No idea for a start, but not sure as of right now. Yeah, sim racers often do perceive their race going more negatively than it.
They moan.
You get even like multiple time champions of a series going like, I don't know if I'll be that good this year, and then they win again.
It's because sim racers are a bunch of moaners. We love them to bits, but they do moan a lot. Speaking of moaning, by the way, Luke Crane's going to come back into the commentary booth.
He is. He's moved his microphone though, so he's not at the minute.
He's not ready. He's too busy moaning.
We're acting, to be fair, like real world motorsport drivers don't moan, which is absolutely not the case.
Sorry, I guess you just brought me in, did you?
Yeah, exactly.
My kid's just bit his tongue eating food, so my partner just run into the bedroom. He's got a bleeding tongue, so sorry. I can only apologise. He's all right. He's only a little bit. She's panicking. Like half his tongue's on the floor, but no, he's all right. He's good. But so it literally happened as you were passing over, so I can only apologise.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got another tongue, so it's fine. Oh no, he hasn't. He'll be fine.
Kids.
Off you go, Lewis. See you later. It's
Bye.
Fun. There we go. Handoff done. Brilliant. Perfect. As if by magic, Lewis disappears. It's now me and Ewan. Ewan did my team a favour today. I'm assuming you're a Nottingham Forest fan. If you're not, then weird. But yeah, you drew a City. We won. Arsenal now top of the league. Good times. How you doing, Ewan? You good?
Welcome. Yeah, I'm very pleased about that. I've got to say, yeah, it doesn't really feel quite real that we're drawing with Man City in the Premier League, mid-table, all that. But anyway, we're doing very well. Yeah, it's been a decent race so far, but obviously it's nearly 6 hours in now. We're kind of at that stage where it's spreading out, but there's still a lot to be watching. Of course, not very long circuits. There's quite a lot of traffic by the looks of things, and it's affecting these Porsches quite badly. We've noticed Hubin there taking ages to get through on these two.
Yeah, straight line speed, not really the strength of the Porsche around here. I'm a bit of a realist, Ewan. I think this has been a terrible race, to be completely honest. It was over very quickly for half the field, so yeah, I'm not going to treat the audience like they're stupid. There's a 10-second penalty now for Magnani. I'm sure you guys have probably already spoken about that. So that is a Bentley. I'm not sure whether it is... Which one is it? 10-second penalty? Yeah, they got a warning. Oh, there we go. So, steward decision for an incident between car 38, Team Shazoo, GT Omega, and car 163. Got a chain, Palace Esports, in lap 168, turn 9, penalty for Palace Esports. What a surprise! 10 seconds. Have fun.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's the standard, really. But it's one of those, as Lewis was saying a little bit earlier, it's one of those where we haven't really seen race control doing an awful lot so far today. We have seen some races this season where we've got penalties scattered all over the order, all race long. So it's not been one of those races, thankfully. But unfortunately, 10-second penalty for them, and hopefully race control can remain unbusy for the remainder of this one. But yeah, I get what you're saying about the opening moments of this race. It was a huge smash and a crash. But these things happen at Watkins Glen. How many times have you seen those clips on our ratings, particularly up towards the top of the hill here at turn 2 and 3 of everybody just piling in to a huge accident? I mean, it's happened so many times in sim racing. It doesn't seem to happen so much in real life, but this circuit does like a pile up in sim racing.
It certainly does. But I think the track temperatures does not help things either, of course, because it makes it even more difficult to overtake. You've also got to look after your tyres, because if you do push it in the first half of the stint, you're going to be a sitting duck for the second half of the stint. So yeah, it's kind of not like earlier on, Arjuna at the start of this broadcast was like, oh, it would be great to see it just dry the whole time. No, I'd love a downpour right now just to spice things up. I really would, and I think the drivers would maybe like an hour. I think everybody apart from Williams would love that right now.
Yes, I think so. Williams will be really hoping that it stays dry for the remainder, but the rest of them certainly not. My American geography is terrible. I don't know where this circuit is and whether it rains a lot, but I've not seen many rainy Watkins Glen races, if I'm honest, so I'm going to guess not that often.
No.
And I don't think any of these drivers and teams are going to be holding their breath.
Yeah, the races are pretty close to the summer in the old America as well. Right, I've got to go for 5 minutes, guys, just to make sure that my 3-year-old hasn't eaten his tongue. So yeah, Lewis will be back here for 5 minutes. So I'm back in about 5.
He's got to run. This is super dad, Luke Crane. Off he goes. As we'll keep our eye on this battle between Sim RC and West Competition Racing. Obviously looking for the up and under. West Competition Racing, they've got some decent pace, particularly on the long haul in the race. They managed to work their way past David Patil pretty easily without too much effort, but I don't think the Sim RC car is going to be quite as easy to pass.
No, certainly not. But I think for either of these teams, a top 10 is a successful day and a successful result, really. Sebastian Apostol trying to make that 7th place. He thought about sneaking up the inside there at the toe of the boot, but not quite able to do it. So might well try into the next corner. Well, not quite close enough, and he's looking again, getting in the mirrors again, but not able to. So yeah, run of 2 top 10 places, by the way, in the last couple of races for West Competition Racing, and looking to make it 3 here. Well, they might well do. I think they're looking pretty safe to do that, although the gaps, as I mentioned earlier on, from about 5th to 12th or so, 5th to 11th, are quite small, really.
Meanwhile, look at Sim RC's results, right? It's a 36, a 32nd, a 25th, and a 28th. They're punching above their weight a little bit this race, considering their position in this season so far. I think they're doing really, really well. I mean, just to get, like you say, a top 10 result would be great for either of these teams, but I think for Sim RC it's more valuable, right?
I think so. West Competition Racing got on exactly a new team, an unsuccessful team in the world of ACC. They are very quick. and they do a lot of racing here. SimRC less so in terms of this season, as you mentioned. So I think the top 10 will be worth more to them. But I don't think either of them will be willing to risk everything in this battle, really. And there's more than 3 hours to go. It's one of those races where it's not really worth it. And you can see there, maybe in another race or shorter race, Sebastian Apostel really would have gone for that a little bit more. Decided to call off that move.
Well, Super Dad is back from rescuing his children, so I'll hand it back to Luke Crane.
Oh, I'm back. Yeah, he's half his tongue's still there, so he's all good. He'll just be quiet for a couple of days, which is a blessing in disguise. It's all good. It's fine. Yeah, you're right, Ewan. There's a lot of cars that are punching above their weight, and that's because they've been patient. In all honesty, we've seen, especially in the early stages, there was groups of cars that were sort of clustered together, and the patient ones managed to survive, whilst the impatient ones ended up being involved in some sort of incident along the way. Endurance racing is all about spending as little time as possible. Well, if you're P1, P2, P3, the really high positions, of course, it's about being flat out from start to finish. But realistically, if you want to get yourself a good finish in an endurance race, you just need to keep yourself out the pits as long as possible, right? And just do the minimum amount of pit stop times you need to do.
Absolutely, you need to absolutely just try and make sure that you're out the pit lane, and that's what some of these teams have done. I mean, it's not only about, of course, avoiding that opening lap incident as well, which has, of course, shaped this race just a little bit, but it's all the stuff afterwards as well. Because, for example, we had those 2 Ferraris for Simware.pro and Triton Racing get through the opening lap because they weren't far enough back in the pack to get involved in that incident. And they've fallen by the wayside as well. So we're talking a lot about the opening lap incident, but there's a lot to do after that, even for those who have avoided it. So it's not all that one moment. We've had plenty of stuff, and as I say, it is mostly partly about staying out the pit lane.
Sebastian Apostel there for West Competition Racing. Quite literally went west out of turn 1. Went quite wide. Looks like he's gathered his thoughts nicely, and now closing up to the back of Kraus. So very close between these two. Are we going to see a potential move? Seen quite a few moves made up into this uphill carousel, but not going to see it this time. Not quite close enough. And the next corner really is a little bit too fast to make a move. It's very difficult to overtake around Watkins Glen. Seen a couple of times it being made into turn 1. Seen a couple of times into the bus stop chicane. But apart from those 2 places, it's very difficult to make a move.
Yeah, certainly. It's we're speaking about this the whole or a lot of the time in terms of this circuit, and having that debate as well about whether getting rid of the bus stop chicane would help at all. It's just so difficult to make a move. Obviously, a little bit easier to lap someone, as Igor Rodriguez is about to show, because you do have that little bit of giving from those that are about to go a lap down. But other than that, it's very, very difficult to make a move. Apostel has been quicker, and he has been hounding, but now is the first real chance he's had to get side by side.
Yeah, big opportunity here. Oh, pins into the apex. That's brilliant from Apostel. Apostel just about hangs on around the outside. And I tell you what, Kraus, it takes 2 to tango. He has done brilliantly well there. Rodriguez needs to be patient. Needs to just let them get on with it. Don't expect them just to be moving out of the way for you. They are battling. You've got a 16-second advantage. Do not force them into a mistake that ends your race. He's now trying to, well, he's flashing the lights. You're too close for them to be able to see that. He now goes through the middle. And again, you've got to manage your race better. You cannot be forcing cars to be making mistakes like that. Rodriguez, I know that he's P1 in this race, but you cannot do that. You've got to just let things unfold. When they're side by side, you can't expect them to both move out of the way.
Well, no, absolutely. It's very much no. You can't just force them out of the way. But I guess a lot of race leaders do just do that, I suppose. But it's just one of those things. It's always harder as well when you're a race leader coming up on a battle like that, rather than coming up on one person on their own. You have a lot of an easier time when there's a lot less giving. That I was just talking about when there is a battle going on, because Apostel didn't really want to give up there in terms of trying to make that move. And neither did Kraus really, and that means that they won't really let Rodriguez through either, unfortunately.
The only outcomes you get from that is negativity. You've pissed 2 teams off, right? And you potentially have forced them into an issue where that you get involved in things that you don't need to be involved in. That's the only thing that can come from that. You're not going to gain any extra time by getting right in the middle of them, because they're not going to be able to get out of the way in a nice way for you either, because you're forcing it. So there's nothing but negatives in that situation for me. He's got the job done, fair enough, but I feel like he would have lost more time there than if he just waited for a better opportunity.
Quite possibly. It's all about that thing about patience, and whether you have it or not. We are getting down towards the end of the race, but there's still plenty of time. But then again, this circuit, you can't really wait for the golden opportunity. In my opinion, you just got to kind of go for it when you possibly can. Because you only really get half chances around this circuit. You can very
That's
rarely.
first attempt, Ewan. Not like he even waited for. He just got right in the mink. They're both battling for position side by side. The only thing that's happening there is a negative thing, in my opinion. I think that's just. I think in a race where you've just done 6 hours, you got 3 hours left. You're only putting yourself in a negative position there, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's got a big lead as well, but yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult one because as I say, it's hard to overtake. You don't get chances very often, and I think that just reduces everybody's patience really in these races at this track, because you just don't get many chances. So not entirely sure whether it's right or wrong, but this has been happening a lot now for Apostle. He's clearly better on the brakes on the way in, and he's showing the car in the mirrors a lot, but not really getting anywhere so far.
And this is what we find at this stage of the race is teams off strategy where they've got better tyres. The tyre drop-off is significant, as we've seen throughout the whole day. Also, in terms of balance of performance, weight that's been added to the cars. And some of these cars will have loads, and then you've got Williams who've got zero. They've used all theirs before today. So it means that they get a real fair crack at it. And that's what I'm actually really, really impressed with Yaz Heat, considering how much extra ballast they've got in their car to be up where they are today. They've done really well to be in a comfortable second position.
Certainly have. It is as we get a notification for the 85, which is coming up on this battle for now 6th place. But yeah, to be in 2nd place for Yassi is a decent place to be. And yeah, they're not doing too badly. But I think really, if they had serious ambitions of still winning this championship, which I know is slightly unlikely after all that's happened this season, then they really need to win this race. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. And they'll just have to make do with 2nd place. But this is where things could get awkward in the battle for 6th. Lap traffic themselves, they've got to overtake, and this is where Tobias Kraft really does need to be smart in terms of making this move if the BMW isn't just going to roll over for them.
I'll tell you what, West Competition Racing are they're trying to make a move on both cars there. Luckily, it opened up for everybody and everyone gets through nicely, but that nearly ended up in absolute tears. They do indeed continue. Kraus and Apostle are still going to continue battling for that top 6 position. BS Competition for the first time this race are in the top 10. So they're now up into 10th position with Philippa Bokida, just slowly closing in on everybody. Realistically, how high can they go? I think they genuinely do have a shot of that top 5. But when all is said and done, I think the drivers they've got in the car are quick enough to do that. But they have to be perfect from now on. But once again, they've got to overtake these two for position. So they're not making it easy for anybody. 2 tenths separating the two. Apostle on the exit of corners is just all over the show. And you're only going to get a certain amount of warnings before you get yourself a drive-through penalty. So he needs to be a bit more careful.
He does need to be a little bit careful, and he's flashing the lights though as well. From what I can see, he's really applying a lot of pressure now, and just getting in the mirrors a lot, running very wide there. I mean, I know people do often just do what they like at turn 1 of Watkins Glen, but that was really quite overkill, and he has got a good run as a result as well. Surprise, surprise. So let's see what happens here into the bus stop chicane, whether he actually benefits from it or decides to stay behind. It looks like he is going to try and benefit from it to the outside line. It's very hard around here.
Yeah, no chance really to make that move there into the chicane. They come almost touching each other as they come then on the exit via the bus stop chicane. Down the carousel they come. And again, it's Kraus that holds firm in the Aston Martin. Apostle's going to have to wait. Or is there a potential opportunity to slip one up the inside? He's gone for it. He then decides to back out of it. The Aston covers off, and when normal service resumed.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the way around they've always been, or have been for a long time at least. So, not a lot changing, and this is the problem with this circuit, really. It's so difficult to overtake. Apostle's been very strong down here as well. I just wonder if he can make more use of this, because he's always strong on the brakes down towards the heel of the boot here. And whether he can just, maybe swing a bit wider, take a later apex at the corner previous, just get a better run onto that slightly shorter straight, and then dive on, just make a dive and try and make a move into that corner, because he's very strong on the brakes there, but just doesn't seem to be able to really make any use of it, which seems like a bit of a waste, really.
Ooh, well, that's a mistake there from Kraus as he smashes into the wall, and this is the opportunity for the BMW, completely squeezed towards the wall. And if you're going to make the move, it's going to have to be all the way around the outside. Pins Kraus to the apex, and Apostle says thank you very much. Ends up off the circuit again, far left. And you're only going to get away with that a certain amount of times. You get 3 warnings, and for my money, that's 3. It's very surprised we're not seeing a drive-through penalty there. Because the game does that itself. It's still side by side up through the S's. They are going to drag race all the way towards the bus stop chicane. I'll tell you what, I think Kraus might have this. It was fully done by Apostle, but by the time they get to the breaking point, it is going to be the Aston Martin that comes out firm once again, and the BMW is sliding behind, almost like he was a jet skier, or a, I don't even know what we call it now.
Goodness me, you can't fault him for not trying here, Sebastian Apostle, because he really is at every single opportunity, but just unable to find a way through again there in towards the boot section of this course. It may look like when someone's struggling to overtake like this, it does sometimes look as if they're not really trying and they're not really bothered about the car in front. But Apostle, you certainly can't say that about him right now. The way he was throwing his car through the bus stop chicane there was quite a sight, and it would have been for Kraus as well. So he really is trying, Apostle, right now, but just getting no luck with this one at all. Kraus placing his car in all the right places to make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah, it looked like he's water skiing. It looked like he's attached to the Aston Martin there by a bit of rope. So that was really cool to see, and he managed to hold on to it. That's a very, very good save, in all fairness. But Pertile in behind the Ferrari, the lead Ferrari in P8, looking to maybe catch up to the group here. And if they keep battling side by side, we almost see another tag to the wall. The exit of the final corner is just absolutely nowhere to be found for Kraus. As we head then down towards turn number 1, inside line now, Knox. The opportunity is there once again, and it's still side by side between the two of them. West Competition have to hold a very tight line for the first time in about, I don't know, 5 laps as we head then through turn 2, up towards the S's. The Aston Martin now has the chance to slipstream to try and retake the position.
Well, is he almost too close to get that slingshot that you really need? He's going to swing wide and then going to use a bit of extra speed here, is he? He's going to flash the lights. Is he saying get in line here and get on with it? Or is he, trying to threaten the car in front? It doesn't look like he's particularly threatening right now. And there you can see the tap starting to be opened. You can start to see the pace that Sebastian Apostle has had, locked up basically inside of him right now. He's just not been able to use it with the Aston Martin up in front of him right now. He's just now able to take the lines he wants at the speed he wants, and he should be able to get away from that Aston Martin without too much difficulty. He is having a little bit more pace in Kraus right now, because as we said, I think West Competition Racing were expecting to finish inside the top 10 today, a little bit more than maybe Sim LC were at the start of the day.
Yeah, they look really good. Now they've got ahead. The gap is forming, as you quite rightly pointed out. Kraus just got to try and tag along here and try and make himself an opportunity. Go a bit further down the order here. We've got Magnani, who's got a 10-second penalty, who is just in behind in the Bentley. We've got Tugel just ahead. This is a battle for a top 20 as it stands. The car behind them is not involved in this battle. Actually, it's a lap ahead of them, so we'll be wanting to try and get the lap on these two to come through the bus stop. Tugel in the number 777, comfortably battling in P7, I think, before they had an incident earlier on today, which was not good with the Assetto team. As we come down in towards the boot, or through the boot, is there an opportunity opening up here? Yes, there is. There absolutely is. Magnani sends it up the inside, and the number 777 runs wide. And once again, we're seeing another move made through the boot section of this circuit. Yeah,
nice move. And didn't look too difficult, didn't look nearly as difficult as the one we just saw for Sebastian Apostle make. That is Burst Esports just in behind, contrary to popular belief, with their iconic liveries, and they are indeed just in that awkward position of wanting to unlap themselves, because they might well be quicker than at least one of these two in front, but you're going to get blue flags like you wouldn't believe if they do. So they're in an awkward place.
Yeah, it's been a strange one today. Of course, in endurance racing, it's up to the faster car to make the overtake. We understand that and know that. But it's just... some drivers have been very, very naughty today. to say the very least. So expect a little bit more as actually Jan Erik comes into the pits. We're seeing Lipka battling now for, is this for position? It certainly is. Yeah, Wassenaar's just in behind. So Wassenaar got side by side and Lipka held on to the position. So Lipka...
Sorry.
That's right, you crack.
Jordan Grant Smith, I was just going to say, Jordan Grant Smith is in exactly the same position as that Bentley we were just talking about. It is in as well for SimSport. So, but it does look like that this Aston Martin has a little bit more than the Mercedes. A pass might have recently happened here, actually. I'm not entirely sure, but the 90 looks a little bit quicker from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Lipka is off down the road, isn't he, for sure. So that's job done. These are, again, battling for P12. They're about 15 seconds off of 11th, and then a further 7 seconds off of a top 10. Bakida closing in onto Conto Giannis. The gap then between Bakida should pop up in a minute. Just 9.5 seconds. Bakida is absolutely flying. I think BS Competition are going to be in a very strong position by the end of this race.
I think they're going to lose the championship lead, but they might well have accepted that quite a while ago. As things stand right now, I think they would go in with a 20-point deficit to Williams Esports, which is quite a lot. I think if, you know, realistically, if I was on that team, I'd want to bring it to within 13 points because if you get pole and the win, then you're going to gain minimum 13 points on Williams Esports. So I would want it to be within 13 if I was on that team, but obviously you can't really. Can choose really. Just as I said to Lewis earlier, just do as well as you can. Do as many overtakes as possible. Get as high up the order as possible, and don't put a ceiling on it. Really, just keep going and see where you end up. I do think they might be able to grab 6th place. It does look like the gap between Apostle and Savalainen is a bit of a big one to cross, but 6th place, yeah, there's some small gaps there.
Yeah, you've got to think they can get a second every 10 minutes. Over the course of 3 hours, that 18-second gap, if they manage to get up to P6, that's well within the way they're driving. So it's just all about getting up to that. They're slowly going to be catching up to P5 whilst catching up to everybody else as well. So it's not a case of they're just catching up to P9 right now. They're also getting closer to everybody else at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's been one of those races for them in terms of recovering. We see this a lot as they come into the pit lane now, pretty much on the hour. Yas Heat are expected in pretty soon as well. They're pretty much around this time. Those that are pitting every hour will be in as of right now. Those that are going quite a bit further and going almost as long as their driver stint allows them to will be going at least another 20 minutes or so, around another 20 minutes or so. So Malinowski should be in pretty shortly, but Bakida in, and yeah, another good stint there. 3 hours to go. We might be seeing her one more time this race.
200 laps down, 101, maybe 102 to go, I guess. I think it's going to be around about 301 or 302 laps before we get to the end. Yeah, 200 laps, and it feels like it, to be honest. It really, really does. We've got ourselves Malinowski just trying to chase down Rodriguez. I'm not sure it's going to happen. I think the car's too heavy for the tyres. I think that's what the big drop-off is, what we're seeing. Got Pulse behind him, who had a terrible lap 1 and ultimately have been trying to unlap themselves throughout this race, and probably one of the quicker cars on the circuit, actually, Pulse, from start to finish. They'd just be very unlucky with the start. But Malinowski still in 2nd spot. Huben for Unicorns of Love is in 3rd. And we've got Laurent Savalainen as your top 5. Apostle and Kraus, who we've just seen battling for position. Pertollet is our lead Ferrari in 8th. We've then got Conto Giannis in 9th. Lipka in a top 10 position. So that's your top 10 as it stands. 21 seconds between P1 and P2. They were pretty much no more than 9 seconds between them. It was usually Yaz Heat that kept coming out in the lead after each stint, and then Williams would drag it down. But once Tinker van der Velde caught up to the back of George Boothby, he pressurised it for a couple of laps, and then Boothby made the mistake through the bus stop chicane, spun the car, looped it round, lost himself 10 seconds, and since then have been playing catch-up because the tyres, of course, would have overheated. But again, just the car is so heavy. They've done very well to be in the position they are in all fairness, but Williams, with no ballast in the car, just looks untouchable.
I'm not sure whether Williams Esports planned having no ballast for the final race, or what was planned to be the final race, just because they wanted that little bit of or that lack of weight to push on in the final race, or whether they actually knew that, because it's Watkins Glen, we're going to need to be as light as possible here. In the Honda, you don't really have any choice. Yassi have taken on 30 kilograms twice and 29 the other time, so they couldn't have done a lot more really here this season. They've got 17 kilograms on today, which is there's not a lot more you can do really other than that for them. But that's what comes with selecting the Honda as well. So it's just one of those things with the Honda that you've got to kind of deal. You've got to kind of deal with. You've got to take 106 kilograms throughout the day, throughout the season.
Yeah.
And it's well, they knew what they were signing up for, certainly, or roughly what they were signing up for. I know that. Oh my word, that's a dive.
Absolute send. So again, the Yazzie car on the second half of the stint. They're lightningly fast at the first half of the stint, but the second half of the stint, they're maybe sort of top 15 pace. I would say, not even top 5 pace. As you can see there, the distance is closed up, and the Pulse car makes the move. I think you'll find that Malinowski will be bringing the car into the pits now. That's why there wasn't too much of a fight for it. Runs out wide and then sends it to the right. There we go. So yeah, the Yazzie car does bring it in, and time for a new driver.
What are the rules there for that pit entry there? Because he did that corner almost normally there, and then went in anyway. So does that line mean anything? Is my question.
Lewis says apparently they've only got to adhere to the pit exit lines, and I'm sure Lewis is just doing his usual making up a load of rubbish, to be honest.
Well, I think
surely if you got a rule for one, you got a rule for both, right?
In sim, I think. Well, I think that's how it should be, but I don't know if that's how it is. I think in terms of in sim, I think that might be right, because especially when you cross over the white line when you're on the actual racing surface so much anyway, especially here, but even other circuits where you cross over that line, especially when you're in battles, more than you realise. So to implement a rule like that would be relatively difficult, I would say.
I'm blown away here, but Lewis was right. They apparently have been told just for safety reasons, which I guess what would be the safety reason? They'd be going too slow through the middle of the corner. I
guess, but you can see them.
Yeah, they're right in front of you, aren't they? Like it's all part. I don't know. I think if you're adhering to any of the lines, you've got to adhere to all of them, in my opinion. But that's again another reason why I'm a commentator. I get to just whinge about stuff.
As I said to Lewis earlier, there's a lot of problems with the world, so we can go through some more. But yeah, I'd agree. That's how it should be. But it doesn't look like that's how it is. I think I heard you talking earlier on as well with Lewis about what a silly pit entry actually is, and I do agree with that up there with the South Korea track you can't remember, and I can't remember which other one he said that was really silly. But there are some silly ones. That this is possibly highest on the list in terms of a strange pit entry, really.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I've just accidentally clicked out of the commentators chat there. That's not ideal. Right, back in. Yeah, what track was it I said that was worst? Long Beach. Long Beach is ridiculous.
Red Bull Ring?
Beach, yeah. Lewis said the Red Bull Ring. But Long Beach's pit exit is ridiculous. Because cars move over the pit lane to open up turn number 1. And it happens in all form of motorsports. Like they're supposed to not cross that line, right? But they do. It's it's absolutely ridiculous. So there's some really bad ones, and you'd think in a track design that would be a minimum requirement, right?
Yeah, I would think so. But well, apparently not. Really, it's apparently not. There's got to be a better way around to do it as well, in terms of actually making a better access road. There's so much space on the outside of the penultimate corner at Watkins Glen. But they not make some sort of pit entry road that like sort of like pit exit at Zolder? I'm kind of thinking about.
Yeah.
Why don't they do that on the entry, on the outside line of the penultimate corner, something like that? I don't know. Maybe there definitely are reasons
money,
why.
probably.
Yeah,
probably
well, that's
money.
one reason. Yeah.
You tell him. You send a real strongly worded email. And you tell him.
I think they'll reply with, "Where is your £5 million to build this, or whatever it is?"
Yeah.
Because it will be a lot of money. It won't be cheap. So yeah, it's a little bit silly, but But yeah, it's something you've got to deal with, and it's something that Watkins Glen wasn't exactly made yesterday. All these drivers were expecting that coming into this race.
We've now got to the point where teams have paid for screen time. So Ren Walton here, P27. Leon Burnt in the car. I think it's about €200 per lap, unless you're leading. We've now got Rodriguez, who is leading. They haven't paid. Oh, now we've got virtual drivers by tickets. They're P26. So I think they're going to get a whole lap now. They must have paid €100. They're in behind Arnage competition. This is full position, actually. So I'm only joking. Porsche versus Lamborghini. Lamborghini should probably sail off into the sunset by the time they get up to full speed in towards that bus stop chicane. You see the Porsche just fall further and further and further back. It's very similar to Daytona in real life.
Yeah, that was really quite remarkable for Porsche. I think their driver's very unpleased with.
I spoke to Dennis Olsen about it. He was driving, and he was just, I have no words. It was, apparently they have a tracker on the car, so it's like a map inside the car, so they can see like the faster class cars coming in, and they're different colours to say which class of car it is.
Oh.
And they were so slow that even the GTD cars were coming up as LMP2s. Or LMDHs, because the speed difference is so crazy. So the Porsche is a little bit slow in a straight line.
Yeah, and over a 24-hour race as well, by the way. That's so demoralising and painful, really, knowing that. I mean, I think the best of their cars actually finished one lap down, just because there must have been a green flag run at some point long enough to put them a lap down, just because they were so slow.
I will say one thing, though, in this championship, that if your car is ridiculously slow, it's because of yourself, right? You've chosen it.
Yeah.
And also, you've put the balance of performance on the car yourself.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, that's the whole point, really. And it has solved. I have no. Maybe I've just not. Oh my word, that was a slide, and he's caught it. Fair play.
Your tank slapper.
But that could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I don't know if I've just noticed it less or I've just not been looking, but I haven't noticed as much BOP complaints as you would in a regular season.
They can't complain, can they?
Because of that reason. So it certainly alleviated a lot of admin stress, at the very least.
100%. Well, we've now got ourselves the Carbon Sim Sports car trying to lap these ones. Going to get it done relatively quickly. So yeah, the Carbon Sim Sport car looking very, very quick. Seen already getting involved in some racing action now, some lapping action. Arnage competition just going to sit behind Vermont. Not going to attack too much here to come through the bus stop. And I do like the pink rims on the Arnage competition car. Looks really nice.
Yeah, they've not overdone it by doing the whole wheels, but they've just gone for the one line, if you like. Looks very nice. I didn't actually know you could do that on ACC, and it's probably one of the only teams you can do it. But yeah, it's good to see. It does look though, as you said when you first saw this battle, that they're going to go into the sunset, really, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening right now. X3 are under pressure from Brabham Esports, who are trying desperately to lap them, but or I think lap them. Oh, unlap them. Sorry. I just presumed Brabham would be higher up than that, but
no, they've had issues. They were crabbing at one point earlier on. They had a whole lap where they were just basically driving the car sideways. It was like the slowest. It's like the slowest Ken Block lap of all time.
A very disappointing race for the 72. So they'll try and unlap themselves then and get through. As we go to the team I've been arguably most impressed by today, RCI Esports 799 in second place. As I said earlier, one of those teams you'd expect to see on the fringes of a top 10 maybe. They did manage a third place at Monza, but that race was a bit crazy really. Been outside the top 10 every other time, but this has been a really strong performance from them.
I 100% agree with you. They've given us the best move of the day, and they've also been the most erratic in the day as well. And they've given us both today. You know when you see the RCI car, something's going to happen. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be ugly. But ultimately, they've performed really, really well today. Got nothing but respect. Currently running in P2 as it stands, and just doing the business. They're offset, I think, in terms of pit strategy, right? Oh no, hold on. Are they? Well, Statsenko's right behind them. Exactly. So yeah, they're offset. Yeah, they're definitely offset. So they'll be coming into the pits very shortly. This doesn't help Yaz Heat's charge here at all either. They're going to lose more time to Rodriguez, who's out there in the lead. But yeah, RCI for me have been the surprise package of the day.
They certainly have. We've seen a number of those performances, talking about Sim RC earlier on, but this one for me certainly the best of them. Statsenko down the inside, making use of those new tyres, as he absolutely has to here in this race. But RCI Esports towards the end of their stint now, very light on fuel, but very much dragging those tyres behind them, if you like, if you want a metaphorical image. It's really starting to, they'll really be starting to fall apart now.
I want to see him sending it. I want to see him in more battles during this race and sending it left, right, and centre, because there has been some entertainment with that car today.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we want as commentators anyway. As spectators as well 100%. Want that. So it's a good way to get yourself some supporters and some fans. There's no doubt about that. But good performances don't hurt either. Yeah, to be in with a sniff of a podium is fantastic. They've got a strategical advantage over Unicorns of Love, but only 15 seconds. So, and they do owe us a pit stop. So they're very much an outside shot for a podium. But top 5 definitely.
I love the way you put that. They owe us a pit stop. I guess they're bringing it in now, right?
It's impossible to know.
Nope, not coming in. Yeah, we have no idea if they're taking the pit line or not. So.
I know the drivers were instructed to not take that shallow line on the way in, but I would argue that it's infinitely safer.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
But I've never organised a series in my life, so who am I to say?
Yeah, just stay in your lane, mate. Stay in your box.
Yes. I'll continue talking about other people doing stuff and not doing it myself. That's yeah.
Looks like we've got a battle for P9 as well. We've got Levesque and Roda. A couple of tenths between them. That is the good thing about this race. There's always been at least 2 drivers that are relatively close to each other, which has always been pretty fun. There we go. So we're about to be on board now. Here is Levesque then. So Levesque trying to get back in behind Roda. I think Roda might have made the overtake actually. Looked awfully quick earlier on. So Visceral trying to get back involved. Yeah, Roda was the battle with Carbon Simsport earlier on, right? But they made the move and then disappeared up the road.
I think Roda's very recently in that car now. Very recently gotten in. So should be able to get away from Visceral Esports here, who have found themselves in the top 10 for the first time I can remember in the last hour and a half or so. So I think that's a battle that's going away. But the 88 Aston is also behind this car right now, and Matej is not too far away in the 85. So this 77 may well be getting caught by a number of drivers over the next few minutes. But it kind of depends as well how long they're going to be staying out for, really. It's that kind of decides everything here, really. In these kind of 20 minutes from 1 hour, from the top of every hour and 40 minutes to go to the next top of the hour, the order's just kind of weird in those 20 minutes where some people have pitted and some people haven't, and this that battle that is kind of a product of that, really.
Jonas Savalainen currently in P4 in the number 69. Nice. Saw an incredible move being made a couple of hours ago from that car. They've been battling in all of the positions. I think they've been in the 30s. Now that they've been in the 20s for sure. They've been in the 10s, and now they're in P4. I think they've been all over the track at some point during this race. They have now got pressure from Tobias Pfeffer now, though, behind. We've seen the Unicorns of Love team struggle to make overtakes during this race. So Pfeffer now behind Savalainen. I wonder if that will indeed go down sooner rather than later. Always nice to have a bit of cop cam though with Merrick Levesque. It's nice.
It is good to watch on board, and it is one of those circuits where it is actually entertaining to watch on board because there's a lot of work that goes on throughout the lap. So yeah, it is good that we can see this and out of the boot section now. And then to the final 2 corners, which really do take commitment. It is quite a committed circuit in terms of the flowing corners, but quite a lot of tarmac on the outside of circuits as well, or corners. Sorry. So it does eliminate that bravery aspect a little bit. Although there is a wall ready to collect you just here, very very quickly, and there it is. We've seen a number of drivers scraping along that today.
So easy to underdrive and overdrive this circuit specifically, because it is quite wide. There is a bit of runoff to work with, but then half the circuit you're very close to a wall. So yes, it's very difficult. It's very easy to put it in a wall by overdriving. It's very difficult to lose time by underdriving the car because you're worried about going into the walls. So as much as it looks like it's an easy challenge for these drivers, it really isn't. It's just very unique.
is a unique challenge. I wouldn't really know how to compare it to any other circuit, which I guess is kind of, you know, the meaning of unique. So, you know, it's a challenge, and it's got more rises and falls than people realise. So it's not one of those circuits that people really think about as being one of those circuits that, you know, with real elevation change, but it really does. Even down here at the carousel, if you like, it's kind of dives downwards and then upwards a little bit again into the boot, and then downhill into this corner again, and you're downhill to the toe of the boot as well. It's not something really people consider when they think about this circuit, the rises and falls.
Yeah, the undulation of this circuit is probably its most unique trait, which makes it very, very difficult. A lot of blind exits, a lot of blind entries into corners as well, and we're not gonna get anywhere near the sun setting. I don't. Maybe a little bit. It might get a little bit darker, so visibility becomes a bit more difficult. But yeah, they should be okay. But with there being so many blind entries, it's just difficult to be consistent each and every lap with the same lap times over and over and over again. We've got Simware.pro now, who were battling for the lead of the race earlier on. They actually qualified on the front row. Are currently now trying to unlap themselves. It's how the mighty have fallen. Let's actually check out. I wrote down earlier on exactly where each team qualified, or the top 10. Simware.pro qualified P1. They find themselves, well, a lap down at this point. It's Triton Racing. They had a disconnect. They're not really in the race at all. Yaz Heat, they qualified third. They're currently second. Williams were fourth. They're currently leading. Unicorns of Love, they qualified fifth. They're currently in P4. I think once Lorenk brings the car in, they'll be comfortably at P3. Grip Packs were sixth. I have no idea where Grip Packs are actually right now. I'm not too sure where Grip Packs are at all. Are they seventh? Oh, Kalpanen, there we go. So Grip Packs there are in seventh. For Simware.pro trying to unlap themselves on Lorenk up towards the bus stop chicane. We're getting a lovely rear wing view, and as you can see, it did not come to anything. The Bentley's just about going to hang on. Pressure was there, so it's a bit of a wide exit, but yeah, for the meantime, it's all good. West Coast Competition are currently West Coast. Is it West Coast Competition? West Side.
West Competition Racing.
That's it. West Side Competition Racing. Oh, bloody. Honestly, this is just far too long a weekend. Last weekend was just long weekend. This is a long weekend. Yeah, so West Side Competition Racing. That's what they're going to be called from now on. I can assure you of that. They're currently find themselves in P5. They started 7th. Ren Velton, 8th. They're right down the order. Get Closer Racing were 9th at the start of this race. I think they are P6. Am I right? Lipka?
16. Get Closer Racing, 16th.
Oh, Pop is in P16. And then we've got Carbon Sim Sports, who started 10th. And Carbon Sim Sports
they are 6th.
They are in 6th position. And then we've got BS Competition started 34th. They are currently in 14th. SOP started in 18th. And they are... I cannot see where their name is on the list as we come into the pits.
19th.
Nice little bit of indication there. So SOP have lost one position, and then Arnage Competition, who are 32nd at the start of today's race. They are, and again, I cannot see their name anywhere handy, but they're ahead of 32nd.
Well, they're not much further up, though, because they're not inside our top 20. They are 27th.
27th. Well, that's 5 positions gained. That's more positions gained than I did this today, so...
they're nearly 4 laps down, unfortunately. It's just not their day, really. I can imagine they probably found it very difficult to get through that first lap incident, considering where they qualified. I'm going to say that they didn't get through that one. And Queen's Design as well, things went wrong for them even before we got to that incident, unfortunately, but they have soldiered on.
Tested the barrier for us, that's what they did.
Well, yeah, unfortunately. I don't think that was the intention, of course, no. But yeah, 8 laps down now, but still continuing on, and that is good to see, because we don't want to see everybody just leaving the race as soon as they have one bit of bad luck or one thing go wrong.
Are all 34 cars still in the race? That's the question. We should give some shout-outs to the teams 34th all the way up to P1, should we? Should we make Mike work? I wonder if Mike could possibly do that.
We've got 33 left.
33.
Triton Racing disconnected and never returned, so they're the only ones that have DNF'd, unfortunately.
There you go. Here's your shout out then, everybody. Camera time for the sponsors. Ruby Acosta then for Queen's Racing in P33 as we switch between them, and it looks like Brabham Regan Mitchell for Brabham Esports in P32. Not a day to be remembered for them for sure. We have then got Aetium Manisha for Amentario team. So they're down in P31. Next up is Jarkko Torvinen for Burst Esports. They have not had a good day. They've got a very good squad of drivers. So I was expecting a little bit more, but it's not been the greatest of days. In P29 then, we've got Thomas Morant for ST Racing. Again, you see some of these names, you think, how are you all the way down there? Marcel Stanger for Pulse Simsport. They are rapid right now as well. So again, a day to be forgotten, but some serious pace has been shown by this team today.
Oh.
Moving one position up, we've got P27 and Carlos Digues for Arnage Competition. So you're right there, you're in 5 spots gained for the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I think what you just mentioned there for Paul Simsport, there's a lot of pace back here, but unfortunately, long way down. It's Virtual Drivers by TX3, 26th place. Another team you maybe expect to see a little bit further up, although the Porsches haven't been so strong up here. Oh dear, yeah. So many puns can be made. So there you are. Esports 25th as well for them. I think they've been pretty consistently in and around that kind of area.
They were doing all right earlier on, Siggy and Tez in the car, but they got yeeted off, as Lewis quite rightly pointed out. Burnt, who was battling for a P7 at the start of this race for the first hour, down in P24 for the Renault Velton Esports, number 171. Yeah, not the greatest of times. Mattia De Campo, Team Shizou. Not seeing a lot of Team Shizou, apart from when they've been lapped. I don't think they've had anything particularly go wrong. The car looks in great nick. It's just been a case of maybe not having quite having the pace. Maybe a top 20 is what they're looking to get for the rest of this race. Heading up to P22, who have we got there then? We've got Leon Augustat for Prime and Firefly E Racing in the 777. They've been unlucky today. We saw what happened to them at the bus stop chicane. They got absolutely beamed off the circuit. It was not even fun for them. There was a penalty that was given. It was a drive-through. I can't remember who it was for. It was, Assetto, I think, actually. So Assetto got themselves a penalty, but didn't help out this team. Prime Firefly Racing, yeah, they ended up down outside of that top 10, which they were battling for nicely. Next up then, one of the most surprised teams for me this season, Race Anywhere Simsport, Victor Nicolai. And every time we go to Race Anywhere Simsport, it seems like Victor Nicolai is at the wheel. So I'm wondering if they've only got one driver. It just seems like it's always him. Had a very good championship, I think, individually, as Victor Nicolai. The team, unfortunately, just fallen a little bit today.
Yeah, they have done a little bit. 21st for them, of course, race victory at Monza for them. So yeah, they've had a good season. Aspar Esports team inside the top 20 right now for the 21. One of the only Nissans. We very much appreciate them bringing the Nissan to the VCO FLExTREME series because, well, one of my personal favourites. I've got to be honest. Just up in front of them as well, it was the 100, but there's a bit of a battle going on here. It's now the 163 of Magnardi, who might have even been off in that battle. There's Gatachain Ballas Esports, 19th position with that penalty that's been hanging over their heads for a good while now. Surely they're going to be serving it soon. They've just been overtaken by SOP Esports in the 18th position for the number 100. They're a little bit further down than where you'd expect to see them. 10th in the standings right now. A solid top 10 team, you would say, but not able to get there today.
Yeah, we've got Lucas Tipak then for Low Fuel Motorsport Project Akane in the number 255. He's currently in 17th. I will say one thing for Balash Esports, please change back to your purple and shiny livery. That was a lovely livery. This one's very boring compared to that one. You guys have been known for having some of the best liveries of sim racing ever. Get back to that, please. Thank you. I'm only joking. Yeah, so there's Tipak then in currently P17. Next driver we've got in P16. We've got Manuel Pop for Get Closer Racing. Unfortunate, really, how things have gone. Ended up a lap down very early in this race. Yeah, it just hasn't worked out since then. I was involved in a couple of incidents earlier on as well. I must say it wasn't Get Closer Racing's fault. I actually blamed them initially before seeing it a second time. But yeah, they were just trying to unlap themselves as they now move up to a top 15. Handball in 16th position then. So that's Marco Bischoff for Kramer Racing Esports. This is a nice livery on the Porsche. In the number 977. There's only 2 Porsches, I believe, in the top 20, 16th and currently 3rd position. As we see, all the sort of positions are changing once teams have pit and stuff. And then we've got Abelardze for Simware.pro. They were P1 on the grid. They were right up the sharp end, and well, it's just not worked out for them. Not sure exactly what's happened to them, actually. I think they must have had a disconnect as well at some point. But they're now down in P14, and opportunity missed for sure. I'm sure they were expecting to go out there and win from pole position. It's just not worked out.
Yeah, I think they would have been hoping for more today, especially from this Ferrari that seems very, very quick around here at Watkins Glen, but that has not transpired for them. And they are, 14th place and much lower than what they would expect to be. The number 88 for Aston Martin, Absolute Motorsport Assetto, I think they'll be a little bit pleased actually with where they are right now. 13th place, they've just been overtaken by championship leaders BS Competition, who really have been through it today. It's been a very interesting race for them, starting all the way, of course, in qualifying, where they got a cut track in Q1, sent them right to the back, starting 34th. They've moved up 22 places now to, 23. They've moved up ahead of the number 1 West Coast Competition Racing, as we're now calling them. Sadorov just there in 12th place. So, excuse me, plenty of battles happening just outside and in and around the top 10 there, with the championship leader involved.
West side is what I'm going to call him from now on. We've got Chodakis, currently racing for TF Racing. Giannis Chodakis, currently in a top 10 position, just in behind Levesque, who's literally quite in front of them. There it is. There is Levesque in the Aston Martin, the number 77 for Visceral Esports. Having a good day. Anyone, if you finish in the top 10 in any of these races, I think you've had a very good day, just because the competition is so strong. Matasia, who will have to come in and serve a 5-second penalty at the next pit stop, currently in Racing Point La Soluzione. That's perfectly pronounced, by the way, basically Italian. In the number 85, so P8 as it stands. They got Lucas Roda for Sim RC Endurance Team in the number 76. Another Aston Martin, currently residing in P7.
Lots of Aston Martins about inside the top 10 right now. Actually, Jesse Kupinen, I should say, driving another of them for Grip Hacks Engineering, another team that we're very pleased with today, as will Carbon Simsport in 5th position for the number 90. Patrick Lipka right at the wheel for now. Not that far behind RSI Esports, so only 7 seconds there, so from 4th down to about 14th. We've got some very small gaps, maybe with the... Maybe if you take out the gap between 6th and 7th, which is a little bit bigger at this stage. But RCI Esports, the team we've been most impressed with so far today. Christopher Streppen at the wheel there, looking on course for a very solid 4th place finish.
On to our top 3 then, we've got Tobias Pfeffer from Unicorns of Love in the number 14. I think if we looked at their performance earlier on today, if no one had any issues, top 5 was really the maximum they could achieve. So a podium, I think everybody's going to be happy in the Hamburg offices of Unicorns of Love. I think they're going to be over the moon. And then we head on to the 2 teams where it's been between them pretty much from hour 2.5 to 3 onwards. First up then, Yaz Heat, who have got the heaviest car on the grid right now, with Mikhail Statsenko at the wheel, Malinovsky and also Boothby driving for them. They have led probably the most of this race, to be honest. I think Williams, by now Williams maybe have that honour, but it's not much between the two of them. But yeah, they are currently in 2nd spot. They had a bit of a spin, but ultimately I'm just not sure they had the pace over the course of the stint, just because of the weight of the car. Early in the stint, they're pretty quick, but the later it goes on, the tyres just absolutely burn off. And well, we head to our leaders of the race then. Darren McCormack in the car right now. And he had an exceptional weekend last weekend with the ESL R1. And well, he just drops into this sim like it ain't no ting. And he's leading the way. So Derry McCormack currently 22. I know it's not Derry. I just love winding them up. But yeah, Dara currently in P1. 20 odd seconds ahead. Oh, crikey. It's a little bit of an animated face. That's the most animated you'll ever see him. That was a mistake there, ladies and gentlemen. I know it didn't look crazy, but for Dara McCormack, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it's doesn't often make many, if ever, or any at all. Yeah, very strong driver, of course, and doing his thing once again. West Competition Racing make their move on BS Competition. Camera there, just let him have that one. Realising that the number 1 is going to be quicker at this stage because it made its final pit stop slightly before, sorry, its most recent pit stop slightly before BS Competition did. As they've got, or more recently I should say, they've got better tyres on right now is the top and bottom of it. And that's allowing them to just pull away. And I bet they'll be wondering why they bother naming their team at all if we're just going to make one up ourselves. So
they'll pop in the chat in a minute and they'll be like, yeah, Judy noted, we'll be changing the team name, don't worry. So, West Side competition doing a good job. They've impressed me. They impressed me last time out as well, to be honest. Which was the last time I commentated? Barcelona. They were a very impressive team.
I feel like maybe because I did a series sort of in the summer, sort of late summer, maybe spring last year, where West Competition were racing in and they were very strong against a team fielded by Yasheet. I think GTWR were there as well in that series I did. Because they were able to stick it up there with those teams and drivers, I wasn't really, I wasn't blown away by the fact that they're up here in this series as well. But maybe that's just because I've kind of been normalised to their performances by these days. I've just seen them do it in the past. So this is exactly the kind of thing that I know they can do in a top 10 is exactly what they should be aiming for in a field like this, and what they've been able to achieve quite often.
It certainly does help, Ewan, when you've seen them before. So that's always a positive, I must admit.
Yeah, it's always helpful when you know what's happening. And know the people who are there, because it just makes life a lot easier. But yeah, another good day from West Competition Racing. I don't know whether they'll be able to stay in front of BS Competition by the end of the day, but they do have track position and a strategical advantage now.
We've got 2.5 hours left. We've got a few minutes left of your time before you give the mic to Lewis. Who's been your driver of the day so far, and who's been your team of the day so far?
I wouldn't want to single out a driver per se, just because I don't know if in a race like this whether a single driver sticking out is really what happens. But certainly in terms of a team, I'd go for RCI Esports. I always try and avoid going for the obvious and going for the race winners or race leaders as it is right now. I'd like to go for someone a little bit different, and you've got to go, in my opinion, for RCI Esports based on what they've done so far in the season and based on where they've been, and relating that to what's happening right now. I'm very, very impressed by them.
Yeah, I think it's been Carbon Esports, Sim Sports, Motorsport, Sim Racing Esports team have been the most impressive for me. I've really enjoyed watching them just travel up through the pack, and I think Philippa Bokida has been the most impressive driver, albeit made the mistake of qualifying that's cost BS Competition being anywhere near the front, but she has absolutely put that right with travelling through the pack when she's been given that opportunity. So that's the standout performer for me. Right, we are now going to head over with Lewis. Lewis is going to come back now. Ewan, been great. You're going to come back for the final 2 or 3 hours or something. Final bit of it. You're going to be here till the end after the next hour, right?
Yeah, they're definitely not for 3 hours because that's a long time after the race. But no, yeah.
Lewis has in store for you, hey?
Well, God knows, yeah. But,
he'll be around. I'll tell you that for free.
I'll be back for the end. Yes.
Right, kick him out of here. Get him gone.
Yeah, get to Lewis' dungeon now.
This is a Southern-only commentary booth now. The Northerners have gone.
True that.
Exactly. They're just doing the production because, Mike Yow and all that. What's happened whilst I've been gone?
Officially, though, Lewis, you're not from the south, are you? As we discovered. Well, we did discover, should we not go into this? Or should we leave this for another day?
We can go into this. Okay.
You told me where you were from.
Well, from Margate.
At the bottom of Mar Garden. Hey, there it is. Right, carry on. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh dear, yes, it was a long flight home. Anyway, focusing on the race. By the way, to carry on from your point that you were asking Ewan there about, I kind of agree with Ewan about not really being able to pick out a driver. But for most impressive team, I'm actually going to go Sim RC because they're running inside the top 10. And I think, for them, looking at their results, their previous results, I think they've done very, very well this round so far. So it's 2.5 hours left to go, and that's the commentator's curse. That's their day ruined.
Yep, that's them going to end up in a wall somewhere.
It doesn't exist. It's fine.
You admitted that did exist today, to be fair, because you've ruined so many people's races today.
No, I know. I ruined so many people's lives.
Oh,
different
that's not
thing
as
entirely.
bad.
There's not too much going on right now. Obviously, you've got the battle for 5th position.
I love Ewan.
And the 69.
Ewan came in and goes, "Yeah, it's been a pretty good race." And I went, "I'm
I heard that,
Ewan. This has been an awful race, really, if we're going to be honest, because not a lot's really happened. The first lap, we had a bit of a crash, but yeah, it's been a been an interesting race so far, I'd say, and it's been not a lot happening. But we've had a few overtakes. We've seen there's some surprise performers as well, which is always nice. But it's not been the worst race we've ever commentated on.
It's not the worst, but definitely not the best. It's sort of like, yeah, it's fine. It's I don't know what I was kind of expecting. Watkins Glen and doing endurance racing in GT3 only is normally, in my head, it would be like 9 hours would be a bit average in it.
Oh no,
you know what I mean?
it's not. That's the thing. It's absolutely mental. Normally, I have no idea why this has just been a bit like crazy. We do the 6 hours of the Glen every year, and it's just non-stop. You can't think kind of deal. But it's been a bit. I don't know. I guess the first lap really has just sort of killed it.
What do you do that on?
iRacing.
Yeah, see, that's why probably.
Oh, right, okay. Slipstream's OP, isn't it?
Exactly, because the slipstream is ridiculous. Which, as we'll see, Grip Packs Engineering going for a move on carbon, not making it stick.
Must have turned the axe off.
Exactly. They don't have the grip to deal with it. I kind of, I'm kind of one of I don't mind an overpowered slipstream because it's kind of like banter, isn't it? I'd rather an overpowered slipstream than none at all.
Yeah,
because at least then you get
an overpowered slipstream, perfect.
Well, I mean, like it depends on what style of racing you're going for. You know, if you're going
if
for
you
like
want actual overtaking in a race,
yeah,
that's the style I like.
If you want anything to happen,
detach the rear wing during a straight. By the way, the Williams are about to lap up to 5th position.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
What did Race Anywhere lapped everyone up to 2nd?
Did they?
Yeah, they nearly lapped the entire field at Monza, but it was I can't remember why, but because they did lap everyone, and then in the final moment, I think they had to make another pit stop or something, and they ended up exactly. And BS Competition ended up not finishing a lap down, but they were the only ones. Everyone else finished a lap down, which is crazy.
Yeah, they're not going to catch up to Unicorns of Love, I don't think. They might catch up to Verstappen. Yeah, they will catch up to Verstappen. I think 14 seconds in 2 hours.
2.5 hours,
the pace they're going. It's going to be no problem at all. Darren McCormack, though. That guy can pedal, can't he? In fact, you remember, he was in the final last week in the ESLR1, right? Which is probably the strongest grid we've ever seen. And then he comes straight over to ACC and he's the fastest again. That's mind-blowing how good this kid is.
He did struggle a little bit to get back into ACC because I said,
clearly.
Because I was speaking to him on Wednesday, I think it might have been Wednesday, and it was that they were just doing like random hot lap and stuff at Brands Hatch, right? Now, obviously, it was super casual, it was nothing serious. But he was saying things about like, obviously, sim races, isn't it? I'm really struggling to get back into the rhythm of ACC, or like it was more like feeling the brake again, right? He was saying that he was struggling to get to grips with it again. It's kind of one of those things that if you give it a couple of hours with serious practice, you'll figure it out.
Well, this case is much more stab the brakes right and it stops kind of deal. Yeah. Whereas with the Brent Sport, it's a little bit more finesse, if you like.
It's the subtle differences that make all of the
100%
difference, especially in something as sensitive
on the limit as well. Remember, it's not like us trying to go from one sim to another. These are on the absolute. These are finding every thousandth of a second from their equipment. So yeah, it's this is what I mean by I keep banging on about he is the next superstar in the making, and this is what I mean. These kind of performances when you go from one week to another, different. This is by no mistake. This is a superstar grid he's in right now, as well as last week, yet still one of the quickest out there. Phenomenal.
Because I really like Tinko van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez as teammates, who are both high quality drivers, but there is something about Dara where it's like
just different.
I mean, I would
Tinko's nearly there, mind, to be fair. Tinko's one of those as well, and I didn't mention it. 2021 Tinko, when he was battling with George Boothby, 2021 Tinko, he would have been the cause of that spin. And he just wouldn't have had the patience. He would have been able to pressure them, but wouldn't have had the patience, would have caused the contact. And ultimately, I tell you what, for Darren McCormack there, nearly ran out of talent and nearly chucked it in the wall. He's lucky. But yeah, Tinko would have been the cause. Oh, Christ, he's off again. Would have been the cause of it. But this time he just stayed behind him. He just knows the limit of his car now. Like, I love watching these drivers grow up and turn into absolute world beaters. Knowing that, oh, this guy used to be erratic, or this guy, Eamon Murphy's a prime example of that. Actually, he drives for G2. He, like, when I called him the most hated man in esports, it was a legitimate. Like, it's a joke, obviously, but his reputation when we were racing against each other in project cars at world level, it was horrendous. Like, no one liked his driving style. It's horrendous. It was just, if there's a gap, he's going for it, right? That's like legitimate. And now you see him, he's so much more calculated. He's just a different breed. But Tinker Van der Velde is similar to that. And McCormack's kind of the opposite. He's gone from being placid to being aggressive, but very calculated. Yet he's still only 12 years old. Ridiculous.
Exactly. He's very fast for a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
And very mature as well. But he's, like I say,
no,
it's got yeah, fair enough.
That's a lie.
I'd quite like to see Dara again on other simulators. Now, obviously, last weekend we saw him on Wrenchport and stuff, but it's like, I think like his pace is strong enough to kind of be everywhere. But I think that there is a bit of a fear from some of these drivers where they don't really want to take on too many other simulators because they know where they're fast and why they're fast, and they don't want to go somewhere else and risk not being the fastest. That makes sense. Whereas like you get someone like your boyfriend Enzo Benito, who is just fast regardless, and I think has absolutely no fear of jumping onto a different simulator because it's kind of like, well, you know, I'm fast here, I'm fast there, I'm fast on that one.
Such a mature sim racer though, isn't he? That's why. Like he's been there, done it all. He's had the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Been there, done it all. Like he hit. Like I mention to people all the time, like the best trait of someone like Marco Pajic or the best trait of someone like James Baldwin is their adaptability. Like they can adapt to a different sim. A new sim to them is just perfect opportunity to prove they're the best once again. Enzo Benito is just exactly the same. I say a little bit older. He's actually just a little bit younger than James Baldwin, believe it or not. It's crazy.
How old is Enzo?
24.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's 24, man. Like
he still counts as a human being to me. Then
makes me sick that these are that young.
Yeah, but anyone born past the year 2000 doesn't exist.
What?
You have? Yeah, no. If your birthday is like 010100,
right?
i.e. you're born in the year 2000, don't exist to me. No, unacceptable. It's not a human being. Unacceptable. Right. It's.
Do you think VCO will pay for your counselling, or?
I hope so.
Listen, deep things wrong with your brain.
Well, it's just me being realistic. Anyway, they're too young to be human beings.
Sorry, no. Enzo's 27. Actually, I'm wrong. He's 27.
Okay, that's the perfect age, actually.
Yeah, so he is a little bit older than James, but yeah, that's a great age.
It's a great age. Thank you. It is a great age. As we'll see, Kalpana get to the outside of Lipka. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, yeah, there's a race going on, Lewis. Sorry, carry on.
James West did say I looked 35. So
James West looks 45. It's like he had a paper round on the Himalayas.
Poor guy, gamer muscle there, just being torn to pieces on this broadcast. Doesn't even know this one's going on.
Nope, has no idea. In fact, to be fair, he has no idea what day it is most of the time.
Oh dear.
It took him 2 days to realise what competition he was at last week. He was working in it.
Poor guy.
No, I love him.
Oh dear, we all got along. That's fine.
No, he's a good guy, good lad.
As we'll focus our attention on what's on our screen, otherwise we'll get ourselves into trouble because Magnini's trying to unlap themselves. How many penalties have the Ballas Esports car? They've had 2, I think, today.
Let's meme Ballas, shall we? I've already told them their livery. I've already told them their livery is not good enough today. I prefer their purple one.
Yeah, the normal.
I've already mentioned TX3 and Ballas had a coming together. Who would have thought it? Crazy times. I know. Ballas and TX. Well, we need the Simser to be in there, and we got the full bingo list out there. Hey.
That is the list. I can think of a few other ones to throw in there, but yes.
True that. And also, Ewan was like, RCI have been incredible. I said they've been both incredible and bad in the same day. You knew if RCI were on your screen, something was going to happen today. It's been one of those kind of races, and then they go and pull off the best move of the day as well.
Yeah.
Was it me and you doing that?
Me and you, yeah. Coming down here.
But we have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly from them today.
I still maintain. I think that move might be up there with one of the best of the season.
Yeah, agreed, 100%.
It's got to be in that vote. It was such a tidy move as Marco Bischoff looking one way and then the other on Tipat gets to the inside. He was trying to kind of give us a run for our money when it comes to good moves, but the thing is going into the toe, you kind of you have to have quite a bit of an overspeed to get to the inside, and he certainly doesn't
Yeah.
have it. Coming down to the heel as well. Oh, he's going to
there
send
we
it
go.
this time.
There is a
I'm
gap.
not sure about it.
There is a gap. It's going to be an overlap here as we come up the hill. The hardest corner to go through on your own, let alone side by side. He's going to go for it. Pinches the number 255 onto the apex. It is not going to work out there.
No.
And that move that was made originally, get your Tipac out because you've got to erase it from your memory.
Oh, that was almost pretty
That's
good.
always good, right?
That's almost good. I've tried going around the outside of that corner where they tried doing the side by side more than
I
once.
go around the outside all the time, but normally on my own. I hate it. It's one of my least favourite corners, man.
It's a horrible corner. It is absolutely vile. Like I say, I've done a few races around Watkins, not a crazy amount, but a few races around Watkins Glen. I don't think I've ever gone through that corner and gone, yes, that is the line.
I've done 3 6-hour races there, Lewis. 2 of them in the same year. And I still don't know the best line through that corner. I have no idea. If someone were to ask me, how would you take this corner? I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a late apex is better, but then like actually finding that is really hard work.
Yeah.
And it's not, and it's just like, yeah, I just don't think there is a good line through it. And then you see a grid like this, and they hit the same one every time. You're like, yeah, they are a lot better than I am. Cool, brilliant. It's exactly what I
This
want
has
to
been a rubbish race, but all of a sudden everybody decides to pop up and be world class for a minute. So we go. We've got Lipka on the inside. We've then got Kalpanen on the outside. This is still not done here. Kalpanen is going to hold that outside line up through turn 2. They are still pretty much high-fiving each other as we come up towards the S's. Now Lipka's got the outside line. They've got an NSX for a company in the background. Now they come up over the top of the crest onto the back straight. And while you think it's done, don't you? Because Carbon Simsport are ahead. But as we come up towards the bus stop chicane, are we going to see a move from Grip Hacks? No, we are not. And once again, these two are going at it big time as we see yet another opportunity, and there is nobody home, ladies and gentlemen. Max Bischoff tries to make the move but ends up going Bischoff wide.
Bischoff the track. Aye, he didn't make that one stick at all, and so it's kind of like I say, with a big dive bomb down there. Thankfully the runoff exists, because if that was grass, it was like, yeah, you're way behind, but still could just go for it on another corner. Great defense done from Carbon. Great defense.
Yeah, it's not over though. Unfortunately for them, Grip Hacks are turning the dial of the hacks up, as they are not giving up the ghost hit for sure. But yeah, all of a sudden this race has come alive, and I do apologise to anybody who are thinking, oh my god, these just keep coming out with puns. Can't help it. I'm like 6 hours into my working day now. My brain has decided to vacate the area. Bischoff now does finally make a move. Every time I'm trying to talk, there's something going on. We've got Tipac who's going to drop behind. The AMG now gets into the slipstream. The Porsche struggles in a straight line. Which way are you going to be forced to go then, Tipac? And do you have the cojones to make it stick? You do not even attempt to do so. And then Bischoff says, thank you very much. I'll have that position. Can you hold on through the bus stop? You absolutely can. Job done.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Don't worry, you will only have to deal with Luke for another 45 minutes, and then then he's free for the day. He's done. He's done. He can go and re-watch football.
Nope.
And, really, no.
Dropping in, mate.
Huh?
Dropping in.
Dropping in.
Warzone. Gotta continue the grind for pro status.
Goodness me, that was that's. I would not have got that in a million. If you'd have said, what does dropping in mean, I would not have got that. Yeah, I'm too much of an old man.
Because you're not a COD pro, mate.
I certainly am not.
5 wins yesterday. Unbelievable stats.
Who do you play with, though?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He's not going to name drop. It's fine.
No, I'm not going to name drop.
Almost trying to get.
There's a very tall Scotsman and me just running them at.
He races for Red Bull, right?
in Munich, he's going to punch you squarely over, I think.
No, he didn't hate me too much, I don't think.
No, he doesn't hate you. He likes you.
Yet.
Who could hate you? You're like the curly-headed next-door neighbour that everyone loves, right?
No. I think quite a few people in the sim racing.
Creepy head next door. Yeah. Sorry, not curly.
I think Ewan does. We'll find out. And he's got an hour and a half to deal with me.
Well, he is your family member.
He is my son. Yes.
Yes, true.
He and Zach, my 2 children. I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, so I think Zach's my kid.
You've adopted him?
Yeah, I've adopted him. Well, he adopted himself to me.
All through Infinity?
Yeah, all through Infinity, yeah. We had a great time. I think we're about to see another move here, by the way.
I think so. It's got to be one from Kalpanen once again, but they're just not close enough coming down to the first corner.
Felix just said definitely hate Lewis.
What is in Felix Van Delft?
No, I don't know. Spons Felix. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Probably.
It is
don't know,
indeed.
That's
Well, he got a drive-through penalty though for jumping the race start earlier on, so I've got no respect for him. So
and for saying that he hates you, he deserved it. Unbelievable. Yeah, you know, he deserved that drive-through. It's actually me that gave it to him as well. So.
Oh, nice. I respect that.
Again, back just looking after my commentator mates.
Just standing up
the
for
sim
us.
racing version of Batman.
Yeah. Does that mean that you're my dad as well?
Christ.
My commentary dad.
It's a lot of maintenance coming out of my bank now.
Oh, that's a proper send though. As Grip Hacks Engineering to the inside now. Again, that was a proper look as they go on to the onto the boot. That was a proper send from Kauppinen to get to the inside of Lipka, and there was absolutely nothing that Carbon Simsport could do about that one.
Yeah, and this circuit, you've got to be opportunistic, right? You've got to make a move where people can't really defend it. And that was, that personified. That was a brilliant move there. Kauppinen moves up a position. Lipka holds on to P6. This is helping out one particular team. And again, I did make the prediction that BS Competition would be in the top 5 by the end of this race. I am now standing by that decision. I feel like they are going to be in and amongst it still.
I mean, like there is still a fair way to go, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
I'm not convinced. Not yet, as we'll see Lipka into the pit lane. Got to remember as well, everyone's strategy is wild at the moment. I can't remember when the BS Competition's last.
They came in 4 minutes before the hour last time, so they're about 5 minutes away if they're going to do an hour. But they have to stretch it basically. So I would imagine they're going to come in a lap later this time round, and that means they'll be able to get to the end because again they can do 65 minutes. They have to stretch it if they're going to do one more stop or 2 more stops, should I say?
Yeah. Because obviously for BS Competition, they pitted in the first 35 minutes of the race, I think, because obviously you had to get that damage repair, didn't they?
Yeah.
And so they pitted way earlier than maybe they should have done. So we'll have to wait and see whether that's going to bite them a little bit. But then some teams have been, doing their own thing when it comes to going as long as possible. I think Williams Esports are pretty consistently either the longest or the third longest on the grid of those that are really pushing the stimulator. The 799
they're well longer than everyone. They're not even close.
The 799 pushes it quite late. I think they might actually be a lap longer.
Yeah, but they had to go to the pits, remember, because they binned it into a wall. Oh, that's 777. No, you're right. Sorry, you're talking about RCI.
Yeah. RCI are 2 laps longer than Williams Esports now.
Oh, right. Okay. Jesus.
So
impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Bentley is pretty good on its fuel, pretty good on its tyres as well. So around here, so it kind of makes sense. They'll be a little bit more comfortable. Also, where the 5 was really chasing down the 666 earlier on in the race, I think they were burning through their tyres a little bit faster, rather than just cruising and doing their laps. Now they're in a position where they don't really have to worry about anything like that. They're just all yeah, cool. We'll just cruise to the finish and say see ya.
Yes, it makes sense. Yeah, I guess so.
How are the 666 looking in the championship?
How are the 666 looking in the championship? They are currently they're not in the top 15, and that's the only list I've got. So
I thought Yasik were third.
Oh, sorry, they are third. Yeah, how have I missed that? They are literally third on my list.
To be fair, I thought earlier on when the Triton Racing car went missing on the tower, you were all like, where have they gone? I'm looking at it being like, I'm pretty sure they're in the top 10, but I could only hear what you were saying, and I was like, I'm sure they're in the top 10. I took one look, and I was like, oh, they don't exist. They've gone.
Yeah, so I was right, and I couldn't even see any of that information.
Yeah.
Well, we've got some action happening ahead. No, it's just a lap car. So
I think it's Racing Point and the 123. I don't think is there any actual battles on circuit right now? I don't believe
so. For the first time in a long time, there isn't. You're right. So this is so we probably should have saved all of our gibberish for now.
It should be waffle o'clock right now. But again, it's always the perfect opportunity for you all at home to message us and to tell us exactly what you think. What time does McCormack go to at the moment? That's a great question. He's done 38 minutes in this stint. The expectation is they'll be taking up to pretty much bang on the hour of their stint, which means that car should be going for around about 20 to 25 more minutes. So they've got plenty of time left. The last stint from Igor Rodriguez was 57 minutes. Tinker van der Velde's one before that was 59. So
they've done the long ones now. Now they're going to shorten it up and get back onto strategy.
Just trying to work out.
They're on tyres less each stint now.
3, 4. This is the third stint from Dara McCormack this race, so he could still technically do
one more
another
hour.
one.
He says he's going to do one more.
Is he? That'll be the last
earlier,
one.
he had 2 more, and before he got into the car this time. So I would assume. I think it's Tinko for 1, and then Dara will go in for the last one.
Yeah.
That means they would have all done 2 each, right?
I think
Dara would have done more than that, right?
Dara would have done 4 if that's the case.
4, right? Yeah.
Igor would have done. He's done 2 now, and Tinko's done 2 now.
Right.
So if Dara's doing another one, then he's going to do the 4th. So it's just who's doing the other one. I've got to say, to be honest, today, where we've kind of discussed this a few rounds previously about how it's like, Dara needs to do like an extra couple of stints. We were kind of discussing this even in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, which was the one where you thought that we missed. Well, you were missing a round of this, but it's a completely different event. There was like a discussion as to how like they were switching up the Williams Esports lineup because they needed to kind of keep Dara McCormack in the car for as long as possible. This round, I think Dara is faster in the car, but not by much compared to Tinker van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez.
Not by
this
as much
round.
as he has been previously.
No. So I think they can they can basically do anything. Now they can just switch it up.
I've got so much time for Tinko van der Velde. I think Tinko van der Velde has got all the tools to be very similarly to what I said about Charlie Crossland earlier on. I think Tinko's got all the tools to be an elite racing driver in the sim racing world. Yeah. It's just all about putting the mental game together. Like, he's crumbled under pressure so many times in strong positions, but haven't seen it for a while. It seems to have turned the corner, and once a driver does turn that mental corner, it's very difficult to get back out of it. So it's good to see that he is indeed getting there. But yeah, again, Charlie Crossland, we're going to see him racing more for Williams now, aren't we? He's moved across from G2 to Williams. Is the change of scenery going to help him become that driver? Because again, he's someone that's maybe a bit too memey, a bit too just takes everything a little bit lightheartedly, and has to realise that this is a serious business now. And if you're not going out there getting results, if you're not conducting yourself in that serious manner, you're going to lose out more times than not, right? So there's a lot of youngsters in ACC specifically. We see it from Unicorns of Love, right? And they're managed. I'm not trying to say that these other drivers have been mismanaged, by the way, but I would say the Unicorns of Love seem to have a management system or an environment where these guys get to flourish, but they're also taught how to conduct themselves or how to deal with negative situations a little bit better than other teams, I would say. Yep. And yeah, it's like, oh Christ, also not giving this up, are they? Wow, that was Shinov trying to. He did P31, right? So is this for position?
No,
it's not. Noble for burst is a bit further.
28. It's 28th is Gert Fischer, who's directly ahead. So it's a few positions between them, but it's more a lap also between them. But I agree with your point entirely. I think, it's whether or not. I kind of don't really want to say whether teams are doing the right thing or the wrong thing when it comes to driver management or whatever. Because it's not my place to say. Exactly. We don't know the ins and outs of teams. But what we can say is that there is a fact that some teams, the environment of the team works better for some drivers than others. And there is no right or wrong way of doing it. It's just for some drivers to flourish, the environment needs to be right for them. In whatever way. I'm very curious as to what's going to happen with Charlie Crossland, who is very fast.
Oh my god.
An insanely fast driver.
Very quick.
Now moving from G2 over to Williams. Is that switch up gonna help like the maturity and stuff like that? I mean, I've said it before, whilst we've got Mike Cowner he might disagree, it's fine. But obviously all a part of the team, which is Rocket Esports. Brabham is under the Zancho brand, and we used to have a driver, his name was Ibrahim Khan, who we both met last weekend. And I would say that maturity-wise, whilst he is still an idiot, in a very lovable way, bless him, he has come on a long way in a maturity point of view since joining BS Competition. It was proven quite heavily in Le Mans Virtual how far along he has come in a short period of time. Whether it's because the atmosphere is better, different, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's working better for him, for them as a driver. And that's the important bit. You have to find the team that works better for you, whatever way that is.
Yeah, well, I competed at quite a high level in football when I was younger. And when I was sort of 18 years old, I kind of was always with older people around me. It's always the youngest of the team, right? So you'd always have older people who've been, some of them were in their 30s or whatnot. So you have people to put their arm around you. Like Robbie Stapleford, I think, is going to be a prime example. I think we're going to see him really excel. He's got Isaac Price with him. He's got Eamon Murphy with him. And Yoni Tormala, as much as Yoni Tormala, he's still quite a young man, right? But he seems like he's been around for ages. Like they're going to get the best out of him. And I think at Williams, Charlie Croston's going to be that lad who will grow now because of the older heads around him. Like Javi is going to have none of it, right? Of him.
Yeah.
But not progressing. It really is quite as simple as that. So yeah, I'm excited for the future of sim racing. I think the seriousness of it now is so significant that these young lads, of course, they're going to be still going to the university and whatnot, but there's a genuine chance that if they don't bugger it up, they will be earning a genuine living from sim racing, which when I was 18 years old was unthinkable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when I started in sim racing, which would have been 10 years ago, even then, if you were to ask how many people were actually in sim racing, esports, whatever, that were actually on a wage that would have been enough to pay bills, the answer
on a wage when I started sim racing.
I was going to say the answer was either zero or you could count them on one hand, and that was even the case up until probably not that long ago. Like, realistically, like 5 years ago, maybe.
Biggest
that was when the switch started.
We've ever had before last weekend was probably the Vegas E-Race.
Vegas E-Race 2016.
Bono House won it, and he wasn't being paid by Redline at that point. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he was either.
Yeah.
But I think then, if you were to talk about people on wages, like actual normal payment, not cash prize or anything, like just normal payment, I think you could probably count it on one hand.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I completely agree with you.
Whereas
we're in now,
these days,
like all of the top teams, that's their living, right? That's what they do. They either live around the area, like where their factory is, or where their gaming room is, or whatever they call it, a studio, and they go in there and they practice 8 hours a day. That's it.
Yep. I was speaking to Colin Spork, who obviously races for Race Clutch Alpine, that group, who is Dutch, who I think tomorrow or late this week or next week is flying to the UK to go to the Alpine facility to do some work there, because it's not a person that's on a wage, but is still coming over to do some work for the team, right? Yeah, well, whatever it is, I have no idea what it is, to be honest. But it's the point of, even if they're not earning a full-time wage from this, they are still getting paid to do this. It is still, whether it is their part-time job. Imagine how cool that would have been, like 10 years ago, to tell someone, be like, I've got a part-time job. And they're like, oh, what is it? It's like, esports racer. I'm like, what? Who?
Yeah.
Even as like a part-time. Yeah, some of these people, they're earning a part-time wage, they're like 16 years old. They're earning way more money than they could doing anything else.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more there. And you basically paid on pace, right? So the more time you put in, the quicker you're going to get. It's really as simple as that.
It's not even factoring in prize money.
Dean's posted a hilarious GIF in our little chat, by the way, just for later.
Is it a
absolute banter?
Is it a pufferfish?
Yeah,
of course it is.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to tweet at me, just tweet me a pufferfish, a GIF of a pufferfish, and I'll probably be your best friend forever at ActRollVision on Twitter. So anyone watching right now, just tweet me a GIF of your favourite pufferfish. That would make me very happy, to be honest. I've got not much more to say about that, Lewis. I think that'd be a really nice thing for me to receive.
I also think, though, that if you really want to get into our good books, especially if you're part drivers, teams, etc., or just anyone in the community, to be perfectly honest, but especially for drivers, if you are on Twitter or something of the like, and you see a team posting about a great result or something, just post a pufferfish.
Yep.
That's big stonking pufferfish.
Us sim racers and sim racing fans need to do. We need to get part of the pufferfish movement to make sure that any sim racing team out there that posts, you just post a GIF of a pufferfish. They'll have no idea what it is, but you'll be in on a little joke that we don't even understand. And I came out with it, so I have no idea.
Yeah, and you came up with it completely hungover in an airport. So that's great. Actually, I still might have been drunk. He's actually a very good boy. He's Luke Crane. No, I think it goes in the same vein as the whole seagull thing, doesn't it? Which I still got reminded of last weekend.
Of course.
How it was just me and you yelling seagull, and we got Arjuna in it for a little bit. Yellow Seagull at Zandvoort.
We're at Zandvoort for the ERWC as well, so that's interesting.
Are we at Zandvoort for ERWC?
No, we're not.
I was going to say, I was like,
No, we're definitely not.
I didn't think the tracks had been announced yet.
No, there's a vote for them, so they definitely haven't been announced, mate.
Yeah, I was going. Yeah, but I don't think the choices have been announced yet.
It was just a joke, mate. Christ.
Well, I know. I think we need to go into this into great detail. Which layout was it?
Zandvoort.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is there more layouts?
There is a second layout at Zandvoort. Yes, there is the club layout.
Are they both equally as crap, or what?
Yeah. No, they absolutely are. So
they're both rubbish.
The club layout. You come out of turn 1, turn 2, turn. Ooh.
Tobias Feth has got to stop go 30.
What is that for?
Well, that's for speeding in the pit lane, right?
It's got to be. It has absolutely got to be speeding in the pit lane.
So they've just taken a pit stop. Yeah, they've dropped behind Malinowski. They've dropped behind Verstappen.
Oh no!
That now hands RCI podium, I think.
Yeah, potentially their second one. What's happened to Queen's Desire? Oh, it's all kicking off now. A lot of damage on that car. A lot of damage.
We need to see a replay of this.
Wow.
Yeah, as much as it's a pink happy car, it isn't smiling anymore. And as we will come into the
pit
series.
Is that damaged as well? Oh, what is happening?
Oh my good lord! Everybody's having issues here.
Montario as well. That car is absolutely broke. That's a car that's obviously inside the. They were battling for the top 5. It was West Side competition into the pit lane. What has just happened? It feels like nothing was happening, and now everything's happening.
Yeah, I guess we're going to need to see a replay of that before we pass judgment. But yeah, things have gone awry for a couple of our drivers here, and well, there's bits of cars missing. That's P6, isn't it? Sadorov from P6 in the number 1 car, the West Side competition car. Oh, here we go. Get the popcorn out, ladies and gentle cars. That's a spin, that's a hit in the wall, and that is a spear from the West Side competition. There's your answers. It was a cluster.
It was a cluster. Very easy to do. It's not the first time we've seen it today. Probably won't even be the last. Obviously running out of that really awkward left-hander onto the curb. But the thing is if you run just slightly over the curb, it's just grass. And it's grass that's instantly spins you. Went straight into the barrier, kind of went almost under it a little bit, shot straight back out into the circuit. And boom, as Niels Niox is going to try and work his way past Mikhail Baikov. This is BS Competition versus Simware.pro. The car that started from last versus the car that started from first as they go side by side through the bus stop. And Niels Niox, well, he might be an old man, but he's a wily old fox. And he makes his way up into 12th.
That is absolutely delicious. We're about to see some more goings on. Normally when you get a replay, it's either good or bad. I'm going to say that this is probably going to be bad. And oh dear, that is a strike, ladies and gentlemen, sponsored by Go Bowling. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Synchronized turning. And the 121 car needs a 121 with West Competition Motorsport. That is not ideal. And, well, straight into the pits. No, we're going to keep going. So that is what happened there. We got the full story. But now we want to see a replay of Niels Niox rolling back those years, because that was absolutely delicious.
Absolutely super. Obviously, Niox is pretty fresh out of the pit lane, but I mean, that's a top quality move. That is bold as Get Closer Racing work their way past the Absolute Motorsport Assetto car. We've also got the 100 in the mix as well, but that one is a lap down. Southall behind the wheel of that one, who's tried to close up to Magnini. So a couple of little battles involved towards and inside of each other, but the 7 working its way up inside into 14th position.
Yes,
there you go.
Here we go. Niels Niox then in behind the Simware.pro Ferrari. Pins in towards the apex. I love to see that. As you see the rainbow stripes there of the BS competition car. And well, he's got the outside line. And right now you make a decision. Are we going for this? Or are we going to hold back? We're going for this, baby. Apex hit perfectly, squeezes the Ferrari out. Ferrari has to give it up. And Niels Niox puts his car up into a top, I believe, as we go back.
12?
Top 12, yes. Top 12. Top 5 is still on. Oh, very nice move.
I don't know about the top 5. I still maintain I think the top 5 is too far. I think they'd be very happy if they go, obviously. I just think they need to get anywhere inside the top 10 would be good for them.
I'm working out how far they are behind. So they're 22 seconds. They're about 31 seconds behind right now. 1 hour 50 to go. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, right? Isn't it? But wherever they finish, it's going to be a hell of a performance.
It's also, you know, it's not even like the time. It's also where they're going to have to make pit stops and whatever. Everyone else has been going a bit longer, which means their final stint should be a lot faster. Those kind of things. Are they going to be able to go on the attack with slightly more worn tyres later on? All those kinds of things. I think, as me and Ewan were saying earlier on, I think it's one of those things that's almost not worth thinking about if you're in BS competition. Is like, you know, having these lofty goals of getting inside the top 5 or whatever. Just focus on the here and now, on the what's going on. You know, Pertelet's ahead, then Gerardis. You know, working your way one car at a time, picking them off one at a time, and not thinking about like the bigger picture and how much further you can get down the road. Just the next car, get past them, and then the next one. That's, you know, I don't want to, you know, again, I don't need to teach them to suck eggs. They know exactly what they're doing. They're on the recovery drive. They know how to do it.
Love that line.
It's a great
people
line.
are making a move then. So is that Luke Salvo?
Yes, in the sort of
Luke Salvo making a move on Magnani. Again, look at Magnani's car. You're telling me that's a Balash Esports car? So I'm telling you, it's not.
It doesn't feel that
Nope.
that Balashi.
Disappointed. I want to see the purple, the obnoxious Ballast logo on the side of the car. So when they do get involved in an incident, we know exactly who it is. I'm only joking.
Well, no. When you speak of liveries, I know you don't do, you know, that much around like iRacing and stuff, but Sim RC, me and our junior have talked about this one a long time this season. That's not a Sim RC car, as well. It's not even the right shade of yellow.
Oh,
it's unacceptable.
It's criminal.
0 out of 10. I don't hate the livery, but it's not the right team.
Kraus
0 out of
versus
10.
Bischoff, by the way. I will say 2 of the most German names of all time, battling it out for P7.
Yeah. One of the Krauses that I commentate on though frequently is American, so you know he's the run on that one. Classic.
Yeah, it's just a very German-sounding name. That's all.
It really is. And also inside the top 10, they've like I said, Sim RC have had a great day thus far, running well inside the top 10, looking for their first top 10 of the season. But not only their first top 10 of the season, they're looking for their first top 20 of the season, as has their season been. To the inside, surely the Kramer Racing Esports car is not going to fight this one, and they do drop back in line. And so the Aston Martin will move its way up to 7th, but completely cocking up the bus stop.
Yeah, that was close to them both being off into the barrier. I'm just going to remind myself that there is a more German name in this race. Klinkmüller. That's up there. So, we haven't seen. I think that's the first stint Klinkmüller's done so far today, right? I'm pretty sure he's not been in the car. Not in any of the hours I've been involved in. So I think he might just do the last 2 hours or last stint.
Yeah, obviously theoretically they don't need to do too much.
I don't ever seen Klinkmüller. I don't remember seeing that name ever.
No, me neither. I'm just looking now. Pfeffer, Huben, Klinkmüller. So yes, this is the first time we've seen him
He's
in
got
the
conveyor
car.
belt, right? Just loads of young drivers.
We don't know. Maybe he's ancient.
Unicorns of Love conveyor. That's why we're not allowed to be in Hamburg next week, because we're going to discover the secrets of their. It's like a Charlie and a Chocolate Factory. It's Unicorns of Love and the Driver Factory.
I think. Well, this is the thing, is that you're jumping to a conclusion there that it's a new driver that you've not seen before in Unicorns of Love. They must be young. It's like, but it's like it is true. They could be anything. But either way, first time we've seen Klinkmüller. I cannot recall.
I'm saying 16. I'm calling 16 right now. Someone from Unicorns of Love, please post in the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat. Surely they're not over the age of 17. That would be
21.
To the team.
I'm going 21.
You're going 21. Okay.
21. Please let us know. I mean,
Klinkmüller looks older than 17 and 21, to be honest.
We need an insider from the team.
Must be one of the drivers' dads.
There is no acceptable alternative. Nice poster as well. I'm assuming that is ACC up there. It's
just a
big
poster,
old.
mate.
But where are you? I think
Nordschleifer, right? Porsche at the Nordschleifer. So,
is it the Nordschleifer?
It's autumn trees of the Nordschleifer. I think it is. Anyway.
It's hard to tell from here. If you know, let us know. I don't have any posters in my room. I'm boring. I don't like having anything on my walls.
No, we're the same. We've got pictures and a mirrored ceiling. That's it.
I remember you talking about the ceiling. That really got me. I think it was on one of the ERWC rounds. There we go.
Oh,
It
here we
is,
go.
it is
Oh.
ACC.
It is
ACC.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
I
it's
think.
ACC logo. So it's not Nordschleifer.
No, I think it might be Kyle Army.
Oh. Yeah, it could be. Kinky Kyle Army. We'll love to see
Kinky Kyle. I love Kyle Army. I think Kyle Army is a great track.
it. Anyone tell I'm tired yet? Like
It's
an
all
old
right.
man.
You only got 20 minutes. You old
Like
man.
an old man.
Goodness
Well,
me.
here's P2. So Maciej Malinowski battling with Verstappen. So this is for position. This is for P2. Verstappen will have to come into the pits though shortly and serve there. Oh, hold on. Can you stretch? No, you have to stretch out a fair old chunk for it to be.
Oh, he's pitting this
He's
time as
coming in now.
Verstappen.
There's the indication. Nice to see some people actually doing some indication.
I like this. That is one thing I actually really do like about ACC is that you can actually use things like the indicators and stuff, which I just think makes things a bit easier when it comes to communicating with other drivers.
It's only in the cars that are not German. So like the BMW,
That is
AMG,
true.
they don't have it.
Yeah, but you've seen a BMW indicating in real life.
Yeah, I know. It was that mind blowing for people. It's like on 3.7 million views.
Yeah, I still maintain I think it's on higher views than that. It's just that one version of it. Because
God, there's so many people have made a.
obviously people have clipped it and everything. I've seen it.
It's crazy.
I've heard it on many things.
Yeah,
You're
it's my claim
internet
to fame.
famous.
It is my claim to fame, to be fair, Lewis. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't have anything to make me famous, unfortunately.
I
well,
saw
actually,
you
I
the
don't
other.
know.
Okay, let's not bring that up. Right, back to Sutherland and P6 Kraus now.
Searching my other profiles.
Yeah. We've got Kraus who's decided to dispatch of Bischoff and now chase down Sutherland. So we've got a nice three-way battle for a top 6. And then not too far behind Lukaszek, 6.7 seconds. With 1 hour 44 minutes on the clock, if one team breaks out, there is every opportunity for them to get to that top 5. Klinkmuller, I'm not too sure what lap times Klinkmuller's doing. That stop go 30 has cost them a hell of a lot of time. They're now 2 laps down off the lead. I think there is an opportunity here for the likes of Pertile, Gerardis to maybe close up there. We've got 4 namers as well. Miguel Reno, Ricci could maybe close up as well. There's going to be lots of changes of position, I think, in and around sort of 5th down to maybe 12th, maybe 13th actually.
I kind of want to see what the gap is going to be like between Klinkmuller and Matuszka. Previous lap time from Klinkmuller was a 1:44.9, which comparatively to everyone else is fast, in the sense of it is faster than any other driver on the circuit right now. So clearly, if it is a new young talent, then they're damn fast, which does fit the Unicorns of Love billing. I don't think they're like that young, but a 1:44.9 either way. Got a bit of
They
work
need
to
race
do.
them, to be fair, Lewis, but they said that was the sticking point.
That you're too
the
old.
fact that you're, the fact that you're old enough to be half of our team's granddad, you just can't allow it really. But your pace is all there. I was like, obviously. And they're like, yeah, other than that, you just can't do it. And also, it just look a little bit weird when we get to team events with you dressed in pink and then the rest of the team all looking like you're their scout leader. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's good enough.
I've got video footage on my camera of you driving Rennsport. So I've seen your pace.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
You going to let everyone into any secrets here, or?
No. I'm going to keep that to myself. But I'm just going to let you know that I've seen your driving.
I'm also now 3 seconds off of pole position pace, so you know, I just didn't want to throw that at you, Lewis. But you know, here we are, which I think is pretty good.
3 seconds off.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I was at Hockenheimring as well. So you know.
Nice.
Yeah, fair
12 longer though. So.
Oh right, yeah, of course, yeah. But Hockenheim's got turn 1, which is a bit harder. You know what I mean? To actually like take it to the absolute limit. So
yeah, I guess.
You know, I don't know.
Lots of clutch that here.
There is a lot from both sides, to be perfectly honest. 245 laps complete. Again, this battle that we were looking at here is starting to grow. Klinkmuller is closing down on Matuszka. They both have a single pit stop left to go. I think Unicorns Love can still finish on the podium here.
Yeah, I don't think they will. If I'm honest now, I think that stop grid 30 is going to destroy them. We've got Lauder here, by the way, who's supporting RCI. RCI have done so well today. Again, they have given us everything today. So in terms of entertainment factor, they are the X factor for sure. But ultimately, they have delivered a performance as well at the end of it. They've given us the best, the worst, the ugly, and an incredible potential podium. I think they've got it. I think they've got the podium if they don't do anything too silly. They got their fastest driver in the car right now, Wolf. So Yeah, I think he's going to be good.
Great name, Wolf.
Who's everyone else supporting, by the way? Let's just get the chat involved. Just a name of a team or a driver. Let us know. YouTube, Twitch. If there's one thing you type in the chat today, let it be your favourite driver, your favourite team. Be proud to support them, please.
Yep, another over on YouTube. More support for RCI. I mean, they are doing very well. It's got to be said.
Yeah.
It would be their second podium of the season as well. Meaning they have shown this pace before, right?
Like I said earlier on, there's big teams that are paying big money for drivers. Yeah, RCI. I could be completely wrong. Maybe they are under contract. I can't imagine they are. Not under contract, so like at any point they could have these drivers stolen off them. So getting any type of momentum with a team is almost impossible for a community team. To be competing at this level, which is world level on ACC, I think you've got to just take your hat off. Yeah. Again, I may be very harshly critical of the bad things that have happened today, but when the good things happen, I'm absolutely going to gas you up as well.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of like the example that for some of these teams, like you say, the community teams, to kind of back this one up, when it comes to like the highest level of competition on ACC, this is not a million miles away from the number one. Like when you look at the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which SO Esports run last year, of course, Veloce ended up winning in the final round of the season. Baldwin, Boothby, and Murphy behind the wheel. That was the highest level of endurance racing realistically on the platform. Yeah, you could argue some other places, but like realistically, it was there. And when you have results and stuff like this, like from RCI, you're going against quite a lot of the grid that are competing towards the front of that grid, which tells me, I'm like, if you can do it there, you can probably do it here. You can do it there as well. As Niels Niox picks up another spot. That one wasn't fought too hard from Pertile, who kind of lifted off just a little bit in the racing point number 85. That did spend quite a lot of this race as the highest running Ferrari, to be honest.
That'd be funny if Niels Niox is behind me, knowing that he started P34. If I'm in that Ferrari, I'm like, nope. Have fun. Enjoy your top 10, Niels. I'm having fun in 11th. This is good. Like, you are on a charge. We got Exozon, who's supporting Pertile, Castorina, and Matasia. You know, always good to hedge your bets. Have more than one driver. Fair play to you. Good to see you in a stream as well. Welcome.
Like I say, I agree. I think it's one of the most important things with endurance racing particularly, but generally any form of racing, that's the maturity that comes from, is knowing who you're actually fighting with. And right now, Pertile, I think, knows Niels Niox, isn't it? They're fighting for a championship. They've also been fighting for the back of the grid. Probably would have known 8 hours ago, or well, 7 hours ago, probably even if you do count it, because if it was after Q1, 8 hours ago, at some point they were probably going to be getting up to you and passing you, right, during this day. So it's just not worth it. Like, prepare yourself for that period of time, and eventually you'll be like, yeah, fair enough. If it was the last couple of laps, then yep, I'd suspect it would be slightly different when it comes to the defensive move. With an hour and 37 left to go, which is still plenty of time, I wouldn't necessarily fight that one, as we can see. Blurst just letting through the LFM car, and again, just a couple of switches here and there on track position. Behind that, you can see the RCI car that is running so well today.
Yeah, you got Ralph Schumacher just ahead there as well. RSC,
nice.
See that today?
Who knew he was deep into his sim racing?
He certainly isn't. He's not a fan. Not a fan of sim racing.
Is he not?
No.
That shocks me. Absolutely not at all.
Not. I'll tell you someone who wasn't a fan of sim racing, but is a huge fan of it now. David Coulthard.
Is he really?
This is a true story, right? I worked on the W Series Esports, and he didn't really understand the whole esports scene. I had a phone conversation with him before this whole started because he just wanted to get a bit of insight into it, because I was commentating with him. And it was supposed to be 10 minutes. We spoke for 2 hours just talking about sim racing. And now he's got his own rig at home, the lot. So yeah, it was so it was cool to get involved, and like I think he has now pushed his son into it as well. His son's a really good karter. I think we'll be seeing the Coulthard name racing in the real world of open wheel sooner rather than later. But yeah, he didn't really understand it too much, and now he's got his own rig, the lot.
I think it's that kind of thing of like, I've had this discussion with people that have never watched sim racing or anything before, is that if you're into racing generally, yeah, sure, the G-forces or whatever, yeah, all the stuff that we've been through ad nauseum.
Yeah, but as a fan, you don't feel the G-forces anyway. I don't understand that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, but what am I watching right now? I'm watching a race. it's like it's a race. Yeah, cool. As we'll see, Bykov quite literally racing with Miguel Renault Ricci down into the first corner. It's still a race at the end of the day. You know, and sim racing can still be entertaining, and so like there is that kind of discussion, the dynamic and stuff. It's like, actually, I like it when we explore more of the esports side of things, like what we've been doing with ERWC, and obviously what happened last weekend with ESL1. But the sim racing is so open that you could have literally every single side of it, and you can do whatever you want.
That's what I've been saying for years, mate. Literally, we can do whatever the hell we want. So we can copy the real world of motorsport and have something that mimics it, or we could have something a bit more esportsy. So this mimics more real life racing. Of course, we created our own BOP for it, which was the most people watched actually out of all of the shows we've done on this was the BOP show, ironically, because people were interested and wanted to know the ins and outs. All the drivers were interested. Obviously, the drivers can't watch themselves race. It's just not how it works. But yeah, that's something that you will never get that in the real world of motorsport, where you get the BOP broken down to you like in a show. It just would never happen. It's not transparent enough. They don't want people to know that there's most of the time they don't even want anyone to know there's a BOP, you know?
Yeah, having discussed it with a few people in from motorsport and stuff, when it comes to broadcast, you start speaking to some commentators about how do you kind of deal with BOP on broadcast? It's almost like a taboo topic. It's just
a rabbit hole, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is just a rabbit hole once you start delving into BOP. Like, for instance, I worked for DTM last year. It's very well known I did that. And they would, that's a lovely little skill. You don't want to be doing that too often. They were changing BOP after every session. We have 7 changes some weeks. 7 BOP changes. So if you mention it in free practice 1, this is the BOP, and then everyone gets comfortable with that. And then in the second set, now it's changed. And it's just like, just don't mention it. Like, just have people in the chat go, well, that car's obviously overpowered. Cool, that's your decision. Nothing to do with me. So yeah, it just takes, and I like the fact that you either don't talk about it at all, or you're completely transparent with it and it becomes part of the competition, like we have done with this.
Yeah, like I say, I kind of like going, I like it being open and transparent. But the thing is, in sim racing, there are certain things we can do that you can't do in real life, as Bykov, once again, very close. But yeah, with standardized BOP, as we'll see the Ferrari still trying to find its way through. Going to look to the inside now. The Visceral Machine sends it in as we head over onto the boot. A big send down the inside, and the pole-sitting car moves back up into 11th position. The 142 working its way back forwards as finally its progress is being made up. Hopefully they can get inside the top 10. That'd be a well-deserved reward after what has been a very difficult day for the 142 after earlier struggles and whatnot. But yeah, BOP, there are some things we can do in sim racing that you can't do in real life. For example, like what we did with ESLR1 and what we've done with Le Mans Virtual and stuff like that, is where the teams BOP everyone else's car, right? So you as a driver, let's say, for example, you're driving a BMW M8 GTE, and you keep saying the Porsche 911 GTE is the fastest car in the grid. It's like, great. When they do the BOP test, you go and prove that. Go and prove that the Porsche is faster. Here's all the logs, everything like that. You show that is the faster car, and as a group, you do it. Some other teams do it, and then they try and prove that your car's faster, everything like that. And then you as a group do the BOP. And I like that.
Yeah.
I like doing things like that. I like doing things like how we've got the BOP on here. There are a few ways that we can do BOP in sim racing you simply cannot do in motorsport because you don't have the time.
Yeah, talking of the brainchild of all of this is actually Niels Nayox. He came up with the BOP system for this, with the draft and whatnot, and he is a massive nerd. Like, they make no bones about it. This guy is a nerd, as nerdy as they come. But he got this absolutely right. So credit again where it is due. He smashed it here. Do you remember Danny Engels?
Yep.
He tried to qualify for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and we got both the OGs together trying to race in 2023. I was doing a voiceover yesterday, and he was part of the highlights. I'm like, excuse me? What's going on here? He didn't qualify, but he's got one more month to do so. Yeah. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what is going on? 2023 is wild.
I do like sometimes like being in sim racing and then just being like, there's this name from 10 years ago, as that was a bit of a mistake from Savalainen. Jonas Savalainen trying to get past Lukacek at the moment, still alongside coming out of the final corner. I think there might have been a touch of contact with the wall from Carbon Sim Sport, but either way, down the inside and way out wide at the first corner. Grip Packs Engineering requiring a little bit more grip, it seems.
Oi, Savalainen going through up to the top 5. Now he's got to try and hold off from Lukacek. We know what Carbon Sim Sport's all about. Carbon Sim Sport's all about getting yourself an opportunity and trying to make an overtake. If there is that opportunity, if it presents itself, they're absolutely going to take it on. Is that this time? It's not. So the move has been done. Grip Hacks do indeed move up into a top 5, but this battle is not over yet, not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, certainly not. I mean, Savalainen's looked a little bit faster than Lukacek, but that does not mean anything, really. I'd suspect they're going to be pretty close, at least until the next round of pit stops, which for the pair of these, I'm not sure when it'll be, but I don't think it's particularly... I say particularly far away. I don't know how much further past the hour they're going. I'll just have a quick rummage around in the statistics to see what I can find.
We've had a steward decision, by the way. Armentario, I can't say that name. The one that got T-boned into the pit lane by West Side.
West Side.
Yeah, they got a 5-second penalty for T-boning him. So now I don't know how to think about that. So first of all, the car was really damaged, right? Was it the West Side were the ones that were damaged?
West Competition were the one that were damaged, and they were trying to get into the pit
I was
lane.
legit calling them West Side there. As Nils Nayox makes another move here, which is absolutely phenomenal stuff there. Manos Gerardis is not going to show any emotion. Fair old beard on him, fair play. But yeah, Nils Nayox has decided that this is his moment, and he's going to absolutely send it at every opportunity. So yeah, I need to see that incident again to understand, actually. So hopefully we might get a replay of that again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work it out. So the 121.
I can't remember how it went. I know who the two teams are, but I just can't remember. I can't remember who hit who. I'm trying to figure out if it was the BMW that was injured.
It was Armamentario that was the one that went into the West Competition racing car.
So they were. I guess they were driving. They were driving dangerously, although they weren't really in control of the car. So
no, they were trying to get into the pit lane.
So I can't really remember exactly how it went down, but regardless, yeah, fun for the stewards.
Yeah, it's a 5-second time penalty to West Competition Racing. I say from memory, memory alone, I don't agree, but obviously again I'd need to see it over and over again. Of course, Mike Yao swift on it, boom. So the West Competition Racing car is the one that is ahead. Armamentario is coming in behind. Yeah, I'm still...
How have they got a penalty?
I don't understand how West Competition Racing have got a penalty for that. They're trying to get into the pit lane with a very broken car.
I'm part of West Side, so I've got to represent. I've got to represent, man. So I'm fuming right now. I'm gonna go put my red bandana on.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh no, blue bandana. Christ, sorry, wrong team. Sorry.
No, but they're well, I mean they're blue and red. Although they are blue on that one. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think there might have been something more.
I think so too.
More there, because I'm not sure it was that. But who knows? We'll get back to you. We're almost about to say goodbye to.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be a part of this.
Final thoughts.
I've just literally started a fire, and I'm going to let you put it out. So cool.
Final thoughts on the race before you go. Quick.
I'm
30 seconds.
I am really tired, and it's been some parts not the greatest race in the world, but then every now and again you get 20 minutes of it just doesn't stop. It's crazy. Tinker van der Velde is in the car now for Williams. I think Williams have got this signed, sealed and delivered. Malinowski is looking pretty good for a second, but I've changed my team of the day. RCI P3, incredible performance from them. Again, they've given us the good, the bad and the ugly, but for the most part it's been absolutely sensational. It'll be a phenomenal result for them if they get P3. Cool, sign up, see you later.
There we go. We'll kick Luke Crane out of the commentary booth. We'll welcome back in Ewan O'Leary. Hello.
Hello. I'm very glad me and Luke have been able to get on the same page with that, by the way, because I've been shouting for RCI since I got here, and we've got on the same page, and I'm pleased about that. So yeah, I agree with him. I still lean towards the 76 Sim RC, purely based on the fact of
this would be their first top 20 of the season, and they're running 7th.
Yeah, no, very worthy as well. I'm not going to contest that either.
I think RCI have been very impressive. I like. These are things that this round there are quite a few teams that have been really, really impressive, and RCI definitely there is no doubt they're on that list.
I guess though that the fact that RCI got a 3rd place, got a podium after not even making it into Q3 at Monza, I guess shows that they've done it before, and so it's less of a surprise maybe than SimRC because of what you just mentioned about them not finishing inside the top 20 yet. But these things happen in a season sometimes.
I am pretty sure that's true. 41.5% sure.
That's not sure at all, I would say.
Is it not?
No. But I can believe it though. They have had a disappointing season. It's been a difficult time. So I can believe it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't really, because I remember what you were saying earlier when you were with Luke. You don't really want to go with the boring choices and be like, oh well, Williams Esports, they've been the most impressive.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the race winners are the team of the week every week.
Yeah, because they've won.
Yes, exactly. So, but that's not quite the idea, really.
No, we want to highlight some of the other movers and shakers, some of the other charges, and I think in races like this there are a few really good examples. Got to say, even for Racing Point, looking to tick off another top 10 finish if they can make it stick to this lot. The recovery drive from the 89, things like there's a lot of highlights in this. Klinkmuller, have you seen Klinkmuller behind the wheel of a
not this
car?
All until now.
No, me neither. I don't recall seeing that. Either way, doing a really good job on pace. I think, though, with the stop and go 30, kind of leaning towards what Luke was saying earlier, that potentially getting a podium from this probably is going to be a little bit too much because Wolf Matuszka's kind of responded on pace comparatively to the Unicorns of Love car. And I'm not so sure there'll be much of a switch between them. At least not now. Depends on what the Unicorns of Love do. They might switch out, stick Tobias Pfeffer in the car, and then terrify the rest of them.
Do you remember seeing him in the car before this stint here, in this race?
Oh,
not only this season, in this race.
Definitely not in this race. Definitely. Although we went through it earlier. They've been switching between, I think it started with Tobias Pfeffer, and then it was Huben, Pfeffer, Klinkmuller.
Well, if Klinkmuller's gotten in with 2 hours to go, that means that the other two have got to be quite close to their drive time limit. They might, Pfeffer or one of them will have done 4 hours already. One of them will have done 4 stints already. Possibly Huben.
I think it might actually be Pfeffer. What if you hold your horses for a second? I'll inform you. Pfeffer's done 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so Pfeffer's done.
Yeah, he can't get it. Huben might be able to, but you've got to work that. Well, he will be able to do it.
He will be able to.
But you've just got to make sure. As I mentioned earlier on in the season, really, there's no minimum drive time limit per se, but you do have to use all your drivers. And with a 4 hours 20 drive time limit, I guess the minimum in reality, because of that, is 20 minutes, even though there is no specified minimum. So Klinkmuller's going to do that at the very least, but they might well leave him in. Just depends on the pace. It does seem that he is losing time to Matuszka though, and there is a danger that they lose 4th if they, if he hangs about too much. Savalainen's not far away, neither is Lukasek and Kraus. They're small gaps outside the top 3.
Yeah, as we'll see Wolf Matuszka come through. Obviously, Tinko van der Velde still holding on to a very, very comfortable lead. Now, whilst we're watching things tick off here in the cash split, the rival split is coming to a close. I believe it's James Parfitt and Ryan Walker that will take you through the final 5 minutes in the rival split.
Okay, guys, well, thank you so much for joining us. Ryan, give us a rundown of what we've seen on the rival split so far as we're going into the last 5 minutes.
Yep, absolutely. As the Sasa Glotter coming round as well. If they pretty much come up to about 4 hours, well, not 4 hours, 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in this race, and this is about two laps remaining, I believe. So Sasa Glotter coming around the final corner onto the home straight, and I have to say, James, that battle for the lead between him and Nuttall was absolutely fantastic stuff, and credit to Nuttall for giving it a go on old tyres. He tried to hold on as long as possible, but just didn't succeed. Sasa Glatter with the new rubber had just had that slight edge, slight advantage, but on the other hand, the Nuttall and the Cracked Racing, they'll be I think they'll be reasonably happy with second place, because I think that'll stand them in good stead in the championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely it will, Dyson. What a race if you haven't been watching the rivals, what a race you have been missing. Kulash Racing, Sim Racing was leading the race there as well, car number 73. They were out in front and leading. Technical issues then put them down the order. Unfortunately for them, it then led into a Cracked Racing Ferrari Racing battle for the last 4 hours. They've been backwards and forwards on pit stops and pit stops and pit stops. One takes the lead, next one takes the lead. Jamie Nuttall at Cracked Racing through the curveball. They didn't take tyres on the last pit stop, and they come out side by side. Nuttall managed to hold on for them. Car number 71, as driven by currently Sasha Glatter from from Ferrari Racing, battling all the way. He got into the inside. Since then, Glatter has pulled out a 5-second gap. And that has been how it has been for the last 4 hours of this rival split. It's been absolutely unbelievable battle. Now we've got Andrew Mayatu from Kulash here in 10th place, battling it away with the TSR car of Shatska there as well. But there's been some interesting battles all the way through. Car 467 of Full Boost Racing battling away with car number 120 from ACDM as well. Them guys have been battling back tooth and nail over the last 5 minutes. But here we go as we're coming around 2 minutes 1 second on the clock. They're going to be going down into turn one now. Mayado on the right hand side. Is he going to try and run him around the outside? Going up through the S's. There's going to be a slight little bit of contact now. Here we go, up through the S's, running this side-by-side battle. Are they going to give room, do we reckon, Ryan? What do we think? Is there going to be room there?
It's going to be a bit tight, but they've gave each other just enough room coming through the S's down. It looks like Kulash Racing with Miyato at the wheel has got that position up into 9th place, and there was a bit of a door rubbing through the S's there, just ever so slightly, but Kulash up into 9th place. That TSR car with Shatska at the wheel down into 10th place, but yeah, apart from that, Sasa Glatter is leading the race now with a 5.3 second gap now, and he's just stormed away and built up a bit of a gap, and yeah, it's been a fantastic race. And as we've got about 1 minute 5 seconds left in this race, will be the next lap should be the last lap by the looks of it. As further back, we're looking at the battle for, or we're looking at the 12th place car rather of the Anton Abakmuf. I can never get that name right. Jesus, is it?
Abakmuf.
That's the one.
That's the one. Go with that one.
Thank you, James.
No worries, bud.
I can always trust you.
I'm trying, mate. I'm not good either on. So early on, there were some names that I was Googling and listening to the pronunciation as I was doing this. But Glatter is going to come round from the Ferrari Racing team, taking the final lap here of this race. Currently, at the moment, Sasha Glatter should be your victorious winner, I think. And they deserved it, haven't they? Because let's be real, they could have cracked, they could have tried something different. They didn't. They stuck to their guns. They consistently just did what they did. They went in when they had to. They come out when they had to. And they're just absolutely dominated this period of time. They got in front. They didn't panic. And that's what they could have done when they saw Nuttall come out right by side by side. Glatter could have just had a world of panic. Don't forget, these guys have been at this for nearly 9 hours. Obviously, there are other people coming in as well. But they could have panicked, and they didn't panic. And that's the best thing about it at the moment, is they've absolutely succeeded their expectations of winning this race. And they've done a stellar job, Ryan, haven't they, really? Yeah,
they absolutely have. Considering this team is probably about at one point in the race, they're about 20 seconds behind the Cracked Racing. So to come back from that far back, 20 seconds, and claw back that time is an absolutely fantastic effort. But as Watkins Glatter coming round the final few corners now, he just needs to get round the final few corners and get it home. It's been an absolutely fantastic effort from this Ferrari Racing team with Sasa Glatter, Michael Hook, and Nicholas Gross, the part of the driving lineup, Sasa coming round the final few corners now, and I think he'll feel a big weight lifted off his shoulders as he comes across the line now. And Sasa Glatter and Vanari Racing are going to win the 9 hours of Watkins Glen in the FLExTREME series here at Watkins Glen. And in the background, you'll see Jamie Nuttall coming across the line to finish in second place for Cracked Racing. And then rounding out the top 3, still waiting for third place, of course. Coming round the final corner is Andrea Michele for Rapid Esports in that 23 BMW. So a good effort for this team as well to finish in the top 3. And that's the end of the race here in the FLExTREME in the rival split rather. We're going to go back to the cast split. So thanks for tuning in, and it's been a pleasure.
The winners in the rivals split. Now that, of course, is our second split. And if you're kind of thinking, wait, where's the challengers split? That's surely coming up to its finish soon. We will be heading to that, obviously, in a few moments' time. But if you want to see what's going on there anyway, just to catch up, you can do so by going to twitch.tv/VCO Esports and then using the command centre to go and investigate a little bit before we come to the close of that. Still got a little while left before we reach those final moments. It's about half an hour before the end of that race if you want to investigate a little bit about what's going on, but we will cut to them for the final 5 minutes. Lewis McVeigh, Ewan O'Leary in the commentary booth taking you through the final hour and 15 minutes of the race, where Williams Esports are putting on an absolute showpiece here in the penultimate round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME series. Of course, after issues in qualifying for their championship rivals and championship leaders, the 89 BS competition car, Williams Esports taking full advantage, leading the race ahead of the 666 Yaz Heat car, who they were battling with earlier on. After a spin for Yaz Heat, they dropped back, find themselves in second, ahead of Wolf Matushka and the RCI Esports cars rounding out the podium, before Klinkmuller in the Unicorns of Love that recently received a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. Jonas Savalainen in the Grip Hacks Engineering rounding out the top 5. Could be an interesting end to the race for some of these positions. Ewan, it's been very much an up and down day for quite a lot of the members of the grid, including that will be the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car.
Yeah, certainly was. Maxime Chassé at the wheel at the moment, and he's certainly lost a place to Yeet Esports, who were right behind, 5 seconds behind them anyway. We saw earlier on, though, the Porsches are having to push so hard through the corners, and they're having to hang the rear out as well. It's not exactly a stable car on the rear end at the best of times, and we've seen Chassé really having to battle with that one throughout so far, as have all the Porsche drivers, to be fair, and it looks like it's just caught him out in the end. Looks like just a spin on his own maybe through the penultimate corner. As I mentioned, wasn't actually battling for position with anybody, but may have just lost it on his own.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's kind of easy to do around that part, especially in a Porsche of all things. They do slip and slide a little bit more on the rear than others. By the way, I did see quite a close battle, 10th and 11th, final spot inside the top 10, and it does seem as though Mikhail Bykov in that 142 is looking to return inside the top 10. They've obviously qualified on pole position and have just dropped back courtesy of various problems. There's not just one issue that's kind of gone the way of the team, but they could still get themselves inside the top 10 with an hour left to go in this race. I mean, I thought it was crazy when we saw BS Competition fly past them, because that is the car that started from pole position and the car that started from last place, battling it out. It's
Absolutely crazy, but these kind of things happen in a 9-hour race. That's why we love endurance racing, because anything can happen throughout the day, and with just over an hour to go, it's certainly not over. Plenty of battles inside the top 15 right now, including this one for 14th place. Schaeffer trying to hold back the 88 for Visceral Esports. Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie at the moment at the wheel there in the Aston Martin. Just been put another lap down by the overall race leader, as you can see, and they're about to put another lap on Brabham Esports, but struggling to do so right now.
I would not have called his first name being Jeffrey. Just going to say that now. I mean, when you see Miguel Reno Ritchie's a bit odd, but then seeing Jeffrey as his first name, I'm like, no, yeah, I mean, respect. But I would not have called that, as we're going to go 3 wide. That is terrifying. As trying to get around the outside as the Visceral Esports car of the 255. It was Brabham Esports that were on the inside that were just doing their thing and kind of getting out of the way a little bit, but that was terrifying.
It certainly was, and it was a very long way around for Visceral Esports there. It's a long and looping, very slight right-hander there, but not really a corner, so you do need to cut off as much distance as possible. And certainly wasn't doing that right on the outside line, so he wasn't able to get the move done into the bus stop. It was kind of one of those cases where he was a bit too close to the Mercedes, a bit too early there. Couldn't really slingshot past him as he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, going through one of the best time of the year is pretty scary, but going through there, it's kind of like the false sense of security is, again, another little bit of a look late on. It might force the LFM car to go out a little bit wide. Visceral there, they duped him there. That was almost perfect, coming up towards the most awkward corner in pretty much all of motorsport. It's certainly one of the most awkward in North America. You might put Oak Tree slightly higher than it, but it is awkward as the inside line prevails once more. It's still the 255 hang on to 14th position on the road. Superstar battle between these two. They're trying to put on a bit of a show with 70 minutes left to go in this race. Visceral look much, much faster right now.
They certainly do, but just can't find a way through. It's been a story of the race, really, here at Watkins Glen. Down the inside again. Oh, a bit of a squeeze from Schaefer. Had full commitment in the Visceral Esports car not to slam into the side of him there. He did all he could on the outside line, I think, but that is it. No longer in 14th place. He's going to tuck back in and try and go back through into the bus stop chicane. Although going to be very difficult to. Defends on the inside line. He's sort of got an overlap there. And it will squeeze as much as possible. We'll get the tight line. Oh, there we are. Contact made. You're just never going to get turned in there when you're Visceral Esports and you're squeezed so close to the inside line. Such a shallow line on the way in there.
Yeah, I could. As soon as he started braking for that corner, I was like, "That's not going to work. That's not going to work." I've raced this circuit enough to tell you that's just not the line. Gave it a good go though, so fair enough. Each their own on that one. But Jeffrey Migo does manage to work his way through. Whether it will be under the ire of race control though, who I'm sure have been taking a look at a fair few things over this race. I've not seen anything more come through. Apart from a couple of warnings, one to the 52 Pulse SimSport car, and then one to the number 7 Get Closer Racing. A couple of warnings being dished out, but nothing too major. Warnings aren't penalties; they're just slaps on the wrist. If you do it again, then you do get a penalty.
Exactly, that's the way it should be. Anyway, really, so good pass for Visceral Esports. They're away now, and they're both being caught by the number 1 West Competition Racing right now with a 5-second penalty for getting crashed into. Don't know, but yeah, I was very much of the same opinion of you and Luke. I think that they just got crashed into, to be honest, with a damaged car.
The West Competition Racing and Ontario. Yeah, that was. I think we've missed something there, because I don't know what that penalty was for.
It must not be for that, surely.
Surely. I don't want to say.
Sorry, if anything, I think Ontario should get a penalty, to be honest.
Oh yeah, because they drove into the car.
Yeah,
yeah. That's one where I was like, when Luke said it, I was like, I'm absolutely sure he's read that out wrong. But I have seen, like I say, either we've seen something wrong or race control have seen something that we haven't seen. I don't know. I don't want to judge race control on that, because obviously they're doing a thankless task. And I've said before, if there is a job in sim racing that I absolutely despise with a passion, it is being race control. It's a thankless task, and everyone disagrees with you. But I disagree with them. So anyway,
that's proving your point, I think.
It literally is. It's kind of one of those jobs where everyone has an opinion, and it's like, great, perfect.
Well, yeah,
you can never be right.
Everyone has an opinion, but not in a bad way, because we are all sim racers and we've all experienced it. So I guess we all kind of can. But I know you don't agree with that at all. And Arjuna definitely would be slapping me as well if he was here. But I think we're all entitled to a say. But it doesn't change anything, does it? Really?
Exactly. I think the problem is it's normally about how people voice their opinion on a disagreement on it.
Well, that's the internet, really. Right?
Whoa, that was a big hit into the barrier. Cool, still going fine. Might have been a bit of connection there. Yes, I know it is the internet. Obviously, keyboard warriors and everything like that. Obviously, last weekend everyone's racing for a decent amount of money and a big prize and all this big event in sim racing. Everyone gets along really, really well because everyone's in person and they're all winners. But at the moment you get behind your keyboard, suddenly it's like the world is your enemy. But like a lot of the time, people are very vocal against race control, and it can get a little bit dicey. Me included, I've been there, done that, as Team Shazoo make their way past the Aspire Racing Esports team. So there is a position moved up inside the top 20 for the Team Shazoo GT Mega car. So a little bit of progress being made from the McLaren, and up another one, not bad.
Yeah, up another place. Doing a good job right now, Team Shazoo, to get past Aspire Racing Esports in the sole Nissan of the season. Good to
Sole
see them
Nissan of the
represent.
season, apart from the other one.
Is there? Oh yeah, of course, Queen's. I said that earlier. Luke didn't pull me up on that, by the way. So well done, you.
Thank you.
said
Sorry,
that.
mate. I'm just brutal.
Well, not just correct on this occasion. So I'll accept it. So yeah, I apologise to the Queen's Design team, who are also in a Nissan. I'm representing the Nissan because it's one of my favourite GT3s of all time, and unfortunately, well, maybe
Is
not
it?
this generation of it. No, this is the new one, isn't it? I mean, the older one, like 2015.
The one that won at Bathurst.
Yeah, the one that won Bathurst and did all of that and was just
Godzilla.
ridiculously good in a straight line for no logical reason.
It was absolutely
unreal.
Insane. Straight
unbelievable.
line. I'll never forget that Bathurst race. So this is mad.
I'll never forget I remember a race at Paul Ricard. They still do these days. The 6 hour at Paul Ricard. The Mistral Straight obviously is miles long. Not miles.
It's what? No, it's one. I think it's 1.2 miles.
Oh well, yeah, it's very long anyway, and I remember them just overtaking like 3 or 4 cars just on that one straight because at the start of a race because it's just unbelievable really.
Maybe I think
so-
it's 1.2 kilometers. I don't remember.
I don't know.
It's a long straight anyway. I think it is. I think it's over a mile. The Mistral
Yes.
Straight.
Circuit will be visiting very soon for FLExTREME.
And hopefully we're going to get through the race this time.
Yeah, let's hope so. But yeah, good to see the Nissans out there. That's a very long-winded point, wasn't it? But they're down to 21st, and Team Shazoo march onwards up to 20th.
I don't know. The thing with the GTR is there is something about it where every time I look at it, I'm like, it doesn't look to me. I can't look. Just like bear with me a second. It just doesn't look like a GT3 car. And I cannot tell you why, because it's got the wings and stuff, and it's like as a basic principle, yes, it does look like a GT3 car, but I don't know what it is. But there is something about it where it's like it's setting warning signs off in my head as like it's not a GT3. I kind of can't accept it. Almost to the point of view where like even to now, well, it's not been that long, but like the C8R, I cannot accept that's a GT3 car. I'm like, it's a GTE.
Oh well, I agree with you on the Corvette, yeah, but
I don't know what it is about the Nissan.
I think that's a you thing. That was crossing of the white line.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure that's against the rules.
That is definitely against the rules. I'm sure of it. So Patrick Lipka might find himself in a bit of trouble, and I'm a bit worried about them making it to the end of the race actually, because he came in there with 1 hour 4 minutes and a half to go. 4 minutes 30 to go. So I'm a little bit worried about that. He'll have just done, when the time elapses anyway, he'll have done just under 1 hour 4 in that stint, and so he needs to get to the line within a minute. He needs to take the checkered flag within a minute of the time elapsing, which is unlikely.
You've got to remember that it's not a miscalculation; it's the commentator's curse, because we said they were doing quite well earlier. It's not a miscalculation at all. It's just a commentator's curse.
Well, no, it's not really. I think it's a product of their strategy that they've been running with all day, because I noticed this with 2 hours 5 to go. They came in, they were like the first ones in from the cycle. I was a bit nervous about it.
If they came in with 2 hours 5 though, they could surely extend that stint.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought they'll be okay, but maybe it was a bit longer than 2 hours 5, maybe like 2 hours 8 or something. I can't remember, but I was a bit like, could be a little bit nervy here, but they might be all right. But I'm even more nervous about it now, really.
Well, let's investigate. Their last stint was an hour 3. Their stint before 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 that was 33 minutes. So that's where it started.
So they've done this to themselves, basically, from the start.
I would
Or did they have
argue. I
damage?
reckon. I don't remember because obviously it was more than 15 minutes ago. So again, idiots. I would argue something definitely happened to them. Some form of incident or something happened to them in that stint around about 3 hours into the race, which I would have been on comms for. Would I? No, I think I would have left the comms booth for that bit.
Yeah, but were you not watching?
No, I think the Arsenal match was on. No, it wasn't. It was off by that point. I think Forest City was on. No, I'm joking. No, I think
You've just been watching football all day. Hasn't been
having
commentating
a
at all.
great. This is the joy of having 3 screens. You can commentate and just leave football on the other screen.
Oh,
It's
I
great.
can't do that.
No, I know you can't because you've only got one screen.
Not that I would have done anyway, because I think it does distract me quite a lot, especially if Forest are playing, because I'm quite invested, really.
See, I've worked with you for like 5 years now, and me and Cam were having this discussion. I could not imagine you in a football ground with all the chants and stuff, like you getting really loud and leery. I can't imagine it.
Well, don't come with me then, just to not
Are
ruin
you
that.
very loud at a football match?
I do get quite emotionally involved in a football match, yeah.
Good man.
But
I get
it's
emotionally
my
involved
character.
in any sort of like live sport event. Even you should just like in watching CS:GO, you'd be shocked to know that I got very loud. Shocked.
To be honest, I mean, I love sim racing and whatever, and it is esports, I know, but I'm really not a big watcher of esports at all. Or a big
Neither was
fan
I.
of it. It doesn't interest me in the slightest, if I'm honest.
Honestly, neither was I. But we were kind of like walking around and we went, do you know what? We're here in Poland, so we might as well go into the Spodek, into the big arena where they were doing CS:GO. I've never watched really any CS:GO. Like, I put it on and I go, I'm kind of bored. I don't really understand what's going on, so I'm going to turn this off. But there is just something about esports and having 11,000 people and whatever. It was absolutely crazy. 11,000 people watching esports. It is absolutely mad. But either way, we've got less than an hour to go in this race, so we'll refocus on that just very briefly before we waffle on about other things, because Tinker Van der Velde still leads from Malinowski, Matuszka, Klinkmuller, Savalainen, Nyox, Gerardis, Baikov, Pertolay and Henrik Gamble rounding out your top 10. 3 Ferraris in that top 10, but of course, final pit stops on the horizon. I get the feeling the Williams Esports are going to leave it a little later before they come in, but I think, at least from the discussion we were having earlier, I think potentially Dara McCormack might be coming in. Final pit stop being ticked off then from TF Racing. They'll be into the pit lane. But yeah, I think Dara McCormack will be taking over the number 5 for the final stint after what we were hearing earlier on.
Well, we'll find out pretty shortly. Well, not that shortly, actually. It's going to be a little bit of a while.
They've been shrinking their pit stops, I've noticed. Their
Okay.
stint times.
That does surprise me, really. If I was doing this race and strategizing, I would go as long as possible for all of the stints and then have a short final stop.
I think it's because they don't need to risk anything.
That's true.
They're just like, yes, this is kind of arrogant, but this is the sort of the mentality that a lot of these drivers in sim racing or whatever will have, is that Williams Esports will know fundamentally now, unless there is a mistake, drama, etc., like i.e. the unthinkable, right? If none of that happens, which can always in motorsport and sim racing, they've beaten Yazzie. On pace from now on, they're ahead of Malinowski, right? As long as nothing happens, but obviously it can. So with that in mind, reduce the risk as much as possible, right? And in that sense, is it worth going longer onto old worn tyres where you might get caught out in traffic or things like that? Like, yeah, well, actually you don't need to take it up to the nth degree. You don't need to risk anything silly. Just come into the pit lane, tick it off, kind of just enjoy it a little bit. I think they'll be in the pit lane in about 15 minutes, but that's them shrinking their pit stops, because obviously they were doing an hour and 3-minute stints. They've shrunk it down to like 57, 58 minutes the last few.
Yeah. So it seems to be the case. I get what you mean, though, about just minimising the risk as much as possible. What if they had a big accident and had to crawl back to the pit lane and suddenly they're over the stint time limit on the final lap? So it's you never know. As Niels Nyox and Mikhail Baikov both come into the pit lane, going to be very interested to see where BS Competition end up here, because of course it's for the championship. I don't think they're going to get the top 5 to save their championship lead, but they have saved their championship.
Yeah, like the recovery they've done after the lap 1 incident, well, after qualifying at the back and then the lap 1 incident, the recovery they've done just to get back involved in the mix to any degree, to be in position to potentially get a top 10, right? They're leaving themselves with a very good position, that's for sure. Where I'm kind of, I don't know which way the confidence goes, because Williams Esports, if they win this race, they'll have high confidence going into the final round of the season. They won the last race, they've won more races than everyone else this season at 2. BS Competition, though, will have the confidence that yet again they've done a recovery drive that's brought them into a healthy position, despite 8 hours ago thinking that could be it for the championship.
Yeah, did this at Monza, let's not forget. Arthur Camera did a great job, having spun their car, to be fair. He did a great job after that.
Well, you say having spun their car, well, they were assisted in the spin.
More than assisted, yeah, I'm not blaming him. It did sound like it, didn't it? But
you really did. You're getting on their bad side, mate.
No, I'm not blaming him at all. He did a great job afterwards, though, and he's back in again now, which just shows you the confidence that they have, really, in that driver. So Camera back in, just behind the 77 of Visceral, but they'll pit and it'll get in front of them. I think Simos C yet to pit as well. And they'll get in front of them, and maybe they can chase down the 90. I think it'll be too difficult to do that, but I've got real question marks about that car making it to the end.
I agree. If I were in the 90, I would not feel comfortable.
Oh, I'd feel so uncomfortable, yeah.
I would be very, very concerned. I think it's still, like you said, the thing is, when they left the pit lane, from my memory, there was about 1 hour, 3 minutes 30 or so left to go. Which it is possible that they cross the line without any problems,
but I'd say unlikely.
But I would, if you were to run the percentages on it, I would say it is more likely that you are going to have to come into the pit lane again.
Well, let's think about it this way: the worst it could be, the worst it could be is that the race leader crosses the line with about a second to go, and you're right in front of the race leader when they end the race, which would add 3 minutes and a half onto your race, which would certainly see them out. All they need is a minute and a half added on to the end of their race. So, the percentage, I guess, well, I don't know how it quite works on percentages, but it's pretty 50-50. It's far too 50-50 for my liking, anyway.
I think it's ever so slightly skewed against, but
against
like I said, against Wicked, to the point where it's like, I'm sort of like, unless those, I don't like those numbers unless they're like 90% you're going to get. Like, it's only like those kind of like those awkward scenarios where exactly what you're saying is that the leader crosses the line with a second to go, and then they are pretty much just behind you when the race finishes or whatever. At which point, that actually shouldn't ever happen, because you would just lift off and let them through and then finish the race. But let's say there's someone directly behind you for position or whatever. Unless there's things like that where they are the awkward scenarios, realistically speaking, it's the 90%. I would work to 90% know that I'm going to cross the line. 10% maybe a little bit of a risk. But realistically, looking at what they've been doing through their stints, there isn't much more they could have done, because you might just go from earlier on. You might go, well, why didn't they just go a lap longer on one of the stints? They kind of couldn't. Their last stint was 1 hour, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Laps around here about 1 minute 45. If they'd have gone for 1 minute 45, they would have been over 65 minutes. The stint before that was, it was 1 hour 3:26. 1 hour 3:14. There you go. Could have just about, if they had a perfect final lap, which, let's be honest, unlikely.
That would happen, yeah.
1 hour 3:26, and those were the last 4 stints. Those were the 4 stints until since their issue. At which point there is no place in there where they could have extended by any more.
No, absolutely not. So
yeah,
you can't blame them any further from that point. But we're not. I don't feel like it's criticising them really, because it's not really been their fault. In terms of, I don't know why they had the issue, to be fair. So maybe that was their fault.
Maybe it was their fault. Yeah.
But if it comes off and they calculated it, then it's been wonderfully done. But just giving me a little bit to be on the edge of my seat about for the remainder of this one. It's going to be quite close. But in terms of the 89, of course, they're about 15 seconds behind the 90 right now. So I can't see them catching on actual pace. And I'm waiting to see as well where the overall race has come out as well in comparison to Lipke, because at the moment Van der Voorde's only about 10 seconds behind Lipke to put 2 laps on him, but needs another pit stop, of course.
Well, the 666, is that 666 back in the pit lane, or is that me?
No,
I think it's just me. No, they are back in the pit lane.
well,
That has been out of the pit lane and has come straight back into the pit lane. I thought they'd pitted a lap ago.
well, surely RCI Esports haven't got a chance of a second place here, have they?
They didn't have a penalty, did they? I didn't miss that. I'm
I
pretty
didn't
sure
see
they
a
did.
drive-through penalty come up on the screen, no.
I don't know what's happening on the old Boothby stream, but there must have been some issue for the 666. There is George Boothby, is behind the wheel. There has been a return to pit lane this lap, unless they might have got a drive-through for track limits very late on in the lap. I don't really know.
Oh yeah, but I have been watching this whole time, so I'd hope not.
I can find out. Well, I'll tell you what. Whilst we're not going to go to it just yet, but when we switch over to the Challenger Split final, which has about 6 minutes left to go, we'll investigate and we'll try and figure out what's happened to the 666. So when we come back, we can explain it all to you. That gives you a little bit of an incentive to stick with us for the next 50 minutes. I think that's the only way we can really do it, because I have no idea what's happened to them.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea either. As you mentioned, the only thing I can think of is that drive-through penalty that I just don't think they've had. So we'll see. I think they'll get ahead of Savalainen here. The 69 Grip Packs Engineering car is in again. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, they should do, actually, because Unicorns of Love should also overtake them, actually, while they're making their pit stop.
I think it. I say we'll investigate it.
Oh, there's another drive-through. What's going on?
What is going on? Well, again, we'll investigate it. We'll try and get back to you. But there are more issues for George Boothby. He returns to the pit lane for the 3rd time. Whilst that's all going on, and whilst we're trying to figure out what is actually happening in the cash split, we are just going to step aside to see the final 5 minutes with Austin Belkey and Dean Hopton, of course, from the Challenger Split.
Austin Belkey joined by Dean Hopton here in the Challengers Split production booth. We've got Jack Maloney in the trailer just behind us directing all the scenes. Just a quick recap of how we got to this point in the race so far. Dominic Goles put his team's number 44 Aston Martin on the pole, but it didn't take long for him to be relegated back to 2nd place. It was the 147 car that made a quick move up the inside into the bus stop chicane on lap 1 to take the lead through pace and pit stops. The 98 car, the only McLaren in the field, took the lead of hour 1, and then the 147 car took all of about 3 laps to take that lead back. The 98 car, though, had some technical problems. They had some internet connection issues. After dropping out of the server about 3 times, they finally decided to pack up that car. Hopefully we can see them in France next time out. That's why you don't see them even on the left-hand side of your screen. At about the 2nd stint time, the time everybody else was making pit stops, the 147 car was still in the lead, but they were quickly overtaken by the 889 car. They've just been dominating the race ever since then, lapping all the way up to right now 4th place. There's only 3 cars on the lead lap to this point. They were leading the championship. They've led the race. They've absolutely been dominating at both points. And Dean, when you say the best offense is a good defense, you could kind of flip both those around, because they're going to go out here and get maximum points today.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to a Knicks game, isn't it, downtown in Manhattan? But we're upstate New York, of course. Watkins Glen, the internationally, is the spiritual home of motor racing in the United States, with crowds be flocking around to watch the top-level racing since the 1940s. So if you guys have been around since the 1940s, welcome along to the VCO. You've seen the rival split finish. You're about to see the Challenger split finish, and you'll be about to see a little bit later on the cash split finish. But once again, you mentioned the legion of races leading this championship, 839 points. And about to taste the bubbly stuff even better. And virtually every motor racing classes in North America have competed here, from Formula 1 all the way through Can-Am and NASCAR Cup Series. But the GT3s are here. And I'll tell you what, Aston Martin's other car to be in once again for the Challenger Split.
Yeah, over half the field currently being piloted by those Aston Martin drivers, and in every other single car making this race, we've only got one of BMW, Nissan, Audi, Acura, Mercedes, Bentley, Lexus, all of those makes and models. Just only one car in this entire class of drivers here, all 15 drivers. 16 took part in today's race, only one of them not able to be running at the end of the race here. Quite a true testament to just the spirit in all these guys, not really giving up. And to be honest, we've only had one single kerfluffle, one single large accident to really stop about maybe 5 or 6 cars on the field. So these guys have done an incredible job to keep their cars clean and in one piece throughout the end of the race here. Looking at Florian Librick in this 33 Aston Martin, 14th position. A lot of these guys just keeping their heads down and not giving up throughout this entire day.
I love it, exactly. Even if you're pump last or if you're down the field there, they've just given it. They've just put the commitment into it. That's what you love to see in an endurance race. It's practice makes perfect. It doesn't matter where you finish at the end of the day. It's how you finish, and to finish is also great to see. 9 hours, you want to see that flag definitely waving. And I have to say, driver of the day. And if you are just tuning in, of course, welcome and tuning in. The Mr. Williams, the 714 machine, driven by Mr. Williams in P5. 11 positions gain. You'd have to say gaining is exactly what you like to see as the dying stages are ticking on the clock there. 7:12 p.m. local time. And it's been fantastic. The challenges at the moment, you'd have to say, should be the teachers, really, for most of the drivers out there, because they're just driven flawlessly.
No, they certainly have. It's been pretty hard-pressed to see any of these guys making mistakes. And I tell you what, for some of these guys, though, mistakes have been the name of the game for some of them. Not making a lot of them, but boy, it only takes 3 different off-track excursions to give yourself a drive-through penalty and to go down pit road and at that pit road speed to see all the competition driving by you, flying, doing about 150 mile an hour, hurtling into turn 1. Absolutely just breaks your heart, because you have to wonder at that point, what could I have done differently? All those different off-track excursions to avoid those and kind of avoid this situation. We've had a couple cars get those same sort of stop-go 30-second penalties by speeding on pit road. Of course, you look here, this is that number 889 car, Fadli Rahmat, currently piloting this thing, hurtling down towards turn 1. White flag going to be in the air. We are going to run out of time, so the next time by should be the checkered flag. It will be the end of this race, and this team has been absolutely dominating this season. They started today in 6th position. I was kind of curious, and I know you were too. We talked about this at the top of the show. Can we see the same kind of run out of these guys today that we've seen in the last couple of previous races? And I didn't think we would. I thought that was a pretty not great qualifying start for them, but they slowly, surely, methodically worked themselves up through the field. So absolutely phenomenal job by them. And they always did it the nice way. There, remember earlier in the race about, the same time that they took the lead over from that 147 car, they accidentally got into them and almost half spun around, and they stopped almost completely on the track to allow that 147 car back by, and chose to race them politely and cleanly and do it the right way. And you love to see that kind of sportsmanship out of this entire field.
And Austin, they had a legion of races, of course. They'll be the legends of races soon at this point. They're going to be very, very close to wrap that championship. Maybe we can go on board there from our fantastic producer of Jack, because they're going through the heel, the boot, and all that. And yeah, once again, Austin, you can call this one, because they have just been absolutely brilliant. Didn't really expect it, but patience pays off. Austin, only a couple more corners. This victory is going to taste good.
Yeah, out of the always treacherous turn 9, that left-hander now through the final left-hander at turn 10, very wide open corner. Only one more corner separating this 889 bunch from victory here yet again in Watkins Glen. They're going to come off the final corner. Checkered flag waving in the air all the way down to the pit wall. Checkered flag here for the Legion of Racers 889 in the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. Going to see it's going to be quite some time before we see anybody else cross the start-finish line. We'll go ahead and wrap up as much as we can possibly. Philip Gamey here in the 147 FCY Petro Brothers machine. These guys have been absolutely on it all day. Started today in 2nd position. They were leading before the end of the first lap. They probably led, about 80 laps on the day today, which, considering the domination of that 889 car just up the road that just took the checkered flag, a phenomenal job by them to stay in it. And they've certainly been in the trenches pretty much all day long, battling with the likes of that Yeet team, the 44 car, even the 714. So it's really been a tough fight. We've been spoiled for choice most of the day, Dino, which battles we wanted to find.
Oh, so many of those battles. They have to say 147, great squad. They're 5th in the championship, but they're seizing opportunities with some of the difficulties from the other drivers in the championship. But hey, you're there, you're in it, bubbly stuff's there, a podium is yours. Yeet Machine, of course, a little bit further down the road, will be getting a podium. Here you go, cross the line soon as well, as you can see on your track map. Only a couple more corners to go. You think 9 and 10, after you've done a grueling 9 hours, a couple of corners is nothing, and you can't give it away there. Congratulations there for the FCY. Petrol Brothers, you get your P2. GG's for that one, and a little bit further down the road, the Yeet squad in the Lexus, and that's the only car, of course, outside the Aston Martins are going to be finishing on the podium today. They've been in the wars, and they've always been in the camera spotlight, haven't they? In the 16 machine, and they'll be picking up some crucial points, and that has been our fantastic race here at the Challenger Split.
Yeah, on behalf of myself, Austin Belke, Dean Humpton, our producer, Jack Maloney, thank you so much for your time here on the main feed. It's been our pleasure.
Well, congratulations there to Legion of Races, the second of our winners today from the Challenger Split, that one. And again, thank you to Austin Belke and Dean Hopton, who have taken us through the entirety of the race there in the Challenger Split. It's been a long day for them, so they've got some well-earned rest. No rest for the wicked, though. Me and Ewan still have to take you through the next 41 minutes here in the cash split as we approach the setting sun. It won't set down behind the horizon before we get to the end of the race, but it might just dip down where it's right in the driver's eye line as we approach the final moments of this race. Just 41 minutes left to go, and Williams Esports are well in control, Ewan.
They certainly are, and they've not had any problems in today's race. Really, it's been a very much a flawless one, and it was almost for Yasheet really, but they've had some problems with 3 pit stops in the last 20 minutes, as far as I'm aware. Unless I've missed one. It's 3. First pit stop, we believe they took only fuel by accident somehow. Then the second pit stop, they took their tyres that they were meant to the first time, so that cost them quite a lot of time, but they've done that. And then they had a drive-through penalty for cut track penalties, I believe. So that's why they had to make 3 stops. But a combination of bad luck and bad mouse cursor placement, I think, in some places as well, just forgetting to change tyres.
I'd say I did watch the lap where Boothby was driving and trying to figure out what was going on, and genuinely had no idea. Like they were trying to work out what was going wrong. There was no damage on the car or anything like that. And I've been in scenarios where like you kind of think there's a problem with the car, but you're not so sure, and then you start driving it badly. Kind of like this definitely wasn't the case. I watched him turn into the carousel, and it was like, no, I'm not going to have any grip. The car had very little grip. Obviously a mistake, whether they didn't change tyres or potentially put on an old set of tyres. That can happen. Either way, it was a pretty large error that has cost them at least a decent position for now. It doesn't mean that they're going to finish down in 6th place, but they've got a lot of work to do. Next car ahead is the Carbon SimSport car. That is the car for 5th position. The green highlighted Carbon SimSport car that was coming through the foreground there. Not the next car ahead. That's Team Shazoo by GT Omega. The car ahead of that is the one they're focused on now. Just tick them off one at a time. 40 minutes left to go. They can absolutely get themselves up the order as, meanwhile, TF Racing pick up a drive-through for their track limit excursions.
Yeah, that could be a crucial factor of the final hour here at Watkins Glen. It is one of those circuits where you really can push the limits here or there. And so we may have been seeing that a little bit from a couple of these teams. Team Shazoo now, though, really becoming a bit of a nuisance for the number 90. And so that could well be a battle for 5th place very soon. Wolf Machuska now in 2nd place for RCI Esports. What a performance, what a drive, what a day for them.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, hasn't it? Just to give you an update, by the way, because anyone might think Boothby maybe will gain a few more positions when everyone else makes their final pit stop. No, because everyone has made their final pit stop, with the potential exception of Lipka and the Carbon SimSport team. As we've discussed, they are very close when it comes to the end of this race as to whether they will make it. Everyone else is basically safe. Everyone can get to the end of the race without any major problems, as we can see Wolf Matuszka just ticking off some of the lap traffic. It's been a very impressive drive from RCI Esports, as it has been from Unicorns of Love. Gotta say, for Nick Huben to jump back, be behind the wheel. Obviously, a lot of the driving has been split there between Huben and Pfeffer right now as they try and wrestle that car to a podium finish. They've been very impressive today as well. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's been a good performance from Unicorns of Love. Although I have found myself a little bit disappointed with their season, I have to say.
Yeah, I agree.
At Monza, I think they had a bit of bad luck, I remember, but I was especially disappointed at Barcelona, where I thought, since they've chosen a Porsche and they spend so much time driving Porsches, I thought they'd be fine in the Porsche Cup race, but they weren't. They weren't even in the top 10 there. I think that was a real down point for them. And then 4th place at Spa is okay, but like when you've had the last couple of races that you have, you do need a little bit more than that. So it does look like it's not mathematically going to be a 2-horse race, but realistically, in our minds, it is going to be here at the finale, which is now going to be Paul Ricard, and now going to be a single make race as well, which is going to change things a lot from how these teams will have been thinking about this season when it started.
I gotta say, I don't remember, because obviously we did qualifying a little bit. You won't remember either because you weren't there. I don't recall the BS competition. I don't recall were as fast as I thought they'd be.
Well, I think it will become more apparent as the race goes on, quite how fast they will be. But you just, in a field like this, you've got to remember, these are quality drivers anyway. You're never going to grab half a second on the field. It's not going to be obvious, I don't think, in qualifying. I think it will be after 6 hours of driving, it will become obvious that BS competition do have that bit of an advantage, because it's just that familiarity and that comfortability with where you are.
Surely comfortability is not a word.
I've just made it one, but you know what I mean.
That is exactly what Arjuna did earlier on. I can't even remember what the word was, but I just remember thinking that is surely not a word, and it was.
Okay. It's a word. I've heard an American say it at some point on a broadcast, though.
That does not mean it's a word.
No, they say winningest, and
which was the other one that I brought up. I was like, winningest. It is a word. It is in the dictionary, but it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I did this time last week. Well, this time in 3 hours' time last week, I said that very word on a broadcast.
Did you?
I was in a bit of a rush because it was kind of a frantic moment at the end of a race, so I was not proud of myself. But I said it, and you've got to move on at that point.
Did you say most winningest though?
No.
Good.
Just most winningest.
Good, because you should never say most winningest.
I'm pretty sure I just said winningest, but I didn't have time to correct. It wasn't a point in the race where you can really correct your mistake or anything.
Yeah.
You just got to.
You just got to. You just got to commit and just be like, yes, I said it, and I'm moving on. No, most winningest the most is redundant, because if you're the winningest driver, then yes, of course you're the most winningest driver because you've won the most.
I agree. I won't be using it socially.
Socially, no, you're not going to go up to all the Nottingham Forest supporters and be like, I've commentated on the most winningest driver in sim racing.
I would never say that in a normal way either.
That's so funny. That would be so funny.
Weird. By the way, I'm not sure if my eyes are just deceiving me or whether Darren McCormack has just set 2 best laps of the race in a row, but he might well have done.
I think he has. No, I think you're absolutely right. He's just at a 43.847. Do you know, I'm not shocked. Reason being, the fuel load on the tyres.
Okay.
You've got to remember, like, he's on fresh tyres, but whereas earlier on in the race he was running with an hour and 5 minutes worth of fuel, right? Now he's only running on, say, like 40 minutes of fuel, right?
Yes.
So it's only 2/3 of a tank. That track temperatures are coming down because the sun's just dipping a little bit behind the horizon, so track temperatures are a little bit cooler, potentially even cooler than they were at the start of the race. Is actually not a surprise for him to set fastest laps right now. 2 back-to-back, though, is taking the mick.
Yeah, but you've got to have the free track space, you've got to have the talent, you've got to have the ability. So it's still very impressive. And he will have been.
That's it.
It will have been sat at his possibly in his rig now or in and around for upwards of 9 hours at this point. So it's not the mental fatigue at this stage is as well clearly not happening. But there he is again. We'll see if he's going to set another one here. No.
I mean, no, he doesn't this time. He only sets a 45.332. The reason why I wanted to cut to him, right, is because I don't know if you've noticed this, but obviously we can see Dara McCormack here. I think there's another thing that'll be making him even more determined, more so than ever. Because you see there's a car just in the distance there. Not the Mercedes, the one after it. You might just see it in the foreground there. That is the RCI Esports car that's currently running in second.
Possibly
which means that
on the field, yeah.
they are not very far away. You can see Williams in the background there. With half an hour left to go, they are not far away from lapping every single car on this field. That ain't bad for a day's work.
No, not bad at all. And so, yeah, it's... well, I thought that the biggest winning margin was going to come at Monza when Race Anywhere Simsport won by over a minute. I think it was 1:05 maybe by the end.
No, it was way more than that.
Was it more than that? More than a minute and a half? It wasn't a lap, though.
No, but that was only because BS Competition gained it back courtesy of, I think they might have had to come back into the pit lane or something like that, but they lapped everyone up to second.
They lapped a lot of them, and they had a big winning margin as well, but I thought that would be it. But if McCormack can lap Machuska here, then yeah, it'd be biggest winning margin somehow.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't know if I would classify Williams as being unbelievably dominant today, right? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
You kind of get what I mean. The winning margin would say yes, of course they have been, but I think that's mostly down to like the 666 has had very recent issues. They had to pit 3 times when they only needed to pit once, and then the outlaps they were doing, obviously had the struggles. They wouldn't have lapped everyone if that 666 had still been there. The 14s obviously had drive-throughs. We've had issues galore. The 89 obviously had its issues early on. Everyone else had problems, and the 5 has just kind of like avoided them a bit.
Yeah.
So I think that's playing its part.
But after all,
then I guess that is dominant.
And as you said at the time, on pace, Williams were going to beat Yassi anyway. Yeah. And so, do you really think that if Simware.pro didn't have their issues, they would have been able to beat on pace as well?
No.
Or Triton Racing? I don't think so personally. So, yeah, I think you can't take much away from. I know what you're saying, but I can take much away from their race win, in my opinion.
No, I certainly don't think that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to say that I don't think it's like it. I don't think this race win is as dominant as it looks, but I do think they were going to win this race regardless.
Okay, yeah, right, yeah, we agree.
Right, because I just, like you say, when you throw all of the other ones back into the mix that have had problems today, I don't see any of the teams that had problems actually being able to beat Williams in this form. I guess maybe it is dominant because like Dara McCormack has been really quite fast. Sure, didn't have pole position or anything, but then it's not just we always we have this like thing in the commentary booth where we do. Yeah, we are a bit McCormack biased in that car because he is insanely fast. But as I've said time and time again on this broadcast, the pace differential between Dara, Tinker Van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez has been the closest that we've seen at most. Certainly this season has been the closest we've seen, right? And it really shows because they've been, as a whole team, they've been very, very strong. And that's why I don't really see anyone else being able to challenge them.
No, because you've got to think that they've got to beat them on pace and strategically that you've got to beat them as well because they haven't slipped up in this race. So it's going to have to be a pace thing or a strategical thing, or at least match them in one of those two things and beat them in the other, which is really difficult. So yeah, I think it has been maybe a flattering winning margin, but certainly a deserved lead that they have right now. By the way, Big Battle going on for 6th place overall right now as Carbon Simsport try and nurse their way towards
three-way fight
within 65 minutes, and the BS Competition car with a great chance of 6th place here, which would really close up our championship to 4 points in favour of Williams Esports still, but only 4 points.
Which, as you were saying earlier on, leaves us with the championship finale we want, i.e. It's just the top 2. It's just them, and it's obviously we want everyone else involved in it. Fair enough.
Yeah, we'd like more.
But what I mean. It's just where they finish. It's not about who wins and the other car has to finish like 4th or something. It's just who beats who is ahead of who in that race. That's what the fight will be for the title. Is Williams or BS Competition, they won't really care too much about where they are in the race, so long as they are ahead of as the other. That's the important bit, and I like that.
Let's preface this as well that BS Competition would there are qualifying points on the line at Paul Ricard.
That is a good point.
So let's suppose that BS Competition finish in 6th, which I think they will. If they're both inside the top 3 in qualifying, then also yes, there's no way that it can't be like that. But because it's 10 points between first and second for a race win. In terms of points. So yeah, I think
your point's correct, by the way.
I'm very confident actually.
I do say don't trust a commentator's maths, but I'm really putting that to one side right now, just because you're telling me.
I think especially for a commentator, I think my maths quite good.
Have you used a spreadsheet?
No, I've used my head.
I don't trust him.
Well,
I instantly don't trust these numbers.
I can do 41 minus 13. It's fine.
What is it?
It's not. It's 28. It's not difficult.
Right. Yeah, fair enough.
It's not difficult numbers. And then I've got the points system written down next to me, so I can look at it.
You need a spreadsheet.
No, I don't. I've got a brain.
You need a spreadsheet. Spreadsheets are king because you don't. As long as you set it up right, you don't make mistakes. Easy.
Oh,
it's done.
I would trust myself less setting up a spreadsheet than doing the maths. Because I'm not sad enough to sit there and do it.
That is rude. Unacceptably rude.
But there you are.
I think you're absolutely right. Though 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's where we need to be looking at the moment. Lipka and Roda being separated by 0.082. Arthur Camera only a second off of the rear end of that battle for 6th place. Very, very tight indeed. I would suggest that the 76 should be making its way through pretty soon. Again, looking for a great result, but Arthur Camera. I mean, I'm still like just again in awe of the recovery drive again this season.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. It's been another one of those days for BS Competition to be able to get there. As you said earlier, we've seen it time and time again this season. They've rescued their own season many times in a way that Williams Esports really weren't quite able to do at Spa when they had their problems. They dropped quite a lot of points there, and I thought after that race that the championship was over. I've got to be honest, I thought it was BS Competition's to kind of walk away with at that stage, but it's not been the case, purely because of this race and the way that they've fallen back, and it goes, of course, all the way back to qualifying more than 9 hours ago now. So it has been interesting in that way to see that change, but it's not over till it's over. Currently, we're going to have a great championship finale on our hands.
Yeah, we hope so anyway, as long as they don't make any mistakes in qualifying. That's the big thing. Tick that one off here. Let's get that one sorted as Carbon Sim Sports still are able to hang on. Now, earlier on in the race, you might have seen this fight not be fought so hard. Obviously, the final 24 minutes, it is going to be a very, very tough pass to make for Arthur Camera and for Roda as well. Sim RC Endurance right at part of this fight. Carbon Sim Sports ahead. BS Competition. The 4th car in shot is the Team Suzuki GT Omega car that is just driving around by itself. I was going to say it might be trying to defend from the number 1, but that is not the case. That number 1 that's just coming through the background of shot, they are running in 16th. They have been running inside the top 10 quite a lot today after they had some early problems, but then slightly more recent problems have really thrown them down the order and outside of the top 10, and even outside the top 15, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were inside the top 10, as you say, and disappointing to see them not there, because as you can see by looking at their car right now, they do have the pace to be there. As do Team Suzuki by the looks of things. Really challenging BS Competition. I'm not quite sure whether it's really what the reason is for it, but
I think they've just got the pace.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's what it is.
I don't really know why, but maybe so. Big battle though. 2 Aston Martins rubbing, and driving into each other on the front straight there.
Yeah, as we can see into the eyes of Arthur Camera, he's watching these two thinking, really, lads, let's not do this! Oh my goodness me, it was nearly Sim RC being turned around. It's going to be side by side up through the S's as Carbon Sim Sport and Sim RC are going to remain side by side through 2, through 3, through 4 as well.
Oh, so close as well to the outside wall there. It's so narrow up the hill through the S's, side by side into the bus stop chicane. They're playing for keeps. Neither of them want to give this one up, but SimRC are forced to. Oh, Carbon Sims put across the corner, and it's back open. They're both going to go through.
Whoa, nearly spun around BS Competition as well. Bit of a smile on the face for Rhoda there, who makes his way through finally after the Carbon Simsport car skipped across. That was very scary indeed. Team Shizou GT Omega, they are going to allow West Competition Racing to make their way through. Not for position again, lap down and all that, but that was absolutely terrifying. Lipka doing everything to try and hang on, but losing out both positions going through the bus stop. Maybe trying a little bit too hard to hang on.
Yeah, it was a little bit needless as well, because SimRC had clearly backed out, and they were clearly going to as well in my eyes. Maybe it's easier to say that from watching the TV cameras than it is on board, but it was quite clear to see that SimRC were going to back out of that one, in my opinion. And so I think that they could have been a little bit smarter in terms, or maybe he just misjudged it on his own anyway, and he would have gone off even if he was driving on his own, because you do get those mistakes and misjudgments sometimes. But yeah, I think they could have gone through the bus stop a little bit better on that occasion. And it's cost them a couple of places. Don't know whether or what the answer is there, but anyway, they've lost 2 places, and the battle's between the other 2 now for 6th place.
And the pole man as well is closing in. Vacislav Abeladze, only 2.8 seconds off the rear end of Lipka, so potentially the 142 Simmer that Promo Vides car might actually close in maybe on this fight. Maybe that's a little bit outlandish. Certainly has a couple of other positions to pick off, certainly from Carbon Simsports in the final moments of this race. Arthur Camero doesn't really care about that right now, only focused on the car directly ahead, and that being Rhoda, focused on the championship. How much risk do you put into this though, Ewan? Do you go 110% to try and get past, try and really close down that championship, or is it only if the move is there?
Well, I think you can't put it all on the line, because there's a lot of points to be lost here. Oh my word, we've spoken about the second half of this race, especially about how close it's been from about, well, we can extend it to about 3rd place now, to down to about 11th. It's really, really congested at this end of the order, in this part of the order. And so I don't think BS Competition can lay it out all on the line here to try and go through. They absolutely can't, in my opinion. And so we're going to see them go for it, certainly, but don't expect to see him all out there, Arthur Camera.
Wolf Matushka literally about to go a lap down as we look back towards Bischoff. You can see it in the background to see if they do go a lap down anytime soon, because we'll keep our eye on the battle for 12th places. Gontigianis for TF Racing's trying to hang on to the Kramer Racing Esports car as the Brabham car goes out a little bit wide. And there was a big send down the inside there. Bischoff trying to force his way through, and does indeed do so.
And force not used
is a way of
there.
putting it, yeah.
not inaccurate at all to say forced his way through. Carbon Simsport, though, getting overtaken there. Lipka really in trouble with Abeladze now, I would say, in that battle for 8th place that might develop a little bit later. And that's all a bit of a mess as West Competition Racing go through as well. So those 2 will be battling soon, but it's now up to Camera to try and put the pressure on Rhoda, who I thought actually would be fairly light work for Camera here, actually, but he's really got pace late on here for SimRC.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to hang on from Arthur Camera. I think relative ease is probably being a bit unfair, but certainly has the pace to keep Arthur Camera at bay. Also going to be a tight battle as Abeladze really is closing in. And I think that 1.1 second gap is no longer correct. I think it's a 0 point something second gap, because I think he is right there. You can see it in the background. Carbon are really, really starting to struggle. You'll see the gap update when they exit the toe, the corner they're just coming through there. Obviously, you can see 0.3 seconds between Arthur Camera and Rhoda. Behind, 0.2 seconds between Abeladze and Lipka. I've got to say, I think Abeladze is going to go for a move straight down into the heel.
I think he's going to go straight through as well, really. The pace of that Simware.Pro car should be too much for Carbon Simsport. He doesn't go for it. So he's staying behind, at least for now. Clearly, the move wasn't really on. Otherwise, he definitely would have done. But it's the thing at this circuit. You've got to kind of size up these moves and work on them over a long time. It's not really one of those that you cruise up to the back and go straight through, although he was challenging there.
Yeah, I think he was going for it, going into the penultimate corner. See what they're like for the final. You can see they were almost side by side going through the final corner in the background, but there was no switch there. Again, a little bit of a look down into T1. We'll keep our eye on Arthur Camera. Obviously, championship leader coming into this round, trying to get past Roder at the moment, but no way to make that move stick. Have you calculated the points for qualifying, by the way, as well?
I actually included in the points for qualifying, yeah. That's why I was doing 41 minus 13 earlier on.
Okay. Okay, just making sure.
So, why does nobody trust me, man?
For obvious reasons. What do I always say?
When was the last time you heard me get the maths wrong?
I'm pretty sure I have, but I remove it from memory.
I've done way too many championship calculations to have got none of them wrong.
Yeah, I am absolutely sure that you've got some maths wrong on a broadcast that I'm on, but I just don't really remember it because it's so common that commentators get maths wrong.
Oh, not me. Okay, I'll accept that. But yeah, it's 8 points as they run right now. It would be 8 points in favour of Williams, and if Camera gets through, it will be just 4 points.
Don't worry, I'm proud of you, my son. You're okay.
That's mad. Okay. Burping at like 7.
Well, yeah, from a commentary perspective, you know.
That's significant less effort.
Yeah, because I have to be apparent. Yes. I just take all the credit when it's over. Big snap of oversteer from Carbon there, and Abeladze nearly got to the inside of Lipka. That Aston Martin is having some serious grip problems.
Yes, absolutely. I might have some serious driver stint problems that we'll get into in a bit of time as well, but there's far too many battles going on for that kind of chat. As Abeladze is down the inside, he forced himself a little bit more this time. He did it with a little bit more conviction. It was sort of half-hearted last lap, but this time into the final corner where you don't really see moves very often, he was a lot more convinced he would go through, and that was all very aggressive and probably too much from Lipka. He loses out.
Yeah, I don't actually know what Lipka was trying there. Maybe trying to get the up and under or something very bizarre, but instead just door banged.
I don't think he was trying to do that, but he had something in mind.
Yeah. What he did wasn't on the agenda there. The big defensive move being taken from Abeladze as they come up towards the bus stop, slices across the nose of the Aston Martin. I don't think he's pleased one bit about that battle with the Carbon Sim Sports car, and to be fair, I kind of get it. I wouldn't be either if I'd been door banged into T1. So either way, the 142, the car that started from the top, has worked its way back down. It's working its way back up piece by piece. 8th position now. I kind of think that's probably about as good as it's going to get unless there's drama ahead.
It could well do, but Carbon Sim Sport, in my opinion, are in real trouble here. They're more than a minute behind Darren McCormack on the road right now. And so they need McCormack to come across the line within 30 seconds of time elapsing. We'll have a better idea of that in about 10 minutes' time about whether...
you don't do the maths from now?
But, sorry, what do you mean?
You don't want to do the maths? You could calculate it now. You know, it's 1 minute 44 a lap time.
5 is slightly difficult. 7's 4 laps. So there's probably 8-9 laps to go, but I don't know where he's on the track at the minute. So...
he is coming around onto the boot section now. He's just coming down to the toe.
Okay. There's probably 8 laps to go. I reckon they could be in huge amounts of luck there. Possibly.
We'll have to wait and see.
I think they could be in huge amounts of luck, you know. They might get away with it.
We will have to wait and see. Who knows? Is the calculation of about 8 laps? I think 8 laps is probably about right. I wouldn't bet my house on it, but...
The only thing you need to worry about, or they need to worry about right now, is getting Darren McCormack over the line within 30 seconds of time elapsing. Yeah. Because they're a minute behind him.
I would not want to be on the Carbon Sim Sport pit wall.
No.
I guess they're going to risk it, and if they kind of see that it's not going to work out, they might pull him into the pit lane. Like I say, it'll be really, really obvious with about 5 minutes left to go, and they might just pull him into pit lane to basically do a drive-through. Just to tick that one off. As we can see, Arthur Camera trying to still find his way past Roder, and he just doesn't. Like I say, that it is quite hard to pass around here at the best of times, but especially when you're fighting for something very, very different than what the car ahead's fighting for. The car ahead's just fighting for the position in the race and for their first, top 10 in the championship, their first 6th place in the season. Meanwhile, you're fighting for a championship. And what makes it kind of worse of all is that as drivers, I would almost guarantee that SimRC know that BS Competition are fighting for the championship and know they won't do anything stupid.
that's a very good point. And if they're smart about it, you're right. They will almost drive possessed, if you like, to kind of scare them off, if you like, almost. It's kind of a bit of what not sportsmanship, gamesmanship, really.
Yeah.
It's kind of dodgy, but it's in the rules.
It's racecraft at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, depending on how good the racecraft is, depends on how you comment on it, I guess. But yeah,
it's just getting in people's heads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if you're right, if they had you at the pit wall, then yeah, we'd be seeing some right things right now.
What do you mean?
But well, some things to scare BS competition away from losing a load of points, because they would lose heaps if they had an incident here.
They would. Yeah, too right. I think as a race engineer, I'd be unbelievably pessimistic. I'd be like, no, get away from them. Don't. If not, to be fair, I might just be like, well, for bans, just go for it. Who knows? I always used to. I liked doing the whole gamesmanship as a driver, but I think it's more like the whole touring car side of me. I like getting in people's heads in a car. There's something really fun about knowing. I think it's more than knowing who you can mess with. Right, that's the important one. Is that like when you're battling, people race people differently, and even the people that say no, I race everyone the same. That's total rubbish. Everyone races everyone differently. That is just that's just how it goes. Because you might be racing your mates, and depending on who you are and how you are with your mates, you might race your mates harder, or in my case, more like a wimp because of the consequences than you would race others.
The consequences could be brutal.
No, I genuinely, I always have the fear of like, if I slap this guy off the road, I'm going to have to deal with this for the next 2 weeks. And so I always...
I think that's it.
Yeah, probably a lot more. Well, to be fair, actually, again, going to the ESL R1 in Poland last week, one of the people that went out there, obviously representing the FIA, was Eric Strana, who used to do sim racing quite a long time ago, so doesn't anymore. But me and him used to be teammates. And in 2015, 8 years ago, he blocked me in one qualifying session. And I bring it up to him all of the time.
And you brought it up on ESL1 last weekend, I'm pretty sure.
I certainly did. Because I thought it was funny, because I thought he was listening. And he wasn't. He was away somewhere. It's very disappointing.
Well, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he's heard about that before.
Every time we meet and talk.
Yeah,
every single time.
But you're absolutely right, though. People do race others differently.
Yeah.
You are right. I know there was one. That's a little bit of an attempt from camera. Wasn't quite on, but you can tell he's getting a little bit worried about the clock there, and thinking just how many times am I going to be able to get through it, or how many opportunities, am I going to get here in the final 10 minutes? Because that's really not long to go now. But yeah, you're right. Everyone races everyone differently. I agree. I know there was one driver I used to race horribly.
Same.
Yeah, but it's because he raced me horribly. So like,
I used to race you and O'Leary horribly.
No, we'd never raced against each other.
That's
thankfully.
True. Yeah, no, because we would have been on different sides of the grid, right?
I don't know. I've never raced against you.
Well, we'll have to find out one day, won't we?
I'm not convinced, but maybe.
Ewan O'Leary is terrified about driving in sim racing these days. It's very disappointing, to be honest. He doesn't want to team up or anything. I've said before we should do an endurance race, but no, you're not having any of it.
We definitely should, though. I'm very much up for that.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
The change of tone. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. We'll get like a little commentary team into a car, and we'll attack a circuit. I'm never teaming up with Arjuna again, though. Not after he stole all the team's fast repairs. That's not happening.
Okay. Well, that's ruined it. But all right.
No, it's only Arjuna.
We need the American time zone if it's a long race.
That is true. I will say this about Arjuna, and I can say this now because I don't think he's listening, but he might be. He's definitely faster than me in sim racing. Certainly these days.
I hope he's finished his broadcast. I don't know if he has, but
don't clip it.
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
He's definitely faster. Sorry, I'm a better commentator. It's fine. Anyway, I'm joking. Just got to rip into him every now and then. Obviously, less than 10 minutes left to go in this race. The camera wrestling to try and close down more of the gap in the championship to get the points down the order, to get it really nice and tight heading into the season finale. But you can kind of see the frustration. There was a bit of a look going into the outer loop on the previous lap. it wasn't a wise call. Those behind are not fighting him for position. You've got the West Competition Racing and then the Team Suzuki GT Omega car and then West Competition Racing, who between themselves are not fighting for position. They're just trying to get on with their own race. To which point, I don't think there is any stress for Arthur Camara backwards, but still something that might be lingering in your mind. The next car full position is Abeladze, who's 6.3 seconds back. That gap will come down. That Ferrari is faster than these two, but I don't think enough in 7.5 minutes to close that entire gap.
He has been coming down a little bit ever since he got through, really, but not by anywhere near enough. And of course, there's two effective rear gunners there, basically. I know they're not acting like that. Well, they're not trying to be that, but Team Suzuki and West Competition Racing are going to get in the way, even if they were to catch up. So, yeah, not going to happen. It's going to be between these two. There's no way that anyone in front will be involved either. George Boopy is a long way in front, and he's not falling back anytime soon either. So it's between them, and Camara now has got the best chance he's had in a while. A good run out of turn 1 and up the hill. He'll look to the outside. There's no space on the inside. Roda defends that line, but it's so difficult to get anywhere.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, like these days, I said before, with like load cells and stuff, you know, the brake pedals and whatnot, you can see how much Arthur Camara moves. When he goes into a braking zone, a heavy braking zone, just watch how much he shoots. You might see it here coming down. There you go. He rises up because he's putting so much pressure down that pedal. He's rising up a little bit. I love pointing that out. I think it's hilarious. That is not just an Arthur Camara thing. That is a thing with pretty much everyone. They're all running very, very stiff brake pedals, and you're putting a lot of force down into it just to try and stop the car, to arrest it coming down into the corner. But he's pushing for everything to try and get past the 70 car. Well, I say everything. I still maintain if this was a one-off race, I would say BS Competition would be through now.
Yes, I would say so. But
definitely got the pace.
But there's that little bit of caution that you mentioned early on. You've got to be careful, really, because they're going to get hit off the road if not. So, not intentionally, of course, but it could happen in an incident. So, you've really got to be mindful of that as we go to 4 laps to go for these guys. Darren McCormack is about to cross 3 laps to go, though.
Yeah, there is really, really not long left to go in this race. Just looming in the background is the Simrad Pro car. It is closing in. I'd almost say it almost is closing in fast enough, but I'm still not sure. If they battle, it certainly is. But it depends how hard they're going to battle. And right now, we can see Dara McCormack then, with it being 1 minute 45 seconds a lap, like you say, should be coming round to start 3 laps left to go. The Williams Esports car has lapped every single driver, every single team in this race. They have been absolutely flying, and they've taken full advantage of the day. Honestly, I think they're probably sat there being like, this day probably couldn't have gone much better, to be honest.
No, absolutely, but it can't get much worse for Carbon Sinsport right now. They're now 1 minute and 10 behind McCormack, who is just about going to finish within 30 seconds of time elapsing, but that doesn't matter anymore. He needs them to, if they need him to finish 20 seconds before, I believe, if I'm calculating correctly. So,
do we trust his maths, ladies and gentlemen?
Maybe not. They've got 1.5 minutes to play with, we believe. I think you worked that out.
That's from memory.
Okay.
I wouldn't trust it.
Okay. I think they're going to need a bit of a miracle, really. The only option they do have, other than that drive-through, is of course slowing down, letting everyone who is 1 lap down through, or everyone else is what. So that'll be the 85, the 7, and the 977. Take the 3-place loss and avoid a penalty, and just cut your race 1 lap shorter. That would save them.
I think it's less than 1 minute 30. It's just with 4 minutes left to go. They've done 59 minutes and 40 seconds of the stint, which means it's 1 minute 20. Nah, they've got to pit. They've got to come into pit lane. I think that they need to accept that soon. Like I say, as I said before, it's coming into these parts of the race, it'll become more and more clear. I think they have to come into pit lane.
Go a further lap down. I would just slow down.
I would say that, but I'm not sure. It's dependent on which one they will lose more time from, or more positions from.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think they will lose more. I think there's more cars between them and Dara McCormack than you'd lose from a drive. If you know what I mean, I think they would lose less from a drive-through.
Yeah, they left the pit lane with 1 hour, 3 minutes, 43 seconds to go. So they've actually only got 1 minute 17 to play with, which is
not enough.
Really not enough. So they absolutely, I would imagine in my head it just makes sense that letting the others on your lap go through would be less damaging. But it does have drive-through just reset your timer, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just looking at them now. The 90 is coming down. It just gone onto the boot, and Dara McCormack has just come out of turn 4.
Yeah, I think you're right.
A drive-through's less.
A drive-through would save them one place. They would not drop behind the Bischoff, I don't think.
Yeah.
They would drop behind the 85 and the 7, but not Bischoff. Whereas they would if they, well, obviously if they took a penalty, but if they let McCormack through, then they and don't pit, then yes, they would let Bischoff through. So I thought earlier on you were saying go for a drive-through just so you didn't have to do so much slowing down on track.
No.
Time in that way.
No, it resets the timer. It's
I didn't realise. I thought you had to stop.
No, because the thing is, some people are like, well, it's what the timer stops when you come into your box. That is not true. The timer stops when you enter pit lane, and it starts when you leave pit lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether you become stationary or not.
But it becomes harder at the end of the race because you're not ending your stint in pit lane where you have control of it. You've got to, you don't know where the race leader is and how long that's going to take, and you don't know where you are in relation to the race leader always, and it's all a big miscalculation. So I don't.
All because of the stint timer rule.
Oh, dear.
And you said that fuel and tyres at the same time was worse.
No, at least this is providing a little bit of interest for us.
That is true. It is a bare minimum interesting.
It is in the final hour, but for the rest of the race, it is awful.
Yeah, to be fair, it wouldn't be a talking point if we didn't have it on right now. So
exactly.
fair enough. There is that, but at the same time, yeah.
We've waited 8 hours for it, or 9 hours.
We just like to moan. Well, sorry, I like to moan.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There we are. Final lap though for Darren McCormack. 1 minute to go, and yeah. Oh well. I think that's Bischoff behind him as well. He's just put another lap on Marco Bischoff, but yeah.
So casual.
Yeah, so
He's
casual.
just so casual. He's just so relaxed. Basically, couldn't care about what's going on. It's just like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just tick off another lap, win the race.
I'm about to beat the field by a lap, and what?
Yeah, and what? And what? What's the most dominant victory you've had in sim racing? You know?
I can't remember. Not many of them. Not many to choose from. I don't know.
Unacceptable. I don't remember what mine is, to be honest. I think it probably would have been this F1 1996s at Albert Park. That's about it, really. I don't win very often because I don't drive and I'm not very good. The two critical components of winning in sim racing, one is taking part, two is being good, of which Williams Esports have been top draw today, haven't they? Yeah,
certainly. It's been dominant from them. The biggest winning margin we've seen all season, and probably going to see as well throughout the season. A very deserving win and a nice championship lead to go with it.
Certainly is. They've avoided the drama today, and as they tick off the final couple of corners, the penultimate round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME is going to come to a close, and it is Williams Esports for the second time this season on top as they come out of the final corner. Dara McCormack, Igor Rodriguez, Tinko van der Velde, your winners here at the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. An absolutely superb performance, dominant throughout the end of the race, lapping every single team on the field. No one could touch Williams Esports today. RCI rack up not only another podium, but their personal best finish of the season as Unicorns of Love join them on the podium as well for yet another time. Jonas Savalainen in the number 69 Grip Packs Engineering. I mean, they've done a great drive today. It only was through a mistake from the 666 in the final few moments as well, as we'll see the number 14 Unicorns of Love come over the line to grab that podium. There is Nick Hoban behind the wheel. But what a drive from Williams Esports. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, Darren McCormack there did show some emotion over the line at the very least. However, there was we do see a drive-through for Carbon Sim Sport. They didn't, well, it's not going to matter in the end. That's going to finish 11th either way. BS Competition going to finish 7th there as well, by the way. But yeah, there was a bit of emotion from McCormack, but a feeling of, yes, we've won, but there's still more to do in this championship, which of course there absolutely is.
Yeah, in 2 weeks' time, we'll come back to do the season finale, the rerunning, of course, of the 6 hours of Paul Ricard, all taking on the BMW, interesting, the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup, where we'll be seeing the end of the season. But that's not for 2 weeks. Yeah, we're focused on the race at hand, and again, it's been absolutely superb from quite a lot of teams. You know, and we've kind of discussed before. I think you're still probably leaning towards RCI Esports as being like the team of the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been going on for them all day, and I'm not going to.
Loves them.
I'm not going to back down for it. Not biased or anything. I don't know any of them personally, but yeah, I think their drive has been fantastic. I do agree with you though about SimRC because they've come sixth here, I believe, and they shouldn't have finished sixth, and yeah, they've not done it so far this season. RCA have been on the podium so far, whereas SimRC have been nowhere really. So their drive was very good.
Did BS Competition take sixth? I've got it on my timing sheets. I think they did.
My timing sheet's saying that as well, but I've just watched them over the line, and that didn't happen, did it?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they said. We've been told by our broadcast director Mike Yao that it was seventh. I've got it on my screen as seventh. Live timing is saying it's sixth, but I'm going to go with what was in game, which was seventh. So what's the gap?
8 points will be the gap between them. I will just check it. Yeah, 8 points will be the gap in favour, of course, of Williams Esports.
Of course, we'll just roll through some highlights in the background so we can kind of like just see what's been going on whilst we wait for Williams Esports to join us on the broadcast, and we'll have a little bit of a chat to our race winners. For them, it is a big confidence boost going into that final round to Paul Ricard. Just to clarify, by the way, we don't know exactly how it's all going to work. With obviously, we did run a couple of sessions of qualifying, whether it's going to be a full reset or whatever. We'll cross that bridge. I guess when we get to it. Maybe we have been told, no, I just didn't pay attention. There is that. But we'll have to wait and see. We go racing in that season finale. We've got a bit bigger stuff to deal with before then, with ERWC2 just on the horizon. I've asked Luke about who their favourites are for this. I'm going to ask you, who's your favourite for it?
I think you asked me earlier, and I said I just don't know. Yeah, you did. And I said I just don't know at this stage. You've got to think about someone, of course, who's
oh yeah, I did ask you.
Platforms and stuff, so I find it really hard to, because I feel like if I just say red line, it's just obvious, isn't it? Like that's boring.
You're so boring.
If I'll put my neck on the line for someone. It's going to be Apex Racing Team, purely because I think they had the best 2022 of any sim racing team, and maybe they'll continue that on into 23. They've not exactly started badly.
There are 4 teams that I would lean towards as being the favourites. Yeah. I think we know where I'm going with this. Team Redline, obviously. Apex Racing Team, I think they'll be very, very strong. Williams Esports and R8G. Those would be the 4 that I would lean towards. A slightly outsider one, but still very high on the potential, is BS Competition. They can get themselves involved, but that's kind of where we're leaning towards. I'm not sure if we're going to get an interview, by the way, because they've not joined us yet. But I think we're in for a bit of a thriller. I'm really liking the 3 cars as well that we've got. Again, Maserati GT4, then the Infiniti Q50, and then the Lotus 79. 3 very, very different cars.
Yeah, that Lotus 79 particularly is going to be a right laugh on the old DRWC. Just looking forward to that. Yeah, hopefully you'll tune into it as well. Hopefully I'll be able to at least pay a visit on the Sunday. But we'll see how that goes. So yeah, it should be good. But as you say, I think those 4 teams that you've outlined are certainly the ones to watch throughout, and I don't think that's a surprise for anyone to learn.
Well, we should have them. I do see them all sitting by, so we do actually have the interview from the drivers. We'll drag in our race winners. We'll ask them a question apiece, because we should have Tinko van der Velde, Dara McCormack, and of course Igor Rodriguez. I'll go with Dara McCormack first. And I mean, you've had a bit of an interesting week or so, obviously readjusting from the driving that you were doing there over in Poland on Rennsport for ESL-R1. How hard was the transition back into ACC? Because to be honest, from how dominant the car was today, it didn't look very difficult.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. It was a great race overall, I think, for all 3 of us. We were all really fast. Yeah, initially I wasn't really enjoying ACC. I was like, oh, what is this? I can't hack it. But yeah, after about 10-15 laps or so, I was kind of back on pace. So I was like, yeah, I'll be all right. So Didn't get the practice race pace, unfortunately, because I had some other stuff to do. So yeah, I kind of went in blind into the race and just got used to the setup through stint 1, and it felt amazing. The guys did a brilliant job on the setup. So yeah, that was great. Yeah, I mean, brilliant race all around, to be honest.
Certainly was for you guys. Tinko van der Velde also joining us. Congratulations from me as well, Tinko. Just how did you get through those opening half of the race or so? We sort of outlined 4 teams as being up there. You, of course, being one of them, but also Triton Racing. We had Simware.pro up there. We had Yas Heat. You were having a big fight with as well. Just how was that in terms of the big battle and the kind of toing and froing throughout the day? Did you really believe all race that you were going to win, or was it more challenging than it looked?
Definitely first few stints I didn't think we would win, but then it just kept looking better and better after some hours, and yeah, eventually just everyone made mistakes and we just drove away, so that was perfect for us, and I couldn't be happier today. The setup was so perfect. Through the whole stint we could manage the tires, stay on good pace, not too much drop off. Yeah, it's worked out perfectly for us.
Well, thank you, Tinko. We'll go quickly wrap up with Igor Rodriguez, who also joined us. I mean, when it comes to a round like this, where you've seen in qualifying BS competition have had pretty significant problems starting from the back of the grid, does that add more pressure to you that this is a round that you have to take full advantage of, especially with it being the penultimate round of the championship and they are your rivals?
So when they had the problem on qualifying, we were so happy, because I think at least for me, we get this gets a lot of pressure out of us. So we we know that we can just do the safe race and get a great result, that we can come back to them in points to try win the race and the championship on the next round.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Williams Esports here, our race winners from the penultimate round of the championship, Dara McCormack, Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde. Congrats, lads, and enjoy.
Thank you.
Cheers, boys.
Not a bad race from the three of them. Like I say, lapping the entire field. It doesn't get much better, and they go into the final round of the championship clearly with very high hopes and high aspirations, high expectations.
It certainly will be. I thought it was interesting though about the fact that, especially what Igor Rodriguez said, that the pressure off them. When BS competition had those problems, it's very interesting to me, because like you, I feel kind of the opposite really, that this is a round we have to gain points on, and so I would feel very nervous about that fact. But clearly, they don't get nervous about a whole lot really, and they were absolutely fine. Yeah, it was a good race and a great race for Williams Esports, setting up a really good finale though. Only 8 points between one and two. It's the championship finale we hope for really.
It certainly is. We'll have to wait and see. That will be in 2 weeks' time. We should hopefully come back to do the 6 hours at Circuit Paul Ricard to do the championship finale and wrap up the very first season of VCO LFM FLExTREME. But before then, of course, you have to join us. Again, go and follow on all social medias. You know all the kind of stuff that I'd say, VCO Esports, etc., etc., etc. Because next week we've got a massive event, VCO ERWC2, the second iteration of the multi-platform competition. Literally cannot wait. Myself, Arjuna and Luke will be talking you through all of the action. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. As we start on the Friday with Assetto Corsa Competizione, we move to rFactor 2 on the Saturday and then to iRacing on the Sunday to wrap things up. It's going to be a frantic thrill ride with some of the best teams in sim racing. I quite literally can't wait, and I'm sure you can't either. For us, though, here in the booth in the penultimate round of the season, we are going to say goodbye. Thank you to everyone that's done the Rivals broadcast as well as the Challengers, and everyone here in the Cash Split as well, of course, with Mike Yao and Jack Maloney running the broadcasts. We'll see you next time, but until then, bye-bye.